Yunhua is a university in the city of Leijiang, a junior college belonging to the second tier in the country. In a room in the boys' dormitory at the University of Yunhua, Yuzhong is taking a look at his clothing in the mirror to finish dressing. Yuzhong, while finished dressing, quietly thought, what kind of trouble will that little mischievous devil give me today? Today is Sunday. In the room, there are 6 metal frame beds, but only Yuzhong was there. The other roommates were out having fun for the weekend. Yuzhong was preparing to go out to work as a tutor, to earn his living expenses. You mortals that look like ants, I am God. I hate to look at you weak humans living a quiet and peaceful life. From now on, I will put you all into the God and demon system. Struggle. Struggle hard, become stronger, and use it to please me. Only continuously becoming stronger will you be able to survive. Otherwise, you will die. Now, the countdown begins. 5. A strange sound suddenly appeared in Yuzhong's mind. As the sound appeared, his eyes froze, he felt as if time froze. The entire surroundings also became extremely slow, as if time had stopped. In his mind, he only heard the sound. 4. 1. The game officially begins. All of you ants, struggle to survive. Following the end of the sound, Yuzhong was liberated from his bizarre state. What is this? On the inside, Yuzhong was filled with astonishment, and he stared at the meter-long stick in his hand, which appeared out of nowhere. It made him realize what he had just heard was not a hallucination. Novice staff, new equipment. Novice level weapon. Attack of 0 to 5, durability 100/100. Please make good use of this weapon to survive. Yuzhong, male. Level, 1. Occupation, none. Title, none. Strength, 9, 10. Agility, 10, 10. Vitality, 9, 10. Stamina, 8 out of 8, 10. Spirit, 12, 10. Endurance, 10, 10. Yuzhong's mind was amazed. Strange info like this flowed directly into his head. Looking at the stick in his hand, a sense of foreboding welled up in Yuzhong's mind, so he rushed towards the dormitory door to lock it up. He then quickly opened a roommate's closet and took out binoculars. The opposite dorm facing Yuzhong's was the girls' dorm, so quite a few of the boys in the dorms bought binoculars to peek at the girls. Yuzhong, with one hand holding the staff, walked towards the window, looking outside. Right now it is about 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, so the students that did not go out were sleeping in the dorm, very few people were out. Save me! A shrill scream rang out in the street. Yuzhong looked towards the direction of the scream, and saw a scene of horror. He saw a girl wearing a white t-shirt surrounded by 8 other girls. The 8 girls were crazily biting and gnawing the white t-shirt girl. Fresh blood stained her clothes. The girl was constantly struggling and screaming, but there was no way to escape. Why is this happening? Seeing the horribly frightening scene in the distance, the inside of Yuzhong felt like a storm. He immediately put on the binoculars to look over there. Through the binoculars, Yuzhong can clearly see the situation. The 8 girls were attacking the white t-shirt girl, their eyes without spirit. They were like mad beasts biting at her body, constantly tearing chunks of fresh meat and swallowing it. The sense was so gruesome, it made Yuzhong feel nauseous and overwhelmed with fear. Though in his heart he was afraid, he tried to calmly observe. The 8 girls were still biting the white t-shirt girl's tattered body. Her body was full of flesh wounds, with many missing chunks. After they finished, they stopped biting, and spread out, wandering aimlessly. Their walking speed was somewhat slow, much less than the average person, but they moved in groups. If you were surrounded, there would be basically no possibility for survival. Yuzhong looked at the slow girls while thinking, is this Resident Evil? His eyes turned white. With mouths still covered with human blood, they looked so terrifying. He suddenly had a thought. These girls were acting just like the zombies in Resident Evil. Yuzhong's conjecture was soon verified. The white t-shirt girl, who had lost her vitality and was bitten beyond recognition, slowly picked herself up off the floor. With both of her eyes deathly white, she staggered aimlessly around the street. It's bad. Zombies. Yuzhong was cold inside. If it was really like he thought, with the entire campus full of zombies, it would be hard for him to survive. Suddenly, the sound of loud knocking came at the door. Danger. Zombies. Yuzhong, who was shaking on the inside, immediately pushed a wooden computer desk towards the door to block the door. Accompanied by a clicking sound, the thin wooden door shattered, 2 claws pierced through the door. So much power. Yu Zhong, who was scared, backed away. Yunhua University dorm room doors were flimsy and wooden, but for ordinary people, to pierce through the door without the help of any tool, was not possible. The zombies' powers were far beyond Yu Zhong's imagination. The two claws which pierced through the door were insistently shaking, and at the same time there was the sound of the door being pushed. Yu Zhong, eyes flashing, while gritting his teeth and overcoming his fears, walked towards the door. He used his novice staff to chop at the two limbs. Yu Zhong attacked more than 10 times before he was able to cut off the end of the zombie's claws. Its two arms were then withdrawn. The moment that the zombie arms were cut off, it was accompanied by a loud noise. The thin wooden door was then smashed through by a head with a big hole and white eyes. A short-haired zombie that was a student had stuck his head in, constantly struggling toward Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong recognized at a glance that the zombie in front of him was a member of the school soccer team. He was a classmate that lived next door to him. Su Zheng, they were acquaintances, and just 20 minutes ago, they were chatting. He didn't expect that 20 minutes later, Su Zheng would become a zombie. "I'm sorry, I want to live." Looking at the struggling zombie, Yu Zhong's eyes flashed with a complex light. He grit his teeth and while holding the novice staff above his head, he smashed down on it with all his strength. Under Yu Zhong's full blow, Su Zheng's zombie head was cut and twisted, tilting to the side. Almost at the same time, a little black book and a black coin came out of Su Zheng's body and fell within the vicinity of Yu Zhong's reach. A white light that was invisible to human eyes flew out from Su Zheng and into his own. Yu Zhong, sharp-eyed, came forward to that little black book and black coin and picked them up. Then he took a few steps back. Level 3 Skill Book, Summon a Special Skeleton. Description: Consumes 10 MP. Summons a special skeleton from the world of the dead to fight for you. Special Skeleton's initial level is 1, with 6 initial properties of 10, 10, 10, 10 tenths, 10, 180/180. Cooldown is 10 days. Would you like to learn the skill? When Yu Zhong took the little black book, a strange sense of information quickly flowed into his mind. He immediately made the choice: learn immediately. Before reaching level 30, you can only learn 3 active skills. Are you sure you want to learn the skill, Summon a Special Skeleton? Yes. Yu Zhong selected the option without hesitation. Currently he was only worried about being able to survive. In order to progress into the future, he could not worry about using up the skill slots. Right now just gaining any bit of strength was good. Those zombies have great strength. Being able to destroy the wooden door, he felt that hiding inside the dormitory was not safe. Yu Zhong must obtain the strength to live. He will worry about other stuff later. Right at this moment, the Level 3 Skill Book, Summon a Special Skeleton, quickly disappeared into a black light and flowed into him between his eyebrows. Yu Zhong immediately considered his knowledge. In his mind, he touched a strange rune, and soon a sound prompted in his head. Summon a special skeleton. You need to consume 10 MP. Yes. He immediately made up his mind and activated the skill, Summon a Special Skeleton. The next moment, a bunch of mysterious incantations suddenly blurted out from his mouth. Emptiness. A giant cave appeared out of nowhere. The cave's atmosphere exudes endless death, with its scent in the air. Meanwhile Yu Zhong felt a slight pain in his head. As a mysterious force passed through, his head felt a bit dizzy. Then a skeleton left with only bones slowly walked out from the cave. It was surrounded with a black mist, with 2 eyes flashing with magical flames. A strange human-like skeleton came out from the world of the death. Yu Zhong had a feeling of connection with it. Special Skeleton Level 1. Strength, 10, 10. Agility, 10, 10. Vitality, 10, 10. Stamina, 10 out of 10, 10. Spirit, 10, 10. Endurance, 5, 10. Have skills, utilizing Bone's ability. The skeleton looked at Yu Zhong, immediately went to the zombie killed by Yu Zhong. Using its arms, it stabbed into Su Zheng's zombie body. A black light flashed, lasting about 30 seconds. Special Skeleton took a bone axe from the zombie's body, measuring 1.2 meters long, holding it in its hand. After the bone axe was taken from the zombie's body, it turned into a puddle, full of putrid black pus and blood. Yu Zhong watched Special Skeleton, pointing to a wooden computer next to him and said, "Cut off the table." Special Skeleton used the bone axe to chop down on the computer desk. An audible splitting sound, the wooden computer desk was split apart with one strike. Amazing! Looking at that wooden computer desk split in half, Yu Zhong was happy on the inside. To have such a powerful undead guardian, his chances to survive had increased. After testing the destructive power of Special Skeleton, Yu Zhong picked up the black coin and carefully inspected it. 1 survival coin. Yu Zhong took the coin and received such a message. Although Yu Zhong did not know the worth of this survival coin, Yu Zhong still carefully put it into his pocket. At this moment, from outside the door, came the sound of a fierce collision. A claw abruptly pierced through the wooden door, shaking it non-stop. Between several breaths, the door burst open, 4 zombies with white eyes, shoved at the door, and crawled inside the dorm room. There was a shattering sound. Yu Zhong looked outside and saw that a window was smashed by a zombie. From outside, the zombie tried to squeeze inside through the window. Yu Zhong looked at the wooden door that was smashed by the zombies, with a wry smile, called out an order for Special Skeleton. The school had to minimize cost, but they shouldn't have saved money on the dorm construction. This is shoddy construction. Special Skeleton, kill those zombies that came in. Special Skeleton received the command of Yu Zhong, took a stride forward, and struck a blow towards the zombie's head, splitting and sending the head flying, foul blood splattering everywhere. Almost at the same time, 3 zombies rushed forward together holding Special Skeleton, while pulling and biting. Bones of Special Skeleton were ripped off by the 3 zombies one by one, its HP continued to drop. Special Skeleton's axe-holding right hand was firmly held by the zombie, unable to move. Special Skeleton and 3 zombies tried to squeeze through the narrow door. Yu Zhong stepped forward, holding the stick and striking the zombie's head. The head of the zombie holding Special Skeleton's right arm with the axe was smashed to the side, its head twisted. A group of white light from the zombies' bodies flew into Yu Zhong's body. Special Skeleton's right arm with the axe was free. Immediately wielding the axe, the head of the zombie was cut off. Like it could smell the taste of the living, the body of the zombie holding Special Skeleton released its grip. Yu Zhong climb over. Yu Zhong looked at the zombie's white eyes. A chunk of flesh was bitten off the face. The zombie's open mouth was full of blood. He took a step backward. These zombies are extremely dangerous. In a fight with it, just a scratch will turn you into their kind. If not necessary, Yu Zhong did not want to fight up close with these monsters. At this moment the other zombie that broke through the window had entered the dorm and staggered towards Yu Zhong. Beyond the door, 2 zombies climb in from the hole into the room. As if it was sensitive to Yu Zhong, Special Skeleton, still fighting the zombie on the ground, suddenly used his hand to grab the zombie advancing forward. The zombie advancing toward Yu Zhong immediately fell to the ground. Yu Zhong raised the novice staff striking the zombie's head, causing the zombie to twist to one side. A ball of white light quickly entered Yu Zhong's body. You have advanced to level 2, you have earned 2 points, please distribute the points. The ball of white light had just entered Yu Zhong's body, when the idea immediately sounded in Yu Zhong's mind. Distribute to strength and stamina. Yu Zhong immediately said. Fighting the zombies had consumed more stamina, far beyond what Yu Zhong had imagined. He only dealt with 3 zombies, but his stamina had dropped from 8 points to 3 points. In order to fully chop the zombie's head off, he had to use a lot of effort. Just after a couple breaths, there was a warmth flowing through his body. He vaguely felt his strength increase a bit. His stamina had started to recover. Congratulations, you survived and destroyed the monsters. The God and Devil world will award you with a basic skill. Please select a skill. Skill 1, Eyes of Perception, can discern the information of monsters up to 5 level higher. Skill 2, Language Proficiency, allows you to easily master the language of any country. Listening, speaking, and writing are no obstacle. These spells do not occupy one of the 3 active skill slots. Yu Zhong, without any hesitation, immediately made a choice. I choose Eyes of Perception. A light flashed, it quickly condensed and formed a bronze-colored rune inside his mind. He concentrated and utilized Eyes of Perception, looking at the zombie. Preliminary Infection Level 1, these are being eroded from the infection of the virus, leaving only the desire for flesh and blood. Viral Infection Skill, as long as there is a cut on the skin, the virus will infect. Depending on a person's constitution, between 3 to 10 minutes, the body will be infected with preliminary infection. Beside the 3 treatment fluids, with the medical standards of this world, for at least a decade it is incurable. Sure enough. Yu Zhong's eyes thicken, even somewhat more afraid of those zombies. The remaining 2 zombies staggered towards Yu Zhong. Special Skeleton wielded his large axe and cleaved. A zombie's head was cut off and sent flying. The other zombie lunged towards Special Skeleton, and with a vicious grip, ripped off a bone from the chest of Special Skeleton. Yu Zhong took the opportunity to step forward, using the stick to strike at the zombie's head, smashing the zombie's head. What is this? After receiving the eyes of perception, Yu Zhong can now see a ball of white light fly out from the zombie's body and into his body. Could it be that this is what is causing my body to grow stronger? Yu Zhong stared at the ball of white light and speculated. There is no information, so Yu Zhong put this question aside, looking at Special Skeleton and summoned him. Special Skeleton, White Bones, Level 2. Power, 11, 10. Agility, 11, 10. Vitality, 11, 10. Stamina, 9, 11, 10. Spirit, 11, 10. Strength, 6, 10. Have skills, utilizing Bones ability. Amazing. Yu Zhong looked at White Bones' stats, it made him excited. White Bones' growth rate was higher than Yu Zhong, its attributes increased by 6 points from just one level. Compared to an average person, it was now 10% higher. With such a powerful ally, his chances of survival has increased by a bit. Without hesitation, tolerating the stench coming from the corpses, it strongly pushed the computer desk, blankets, and pillow in the room to block the door and window. Even though it cannot withstand the zombies' attack, it can still delay them. Level 1 zombies, besides being strong, they have a very obvious weakness, which is their slow movements. If you did not encounter multiple zombies, with just a long weapon, even ordinary people can deal with them. But if surrounded by 10 zombies, you will surely die. Blocking the door, Yu Zhong let out a sigh of relief in this stench-filled room. The earlier experience made it difficult to accept. If he didn't receive the skill to summon White Bones, at this time he would have become a zombie. A zombie in such a confined environment, Yu Zhong still had difficulty dealing with it. Attacked by 3 zombies, he would simply be overwhelmed. After a slight sigh of relief, Yu Zhong immediately rummaged through the dorm to find resources he could use. He soon found a bundle of mountain climbing ropes, a mountaineering backpack, 4 packs of instant noodle, a half-eaten bag of custard pie. With the narrow room, taking advantage of the terrain, Yu Zhong and White Bones working together were able to deal with the zombies. However, there is a key issue. This boys' dormitory has 8 floors, each floor has 20 dorm rooms, each room has 12 people inside, a total of 1,920 boys living there. Although it was Sunday and a large numbers of people went out, the ones that stayed still numbered more than 600 people. Even if 1/3 of these people became zombies, it would be terrifying. The most important point is that the dorm rooms didn't have much food or water supplies. Yu Zhong did not know if the water system had been infected or not. Other than his water bottle, he dared not to drink anything else. Yu Zhong quickly tied the rope to the bed, then threw the climbing rope outside the window. Seeing that the climbing rope landed, Yu Zhong then pulled over and sat on the seat. Took out binoculars to look out, observing the situation outside. White Bones was right beside watching over him. At this time it looked as though the whole school was in a frenzy. Some students rushed out of the dormitory, following in their wake were staggering zombies. Many students had a bandage wound on their body, with a look of pain, apparently injured. A boy running did not pay attention to what was under his feet. After passing a corpse, all of a sudden, the corpse grabbed his leg, causing him to stumble. He quickly fell to the ground. Zhang Ming, save me. With a terrifying look on his face, he looked at his friend in front and shouted. Zhang Ming looked back and saw that behind the boy were the zombies. With eyes full of fear, he turned around and fled without looking back. Zhang Ming. Zhou Feng. Help. Save me. That frightened boy screamed loudly. Zhou Feng, 1.8 meters tall, heard the boy's anguished voice, and hesitated for a moment. He turned around and glanced back, and only saw 8 zombies attacking the boy on the ground. Crazily being bitten, only the boy's wailing voice could be heard. Zhou Feng, seeing this scene, was so scared that his leg went limp. He then didn't look back, and faced forward and fled. The 8 zombies were gnawing on the boy's body. Soon the boy's cries disappeared. The rest of the boys crazily fled outside. At this point the entire campus has become a mass of chaos. Students everywhere are frightened and running away from the zombies chasing them. There were not many people on the street, but all of a sudden there were a lot of students and a large number of zombies. From time to time there were students whose bodies twitched, then suddenly fell to the ground. When they stood up again, they had turned into zombies. The campus was filled with an atmosphere of panic. Yu Zhong was watching everything below. He was shaking on the inside. At this time on the streets below, the zombies were attracted by the students, running around everywhere. On the street leading to the small supermarket on campus, there are 20 zombies standing there on the street, blocking the way to the small supermarket and the way outside the school. 6 boys from the dormitory saw that the zombies were blocking the street leading to the gate. As if they could feel the life force, 6 zombies promptly turned and walked towards the boys. The street to the school was not very wide, with 6 zombies already having the street almost entirely blocked, only leaving a small gap. 8 zombies behind the boys had just finished eating and staggered towards the 6 people. At this time there were zombies in front and behind, blocking the way. At this critical moment, 2 boys with a look of horror, loudly shouting, rushed toward the zombies in front. Each of them, armed with a novice stick, stabbed a zombie each zombie was knocked to the ground. A student took the chance to go through the gap. He was then blocked after a bit, a step too late, a big hand stretched out and firmly grabbed his arm. No. Help. Help. The student in a panic, used his novice stick to hit the zombie, cutting off the arm of the zombie. The 3 remaining zombies took this chance to grab him, and opened their jaws to bite hard on his neck. Ah! Help! The student immediately let a sharp scream. The 3 zombies, firmly holding the student, began eating him bloodily. The 2 remaining zombies were attracted by the smell of blood, they headed towards the student's body, lunged forward and began biting his body. The other student ran past the zombies, not too far, he was soon surrounded by the zombies, submerged in dead corpses, he let out a miserable moan. The remaining 4 students witnessed the scene, eyes filled with terror. We're done. One student was so scared and collapsed on the ground. Up the tree. A relatively calm tall boy, he looked at the surroundings, and quickly crawled up the side of a tree. In the main campus of the University of Yunhua, there are trees and plants planted everywhere. The other 2 boys also had deft hands and feet and headed toward the trees and started climbing. Save me. Chen Gang. Give me a hand. The boy that was paralyzed on the floor, under his survival instincts, stood up, seeing the other 3 climbing the tree, he let out a shout. He did not know how to climb trees. Attracted to the scream of the boy, the zombies within 100 meters slightly shook, and began to move toward the sound. Over 10 zombies that formed an army was sufficient to tear any resistance in the university. The first boy to climb up the tree, Chen Gang, heard the distress sound of the boy below, hesitated. In just the few seconds of hesitation by Chen Gang, the zombie claws caught the boy below, and viciously bit his neck. Ah! The boy uttered a cry of misery, and soon was torn up by 5 zombies. The extremely piercing cry echoed in the area, brought fear to people's heart. Seeing a scene like this, the 3 students did not dare stop, rushing to climb the tree to escape. With eyes full of fear quietly watching the 3 zombies below. Dozens of zombies surrounded the tree, formed a fearsome army, blocking the escape route to the outside world. Trouble. Yu is watching the situation outside, frowning, the only exit to the outside world was blocked, to escape from here, it looks extremely difficult. Those zombies' only weak point is the head, but with so much power, with only a small wound will kill a person, is extremely difficult to deal with. If they were not slow, without a firearm even elite forces would have a very difficult time dealing with them. At this moment a violent sound came from outside the room, 2 zombies from outside pile in. White Bones was guarding the front door of the dorm, viciously strike down with the axe, cutting down the head of a zombie. You stared at White Bones, saw a ball of white light from the zombie body fly into White Bones. 1 zombie has been killed, the remaining zombie struggled into the room but its head was soon cleanly chopped off by White Bones' axe, black blood staining all over the floor. A ball of white light once again flew into White Bones' body. You frowned, thinking. Summon monsters kill seems to only able to gain their own EXP and none for the master. Seems like in order to get stronger, I have to kill the monsters myself. This discovery have cause your original plan to failed, he originally wanted to use White Bones to deal with the zombies because it was not afraid of being infected. Allowing him to be safely in the back while gaining EXP, now no longer possible. If you himself did not fight, he would never be able to get stronger. What will become the future of the world you did not know, but it was very clear to him, that the wood would become extremely cruel. If he did not get stronger, even surviving is difficult. As if attracted here by the sound, 3 zombies staggered from the side of the door and crawled through the broken hole. White Bones, you take care of the 2 on the left. You ordered. Having received the order, White Bones stepped forward, swinging the axe and chopping off a zombie head, foul blood splattered everywhere. The remaining 2 zombies without fear, still crawled inside. In the doorway is a pile of debris. A zombie staggered forward, stumbling over the debris and fell down to the ground. White Bones wielding his axe mercilessly hacked the zombie head, quickly killing the zombie. The remaining zombie's face was bitten beyond recognition, face full of holes. The white eyes zombie struggled to crawl through the hole. Heading towards you. You overcame his fears, took a step forward and lifting his novice stick overhead, smashing down on the zombie head. Causing the zombie head to tilt it to the side, a ball of white light from the zombie flew into his body. You taking no chances, allow White Bones to chop off the head of the zombie. You tries to catch his breath since no zombie was left. Outside the zombies were staggering in, attempting to break in from both the windows and door. A lot of zombies. Seeing those crazy zombies crowded into the room, couldn't help but gasped. This time together there was more than a dozen zombies crowding outside his door. Those whitened eyes zombie devoid of life gave him an oppressive feeling. Melee combat was consuming a lot of stamina, and when fighting zombies, even a small scratch was deadly. The feeling of facing over a dozen zombies was completely different than facing one zombies. Fortunately, the entrance was small, allowing only at most 3 zombies through. 3 zombies crowded in front of the door were struggling to get inside. Another zombie was trying to crawl through the window. Besides those 4 zombies, the rest of the zombies were crowded outside the door. A sense of having to kill countless zombies made him weak. White Bones, the 3 at the door are yours. You ordered, and ran towards the window, his eyes flashing with a determined light, using the novice stick to smash at the zombie head, causing the head to be twisted to the side. White Bones after gaining a level, his action is now better than in the past. It tramples the corpse of the zombie at the door, with one strike neatly cutting off the head of a zombie. The remaining 2 zombies squeeze through from behind their comrade's body trying to get through. The 2 zombies right after get through, stumble over the debris and fell to the ground. You took the opportunity to advance forward, hitting the zombie on the head, smashing the head crooked. White Bones with a swing of his axe, cut off another zombie's head. You haven't been able to catch his breath, but 4 more zombies were already trying to through the door and window. You gritted his teeth, advancing forward, towards the window where a zombie with his eyes bitten off. Striking severely at the zombie head, smashing it to the side. A ball of white light flew into his body. White Bones, standing before the door, skillfully waving his axe and cut a zombie head in 2, the foul blood splattered everywhere. At this point the zombie corpses and all kind of debris have clogged the door, but the zombies are still aggressively trying to break through. However, the remaining 2 zombies were stuck in the door, continually struggling. You quickly took the opportunity to advance to the left with the stick in his right hand, smashing the zombies, killing both of them. The 2 zombies' corpses got stuck in the door, foul blood flowing, the rancid stench filled the entire room making it unbearable. The corpses crowded the entrance, with the 3 zombie corpses blocking the entrance, 2 more packing on each side. 2 zombies stick their head in, you quickly trample on the head of a zombie and use his novice stick to kill it. White Bones use his axe to kill the other one. Another zombie was trying to get through the window. It had gotten just partially through before you stride forward and smash it in the head. After killing the zombie, a ball of white light flew into your body, voice sounded in his mind. You have advanced to level 3, please assign the 2 stat points. Power, Stamina. You heavily panting made the selection. Fighting the zombies had greatly decreased his stamina. There is not enough power that he wanted to knock the zombie's head crooked so he had to use more stamina. Between his thoughts, a trickle of warmth flowed through your body, began to strengthen his body. After the small stream disappear, you felt that he has become a bit stronger. The other side, White Bones with his axe hack off the head of another zombie. A faint light flashing, in its place a chest armor condensed out of the palm-sized piece of bone. It grew another level. Its growth is fast. You took a look at White Bones, and thought. Each time White Bones level, his 6 attributes have increased again, while you could only increase 2 attributes. Both increased, but White Bones was 3 times of his. After leveling, White Bones has gotten even stronger, it waved its large bone axe and easily slay the remaining 2 zombies. The zombie attach seems to have stopped. All the zombies have died, and you was able to let out a sigh of relief. Enduring the stench from the corpses, you put on some gloves and looked for those black life coin. Right now those life coin were of no use, but you believe they will prove essential in the future. You having done all this, immediately went back to sit down before the window, quietly trying to restore his stamina. Can't stay here too long. You inspected the room, and frowned. Here in this small room lies more than 10 headless corpses, foul blood flowing, foul smelling, is not a place a person can stay. After the fierce battle, your mouth felt dry and thirsty. You did not dare drink the tap water in the dormitory, he did not know if the virus was in the water. He would eventually die if he stay here. You quietly rested for 10 minutes, his stamina slowly recover from 4 points to 7 points. It took another 20 minutes for his stamina to recover to 8 points. It seems like the speed of recovery of his stamina is not a fixed value, the lower it is, the harder to fully recover. You have been observing his stamina recovery, quietly contemplate. You stood up, look out again, this time the calm has been restored within the campus. Students and school staff were either infected or had found a place to hide. The zombies were staggering all over the campus. Most of the zombies around the male dormitory were attracted to Chin Gang group of 6, leaving a large empty area. Among the empty areas, only a few scattered zombies blankly standing there. Climb down. You looked at those zombies, and order White Bones. White Bone flashing those soul fire, put the bone axe in his back, and agilely climbed down the rope put there by you. White Bones landed, let out a sound, in the silence of the area is very loud. 4 daft-looking zombies suddenly turned around, and walked unsteadily towards White Bones. After White Bones landing, you carrying a big camping backpack quickly climbed down the rope. Seeing the 4 zombies staggering over, White Bones advanced forward and swinging his axe, cut off a zombie head sending it flying. You quickly went behind a zombie, used the novice stick to smash its head, knocking it crookedly to the side. In the open space, one-on-one battle, as long as you do not fear the zombie virus, even ordinary humans can beat the zombie. Slow movement is the biggest weakness of the zombies. The 2 remaining zombies had just gotten close to you, when White Bone easily beheaded them with his bone axe. After leveling twice, as long as it not besieged by dozens of zombies, White Bones can easily slay one of the zombies. Advance in that direction. You pointed towards the small supermarket, and ordered White Bones, quickly rushing in that direction. White Bone received the order from you, holding the large bone axe quickly rushed towards the small supermarket. You was trying hard to catch up from behind. At this time the 2 sides' difference in stats has been revealed, with 12 points in agility, White Bone's speed was bit faster than you. Only after a bit has already left him behind. You and White Bones running quickly on the street generated a sound, and attracted the attention of the zombies around. They soon staggered towards that direction from the side. The zombies' speed was too slow, compared to you and White Bones, but dozens of zombies were chasing them from behind. It gave a feeling of great pressure. If surrounded by the zombies, you would not survive. The small supermarket in the school has 4 zombies wandering around it, heard the running sound, stagger towards them. White Bones charged towards a zombie, swinging his axe, soon a zombie was sent flying. 2 zombies took the opportunity to jump White Bones, clawing him randomly. White Bones brought his axe up, and swinging it down, beheading the 2 zombies one by one. By the time you got to the small supermarket, White Bones had slain all the zombies around. Amazing! Looking down at the fragmented body of the corpses in front of White Bones, cannot help but envy. White Bones being an undead, was without fear of the zombie virus. If you was surrounded by 4 zombies, there was no way he could easily slay them. The novice stick in his hand is hard enough, but not sharp enough, much less sharp than the bone axe in White Bones' hand. You focused his eyes, what is that? He saw a red apple among the zombie corpses, that red apple was wrapped in a pouch, so it was not stained with zombie blood. You quickly picked up the red apple and 4 life coin, then rushed into the small supermarket. Apple of Vitality. After eating, in non-combat state able to restore 4 points of stamina within 5 minutes. Can sell for 15 life coin. You glancing at the apple, saw the information in his head. Nice one. You quickly put the apple in his pocket, quickly dashed into the supermarket. Inside the supermarket, 2 of the employees that had become zombies, was beheaded by White Bones. You burst into the supermarket to look around but did not find anything strange. Immediately rushed to the shelves with candy, chocolate, and high-calorie food, sweeping them into his mountaineering backpack. These high-calorie foods can provide him the energy needed for the day. Taking all the candies, chocolate, and biscuits, you went to stuff a few packets of instant noodles into his backpack. Also 3 large bottles of purified water, his backpack was now stuffed full. So heavy. You weigh his backpack and frown, took 2/3 of the items out and put it on the ground. This small supermarket is not a place to stay long. All around the supermarket is made with ordinary glass. It cannot stop the zombies. Only those large supermarket may be able to withstand the force of the zombies. You wants to escape from the school, but having adequate strength is essential. Carrying heavy stuff will affect his stamina. Earlier, when you had level, he had increased power and stamina, all in order to be able to escape to a safe place. You picked up the large water bottle and drank a few mouthful of water, casually tossed the bottle, and rushed outside. White Bones was outside guarding the entrance. 20 zombies staggered toward you, bringing a huge oppressive feeling. Looking at the group of 20 zombies, you frowned. 20 zombies huddled together, the room to maneuver is hinder. He could not force his way past. Help! Save us! At this moment, on top of the tree, Chen Gang shouted loudly. Attracted to the shout by Chen Gang, the 20 staggering zombies split it up, with 10 zombies staggering towards the direction of the 3 boys. By Chen Gang's side, a boy named Sun Yu complained. Chen Gang, are you crazy? Leading the monsters over again? Chen Gang asked. I'm not crazy, there are so many zombies below. If no one come to rescue us, how long can we stay up on this tree? You can escape from the encirclement of the pack of zombies. Sun Yu immediately became silent. The zombies are slow, but there are too many. Throughout the entire campus is dotted with these dangerous undead, making it impossible to escape. Even more frightening is that most people know, as long as the zombie scratches the skin, it will get infected and become a new zombie, with no cure. After the 10 zombies separated, the pressure on you had greatly lessened. White Bone took a long stride forward, swinging his axe and beheading the first zombie, sending the head flying. You followed right behind White Bones, commanded. Cut off their left arm, White Bones. White Bones slaying the zombies mean you cannot get any experience to get stronger. Only when he personally kill the zombies will he be able to level and get stronger. White Bones received the command, took a step forward, swinging his axe and cut down the left arm of a zombie. You came forward wielding his novice stick and firmly smashed the zombie head, breaking the zombie to the side. Amazing! Hiding in the trees above, Chen Gang saw you and White Bones working together to slay the zombies. His eyes flashing a faint praise. Back! After killing 2 zombies, you shouted toward White Bones. At this point the remaining 8 zombie has slowly gathered around. Once surrounded, you would be killed. After the sound, you and White Bones suddenly and rapidly escaped the encirclement of the zombies. 8 zombies continue to stagger towards the 2 of them. Advancing forward, the speed of the 8 zombies can be divided into fast and slow. A zombie burst out. Go! Its left arm. You shouted an order. White Bones quickly stepped forward using his axe to cut off the zombie left arm. You took the opportunity to use his novice stick and smash the zombie head askew. After killing the zombie, White Bones and you retreated and once again distanced themselves from the small group of corpses. Just like this, the zombie was slain by White Bones and you working together. This small group was soon dealt with by you and White Bones. You have advanced to level 4, please assign the 2 stats point. When after you finish off the last zombie, that nice leveling message appeared in his ear. Assigned to power and stamina. You heavily panting, ordered. Slaying the 10 zombies, he had used up a lot of stamina, and only has 3 points left. A surge of warmth flow inside your body, and he once again gotten stronger. In front of you, White Bones had also been promoted to level 4, and its overall strength is now 30% stronger than the average person. You killing the 10 zombies, has caused some commotion. The 3 zombies scatter nearby staggered towards him. Kill them. Then come back on guard. You took a glance at the 3 zombies, and ordered White Bones. He was very tired, and need to rest and recover stamina. White Bone received the order, advance forward, using his axe and easily slaying the 2 zombies. Hey, what's that? When after White Bones killed the last zombie, a 30 centimeters long white box came out from the zombie body. Lying quietly beside the zombie. You saw and immediately walked over, and picked up the white box. White treasure box. Inside of this treasure box there may be treasure you can use, but there may be nothing. Gamble on your luck. You just picked up the box, a message appeared in his head. Without hesitation, you immediately opened the white box, a white light flashing, a white garment appeared in front of him. Level protective garment, able to block 3 preliminary infection level 5 and under. Cannot resist the preliminary infection above level 5. Bonus, power +1, agility +1, vitality +1, stamina +1, spirit +1, strength +1. Can wear with other protective garment, no stacking of bonus. Durability 3/3. Selling to the system store will get 50 life coin. Nice one. You quickly put on the protective garment. This protective garment is the equivalent to improving 10% of a normal person, was able to fend off 3 zombie attacks, equivalent of 3 lives. You fighting a zombie one-on-one still had to be careful, the slightest mistakes will become infected. With this protect garment, he only needs to be careful not to be surrounded by zombies. Equivalent to having 3 more lives. The white protective garment suit his body size just right. Putting on the protective garment, you glance over at the tree, put up a thumb, and retreated into the small supermarket to have a rest. Chen Gang, what does he mean? Why did he retreated into the supermarket? Sun Yu looking at you retreating into the supermarket, asked in wonder. Chen Gang speculated. Maybe he used up too much stamina. Fighting will drain your stamina, simply cannot be sustained for long. You retreated into the supermarket, was alert and observing the surrounding environment, while resting quietly. You had gotten rid of all the zombies around the small supermarket, the only one left were the 16 zombies hovering around the tree. After wearing the protective garment your stamina had reached 13 points, he only rested for 5 minutes, his stamina had recovered from 4 points to 7 points. You continue to rest for 20 minutes, but it has not increased even by 1. Fighting for so long, my body is already tired. My stamina is still too low. You frowned, quietly thought. He received high-intensity combat today, even though strengthened, his recovery is limited. I can only use this apple. You took out the apple of vitality, and bit it. A stream of sweet and delicious apple juice went into your mouth, flow into his body. You finished the apple of vitality after just a couple bite, a cool stream flowing into his body, and fixes his weary body. 5 minutes later, under that cool trickle of nourishment, his tired body gradually restored, stamina rises to 12 points. Resting completed, you soon emerged from the small supermarket along with White Bones. He is out. Sun Yu seeing you emerged, immediately excited said to Chen Gang. Chen Gang saw you, his eyes flashed a hint of excitement and worry. If you did not rescue them and choose to leave on his own, they have no way. You saw the 16 zombies surrounding the tree, waving a can of beer and threw it to the ground. Clang! The loud sound quickly reverberated in the area, the 16 zombies under the tree, quickly looked back and stagger over. Let's go. White Bones. You firmly hold his novice stick next to White Bones. Receiving the order from you, White Bones rushed towards the 16 zombies. 10 seconds later White Bones reached a zombie, swinging his axe, a zombie head was sent flying. After easily killing a zombie, 3 zombies from one side rushed over towards White Bones. You came and fiercely smashed the stick on the zombie head, causing the head to be twisted to one side. Then kicked another zombie, sending it to the ground. You after wearing the protective garment has become more bold, without the protective garment, he would absolutely not kick the body of the zombie. Because the slightest mistake would cause him to be scratched and he would die. White Bones swinging his axe, casually sending the zombie head flying. After reaching level 4, the overall strength of White Bones has improved by 30%. With significantly improved combat, the most discerning was his quick reaction. You took a long stride forward, smashing the zombie head with the stick, knocking the zombie head crooked. In just a couple of breaths, 4 zombies were down from the combined effort of you and White Bones. After killing the 4 zombies, you and White Bones retreated back, the remaining 12 zombies formed a circle, they fiercely rushed to the left for an assault, the assault killed 3 zombies and then they quickly retreated again. After a few assault, the waves of slow zombies was soon dispatched by the combined effort of you and White Bones. Amazing. Didn't think the school was hiding someone so strong. Looking at you and White Bones, whom easily kill those zombies, Chen Gang on the tree sighed slowly. Sun Yu and another boy Wang Shuang nodded. After getting rid of the wave of zombies, Yu's stamina had decreased by 3 points, down to 9 points. After increasing his strength and stamina, his battle endurance has grown. After cleaning out the corpses, Yu quickly collected the life coins scattered on the ground. Seeing that all the surrounding zombies has been eliminated by Yu, the 3 boys agilely climbed down the tree. Hello classmate, I am Chen Gang, a third-year student. Chen Gang climbed down the tree and came over to introduce himself to you. I am Sun Yu, also a third-year student. I am Wang Shuang, also a third-year student. Sun Yu and Wang Shuang also came to Yu's side, and introduced themselves. You thanked Chen Gang said. I am Yu Zhong, thank you for earlier. Earlier Chen Gang had helped you by drawing away half the zombies, thanks to that you was able to defeat the first wave of zombies, otherwise he can only escape and not be able to get rid of all the zombies. The most terrifying thing about zombies is its personal strength, but its infection and numbers. With just 20 zombies it would be very hard to deal with, although they can be killed, the consumption of stamina and concentration. Why so modest? I still haven't thanked you for saving us. Chen Gang heartily laughed, and then pointed at White Bones and asked. Where did you get that? Sun Yu and Wang Shuang also had a look of envy toward you because of the special skeleton White Bones next to him. They had just say how powerful White Bones was, with just one strike, it easily slay a zombie. Let's go inside and talk, this is no place to talk. You looked around, pointed at the small supermarket and said to the three of them. The zombies nearby has already been dealt with by you and White Bones, but in the school he feared there are more than 1,000 zombies, they were not yet safe. Chen Gang group of three nodded, quickly followed you into the small supermarket. Entering the small supermarket, Sun Yu took a beer, opened it and fiercely chugged it down, then let out a long sigh of relief, carelessly said. Phew, finally survived, I was so thirsty. You glanced at Sun Yu, frowning slightly, it was still not safe, besides communication that is need, he did not want to make needless sounds. Chen Gang took a sip of water, came to Yu's side, pointed to White Bones and continued asking. How did you get this thing? Can you tell us? Sun Yu and Wang Shuang also looked at you, their eyes full of desire. This sudden change to zombie-ridden world, everyone know that only those that are strong can survive. You staring at Chen Gang asked. Did you hear the voice that claimed to be God? I heard it. Chen Gang said. I heard it too. I also heard it. Sun Yu and Wang Shuang also said. You slowly said. After I killed a zombie, from the body of the zombie a skill book dropped. After using the skill from the skill book, can you summon your first skeleton? This wasn't something to hide, in order to escape, having more power was better. Your words had hardly faded, Sun Yu eagerly asked. You killed so many zombies, do you have any extra skill books? Give us a copy, we can also help you kill zombies. Nope. You glimpse at Sun Yu, lightly said. Not continuing on the subject, you look at the three continue to say. Using the novice staff to kill enough zombies, can help you get physical enhancement. You look at the hands of the three, asked. Where is your novice staff? Threw it away when we were escaping. Chen Gang said, a bit ashamed. Sun Yu and Wang Shuang were also ashamed, a novice staff 1 meter long, weight several kilogram, while escaping was trash, so would not bring it with them. Hearing that using the novice staff and killing zombie can make them stronger, Chen Gang, Sun Yu, and Wang Shuang were full of regrets for discarding their novice staff. Can any of you three drive? You asked. The road exiting the school have more than 30 zombies wandering. You and White Bones can slowly get rid of the zombies, but the stamina consumption would not be small. Only by taking the school bus can they smash through the zombies' blockade. I know how to drive. Chen Gang and Sun Yu shook their head, while Wang Shuang suddenly said. Staring at Wang Shuang, you continue to ask. Can you drive the school bus? Wang Shuang looked at you and said. I have only driven a car, haven't driven a school bus yet, but I think their principles should be the same. You thought for a moment, said. It seems like that the only choice. We have to go get a school bus. Sun Yu opened his mouth and protested. That is too dangerous. Outside is full of zombies, why don't we hide in here? As you can see, there is water and food, the surrounding zombies have been dealt with. As long as we hide here, absolutely do not have to worry about water and food. Zombies are only undead, if confronted by a modern army, they are absolutely no match. We can just wait here for the army to rescue us, is that not better? Although you had level 3 times, but not strong to the point of not fearing any zombies, if he is faces with dozens of zombies and needs to avoid them. There are over 1,000 zombies around the campus, the slightest mistake will die. Sun Yu does not want to take big risks. Chen Gang and Wang Shuang also quiet down, people are fearful, if given a choice, who would choose to take the risks, and not choose a safe place to hide. A small supermarket with water and food, with the surrounding zombies dealt with by you and White Bones, is an ideal shelter. Alright. You guys stay here, I will go out. You eyed the three, shouldered his backpack and marched outside. Even though you saved the three of them, but he did not have the power to tell them what to do. If the other side is not willing to act together with him, he will not force them. Yu and White Bones had just walked out of the small supermarket. A surge of fear quickly struck the heart of the three. Without a strong defender, in this zombie world, their future feel very bleak. Had I known that, I would have learned to drive better. Out of the small supermarket, you look at the direction of the school bus parking lot, a slight smile on his face. His family was poor, naturally don't have the extra money to learn how to drive. It seems I can only rely on myself. Hopefully the key is inside. You took a deep breath, immediately head toward the top of a ramp. The school bus had stopped at the top of the ramp. Yunhua University school bus quality is good, can easily run through something like zombies, ordinary cars cannot do it. On top of that ramp, 8 zombies were staggering around. Heard the sound of Yu and White Bones' footsteps, the 8 zombies immediately staggered towards them. White Bones leading, charged forward, swinging his axe and cutting a zombie in two. Yu was also not weaker, quickly head forward, swing his novice staff and smash a zombie head, sending it crooked to the side. His power had increased by 4 points, had increased by more than 40%, killing the zombies was more easy. One person, one skeleton, was unhindered, soon killed the 8 zombies. You had used up 1 stamina point. You have advanced to level 5, please assign the 2 stats points. After killing the 8 zombies, heard a soft sound, came the sweet sound of leveling. Distribute 2 points to stamina immediately. You decided quickly. Without sufficient stamina, you cannot fight for long. Stamina, good for fighting, and fleeing. If not strong enough, just fighting for a while, there is no stamina left. A warm stream surged through your body, his consumed stamina has been restored, and also had increased. Location of the school bus is near the basketball court. On the basketball court, dozens of men have been turned into zombies. When you and White Bones were fight the 8 zombies, the zombies on near the basketball court were attracted to the sound, and staggered over. You glance at the dozens of zombies, then looked at the school bus, saw that no one was on the school bus, immediately rushed to it. Damn it! No car keys. You got in the school bus, and found out that there was no keys. Rummaging around for a moment, you quickly jumped out of the bus. At this time dozens of zombies had staggered towards you. In addition to the basketball courts, in the nearby residential area, there are more than 10 zombies attracted to the sounds, staggered towards you. Break through it. You glance at the dozens of zombies, with the desire to retreat. So many zombies, even if he use up all his stamina to fight the zombies, it's impossible to kill them all. At the same time, a girl with smooth long black hair wearing jeans holding the novice staff in her hand rushed over from the side. Seeing the girl in jeans moving like whirlwind, swordsmanship exquisite, the staff in her hands like a snake hit the head of a zombie, causing the zombie head to tilt to one side. The zombies that were attacked by the girl in jeans was like grass scattered all around. None of the zombies can touch the girl. Follow me quickly. The girl rushed to Yu's side and said to him. Ji Qin Wu. Could she be? Yu looked at the girl, an idea crossed his mind, and followed the girl rushing away. Yu, Ji Qin Wu, and White Bones, the three together fought while running toward a pavilion on the lake. The pavilion has a narrow pathway that only one person can pass, surrounded by water. It was an easily defensible fortress against zombies. Fleeing to the pavilion, White Bones stood in the middle of the pathway. The zombies that was attracted to them were chopped by the axe, sending their head flying. By himself in the narrow pathway, the zombies were no match for White Bones. Ji Qin Wu eyed you, using a seductive voice, asked him. Hello there. I'm Ji Qin Wu, classmate, may I ask what is your name? You looked at Ji Qin Wu, and gave a slight chuckle. Ji sister, my name Yuzhong. I think inside the school those that do not know you are rare. In front of the girl who has smooth glossy black shoulder-length hair, an exquisitely pretty face, tall and buxom, eyes black and white, skin white as white jade, is recognized as the most beautiful in Yunhua University, Ji Qin Wu. Over a year ago at the New Year's party, Ji Qin Wu performed a sword dance at Yunhua University. Most of the people were totally entranced by this pretty and beautiful girl. She also became the lover in most of the boys' dream at the university. It is said that many wealthy sons outside the school also came in luxury car to find her. Although you did not pay too much attention to this aspect, but because of the stunning sword dance at the New Year's party that he recognized her. You did not think that the stunning and exquisite Ji Qin Wu would have such courage to fight those zombies, and yet so powerful. Ji Qin Wu glanced at White Bones, and asked directly. It is an ability that you got? You nodded and replied. Yes. Ji Qing-woo with a pair of big eyes stared at you, earnestly said. I need your help, please accompany me in a trip to the girls' dormitory. My friend is trapped in the dormitory, can you please go with me to save her? Inside the girls' dormitory, there are a lot of zombies wandering around. Ji Qing-woo, though powerful, cannot by herself alone kill so many zombies to save her friend. You nodded, and made a request. No problem. However, Ji sister, I also have a buddy to save, so after things are more stable, I hope you can help me save him. Does not know what kind of ability Ji Qing-woo obtained, but even with just her superb practical swordsmanship, it is already the best companion. With this mutated world, Ji Qing-woo is one of the best companion. Yes. Ji Qing-woo nodded and replied. Did you have a good rest here? If there are no problem, then please follow me. 10 minutes later, Ji Qing-woo asked you. You stood up and said. Good. Let's go. Yu's stamina has been restored to 10 points, is able to fight for a long time. Ji Qing-woo holding the novice staff in hand, quickly went out. On the pathway, there were body of headless zombies everywhere, more than 10 zombies that were attracted by Yu, and Ji Qing-woo was killed by White Bones. White Bones was faster than Yu and already gotten to level 6, his stats was once again increased. Ji Qing-woo looked at White Bones, then smiled at Yu and said. This ability of yours is really useful. White Bones is an undead, with superior fighting ability, his ability to fight continuously was greater than Yu and Ji Qing-woo. Great. Yu smiled, walking among the corpses, began collecting the life coin and see if there was an items. This is a skill book. Suddenly Yu's eyes lit up, on one side of the pile of corpses, quietly lay a book, he immediately steps forward and picked up the book. Level 1 skill book, Small Fireball. Can release a small fireball to attack the enemy. This skill was a demon profession that a mage practice, before upgrading the skill to level 2, can only release the skill once every 3 days, sell for 100 life coins. This skill is not suited for me. You picked up the skill book, quickly a thought flashed. Ji Qing-woo came to take a look, and asked you. What is this skill book? You raised the skill book and asked Ji Qing-woo. Level 1 skill book, Small Fireball. You want it? Ji Qing-woo looked at the skill book in your hand, shook her head and said. No need, let's go. You put the skill book in his backpack, straightened the stuff, and immediately followed Ji Qing-woo towards the outside. You, Ji Qing-woo, and White Bones leaving the pavilion not too long, when the zombies wandering in the neighborhood, immediately staggered towards the three of them. Charge! Ji Qing-woo shouted, as if a whirlwind was heading toward the zombies in front of her. If they did not break through the 12 zombies in front, they wouldn't be able to reach the girls' dormitory. Ji Qing-woo's speed was very quick, taking a long stride forward she put some distance from you, apparently her agility is not low. White Bones. Forward. You order White Bones. Having received the command from you, an inflamed soul flashed in White Bones' magical eyes, quickly moving up, like a god of war rushing past Ji Qing-woo towards the group of zombie. Raising his axe, like a tornado cut down a zombie head, sending the head flying high, foul blood splattering. This skeleton is amazing. Ji Qing-woo looked at White Bones as he passed her and reached the group of zombies, a bit of surprise flashed in her eyes. She immediately followed close to the side of White Bones, a novice staff in hand like a snake strike, quickly smashing into the zombie head in front. You soon arrived, using his novice staff, smashed the head of the zombie crooked to the side. The trio working together, soon killed 8 of the 12 zombies blocking their way and rushed past. Hurry! Ji Qing-woo glanced at the 8 zombie bodies, then continued dashing forward. The zombies are encircling them, once surrounded, the trio will die there. The apple of vitality? Great! Yu was about to leave, when he suddenly saw the vibrant apple falling next to a corpse, so he bent down and picked up the apple and quickly head forward. The trio broke through the wave of zombies and then killed 6 zombies wandering around, then rushed to the girls' dormitory. In front of the girls' dormitory, 10 of the zombies standing outside quickly turned, and staggered towards the trio. What a pity! You looked at the 10 female zombies, their young and lively face have been bitten ragged looking extremely wretched. Originally these girls are supposed to enjoy their life as young university students, but now has become zombies that only know how to eat human flesh. White Bones did not have emotion like you, came forward, swinging its axe and chopping off a female zombie head, sending it flying. Ji Qing Wu like a whirlwind head into the group of zombies, using her novice staff like a snake, strike the head of a zombie, causing it to be askew. You also penetrated the group, very neatly slaying the zombies. The trio working together, soon killed all the zombies surrounding the girls' dormitory. You quickly rushed into the security room of the girls' dormitory, took a bunch of keys and a lock, then ran out to the gate of the girls' dormitory locking it with the lock. Outside the girls' dormitory, there are about 100 zombies walking unsteadily by. Those zombies were attracted to the commotion caused by you and Ji Qing Wu. Compared to the boys' dormitory, Yunhua University girls' dormitory was built more carefully and looked better. The boys' dormitory doors are thin, tattered wooden doors, while the girls' dormitory door are made from aluminium, therefore the defense was better than the boys' dormitory. That is because Yunhua University had an extremely bad case of burglary. In order to protect the safety of the girls, in the aftermath of that event, all the girls' dormitory wooden doors were replaced by aluminium. In the girls' dormitory, the zombies heard the noise outside, staggered out from the rooms. Many of the zombies were stuck at the door constantly banging against it. When the end of the world occurred, many were resting in the afternoon, so there were quite a few room door that was closed. But even so, there were still over 20 zombies that staggered out from the rooms. Outside the dormitory, nearly 100 zombies was surrounding the area. The situation was extremely dire. If completely surrounded by zombies, the trio would die by the bites of the zombies. Follow me. Ji Qing Wu looked at the surrounding zombies heading towards their direction, and quickly rushed up the stairs. You and White Bones closely followed behind Ji Qing Wu up the stairs. In the stairs, there were a couple zombies wandering around. Ji Qing Wu, you, and White Bones all rushed forward, in just a blink of the eye slaughter all the zombies. Ji Qing Wu had just reached the 3rd floor, all of a sudden, 4 zombies suddenly showed up in the stairwell, wildly rushed towards Ji Qing Wu. The 4 zombies completely blocked the stairway up. Ji Qing Wu is unable to avoid them. Ji Qing Wu uses her snake-like strike to smash the zombie in the head, smashing it to the side. The remaining 3 zombies unabated pounce towards Ji Qing Wu. She is unable to avoid them. Seeing that Ji Qing Wu was about to be caught, the 3 zombies, White Bones swung his axe, like a cyclone coming through, crushing a zombie head like paste. You also took a long stride forward, smashing his staff onto the head of a zombie, causing it to twist to the side, at the same time hitting Ji Qing Wu, knocking her to the ground. The remaining zombie viciously clawed your left arm, his sleeve completely ripped. His left arm was almost broken by the power of the zombie. That female zombie was so close to you, he could smell the rancid odor coming from the zombie body. The female zombie with her tattered face from being bitten made you wanted to barf. He did not want to turn into that. You brutally kicked the female zombie in the abdomen, his strength from leveling erupted, sending the zombie flying 2 meters. White Bones stepped forward, with his axe chopping at the female zombie head, killing it. Right as the female zombie died, a white treasure box appeared next to its body. Ji Qing Wu quickly got up from the ground, with a paled face came towards you, her worried face looking at his injured left arm. Are you alright? The most scary thing about fighting against zombies is that with just a little scratch, the person will get infected and turn into a zombie, with no cure. It's alright, I am wearing a protective garment, it can fend off the zombie attack 3 times. You pale face slowly said. This was the most dangerous moment he experienced. If he didn't have the protective garment, at this time would already be infected. Ji Qing Wu with pure eyes looked at you, solemnly thanked him. Thank you for saving my life, you. This kindness, I will find a way to repay you. Go look for your friends. We do not have time. You looked at the surrounding, quickly grabbed the white treasure box and put it in his backpack. Behind them, the female zombies are walking towards them. In the rooms on the 3rd floor, there were also female zombies staggering out. Ji Qing Wu, not dragging her feet, took a stride forward with an explosive strike, killed 2 zombies, before rushing to room 304, and said, Chen Yao. It's Ji Qing Wu, I'm here to save you, open the door. Qing Wu, it's you. You came. Quickly move the stuff away. In that room, suddenly there came a cry of joy and the rustling sound of things being moved around. At this point, on the 3rd floor, the zombies were coming out more and more. I'm going to take care of them for a bit, watch this place. You seeing that the zombie numbers were growing, his eyes flashed a grim look, turned toward Ji Qing Wu and said. The zombies were growing in numbers, if he didn't kill some now, it would be too difficult to take care of them later. Ji Qing Wu eyed flash with a light, came toward you, with a smile said, I will go with you. Okay. Yu nodded, along with White Bones strode forward, rushing towards those zombies. Ji Qin Wu followed behind the two. The trio together kill each zombie that was heading towards the third floor. Amazing! A round-faced girl looked out from within, seeing Ji Qin Wu, Yu, and White Bones continuing to kill the zombies. Her eyes flashed with admiration. There were over 100 zombies on the third floor of the dormitory. After a while, the trio felt their stamina continuously being consumed, causing their body to feel heavy. Yu, having strengthened himself a couple times, reluctantly endured it. But Ji Qin Wu was already dripping with sweat, breathing heavily, was not as powerful as before. Her speed has slowed a lot, and several times came close to being captured by the zombies. Qin Wu, come over here. At this critical moment, Chen Yao's dormitory door finally opened. Chen Yao, sticking her head out, shouted loudly towards Ji Qin Wu. The trio soon rushed into the dorm, quickly shutting the door. With the door shut, the four girls immediately pushed a computer desk, a small table, and cabinets on top to block the door. Entering the dorm, Ji Qin Wu sat on a bed panting heavily, sweats like rain falling on the ground. The fighting earlier was too fierce, draining all her stamina. If Yu was not there to help, she absolutely could not have made it up to the girls' dorm. Yu sat on one of the girls' bed, closed his eyes, sweating profusely. Though he is stronger than Ji Qin Wu, the fierce battle with the zombies has consumed most of his stamina. At this time only 4 points of stamina left. Right now in the girls' dorm, in addition to Ji Qin Wu, there are 4 other girls. The 4 girls are very curious, looking at the Yu and White Bones standing next to him. Just a moment ago, Yu and White Bones rushed into the group of zombies, not letting them get to the girls' dorm, cause the scene too engraved in their mind. At this time a sweet scent drifted over, a girl wearing jeans, white t-shirt, with long hair. A beautiful and vibrant girl walked over towards you with a slight chuckle. Hello, my name is Chen Yao. Classmate, what is your name, please? You looked up at Chen Yao, slowly said. My name is Yu Zhong. Chen Yao is a celebrity at Yunhua University. She is herself is pretty, sweet, can sing and dance, is one of the school's beauty. Her sweet smile has charmed quite a few of the boys at Yunhua University. Chen Yao looked at you with a smile said. Thank you for coming to save us with Ji Qin Wu. Yu lightly said, you're welcome. Yu, hello. I am Zhang Xian. A pale skin, cute girl with a baby walked towards you to introduce herself. Hello, I'm Kai Xiao, a short-haired girl, that appeared very competent and beautiful head over to introduce herself to you. A tall girl, with make on, dressing stylishly and attractive, walked over in front of him, with a sweet smile said, hello, I'm Wang Fang. You are really powerful, even dare to fight those zombies. You with a wry smile. I'm not that powerful, I was forced to. If possible, you did not want to fight the zombies. Fighting with zombies are dangerous, only even a little scratch can get infected. Done speaking, you opened his backpack, inside was chocolate, candies, and drinks. He took out a bottle of water and took a big gulp. Such a long battle has caused him to sweat a lot, and needed to rehydrate. Even at the most critical moment, you did not his backpack filled with supplies away. With the supplies, even if he is stuck in one place for 3 days, you can still keep fighting. Seeing that in the backpack was chocolate, candies, and drinks, the 4 girls' eyes brightly lit up. It was already late in the afternoon. In the room the girls were fearful, constantly moving the heavy objects, using up most of their stamina, and was now starving. Just that in the past, the 4 girls were prideful, so they were embarrassed to ask you for his supplies. Water, chocolate. Said Ji Qin Wu without hesitation to you. You quickly without saying anything toss over a can of Coke and 4 chocolate bars to Ji Qin Wu. Ji Qin Wu was strong, in this world, someone that you can count on to fight was good. Chen Yao with her outgoing nature, directly asked you, we are also thirsty, can you give us something to drink, please? You hesitated a bit, from his backpack took out a can of Coke and 4 chocolate, gave it to Chen Yao, and said, you guys shared it, I don't have a lot of supplies. Thank you Yu. Chen Yao politely thanked you, then holding the can and 4 chocolate bars walked towards the other 3 girls. In his mind, Ji Qin Wu really is more important than us. Eating chocolate, Chen Yao looked over at you, quietly thought. Seeing you distribution of supplies, Chen Yao's sensitive mind quickly calculated the degree of importance the girl in the dorm was. High calories food like chocolate is something these girls generally eat very little of, but now they know that it is different from before, to be able to eat and drink is already good. At this moment, outside the girls' dorm, the zombies were banging against the door, causing the entire dormitory to shake with incessant tremors. Losing UNG Quinn Wu oppression, the zombies of the entire 3 floors have gathered together, and began to attack the dorm, attempting to break into the room. The 4 girls started to gather behind UN White Bones. Although the door was made from steel, but it was uncertain when those zombies would break through. Even Ji Ching Wu was strong, but she can't give the strong sense of security like UN White Bones. After all, she's a girl and only one person, significantly weaker than you after repeated leveling. Big sis Ching Wu, what do we do? The baby-faced Zhang Xian looked at Ji Ching Wu, and timidly asked. Ji Ching Wu frowned, striding toward the dormitory door, look far out the window. Seeing outside the door there was no less than 30 zombies, the numbers was not small, completely blocking the way out, there was no area to maneuver. To fight in this environment was suicide. Do you have any good idea? Ji Ching Wu turned and asked you. You also came to the door to look out the window, watching the swarming zombies, and wrinkled his eyebrows. In such a crowded environment, the zombies were packed to the limit, even the strongest out of them, White Bones, will be brought down. You quickly turned and went to the window behind him to look. In the rear of the girls' dormitory, only a couple zombies were wandering around. Observing the terrain, you then walked towards the girls and said, from here out is not difficult, but the hard part is how to escape from the school, and the ability to live out there. Right now the whole world is full of zombies, if there are no safe havens, might as well stay here. Do you have a safe place out there? For example, self-contained villas, or residential units. Villa and residential units away from the city center, otherwise we should not rush out. You looked at the girls and asked. Chen Yao looked at you and said, my house is in the Garden District neighborhood, I have a set of house keys. Can we go? We can. You nodded. The Garden District is nearby Yunhao University. This place was a college town, away from the city center, only students, few others, it is an ideal hiding place. You look in the eyes of the 4 girls, with a deep voice asked, among you, who can drive? I'll drive. Chen Yao stood and said to you. I also can drive. Wang Fong also stood up, looking toward you demonstrating her abilities. She was very clear, at this time, only by showing her charm and capability can she have a better chance of survival. Driving the school bus is not a problem, right? You asked, what he needs is a person who drive the school bus. Chen Yao confidently said, there is no problem. The key to the school bus, do you know where it is? You continued to ask. Without the key, even if they found the bus, it would be useless. Chen Yao quickly said. The school bus driver Zhang Xiao room is between the general office and academic affairs office. If nothing else, at those 2 places we should be able to find him. Chen Yao was the president of the student council, so she regularly had to deal with the leaders of the school. She often take the school bus to other places, so that is why she knows the room where the driver is staying. You opened the white treasure box that was inside his backpack, a light flashing, a sharp tang sword appears in front of his eyes. Imitation Tang Sword Level 1. Attack 5 to 8. This fine sword is very sharp, can easily cut through the head of a man. A great weapon against those that are infected. Great sword, with this fine sword, dealing with zombies will be even easier. You caressed the sharp Tang sword, an icy touch came from the metal of the Tang sword. You was often using the novice staff to smash the zombies, doing that will feel the recoil. With this imitation Tang sword in hand, you will be able to kill zombies easily. You took out the small fireball skill and gave it to Chen Yao and solemnly said. You guys should have heard the sound. I'll tell you some information, if you kill enough zombies, you will level up and will be strengthened. That special skull is one of my skill, this is a skill book level 1, small fireball, on it is how to use the skill. Chen Yao, I can give this skill book to you, but I want you to promise me, that we are safe, help me save one of my buddies. This small fireball skill to you was a second-rate skill, but if he can use it to enhance their own side strength, you would be stingy. Yu's only desire was to escape from here at this time and find his best friend. Though Chen Yao is very weak, fighting is not strong, but she was very capable, and knew a lot. You would like to have such companion survive. Chen Yao is very decisive, in the eyes of the 3 other girls, were jealousy and envy toward the person that took the skill book, yes. I promise you that once safe, will certainly help you to find your best friend. A light flashing, the skill book turned into a beam of light and entered Chen Yao's body. It's magic. The sight of Zhang Xian envious eyes watching Qinyao, this was the first time that she saw someone receive such a skill. Really? Why does she get all the good stuff? Even God is blessing her. Wang Feng watched Qinyao absorb the skill book, eyes filled with jealousy and hate. Qinyao was not only very beautiful, and family is wealthy, in the university was the object of many boys' desire. Even though Wang Feng was a desirable girl, but in comparison to Qinyao was far worse. She has been in envy and jealous of Qinyao luck. Now that the world has begun to collapse, Qinyao is also given a skill book by you, increasing her chances of survival, made Wang Feng even more jealous. How is it? Qinyao. Release the magic for us to see. Zhang Xian right next to Qinyao curiously, and pestering said. Qinyao had an eager look, she just got that kind of power, also wanted to know how strong her skill is. You quickly stopped them and said, no. In your current state, only be able to launch a fireball a day. Must only use it in a critical time. A fireball may be able to save their life in critical moment, you would never allow Qinyao to indiscriminately use it. Qinyao quickly calmed down, nodded and said, I know. You looked at Ji Qingwu and said, Qingwu, how is your stamina recovery? Ji Qingwu without the slightest concealment, toward you said, 6 points, my max stamina is 12 points. It is difficult to recover, it seems that my body is very tired. You guys stay here and watch. I will take a break, and promptly go out looking for the keys. Ji Qingwu, call me in 5 minutes. You finished talking then took out an apple of vitality, eating it in a few bit, then lay on the bed closing his eyes. Doing that will make him recover better. Seeing you lay under the bed, baby-faced Zhang Xian, quickly blushed and muttered in a low voice, that is my bed. You was too tired, head touching the pillow, fell asleep. Outside those zombies were constantly hitting the dormitory door, besides Ji Qingwu outside, the rest of the girls were huddled next to you, scared, not knowing when the door will break. 5 minutes later, Ji Qingwu nudged you and said, get up. 5 minutes passed. 5 minutes already? Way too fast. You opened his eyes, look at Ji Qingwu, with a slightly wry smile said. He has been in intense battle since early afternoon, in spite of the nourishment from the apple of vitality, his stamina was back to 11 points. You quickly stood up from the bed, removing the climbing rope from the backpack and tied to a secure pole, then release it out the window. If you guys cannot stand it anymore, can escape from this place. You said to the girls, then quickly climbed down the rope. White Bones quickly follow suit and climb down the rope after you. You just landed, nearby 4 zombies staggered towards him. You with his tang sword in hand quickly rushed forward, and swing the swords against the zombie head, instantly cutting off its head, foul blood splattering everywhere. Great sword. A sword cutting a zombie head, praising himself inside. The imitation tang sword was much sharper than the staff, you using the imitation tang sword to cut a zombie head required 50% less force than before. Which means that he can use less power to kill more zombies. You with the imitation tang sword and White Bones combined power quickly slay the 4 zombies, immediately heading toward the direction of the general office and academic affairs. Seeing you emerge, the group of zombies began to move toward his direction, chasing after him. Following his assault, more and more zombies were gathering behind him. So dense that it looked extremely scary. You did not dare to stay in one place for even a moment, he and White Bones continued to charge forward, quickly killing the zombies that was in their way. Not even having the time to pick up the life coins that were dropped by the zombies. You have been promoted to level 6, please assign the 2 stats points. When you sword cut off a zombie head, a clear voice sounded in his minds. Assign 2 points to stamina. You without hesitating, said it. At this time, his speed was far superior to those zombies, what he lacks the most is his stamina and the ability to fight the zombies for an extended time. A small stream flowing in Yu's body, he once again have strengthened his body. After obtaining the enhancement you let out a sigh of relief, continue to rush towards the direction of the school building. On the way there, with White Bones leading, wildly killing any of the scattered zombies that got in their way. A person and a skeleton quickly cleared a path to the school building. The main members of the university were mostly students. In the vicinity of the general office, the zombies has now become few. You just entered the building, when 3 zombies staggered towards him. You wielding his long sword in hand, brilliantly beheaded the zombie sending the head flying. White Bones fast like an arrow shot forward, with an axe easily cut off the zombie head. After the last zombie head fell to the ground, a white pair of shoes came out, falling next to the zombie body. You quickly stepped forward to pick up those white shoes. Level 1 Enhanced Footwear, Agility +3. Wearing this enhanced footwear will make your actions more agile. Durability 20/20. You received the information from his sense, quickly put on the pair of enhanced footwear. After putting on the white pair of shoes, felt as if his body was somewhat lighter. Use agility has reached 14 points at this time, 40% more than an average person. You putting on the enhanced shoes along with white bones head forward. Help. Save us. Right after you passed the school business offices, from the financial office, came the sound of a cry for help. You quickly head toward the financial office to take a look. He saw that 4 men and 1 woman standing in that office, a total of 5 people. If you trust me, then follow behind me. You took a look and said to the people inside the financial office, continues to run in the direction of the general office. On this level the only zombies left were the school staff, following behind him basically is not dangerous. What now? Zhao Zhen. A guy with glasses said to the handsome young man beside him, dressed in brand names clothes, with an elegant and fashionable look, holding a wooden staff. Zhao Zhen looking at you direction, blinked a few times immediately after made the decision. Follow him. Staying, if no one rescue us, we'll only die. Zhao Zhen is a very decisive person, after making the decision, quickly opened the financial office door, stepped out the door and look out. Amazing. Outside the door Zhao Zhen saw you with the Tang sword in hand, between a couple breaths, beheaded 2 zombies. The remaining people also followed behind Zhao Zhen and rushed out the door, immediately follow you. Too strong. When was such a fierce man hidden in our school? Zhao Zhen seeing you beheading the zombies so smoothly, was filled with shock. Zhao Zhen was the president of the University Student Union, he had met all the influential men in the university, but he had never seen you before. So amazing. The people who rushed out of the financial office looked at you easily killing the zombies, they were filled with joy, as long as they follow this fierce guy, their chance of survival will increase a lot. You rushed into the general office, allow White Bones to continue to kill the zombies ahead, while he entered the general office. Upon entering general office, a plump figure, face and body bitten in many places staggered towards you. Found it. You was filled with joy, he recognized that this fat man was the school bus driver, named Zhang Xiao. He took a step forward, a sword with a hint of chill directly cut off the head of Zhang Xiao. After killing Zhang Xiao, you put on a pair of rubber gloves and searched the corpse, finally pulled a set of 3 keys. With keys in hand, you then quickly rushed out of the room, fled outside. At this time White Bones wielding his bone axe killed all the zombies. Zhao Zhen group were huddled on the side quietly watching all this. You looked at Zhao Zhen, in a deep voice said. I'm heading to the girls' dorm, do you have any plans? The girls' dormitory from this office was only a few hundred meters away, but the road has many zombies. You by himself was fine, but with so many people cannot rush to the girls' dorm. Zhao Zhen with a very look towards you said, fellow classmate, I am Zhao Zhen, is the student president at Yunhua University. What's your name, please? You said, my name is Yu Zhong. Zhao Zhen speculated. Why do you want to head to the girls' dorm? Your friends are there. Ui Zhao Zhen, slowly said. That's right. There are many zombies on the road leading to the girls' dormitory, alone, unable to ensure the safety of all of you. There were 5 members in Zhao Zhen group, basically no combat ability, if sprinting toward the girls' dormitory, about half will die by the bite of the zombies. Zhao Zhen quickly said. I know that we will be stuck here in need of assistance. I believe you are going to leave this school. Before you leave this school, I hope you can come and take us with you. As long as you are able to do this for me, in the future I will kindly repay you. You nodded. If I have spare capacity, we'll come back. Finally, I will tell you this information, killing enough zombies, you will be able to level and get stronger. After leveling, you can strengthen yourself. If you have the courage to fight the zombies, you can become stronger, and evolve. I'll go first. You left after finishing the sentence, rushed out quickly. Zhao Zhen, you believe his words. After you left, the guy wearing glasses asked Zhao Zhen. Zhao Zhen stared at the hands holding the novice staff slowly said. Should be credible. Otherwise he wouldn't be so strong. Listening to the word of Zhao Zhen, the heart of the 5 people were moved, but the thought of a melee battle with zombie, everyone became silent. Close fighting was too dangerous, as long as the zombies scratched them, they would be infected and die. Real life and online games are different, people only have one life, if dead there is no more chance. There is no resurrection. Go back. Zhao Zhen hesitated for a long time, finally slowly said to the four others, and went into the financial office. Even though knowing the way to get stronger, but to gamble with his life, Zhao Zhen was not mentally prepared to do that. The remaining 5 hesitated and then went into the financial office. If not cornered, few people would be willing to risk their lives to choose the path to become stronger. Leaving the financial office, you began to fully speed towards the direction of the girls' dormitory. Group of zombies staggering around over toward the side. You grasped the imitation Tang sword and broke through the zombie group, even though he had no training in martial arts, but his agility, no zombie could block him for a moment. With the help of white bones, you beheaded 7 zombies, broke through the surrounding zombies, and came back to the girls' dormitory. You climb up the rope and got back into the girls' dorm. You're back. Seeing you return, the cute baby-faced Zhang Xian immediately stood up, with a delighted smile on her face. In addition to Ji Qingwu, the rest of the girls all smiled and breathed a sigh of relief. You was not gone for too long, but under the threat of the zombies that surrounded them, there was no sense of security. Ji Qingwu also looked at you and then walked over, using those big gorgeous eyes to stare at him. Did you get the keys? In my hand. You sat on one of the girls' bed, took out a bottle of water and drank it. Although you left for just a short time, but it was full of intense fighting and also rushed back. His stamina consumption was great. Let's go. When his stamina recovered to 9 points, you stood up and said to the 5 girls in the dorm. You looked at the 4 girls, and said. When you guys get down on the ground, you need to stay behind me and Ji Qingwu. Do not run around, and do not push or shove each other. I have to say this advance, if you run around, I will not be able to save you. Outside there was a large amount of zombies, if these girls ran into a group of zombies, you cannot save them. Got it. The 4 girls nodded politely. At this time, if they did not listen, then they will die. With his statement finish, you quickly climbed down the rope, in a short time reached the ground. Zhang Xian came close to the rope, looked down, and hesitated for a moment. She was not a sporty girl, even if there is a rope, she wouldn't necessarily be able to climb down smoothly from the 3rd floor. If you aren't going, then let me go first. Don't waste time, Zhang Xian. Wang Feng pushed Xian to the side, quickly climbed down the rope. Although a bit wobbly, Wang Feng grit her teeth and climbed down. Next Chen Yao skillfully climbed down the rope, more smoothly compared to Wang Feng. Not bad. You praised her, there are few girls that can neatly climb down the rope like that. Chen Yao gives the impression that she is kind of fragile, delicate and charming beauty, did not think she could have been so dexterous. Chen Yao looked at you and confidently said. Don't look at me like that, in fact, I'm a fitness beauty that exercise regularly. But of not as great as Qing Wu. You smiled, and didn't say anything. The short-hair Kai Xiao soon climbed down from the rope. Finally once again it was Zhang Xian's turn, she gritted her teeth and grabbed the rope, wobbly climbed down. Below, Wang Feng urged. Hurry up. Zhang Xian, you're the only one left. Although there aren't many zombies left near the girls' dorm, but if they left the dormitory, there are a lot of zombies. If careless, would be surrounded and kill. Urged by Wang Feng, Zhang Xian in a hurry, quickened her pace, suddenly slipped, and her body fell down. Finished. Feeling the wind howl, Zhang Xian felt despair. In this world, with a fracture, the survival rate would greatly plummet. At this point, you shot forward like an arrow, very quickly embraced Zhang Xian that was falling. A couple of £100s of body falling from the 2nd floor of the building. Even though you was strengthened, the collision made his chest felt tight. Zhang Xian got out from your embrace, with a hint of blush on her face. Thank you. Thank you for saving me, you. At this time Wang Feng felt some jealously watching this scene. This small girl is really crafty. After the 4 girls were down, Ji Qingwu very quickly climbed down the rope. Just when the 5 was ready to leave, a girl on the 3rd floor suddenly stick her head out the window, hands holding a piece of white paper. On the white paper was, SOS, please help us. What now? Go save them? Zhang Xian asked you. The other girls looked at you. Their heart is also very tangled, if they choose not to save them, they will have an uneasy conscience. But if they save them, they themselves will be in danger. You shook his head, bluntly said. No, it is already difficult to protect ourselves, must find a secure place. After that, if we have the spare capacity then we can save them. You and Ji Qing will have to protect the 4 girls while rushing to the school bus, which is already very difficult, a few more girls is too much. You guys there, if I have spare energy left, will save you. In the meantime, you will have to defend yourselves. You said loudly to the give above, then looked at the 5 girls and said. Go. Ji Qing Wu, me and White Bones will charge ahead, I will leave these 4 fishes in the net to you. Asterisk 1. After saying this, you and White Bones led the way toward the school bus. Hurry. Ji Qing Wu urged the 4 girls. Everyone knows that now is a critical moment, the 4 girls followed tightly behind you, rushing forward. Ji Qing Wu is circling around the 4 girls, protecting them. Asterisk 1, basically what he is saying is that with him and White Bones in the front, and Ji Qing Wu circling around, the 4 girls are the small fishes and they are the net. On the 4th floor of the dormitory, a girl watched as you guarding the 4 girls, departed. Eyes red, tears falling down, she covered her mouth to suppress herself from making too much noise. You and Ji Qing Wu commotion cause when they entered the dormitory was loud. Seeing you bringing along a group of people to escape gave her a glimmer of hope to escape this zombies-infested dormitory. Your departure was equivalent to taking her hope to escape away, naturally she couldn't bear it. If the conditions had allowed, she would have burst into tears. Kiki, don't cry. He said we'll come back, did he? A long-haired girl came over next to Lin Chi to comfort her. Lin Chi said in a low voice. Zhongli, but it's so dangerous here, I'm afraid he will not come back. Zhongli comfortingly said. Don't worry, that guy name is Yuzhong, I know him. He is a very trustworthy guy. He said he would come back, most likely will be back. Just need to patiently wait for him. Lin Chi curiously asked. Really? Zhongli, you know him? Zhonglai gave a chuckle. Of course, his jobs are introduced by me. Asterisk 1. So tell me about him. Lin Chi pesteringly asked Zhonglai. In this dangerous environment, she needed something new to distract her attention. Zhongli pulled Lin Chi over and whispered to her things she know about you. Good. After departing the girls' dormitory, you and White Bones wasted no time in heading towards the school bus. The 4 girls following right behind him. You and his party had just headed out, when the zombies immediately staggered towards them. Looking at those faces, body-bitten and torn zombies, the 4 girls were scared, making their legs weak. Reducing their speed. Not everyone seeing that swarm of zombies can remain calm, if you hadn't killed so many zombies, he definitely would not be so calm. Run faster. Don't stop. Ji Qing Wu shouted. The zombies in front have been killed by you, but the pressure was greater for Ji Qing Wu, guarding the 4 girls was not a simple task. If a zombie got past and the girls did not have the will to fight would be kill. Hearing Ji Qing Wu shouted, the 4 girls were afraid to slow down, continue going forward. When sprinting, all of a sudden Zhang Xian accidentally stepped on a pebble and slipped, falling to the ground. Wang Feng quickly stepped over Zhang Xian, seeing you still running, chase after him. Surrounded by zombies, she didn't want to put herself in a dangerous situation because Zhang Xian. Help me, help me. I hurt my foot. Zhang Xian struggled trying to stand up, while crying loudly, pleaded the women for help. Chen Yao hesitated, then looked at Kai Xiao, both girls immediately went over to Zhang Xian and helped her up, the trio moved forward with difficulty. Thank you. Thank you, Chen Yao, Kai Xiao. Zhang Xian with a red nose, tears falling down said. Only in moment of crisis, can you see who is your true friend, and who's fake. Zhang Xian weighed nearly 60 kilograms, with Chen Yao and Kai Xiao supporting her, the trio's speed didn't slow much. But after 10 meters, they were already tired and out of breath. I'm here. You guys follow my skeleton. Quick. You returned from the front, and took Zhang Xian from Chen Yao and Kai Xiao, in a deep voice said to them. You be careful. Chen Yao and Kai Xiao both heaved a sigh of relief, the 2 looked at you and said. Then the 2 of them ran after White Bones. Put this on, then get on my back. You gave the backpack to Zhang Xian, then turning his back to her and said. Zhang Xian quickly grabbed the backpack and then climbed on Yu's back. Zhang Xian just got on Yu's back, when he felt his body heavily sank down. If his power had not been increased several times, with Zhang Xian and the backpack full of supplies on his back, it would be very difficult to move. Hold on tight. If you fall down, there is nothing I can do. Finish saying that, you took a deep breath and rushed straight towards the direction of the school bus. Zhang Xian holding you tightly, with the generous and warm back, she felt a sense of security in her heart. It would be nice if he was my boyfriend. At this moment White Bones had been promoted to level 7, with his physical fitness 60% higher than an average person. It wielded the axe clearing the road of zombies, scattering the corpses everywhere. Yu's body having been strengthened several times, isn't much slower than the girls, soon rushed inside the school bus. After getting on the bus, Yu put Zhang Xian aside, took out the keys and threw it at Chen Yao. Quickly drive. Zhang Xian from Yu's back sat down, suddenly in her heart felt a sense of loss. Got it. Chen Yao quickly put the car key in, then started the bus. The two of you, take care of Zhang Xian. Yu looked at Kai Xiao and Wang Feng said. Then Let sat on the school bus, breathing a long sigh of relief. A series of fierce fighting, his stamina is down to 6 points. He must seize every minute to rest and recover his stamina, so he can cope with any possible battle. Kai Xiao nodded and went over to Zhang Xian, while Wang Feng just watched Zhang Xian awkwardly. Just a moment ago at the moment of crisis, she did not stop to save her friend but rather chose to flee. Ji Qin Wu sat directly across from you, holding out a small white hand, said. Water. Yu with a wry smile dug out from the backpack a Coke and gave it to Ji Qin Wu. Where do we go now? Going to my house. After starting the car, Chen Yao looked at Yu and said. No. Go to the small supermarket ahead. We need to get supplies first, without supplies we cannot survive. Wang Feng, you come over here for a minute and explain the process of driving. Yu came near Chen Yao, looked at Wang Feng and said. He had to learn how to drive and operate a vehicle, so even if he was alone, he could drive a car and escape. Okay. Wang Feng immediately was glad to go to went to Yu's side, started to explain the role and use of the apparatus. In fact the hardest part of driving is the rules of the road. How to start the car, stop, accelerate, and braking are not difficult. Wang Feng saying all this, you started to understand a lot. But of course, with you driving skills, would only a killer on the road. But he quickly learned how to start, stop, and brake. The school bus sped forward, running over countless number of zombies that got in the way. I'm not leveling. I cannot level when using a vehicle. Seems like it's necessary to understand the rules on how to level up. You looked at the zombies that was knocked flying, there was even a zombie with its head smashed open from being run over. There was no ball of white light coming from the zombies' corpses. You frowned and thought. Originally, you was looking for strong heavy vehicles, such as Hummers, road rollers and other heavy-duty vehicles that can easily kill the zombies. But it now appears that the plan was wide off the mark. The school bus quickly arrived at the small supermarket. Chen Yao you wait here, ready to start the car. Wang Feng, Kai Xiao you two come carry the supplies. Ji Qin Wu and I are responsible for being on guard. You quickly made the arrangement, then immediately jumped out of the bus. Ji Qin Wu also very elegantly jumped down from the bus. Wang Feng, Kai Xiao the two eye one another, ran down the bus toward the small supermarket. Wang Feng, the supermarket is blocked. Wang Feng and Kai Xiao prior to entering the small supermarket, found that the small supermarket was blocked with all kinds of debris. White Bones, break it here. Why? Just looked at the small supermarket then pointed his finger towards a pole in the corner. White Bones swung his axe, the axe smashed the pole in the corner. Sound, bang. Bang. A very loud sound rang out, countless broken glass and dust fell down, revealing a big hole. This small supermarket is surrounded by glass, could not withstand the force of destruction. Therefore, it was why you did not choose it as a stronghold until help come. White Bones wielding his axe severely cut down a couple times, then around the small supermarket, the glass shattered all over the floor. The supermarket within was completely exposed to everyone's eyes. Chen Gang, is it you? At the same time, there was a sound of surprise coming from Chen Gang in the supermarket. Chen Gang, Sun Yu, and Wang Shuang soon all three of them came out. Sun Yu, Ji Qin Wu. Hello, my name is Sun Yu, I am a third-year student. Seeing Ji Qin Wu, Sun Yu eyes lit up brightly, quickly stepped forward to introduce himself. Ji Qin Wu looked over Sun Yu, then lightly said. Ji Qin Wu, hello. Chen Gang at this time come over to Yu's side, looked at the school bus, very passionately sigh. Chen Gang, you really are amazing, actually brought the school bus here. With this, we can be sure to escape from the school. Yu ignored Chen Gang, but walked toward Kai Xiao and Wang Fang, with a deep voice ordered. You, go get the supplies, giving priorities to water and food. Kai Xiao and Wang Fang swiftly went into the supermarket and started to carry supplies. Sun Yu, seeing Yu ordered the two, took a step forward, accusing him. Sun Yu, you are not a gentleman. How can you allow the girls to do this kind of heavy labor? You are a man, shouldn't you be more proactive to move the supplies? Now you get the girls to do this heavy labor, while resting here, don't you know that is a disgrace? Wang Fang, Kai Xiao, the two people immediately stopped, and looked at Yu. Yu glanced at Wang Fang and Kai Xiao, dismissively said. You, this is our group's business, you are an outsider and should shut up immediately. If they think what I'm doing is inappropriate, they can leave now, I will not stop them. Wang Fang, Kai Xiao, if you guys think that I was not right, then you can stay here and get along with the three of them. I definitely will not stop you. Kai Xiao, with a contemptuous look at Sun Yu, said. Kai Xiao, Sun Yu, you should shut up. You, in order to get us out, not know how many zombies he had to kill. He is also a person, and will get tired. We can't fight against the zombie directly, but we can still do menial labor. If you have the skill, then go kill the zombies. Finished speaking, Kai Xiao strode into the supermarket and continues carrying supplies. Wang Fang, ridiculously looked at Sun Yu, marched into the supermarket. In her view, Sun Yu in this world, if he did not change from a spoiled child, would not survive for very long. Chen Gang, face paled, stared at Yu. Chen Gang, you do not mean to take us out of here with you? Yu looked at Chen Gang, coldly said. You, of course, when I ask you if you are willing to help me get the school bus or stay here and wait for help. You do not want to wait here and wait for the military to rescue you. Then you can slowly wait for it. I think that the government should be able to send someone to rescue you, the survivors. This vehicle of mine is too small, not for too many people. Not wanting to contribute, not wanting to take risks but want to share the fruits of labor, those are the kind of people Yu hates the most. Especially Sun Yu, a spoiled child, did not understand this. Sun Yu's face was completely paled, shouted in a loud voice. Sun Yu, how can there be someone so selfish? Shouldn't we be helping each other? If I want to get on, what are you going to do? The school bus is not it is the school property. After finishing, Sun Yu ran toward the bus. Yu immediately came forward, and slapped him in the face. Sun Yu fell to the ground with a swollen face. Yu looked at Sun Yu with disgust, with a deep voice shouted. You, there isn't just one school bus, if you want a school bus, go get it from the mouth of those zombies. I took this school bus from the mouth of the zombies, you did not contribute anything. I'm not going to let you get on this bus, disappear. Along with Yu's words, White Bones stepped forward with an axe like a thunderbolt cut down in front of Sun Yu. The strong wind from the axe scared Sun Yu, making his face white with fear. Seeing White Bones beside Yu, Chen Gang, Wang Shuang, and Sun Yu are all afraid to say anything. The current world have changed, calling the police no longer work, they will not be able to gain additional help. You, Ji Qing Wu, you watch them. I will go fight a fierce battle. Tell them to move quickly, we do not have much time. Yu eyed the trio, looked over at Ji Qing Wu and said. Already a group of zombies were heading over from the front of the school, drawn by the sound of the school bus engine, they staggered over. Ji Qing Wu waved the novice staff in front of the trio, then said to Yu. Ji Qing Wu, leave this place to me. You be careful. Afterwards, Yu and White Bones immediately rushed out from the school bus. After charging in a group of zombies, Yu was like a tiger, with the imitation Tang sword in hand cut down the zombie's head, beheading them one by one. White Bones swinging his axe, killing zombies like he was harvesting vegetables, as if unhindered. Balls of white light flow into White Bones and Yu body non-stop. Chen Gang, so amazing, he is even stronger. Chen Gang eyesight is good, with a look he could tell that Yu was different than he was a couple hours ago, he was stronger. Yu, the apple of vitality. Yu killed 5 zombies, suddenly in front of him, from a zombie the apple of vitality dropped. He was overjoyed and quickly picked up the apple and put it in his pocket. After killing 2 more zombies, Yu and White Bones retreated back. The numbers of zombies was too great, the killing was endless. Even though they are strong, in reality there are only 2 of them, they cannot not stop the group of zombies for too long. Yu, are you good? You quickly ran back to the school bus, toward Ji Qin Wu asked. Ji Qin Wu pointed to the trio and looked at you said. Ji Qin Wu, good. I let them three help move the supplies, in exchange, we will take them to a safe place. You took a look at the trio, seeing them carry a bunch of packages and putting them in the corner of the bus. Seeing you get on the bus, the trio just looked at him not daring to say anything. At this time on the school bus was filled with packages of various supplies. Wang Feng and Kai Xiao were panting sitting in their seats, they have never done such heavy labor before. You loudly said. You, quickly, drive. Chen Yao stepped on the gas, the bus accelerated forward, running over all the zombies in front. The school bus rushed out of the school, everyone seeing the scene on the street. On the streets, everywhere was the rustling sound of the zombies, the cars that was not parked on the roadside, have crashed into the side of the shops. Even some of the restaurant were on fire, the whole store lit, smokes rising toward the sky. The school bus just got out of the school, soon there was a horde of zombies staggering towards them. They were attracted by the sound of the school bus engine. There was a strange glint in Chen Yao's eyes, she fiercely drove the school bus towards the zombies and running them over. Sending the zombies flying everywhere. You watching the hordes of zombies on the street and thought. You, fortunately, we got the school bus, otherwise we wouldn't be able to get through. The wandering hordes of zombies are everywhere on the streets, even you and White Bones would not be able to get through the streets. Chen Gang trio looked at the packed streets of zombies, in their hearts was filled with fear, as if the whole world was filled with zombies and no longer any people. Before the people walking through the streets were like ants walking through, now besides the zombies were just more zombies. Chen Yao drove the school bus sped all the way through, running over countless zombies heading into the garden district. Alteration of the world took place in the afternoon, at that time most of the people were not home in the garden district. Even at home, they were in their room, and few people would be outside. Chen Yao after driving into the garden district community ran over a bunch of zombies, then stopped at a block of apartments. Opening the door, White Bones got out of the car, swinging his axe sent a zombie head flying. You also got off, swinging his tang sword, beheaded a zombie. Ji Qin Wu, get off. Ji Qin Wu looking at the students on the bus and said. The four girls and the trio very quickly got out of the bus. Outside in this community there was not many zombies, only a few, and soon was killed by you, White Bones, and Ji Qin Wu. The 7 students saw the trio easily getting rid of the zombies. You, give me the keys. After getting rid of the zombies, you went over to Chen Yao, holding out his hand and said. Chen Yao very quickly fished out the handful of keys and gave it to you. After you got the keys, quickly opened the locked steel door of the apartments. Right after the steel door opened, 4 zombies staggered toward them from inside the steel door. The 7 students seeing the torn and bitten zombies, were too scared and took a step back. Almost no one does not know about Resident Evil, as long as they are bitten by a zombie, they would become one. They didn't want to become a zombie. White Bones wielding his axe like a whirlwind, charged towards the zombies, in a short moment beheaded 3 zombies and sending their head flying. You body slightly bent, sword from the bottom up, directly beheading a zombie head and sent it flying. You looked at everyone, said something, immediately rushed into the building with White Bones. You, carry in the supplies, then go upstairs. I will go cleared out all the zombies. Quick, don't dawdle. Ji Qin Wu, I leave their safety to you. Take the stairs. Ji Qin Wu, okay. Ji Qin Wu nodded in reply. Chen Yao's apartment was on the 5th floor. You and White Bones followed the stairs up, on each floor they quickly clean up the stairway of zombies. After killing 12 zombies did they clear the zombies from the stairway up to that floor. You opened the door to Chen Yao's apartment, then ordered White Bones. You, White Bones, immediately go upstairs, clear up the zombies you meet on each floor. Receiving Yu's order, White Bones dragging his large axe, quickly ran upstairs, started clearing the zombies inside the building. You then walked into the room, sat down on the sofa, breathing a big sigh, began to have a rest. Today, fighting all the way, his body was very exhausted. If he was not strong-willed, he wouldn't have been able to hold on. At this time his stamina has been reduced to 4 points, having sat down, he did not want to get up. One after another, Chen Yao group quickly moved the supplies from the bus into the room. After Chen Yao group entered, you just looked at them, without any movement, he was too exhausted, and couldn't care about being a gentleman. Soon under the effort of the group of 6 people carrying, the apartment quickly filled with a variety of supplies. They continue moving the supplies till dark. Soon the 7 finish moving all the supplies to the apartment. After closing the door, all of them were really relieved. I will go search the building. With his stamina back up to 7 points, Yu stood up from the sofa, looked at Ji Qing-Wu and said. Ji Qing-Wu, you be careful. Ji Qing-Wu said to Yu, she was also very tired, in need of a good rest. Wang Fong, be careful. Wang Fong also said. Yu nodded, quickly walked out. Yu got up and left the room. There are no life coin. Why is this? Is it after a while, something that did not belong in this world will disappear? Yu went up the stairs. Along the way there were zombie corpses everywhere, but there were no black life coin near their body. This made him frown. Hesitating a bit, Yu took out a life coin and threw it on the ground and stared at it. After 20 minutes, the black life coin turned into black smoke and disappeared in the air. Yu puckered his eyebrows, thinking. Sure enough, items that does not exist in this world, if it leaves the body of the owner will disappear in 20 minutes. Yu inspected the area going up, only seeing the corpses of the zombie everywhere. All the bodies he saw were killed white bones. This building have 8 floors. Yu's inspection did not find any zombies left. All the zombies have been killed by white bones. White bones, because of all the fighting, had advanced to level 8, it was now 70% stronger than an average human. On the 8th floor, Yu went straight to the door of an apartment. Is there anyone inside? If you are, please tell me, I will leave immediately. If you do not answer, I will use force to break in. There was no movement inside. White bones, do it. Yu ordered White Bones. White Bones, with his axe as big as a human head, strike at the door, cutting a deep hole, wood chip flying out. Several more axe strike and the door was quickly chopped up. The door just opened. Out of the room, a torn and bitten-faced little zombie girl, a middle-aged male zombie, and a female zombie staggered toward Yu and White Bones. Attack them. Yu shouted, with a sword slash, beheaded the middle-aged male zombie, sending his head flying. White Bones with a vicious hit, as if like a tank, hitting the little girl zombie and female zombie, knocking the 2 zombies to the ground. Yu came over, with a slash cut of the little girl zombie head. Hold her. White Bones was about to kill the female zombie when he got Yu's order. It could only use its bony hand to hold the female zombie. Yu slashed down, cutting off the zombie head. Right after the zombie head was cut off, a white treasure box dropped out. Yu's eyes brightly lit up, quickly picked it up and opened it. A white light flashing, a rune-engraved white leather gloves appear in front of him. Level 1 white leather gloves. After equip +2 power. Can withstand attack from monster below level 5, durability 10/10. Yu quickly wore the white leather gloves. He soon felt a warmth flowing through his body. His power has been increased. Yu searched the room for a bit, did not find any zombies, walked towards another apartment. The room was heavily damaged by Yu, with the zombies beheaded. Is anyone inside? Please tell me and I will leave immediately. If you do not respond, then I will break in. Man, there is. Don't break my door. Please leave immediately. On the 3rd floor of the building, he heard a man's voice. Yu without hesitation, immediately walked out toward the lower floor. The 8-story building, each floor has 4 apartments. Yu found that there were 6 families that were still alive, but everyone was wary of him. He just spoke to them and was immediately driven away. The world have transformed today. Home is the only safe place. Everyone toward strangers has a great deal of caution. You destroy all the apartment that did not have people and cleaned it up, and was able to advance to level 7. System message, you have been promoted to level 7, please assign the 2 stats points. When you killed all the zombies on the 6th floor, a voice rang out in his head. Yu hesitated a bit before making his choice. Assign 1 point to stamina, 1 point to agility. After killing all the zombies in the building, Yu dragged his exhausted body back to Qinyao apartment. Qinyao, you are back. Seeing Yu return, the girls immediately smiled with joy. They were worried that he would die in the mouth of the zombies, even more worried that he would be gone for good. Qinyao, I prepared dinner for you. Qinyao took a big, steaming bowl of noodles topped with meat and ham toward Yu, smiled and handed the bowl to Yu. The smell of the food drifted to his nose. The bowl filled with meat and ham, the smell drifting to his nose when his stomach growled loudly. The food was too enticing. Is this tap water? Yu took the bowl of instant noodles, controlling his greedy hunger, looked at Qinyao and asked. Chen Yao understood Yu's concerns, quickly replied. Chen Yao, no. It's cleaned water. Yu took the bowl of instant noodles and began to eat with eager, he was really hungry. The instant noodles he used to eat was simply not as delicious. Wang Fong looked at Yu, with regret was thinking. Wang Fong, why didn't I think of that? If I only done this for him, wouldn't his affection increase for me? Yu, Ji Qin Wu, you want to let those 3 guys into the group? After dinner, Yu rested a bit, eyed the trio and then said to Ji Qin Wu. The 4 girls is already cumbersome, if coupled with the 3 incompetent guys, even if Ji Qin Wu is very tough, with exquisite swordsmanship, it is impossible to protect them well. You did not want to protect the trio that only know how to complain, and not willing to contribute. He still has a lot to do. At this time the trio tensed up, staring at Ji Qin Wu. In this world, without strong people protecting them it is impossible to survive. Ji Qin Wu is silently thinking. Chen Gang said to Ji Qin Wu very seriously. Chen Gang, Ji Qin Wu, now look at this world, shouldn't we help each other and together to survive? Please let us stay, and we will protect you. Ji Qin Wu has not responded, but ask you, why did you want to clear up all the zombies in the apartments? In the room, the other's gaze turned to you. You slowly said, I believe that these zombies will evolve. Currently they are only level 1, but I think they will not always stay like this. If they continue to evolve, they will become more dangerous. If those zombies are only this at this level, so long as humans have a firm footing, they could easily completely destroy the zombies, and once more re-establish order. Sun Yu, looking a bit pale, retorted, no way. In the TV shows, zombies are not like this. How can they evolve? Sun Yu can see the world it is today. The streets are full of zombies, not even a shadow of the living. If those zombies evolve, then it would be difficult to destroy the zombies, and restore order. Yu glimpsed at Sun Yu, lightly said, I have only stated my speculation, not necessarily the truth. Chen Yao interrupted, worryingly asked, do you have to leave? The girls looked at Yu. They have seen Yu's strength, without his protection, their future is bleak. Even though there are a lot of supplies in the apartment, however, these supplies will one day run out. If you left, they will not know what their future will be like. You look at Chen Yao, earnestly said, I have to find my best friend. After finding my best friend, I want to go home for a bit. We can only stay together for a couple days. The girls in Chen Yao's dorm were quite beautiful, especially Chen Yao and Ji Qin Wu, they were the most beautiful at the school. For you, however, his best friend and his parents are the most important people, he cannot just stay here and protect these girls. Hearing what you said, beside Ji Qin Wu, the girl's eyes were dark, filled with a layer of haze. At the same time, Wang Shuang, who has been silent, suddenly said, let me come with you. I want to follow you, whether it is to find your best friend or to go to your home. Maybe you need a person to drive. I can also do all kind of heavy physical work, the non-combat heavy physical work you can just give to me. You stare at Wang Shuang, asked, are you sure you want to follow me? My family lives in the southern city Nanning. From here is not close, I do not know what kind of danger we will encounter. As I said, if I guess correctly, those zombies should be evolving, above all do not know what kind of danger lurks. Those girls that were going to leave with you fell into silence, Nanning City is too far from here. What the world have become, no one know. They are not prepared to go through these danger. Wang Shuang confidently said, I decided to go with you. Good. You nodded in agreement, allowing Wang Shuang to join his team. You also need someone to help drive the vehicles, carrying supplies, so that he is freed from the logistics and can concentrate on fighting. Wang Shuang and me. Are you going to let both of them follow you too? You pointed at Chen Gang and Sun Yu, while asking Ji Qin Wu. Ji Qin Wu glanced at the duo Chen Gang and Sun Yu, with that alluring voice emphatically said. Chen Gang and Sun Yu, you two are now safe. Would you take your supplies and leave? One more person, demands for supplies will be more pressure for others. Also the girls here are beautiful, the world have started to collapse, law and order no longer applies, Ji Qin Wu was not sure if these boys are not perverted. Sun Yu face paled, loudly shouted, why are you guys like this? My father is in charge of Jiangnan district. Everyone raised their eyebrows, for this spoiled Sun Yu frowned even more. Wang Fong contemptuously smiled, sarcastically said, what about your father, tell him to send someone to save you. Come on Sun Yu. Chen Gang shook his head, pulling Sun Yu, picked up 2 big bags of supplies, and walked outside. He did not want to stay here and be humiliated. Reading Yu's intent, White Bones took a step toward Sun Yu. "Wait for me." Sun Yu, seeing White Bones wielding his axe, was frightened, immediately picked 2 big bags of supplies and ran out. When Qinggang and Sun Yu just left, Kai Xiao stepped forward and shut the door tightly. "Where am I sleeping tonight?" Yu asked Chen Yao as the door was tightly shut. "Follow me." Chen Yao looked at Yu and smiled sweetly, took him into the master bedroom. Upon entering this master bedroom, one filled with faint fragrance, 6 or 7 stuffed animals on the bed, neat and clean, the room full of femininity appeared before Yu's eyes. Chen Yao's eyes flashed with coyness, looking at Yu said, "This is your bedroom." This was Chen Yao's bedroom. This was the first time that she brought a boy into her room. "White Bones, stay alert, don't let anyone enter the room." Yu issued a command, then lie on the big bed, and immediately fall asleep. Today he was too exhausted. Chen Yao saw that Yu did not even take off his clothes and lay on her clean white bed. She felt slightly upset, but seeing White Bones coming over with his axe, she immediately left the room. With the existence of the special skeleton, in this room, beside Ji Qing Wu, everyone was afraid. At 7 o'clock the next morning, Yu lying on the bed opened his eyes. He always wake up every day at 7 to exercise and to go to class. Sleep really is the most effective way to recover. Yu opened his eyes, and saw that his stamina has been completely restored. Yu opened the bedroom door, and stepped into the living room. Above the couch in the living room, Wang Xuan was lying there fast asleep. "Get up. I have something to say." Yu immediately went to the other 2 rooms, knocking at the door while saying out loud. Under the urging of Yu, beside Ji Qing Wu, the 4 girls took about 10 minutes before coming out, gathering together in the living room. Yu staring at Ji Qing Wu with a deep voice said, "Ji Qing Wu, we are safe here for the time being. In accordance with the agreement between us, could you come with me to find my best friend today?" Ji Qing Wu lightly said, "Yes." Yu also said, "How about you guys? Are you going to stay here or go and fight with me? We must make it clear in advance, today's fighting will be more intense than yesterday." Other than Wang Shuang, the other girls were silent. Fighting zombies with just a scratch will be infected and becomes one. Even men don't have the courage to fight, not to mention girls. At the same time, Chen Yao's eyes flashed with a firm decision, "I will fight with you. I also want to get stronger." Chen Yao, like ordinary girls, is also afraid to fight zombies, but it was very clear to her, in this world the most capable person is relying on oneself. Even as there is a strong desire to depend on someone, must still show their worth. Wang Fang blinking several times then said, "I will stay here to take care of Zhang Xian. She is still not well, still needs someone to look after her. Even if I went, I would just be a nuisance." Hesitating a bit, Kai Xiao also said, "I will also stay here and take care of Zhang Xian." Yu then said, "Good. You have to shut the door, except us, absolutely cannot let anyone in." Finished talking, Yu then strode out of the room. Ji Qing Wu, Chen Yao, and Wang Shuang followed behind Yu and went out. Accompanied by a loud sound of the engine, Chen Yao drove the school bus outside. On the streets, the zombies is wandering everywhere, as a school bus is rushing through. Those zombies immediately staggered toward the school bus. As the zombies got near, if like a tank, the school bus hit the zombies and sent them flying. Chen Yao while driving, to Yu said, "Yu, there is only half a tank of gas left." Yu asked, "Is enough left to reach Zhonghai University then to the gas station in Jiangnan?" Chen Yao confidently estimate, "There is no problem." Yu quickly said, "Then go to Zhonghai University first." Chen Yao nodded and then drove the school bus toward Zhonghai University. Unlike Yunhua University, Zhonghai University is a first-rate school in the nation, has turned out quite a few celebrities, is among the most famous universities. Zhonghai University is also extremely bustling, no matter what time it is, there are people coming and going in. So the number of zombies is several times as much than in other regions. Chen Yao drove to this area, seeing numerous zombie swarm, the school bus is soon surrounded. Upon hear the school bus engine, the zombies staggered over. Chen Yao gritted her teeth, and drove through the zombies. Those zombies one after another was run over. With a continuous stream of impacts. If it was an ordinary car, at this time it would have been blocked by the zombies and swallowed by the swarm. Hitting countless number of zombies, the school bus finally arrived at Zhonghai University. Ji Qing Wu looked up at Yu asked, "Where is your best friend?" The campus is so huge, do you know where he is? You quickly replied, the library, swimming pool, the boys' dormitory, the gym, and supermarket. If he is still alive, it should be in those 5 places. Wang Shuang curiously asked, what is your best friend's name? This is Zhonghai University, compared to Yunhua University has a lot more zombies. This place, even if it is you, entering it is a great deal of risk. Wang Shuang is envious of you's best friend, having a friend like you that would risk his life to save him. You with a chuckle, his name is Qi Yang, is one of my best buddies. Between the conversation, Chen Yao have driven to the small supermarket in Zhonghai University. You guys stay here. I will go take a look. You said then quickly with white bones rushed off. Around the small supermarket was more than 10 zombies. They quickly head over and surround the duo. You looked at the 10+ zombies, then together with white bones charged towards them. At this time you was no longer like an ordinary boy that was full of fear when faced with the zombies in the dormitory. After continuous fighting and strengthening, Yu's strength has greatly increased. Yu and white bones rushed into the group of zombies, immediately decapitates the zombies like they were blades of grass, easily clearing the zombies that got in their way. At this moment elegant black hair flashed by Yu's side, it was Ji Qingwu rushing into the group of zombies and began fighting. The trio working together, quickly finished off the group of zombies. Yu looking at Ji Qingwu said, thank you. You're welcome. Leave this place to me, you go take a look. Ji Qingwu said, then rushed towards the zombies on the side. Chen Yao driving the school bus have ran over a large number of zombies, but still a large number of zombies were heading towards the school bus. Ji Qingwu must cleared up the zombies around the school bus, otherwise they will be surrounded. You came to the small supermarket and loudly yelled, is somebody in there? Someone say something. From the supermarket, there came a surprise sound, there are people here. You are here to save us. You yelled in a loud voice, Qi Yang, are you there? I am Yu Zhong. You shouted twice in succession, but inside the supermarket there was no reply. The supermarket's door soon opened, 4 men and 3 women came out from inside. One guy wearing glasses, who appeared to be gentle asked you are here to save us right? You glanced at the 4 men and 3 women, said, sorry to disappoint you, I'm here to find my friend Qi Yang. If you want to get out of her, I can take you. But after getting out of here, you all have to depend on yourself in the future. There are zombies outside, you stay here and there are water and supplies to support you. But get out of here, just a question of food will make you crazy. You in order to live in this apocalyptic world have encountered many difficulty, if he brought these people with him, just worrying about their food issues will make it difficult for him already, don't even mention trying to get stronger. After listening to Yu's cruel words, the 7 people were dazed and confused. But suddenly a girl with short hair said, I know where Qi Yang is. I can tell you, but you have to take me with you. You glanced at the girl with short hair said, what's your name? My name is Chen Qing. The short-haired girl quickly replied. You told her, okay. I will take you with me. Where is Qi Yang? Chen Qing then said, he is at the girls' dormitory. When the world changed, he protected Wang Qian and Zhang Xian to retreat to the dormitory. Good, you will go with me. You hearing the information quickly walked out the door. Chen Qing quickly followed behind you. Hesitating for a bit, the guy with glasses and the rest did not follow you. You have made it clear that he cannot always protect them, they also did not want to leave the small supermarket. You and Chen Qing just left the small supermarket immediately frowned, he saw Ji Qingwu fighting with 8 zombies. Among the 8 zombies there was one that was 2 meters tall and massive, with speed comparable to the average person, did not feel like the slow zombies. Power evolved infected being L1 level 10. With greater power and steel-like skin. Skill viral infection, the infection can turn life forms into infected being. You frowned, not good. Shouted loudly to Ji Qingwu, be careful. That guy is a level 10 power type monster. Ji Qingwu with the novice staff strike at the zombie's head like the quick strike of a snake, causing those zombies' head to be twisted to the side. Then quickly rushed toward the L1 zombie, striking at the L1 zombie neck. This strike normally would break the neck of the average zombie, but when it struck the neck of the L1 zombie, its head just shook a bit. That massive L1 zombie opened his giant hand and chopped at Ji Qingwu. The distance between the L1 zombie and Ji Qingwu was too close, even with Ji Qingwu agility and speed would be unable to avoid. Seeing Qi Wu's certain death, when she suddenly between the short distance, explode twice as fast and leapt backward, evading the zombie killing blow. I reckon this is Qi Wu's skill. You thought, then rushed toward the L1 zombie. After evading that killing blow by the zombie, Qi Wu maintained her crazy speed while continuing to strike the zombie in the head. The L1 zombie defense is far beyond Qi Wu imagination, its head had been smashed dozens of by Qi Wu but still without any damage. But waving its claw around, it still could not catch Qi Wu. White bones like an arrow shot towards the zombie, holding the axe it strike the L1 zombie like a cyclone. The zombie hold up its right arm to block. White bone's power is far greater than Qi Wu, and his axe was extremely sharp. The L1 zombie right arm was cut off by White Bone's strike. White Bones then swing at the zombie's neck, embedding his axe in it, but could not cut it off. The L1 zombie vital point has been damaged, and immediately began to rage, taking a step forward, threw a punch at the right arm of White Bones. The fist knocked the axe-wielding right arm of White Bones. Such great power. Seeing the scene made you tremble. After passing through the continuous strengthening, White Bones is physically very strong. The zombie with just one punch broke off White Bones' arm, which is extremely terrifying. If the punch was thrown at a human body, it would immediately kill them. Wrap him up. You order White Bones. White Bones rushed forward, with its left hand grabbing the axe. Without a weapon, even White Bones is no match for the L1 zombie. The zombie punched White Bones' left arm. At this time, Qi Wu from the side rushed forward, striking the head of the L1 zombie. The blow causing the zombie body to be slightly crooked, causing the punch to miss. You took the opportunity to charge forward, holding his sword high, severely slashing the top of the zombie neck. Accompanied by a sound like two metal striking each other, under that tang sword slash, the L1 zombie was beheaded. The L1 head fell to the ground, and immediately a big ball of light from the zombie's body flew into you. You have been promoted to level 8, please assign the 2 stats points. The light entering Yu's body, when the message sounded in his head. Assign 1 point to stamina, 1 point to agility. You ordered. Stamina allow you to be able to fight longer, while agility can improve his reaction time, and overall speed. If there are power-type zombies then there must be speed-type zombies. You need to be faster in order to cope with the evolved zombies in the future. After being promoted to the next level, you looked at the L1 zombie's body. Close to the L1 zombie's body was a skill book and a bronze treasure box, 2 white treasure boxes, and a black life coin with a value of 100. You quickly picked up the skill book near the body. Level 1 skill, overwhelming power. After using this ability, within 30 seconds, plus 10 power. Using this skill will consume 5 stamina points. Cool down time, none. You quickly grabbed all the items into his abdomen, then quickly rushed to the school bus. Qi Wu, White Bones, and Chen also immediately follow behind him, onto the school bus. You looked at Chen and said, Chen, go to the passenger seat and show Chen Yao the way. Chen went to the passenger seat and showed Chen Yao the way. At this time Qi Wu walked to Yu's side and asked, what kind of skill book is it? You throw the skill book to Qi Wu and then ask, overwhelming power. Do you need it? In the earlier battle, Qi Wu also helped to fight the L1 zombie, you didn't want to be greedy and not distribute the loots. Qi Wu looked at the skill book then threw it back to you, I need a good sword. This skill is not suitable for me. The skill overwhelming power consumed too much stamina, for Qi Wu is too much of a burden. Using this skill, she might as well get a good sword. Earlier Qi Wu could not damage the L1 zombie cause her weapon was too crappy. You did not demur, immediately open the bronze treasure box. This is the first time he had seen a bronze treasure box. Opening the bronze treasure box, a bronze color light flashed, a white protective garment appeared in front of you. 2nd degree protective garment, all stats plus 5. Able to withstand small caliber bullets and infections under level 20 times. Durability 20/20ths. You seeing the 2nd degree protective garment attributes, eyes lit up, immediately said, I want this piece of equipment. 1. The skill is actually power enhancement, but that sounds so boring so I changed it to overwhelming power instead. Okay. Qi Wu glanced at the 2nd degree protective garment, with no objection. The main effort to kill the L1 zombie was you and White Bones, also Qi Wu did not want to clash with you over the 2nd degree protective garment. You opened a white treasure box, a white light flashed, the white treasure box soon disappear leaving nothing behind. This treasure box actually have nothing? You frowned, and quietly thought. You did not hesitate to open another white treasure box, a light flashing, an imitation Tang sword appeared in front of him. Ji Qingwu saw the imitation Tang sword, her eyes flashed with a hint of desire, took the sword in hand, loving the sword and not letting it go. This imitation Tang sword, I want it. Ji Qingwu has long envied the imitation Tang sword in Yu's hand. If she had the right weapon, she would not have been that helpless against the L1 zombie. Good. You had no objection. Ji Qingwu with that exquisite swordsmanship, an imitation Tang sword in hand, will increase her battle potential at least doubled. Ji Qingwu caressed the hand of the sword, seized the life coins but did not look at the survival skills book 1. I just ant this imitation Tang sword, others are owned by you. Okay. You put his items into the backpack, and promptly switched to the second-degree protective garment. We are here. The school bus stopped at the girls' dormitory, Chen Yao shouted. Let's go. You without any hesitation, and with white bones rushed out of the open door. You just got off, in front of the dormitory was over 20 zombies heading their way. White Bones led the way, holding the axe like a whirlwind rushed into the group of zombies, axe flying, a zombie head flew high, none of the zombies were a match for White Bones. After you put on the second-degree protective garment, his stats are comparable to White Bones, he also immediately rushed into the fray of zombies. Joining the fray, you was sprinting like a ghost in the midst of zombie swarm, with a wave of his hand, cut off a zombie head. So amazing. He is so much stronger than yesterday. Inside the school bus, Chen Yao watched you, full of surprised thoughts. When will I be able to become as strong as him? Wang Shuang see one man one skeleton fighting amidst the group of zombies, seeing you beheaded a zombie, his eyes full of envy. Ji Qingwu soon joined the fray, the more than 20 zombies that occupied the front of the girls' dormitory was soon annihilated by the trio. Qi Yang, where are you? I am Yu Zhong. Slaying all the zombies in front of the girls' dormitory, Yu loudly shouted. Inside dorm 206 of the girls' dormitory, a tall and very handsome-looking guy heard Yu's word, his eyes lit up, briskly rushed towards the window and loudly shouted, Yu, I am in dorm 206. Ji Qingwu, I leave this place to you. Yu saying the sentence, then rushed into the girls' dormitory with White Bones. The sound from the school bus was very loud, the surrounding zombies were attracted to it. If no one stayed to protect the bus, it would soon be surrounded by zombies. After leaving Ji Qingwu, Yu and White Bones quickly rushed towards the stairs. Killing 6 zombies that blocked their way, Yu and White Bones rushed up the stairs to the second floor. Just at this moment, a diminutive, blue-gray skinned zombie like a ghost rushed toward you, a claw aiming for his body. You use all his power to jump back, then rolling down the stairs. So fast. You quickly stood up, filled with horror. The zombie's speed was much faster compared to him before he put on the second-degree protective garment. The zombie's speed is too fast, if he did not wear the second-degree protective garment, he wouldn't be able to react in time. Power evolved infected being S1 level 10. It has frightening speed. Skill viral infection, the infection can turn life forms into infected being. A strike that force you to retreat, the ghost-like S1 zombie soon entangled with White Bones. The S1 zombie is very fast, a claw gripping White Bones' body, removed a piece of bone from White Bones' body. The body of White Bones is made from bones, with no armor covering the body, the bones can be easily removed. White Bones' left hand swinging the axe, but it did not cut that extremely fast S1 zombie. You quickly shot toward the zombie like a fast arrow. After several steps you was standing in front of the S1 zombie, a sword with a cold light slashing toward the zombie. The S1 moved its body slightly to the right, evaded you killing strike, then swung a vicious claw toward you. A light flashing in your eyes, ruthlessly kicked the zombie in the body, sending the zombie flying a few yards away. White Bones took the opportunity and stepped forward, an axe swinging toward the zombie. The S1 zombie as if a monkey, quickly twisted its body, evading the strike from White Bones. You took the opportunity to cut the S1 zombie. The zombie was in mid-air, unable to dodge, Yu's sword cut off the zombie's head, foul blood splattering everywhere. After decapitating the zombie, Yu was out of breath. If he did not have the protection from the second-degree protective garment, when fighting the S1 zombie he would have gotten infected. After killing the S1 zombie, a white ball of light flew from the zombie body into Yu's body. While on the ground a skill book and 2 treasure chests dropped. You have been promoted to level 9, please assign the 2 stats points. After the while ball of light went into his body, that sweet message sounded in his head. Distribute 1 point to agility, 1 point to stamina. You quickly distributed. Level 2 skill book, Shadow Steps. After activating Shadow Steps, within 30 seconds, agility plus 30. Using this skill will consume 15 stamina points. Cool down time, none. You without any hesitation, this skill is very suitable for me. With this thought in his mind, the skill book soon turned into black light and entered his body. The black light condensed in his body becoming like lingering smoke that resemble a rune. You put the remaining 2 white treasure box into his backpack, continue to rush up to the 2nd floor. Zhonghai University is a first-rate university, the students' dorms are the standard 4 rooms. Each floor with 10 dorms. The number of zombies on each floor is not many, and soon was cleared up by you and White Bones. Qi Yang, I'm here, open the door. You after killing the zombies, went to the dorm 206 and shouted inside. 1. The Chinese character say power when describing the zombie, maybe a typo from the author. I'm not sure since it's an agility-based zombie lol. Soon, the dormitory's door opened wide, Qi Yang holding the novice staff quickly walked out. You're still alive. You watched Qi Yang, a slight smile on his face, took a step forward and punched Qi Yang in the shoulder. Qi Yang, with a handsome face and trace of a smile, looked at you. You buddy, thank you very much. It's you Zhong. Long time no see, I'm Zhang Xian, do you remember me? Just then from inside the dormitory, a pretty girl with long black hair and oval face walked out. With laughter towards you. You looked at Zhang Xian, softly said, Zhang Xian, hello. Qi Yang is handsome, very studious, is also very athletic, was pursued by many girls in high school. According to Yu's knowledge, Qi Yang once had 10 girls confess to him, and 2 girls pursuing him went from Leijiang City to the university. Zhang Xian was one of those 2 girls. Even after entering college, Qi Yang's popularity with girls did not decrease. But being friends with Qi Yang, he knows that Qi Yang did not like any girls at his side. Soon from the dormitory 5 girls came out. Let's go. This is no place to talk. You said this, then immediately rushed downstairs. Qi Yang took up the rear guard to protect the 6 girls. You and White Bones quickly rushed downstairs and saw in front of the school bus, was Ji Qingwu struggling to kill all the zombies that attempted to get close to the school bus. More than 10 zombies was killed by her imitation Tang sword. But more zombies were coming over, giving people a sense of hopelessness. With the advancing zombies, under pressure, Ji Qingwu killed the zombies while constantly retreating, trying to buy time. You seeing this, together with White Bones, rushed forward to kill the zombies that were approaching, temporarily stopping the advancing zombies. Qi Yang along with the 6 girls quickly rushed into the school bus. We are good. You. After everyone got on the school bus, Qi Yang immediately shouted toward you. Retreat. You looked over at Ji Qingwu and said. Then along with White Bones quickly rushed toward the school bus. Ji Qingwu conveniently decapitate another zombie, then immediately rushed to the school bus. Chen Yao quickly start the school bus and accelerated out the campus. On the street, the school bus continuously running over the zombies, sending some of them flying, causing the school bus to constantly shakes. Where are we going? Sitting in the driver's seat, Chen Yao stared ahead and asked you. You quickly replied, go to the Lake District's gas station. You looked over at Qi Yang and asked, Qi Yang, what level are you? The eyes of perception can discern information of monsters up to 5 levels higher, but cannot see human information. Qi Yang immediately replied, level 4. You took out the level 1 skill book Overwhelming Power and threw it to Qi Yang, take a look at the skill book and see if you can use it or not. Qi took the skill book and glanced at it, then threw it back to you, not suitable for me. You took the 1st degree protective garment and threw it to Qi Yang, put on this protective garment. Items that dropped from the zombies are adaptable, it can automatically transform to suit the wearer's body. Qi Yang quickly put on the 1st degree protective garment that previously worn by you, his increase in power was not small. At the time that Qi Yang was putting on the protective garment, you quickly open up the 2 white treasure box. One of the box released a white light and then disappeared. Out of the other box came a silver shield. 1st degree white shield, able to withstand the attack of monsters level 15 and below. Power +1. Durability 20/20. You grabbed the shield and waved it around a couple times, finding that it was not heavy, weighing only a few pounds, is a defensive weapon. Qi Yang, take this shield. Yu threw the shield to Qi Yang. You have the second-degree protective garment, so he did not need the shield. Qi Yang accepted the shield, did not say anything. He is not a man of many words, but he is Yu's most trusted best friend. When they were young, Qi Yang and Yu holding iron bars once fought with 8 well-known hoodlums. That experience is the most dangerous fighting of their life. If the cops did not arrive quickly, they would have been dead. Yu took a look at the 6 girls, and asked Qi Yang in a low voice, "Is one of them your girlfriend?" Yu asked Qi Yang softly, but the 6 girls that accompanied Qi Yang pricked up their ear to listen. Of the 6 girls, the face of Zhang Xian and Wang Qian were most pretty and graceful. The 2 of them were the ones pursuing Qi Yang. Qi Yang firmly said, "No." If he didn't like, then he didn't like, he was never ambiguous. Hearing what Qi Yang said, the 6 girls' eyes were gloomy. The school bus speeding forward, hitting countless zombies, soon arrived at the Lake District gas station. At this moment in the gas station, there were no other vehicles, only a few zombies wandering around. Yu and his party quickly got off the school bus, and cleared the zombies around the gas station. After putting on the protective garment, Qi Yang holding his novice staff on one hand, and the shield on the other hand, very calm and careful, started killing the zombies. After filling up, Yu and his party quickly got back on the bus. Where are we going next? Chen Yao, after starting the school bus, running over some zombies, asked Yu. Yu quickly replied. Jinhu Road. Garden District. The school bus ran over countless zombies, finally arrived at Jinhu Road. Jinhu Road is an extremely busy road, with a lot of zombies now occupying it. The school bus just entered Jinhu Road, when countless zombies quickly poured over. Whenever there was a collision, the zombies were sent flying, but in that group of zombies, there were 3 zombies that suddenly leapt on top of the school bus. S1 zombie, this place have 3 S1 zombies. Yu was shaken up, and loudly shouted, "Everyone be careful." Yu just having said this, with a huge bang, in an instant 3 school bus windows were shattered, 3 cyan figure leapt in the window. Shadow steps, activate. In that moment that the window shattered, Yu's eyes flashed with a light, activated the shadow step skill, pressed down on his feet, a ghost-like zombie head appeared before Yu, with 1/ cut off the head of the S1 zombie. The 2 other S1 zombies also enter through the broken windows, one zombie lunging towards Chen Yao, while the other zombie heading directly towards the group of girls. Ji Qianwu, who had been sitting beside Chen Yao when the S1 zombies broke through the windows, had activated her skill high speed. Then, a sword slash with a mysterious trajectory cut into the S1 zombie's body, completely cutting it into 2, causing foul blood to be splattered. The last S1 zombie jumped into the group of girls, immediately causing a huge panic. The 6 girls were wailing and trying to escape to the surrounding area. The S1 zombie opened its hand and caught a petite girl, then opened its mouth and bit the girl in the neck. Ah! Save me! Help me! The girl's eyes were filled with fear, sending out a shrill, screaming sound. The rest of the girls, upon seeing the S1 zombie, all fled and hid and had now let out screams of fear. The S1 zombie, after biting the girl it caught, moved like lightning, pouncing towards a cute, small girl with a round face. Help me! Help me! The round-faced girl, now screaming in fear, frantically tried to escape the cramped bus. All the other girls retreated away from the round-faced girl, only Qi Yang with a calm face holding the novice staff was ready to take on the S1 zombie. The S1 zombie, seeing Qi Yang charging forward, released the round-faced girl. The zombie pounced at Qi Yang as if it were a cheetah, with a claw swiping at Qi Yang's head. The S1 zombie's speed was too fast, Qi Yang's level was too low, it was impossible to avoid the attack of the S1 zombie. His eyes flashed with a cold light, he swung the novice staff, smashing it against the zombie's body. Seeing that Qi Yang would be caught, a shadow flashed by, a sword filled with a cold light slashed at the zombie's head. One slash, decapitating the head and sending it flying with blood, splattering. Yu Zhong with a kick, sent the zombie's body flying a few meters away, smashing against the bus wall. Just after killing the 3 S1 zombies, the school bus had crashed into a nearby clothing shop. Along with the numerous sounds of shattered glass, the entire school bus rocked and then came to a stop. When the S1 zombie rushed towards Chen Yao, she was frightened and panicked, so she could not control the school bus. Everyone on the school bus lost their balance because of the collision, with 3 girls hitting the seats and knocking out. Yu Zhong with a roar, shouted, quickly drive. Chen Yao. Countless zombies were surrounding the school bus. If they were completely surrounded, then they all would die without a grave. Chen Yao was also aware of the danger, suppressing the discomfort after the impact, immediately reversed out from the clothing store and accelerated towards the garden district. Yu Zhong then quickly pulls out a rope from his backpack, then ties up the girl that was bitten by the S1 zombie. The girl cried out in fear, "Yu Zhong, what are you doing? Why did you tie me up? I am hurt, you need to save me." The people that were not knocked out were looking at the girl's neck with pity in their eyes. Yu Zhong watched the girl and slowly said, "All those bitten by the zombies will be infected and become zombies. You only have 20 minutes left. Those infected cannot be cured, this is the most brutal fact when fighting against zombies. If caught by a zombie, even just a scratch can turn you into a zombie. This was why people feared fighting against zombies. Immediately executing an infected person, this is the most sensible approach. But the world just changed, Yu Zhong could not immediately kill a person who did not turn into a zombie yet. The girl, hearing what Yu Zhong said, pleaded with a loud cry, "Help me. Please, help me. I don't want to die." Seeing the girl cried out in a loud voice, the rest of the girl were fearful and sympathetic, but no one dared to go near her. Yu slowly said to the girl, "I'm sorry, I'm not able to help you. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Know that she will die 20 minutes later, cause her to have a mental breakdown." She loudly wailed, her mouth just muttering the phrase. Yu Zhong turned and walked towards the bodies of the 3S1 zombies. The 3S1 zombies only dropped a skill book, 7 treasure boxes and 3 survival coins worth 50. Level 1 skill book, minor injury healing. Using this skill can cure the patients who suffered minor injuries. Each usage will consume 4 MP. Yu Zhong took the minor injury healing skill book, then hesitated a bit. This skill book is a healing skill. Currently the hospitals are deserted, even a minor injuries can claim a person's life. Having this healing skill, he can deal with more emergencies. But then he will be missing a powerful fighting skill. Yu Zhong with a slight smile tossed the skill book to Ji Qingwu. "Ji Qingwu, do you want this skill book?" Ji Qingwu took a look at the skill book, then tossed it back to you, "Don't need it." The other people are watching Yu Zhong with hope in their eyes. They already know that a skill book represents a kind of ability. The world has changed, but one thing has not changed, the people with abilities can live better, while those without abilities cannot even afford to protect their own lives. Under the stares of the others, Yu Zhong put the skill book in his backpack. Each skill book is extremely rare, he will only give the skill books to people who he believes can become his teammate. Yu Zhong then began to open the white treasure boxes. White lights flashing, 5 of the treasure boxes were empty, the last 2 treasure boxes dropped 2 pairs of first-degree enhanced footwear, agility +3. The 2 pairs of enhanced footwear were given to Qi Yang and Ji Qingwu. The school bus soon arrived at the garden district. Even though there were many people in the building, the majority of them were in their office, there were not many zombies outside. "Qi Yang, Ji Qingwu. I'll leave these zombies to you guys." After saying this, Yu quickly rushed towards the stairs. Qi Yang and Ji Qingwu, the duo escorted the girl that was bitten off the school bus, and started killing the zombies roaming around the building. Yu Zhong and White Bones arrived at a floor in the building, then killed 7 zombies blocking their way while heading towards room 604 in the building. Yu Zhong constantly knocked on the door of room 604 and loudly yelled, "Lu Wen. Are you alive?" "It's Yu Zhong. I'm alive. Big brother Yu, don't leave." Soon from inside room 604 came the surprise cry of a girl. After a while things moved and a voice sounded inside, and then room 604 door opened wide. A girl with a ponytail, tiny chest, and full of youthful vitality was a cute girl about 15 years old. Lu Wen saw Yu, and threw herself into his arms and cried out, "Big brother Yu. I knew you would save me." Yu patted Lu Wen's shoulders and asked, "Aunt and Uncle Lu? Lu Wen is Yu tutoring student." Although usually Lu Wen is very mischievous, but the two get along well overall. Lu Wen's parents also look after Yu, and never owed wages. Thanks to a good salary of a home tutor, you can live a quiet college life, and do not need to look for other jobs. Lu Wen raised her teary face, and said, "I called their phones, but nobody answered." Lu Wen was so adorable, compared with the usual naughty little witch is completely different. When the world changed, most people have been turned into zombies. Lu Wen was hiding inside looking out the window at people being bitten by zombies. The phone calls couldn't get through, and no one picked up the calls, so she was very afraid and helpless. Now seeing you, her heart calmed down slightly. You quickly said, "You should come with me immediately. This is not a place to stay for long term. Big brother, you, wait for me. I will come immediately." Lu Wen quickly went to her room to get her backpack, put on a baseball cap, and wore her sneakers. Then ran to Yu's side. "Let's go." Yu did not say much, then with Lu Wen rushed downstairs. After rushing downstairs, the two got on the school bus, then Yu said to Chen Yao, "Now get out of here. Go back to your apartment." At this point Qi Yang and Ji Qing Wu have cleared the surrounding area and returned to the bus. Chen Yao started the school bus without saying anything, then sped away, running over countless zombies to head home. Yu, after getting on the bus, took a look inside, did not find the girl bitten by the S1 zombie. He did not know if she had already become a zombie and was killed by Qi Yang or Ji Qing Wu. The ride back was without incident, this time they smoothly returned to Chen Yao's home. Good news. Longhai City has established an enclave of survivors. The survivors nearby have gone there. Back home, immediately Wang Feng excitedly said to Yu and his party. "Very good. Very good. Now, we are saved." Listening to Wang Feng's words, the dark clouds that hung over everyone's hearts have dispersed, and their hearts are filled with joy. Yu was no exception. After the world changed, everyone's hearts was filled with confusion. Fear and anxiety lingers in all their hearts. Despite the usual complaints about the government, in such despair, hearing the official news is undoubtedly an invigoration to them. A strong institution capable of maintaining order and allowing them live a quiet and orderly life, they would not have to lead such a precarious existence. After the great news, Yu immediately asked Wang Feng, "How do you know this news?" Wang proudly took out a radio to show off, "I heard the broadcasting on the radio." The end of the occurred 2 days ago, Longhai City, which was able to make that kind of response, this mayor actually has some capability. Yu quietly thought. The Chinese government efficiency is obvious, within 2 days they are able to reassure the public and prepare the enclave for survivors. Longhai City mayor's capability was far beyond Yu's imagination. Wang Feng said to Yu, while looking forward to his reaction, "Yu, how about we go to Longhai City now?" Listening to Wang Feng's words, all eyes in the room fell on Yu. Without the help of Yu, their probability of reaching Longhai City was very small. In the room most of them wanted to immediately leave to Longhai City. Yu frowned, in a deep voice said, "No. Going to Longhai City is no problem, but I want to be prepared. Weapons, supplies, and vehicles are necessary. Without them, I'm not going to Longhai City. Anyone that want to go, can go, I will not stop." Ji Qing Wu looked at everyone, and lightly said, "Yu is right, before we are prepared, reaching Longhai City will be difficult. The school bus after several collisions, is banged up, and does not know when it would break down. With one S1 zombie you can handle. If at the same time they encountered several S1 zombies, L1 zombies, or even other special zombies, the team simply cannot resist." Wang Feng with an embarrassed laugh, "I just suggested, since you feel that it is inappropriate, then forget it." Yu took out the minor injury healing skill book and handed it to Lu Wen. Lu Wen immediately learned this skill book. "Okay." Lu Wen nodded and took the skill book. With a thought, the skill book turned into a white light and entered her body. Yu asked, "How is it?" "Good." Lu Wen nodded. Yu brought Lu Wen over to Zhang Xian and said, "You go help Zhang Xian treat her injuries." Zhang Xian rolled up her pant leg, revealing a swollen calf. Lu Wen reached out and touched Zhang Xian, then swollen calf, a white flash of light from her hands flew out into the calf of Zhang Xian. Under that white light's effect, Zhang Xian's swollen calf returned back to normal, even the naked eye can see. When the light disappeared, Lu Wen quickly went over to Yu, gave me a sweet smile and said, "Good. But I'm so tired." Yu took out a lollipop and handed it to Lu Wen, "Candy." Lu Wen took the lollipop and with a mischievous smile said, "Big brother Yu, you are like a strange uncle." Translator note, she is basically saying he resembles a pedophile, lol. In a safe place, Lu Wen had also recovered some of her personality. Yu shook his head and looked at the lively Lu Wen, the worries eased from his mind a bit. Since the end of the world, he has been under enormous pressure. Fearing the unknown, he can only choose to get stronger. Just so he can get a little sense of security. Yu walked to the front of Zhang Xian and asked, "How is the result?" Zhang Xian felt her feet, then stood up, her eyes filled with joy. Great. My injury is completely healed. You seeing Zhang Xian's joyful look, a glimmer appeared in his eyes. This ability to cure minor injuries was far beyond his expectations. The battles will be more severe in the future, what will happen nobody knows. With this skill to treat minor injuries, in the future his team will be able to get stronger. You looking at Ji Qingwu asked, Ji Qingwu, I want to go to the police station to get some weapons, are you coming? It is a collaborative relationship between you and Ji Qingwu. The two have already worked together to save Qiyang. Ji Qingwu no longer owed him anything. Although Yu has gotten a lot stronger, however, firearms are necessary weapons for him. Regardless if the enemies are zombies or people, firearms are very effective. I'm going. Ji Qingwu said, then turned and looked at Chen Yao, said, Yao Yao, you should also go. Chen Yao, inconsistent with her weak appearance, imposingly nodded, yes. Yu quickly said, Wang Shuang, Wen Wen, and Qi Yang, we are going. At the same time, Zhang Xian plucked up the courage to say, I want to go. Yu glanced at Zhang Xian, thinking for a moment, then said, you should stay here. For this operation, we cannot take you. The operation this time is to get firearms and equipments, so it must be brief. Zhang Xian has no skill, so she would only be a burden. Listening to Yu's words, Zhang Xian felt a pang of disappointment, silently returned to her seat. Yu's party quickly got on the school bus, and sped towards the police station. When the school bus traveled on the road for a while, Yu saw over a dozen weirdly dressed individuals, riding modified motorcycles, machete, and a baseball bat in hand. Their hair dyed yellow, screaming in the street. When the world changed in the late afternoon was when traffic flow at this road was little, so there aren't many zombies. On this road, you did not see any zombies. Those dozens men saw the bus, immediately drove their motorcycles after the bus. Several modified motorcycles soon rushed ahead in front of the school bus, blocking the way. Stop. I said to stop. A motorcycle rode along the side of the bus with a baseball bat and machete, while constantly banging and swearing at the sides of school bus. You seeing Chen Dao slowing the school bus down, frowned and shouted, don't stop, hit them. Hit them. Chen Yao loudly retorted, no. Someone will die. They are still alive, not zombies. I do not want to become a murderer. Saying this, Chen Yao stepped on the brakes and stopped the bus. It has only been 2 days since the end of the world. Chen Yao's ideology has not changed. She has yet to experience the cruelty of this world, nor understand, the old order has collapsed. She did not hesitate to run over the zombies, but cannot run over real-life humans. Seeing Chen Yao stopping the bus, Yu frowned. With an idea, he covered White Bones up with a large canvas. When the school bus had stopped, those motorcycles also stopped and parked next to the school bus. Then 7 young men armed with machetes came over. Boss. These 3 chicks are fine. A guy with dyed yellow hair, wearing nose rings, about 10 years old, and very rebellious-looking teenager saw Lu Wen, Ji Qingwu, and Chen Yao. In his eyes flashed a hint of lewdness. He said and licked his lips next to a man, 1.8 meter tall, fat, and armed with machetes. The guy that appeared to be the leader looked at everyone, in a deep voice said, I am the eldest of bikers, Wang Zhiguang. Put away your weapons and get out immediately, I have something to tell you. Qi Yang and Yu looked at each other, then looked at Chen Yao, both quietly put their weapons in their backpack. Yu and Qi Yang, both protecting Lu Wen, got off the bus. Chen Yao and Ji Qingwu also walked out. Getting off the school bus, over 10 gang members on motorcycles surrounded Yu's group of 6. At this moment came the roaring sound of the motorcycles. Those bikers only looked at Yu's group, while laughing. That girl is good. Looks like we will be able to have a good and pleasurable time. Damn, the office worker was no fun at all yesterday, I didn't have enough fun before she jumped. The 3 girls, which one do you prefer? That little one. Delicate skin and soft flesh are most satisfying to play with. The bikers continues to check out the 3 girls without restraint. Bringing chills to Chen Yao and Lu Wen. Lu Wen can sense the malice in the eyes of these bikers. She was afraid and hid behind you. Although she is mischievous, but she know the severity of a dozen thugs armed with machetes. Fighting thugs with weapons is not easy. Yu Zhong and Qi Yang eye each other, and just stood there quietly looking at the situation. What do you want? Yu and Qi Yang did not say anything. This kind of quiet pressure made it hard for Chen Yao to breathe, so she could not help but said out loud. A biker lewdly laughed and said, "Want you to lick Big Brother." Ha ha. Ha ha. That biker's words had hardly faded, following came a sound of unbridled laughter. Chen Yao with a flushed face loudly scolded, "Scoundrel. We are scoundrels. Wait a bit, Big Brother will let you know the benefits of Big Brother. You will see if it is or isn't." One biker laughed out loud. "Yes. Brothers will take turns to let you taste the benefits. Or with 4 people together." Ha ha ha. Those bikers continue to say obscenities to Chen Yao. Order have collapsed, there are no police to arrest them, and they can indulge in their inner darkness. You coldly stared at Chen Yao. "See, those are the people you want to protect." Chen Yao guilt by you, heart full of griefs, her eyes red, tears fell to the ground like pearl. Wang Zhiguang with lewdness flashing in his eyes, cried out in a loud voice, "You 3 girls. Now take off your clothes. Take it off. Take it off." Those biker gangs of thugs one by one, their eyes were covered in a layer of madness, cried out in a loud voice. Under the roar of the biker mob that surrounded them, Lu Wen and Chen Yao hearts are filled with fear. Lu Wen tightly gripped Yu's clothes. Since childhood, she have never seen such crazed people. "Are you going to take it off or not? If we are not happy, when we are tired of you, we will chop off your hands and feet to feed the zombies." A young guy with crimson eyes, face twisted, oppressively said. These biker gangs of thugs has taken a few lives, and in the collapse of order in the world, they have started to go wild and cruel. "Big Brother you." Lu Wen was afraid and pulled on Yu's clothes. The thugs were violent and frightened her. Yu patted Lu Wen in comfort and said, "Don't worry about it. I am here, they won't be able to lay a finger on your hair." 1. Wen is just a nickname for Lu Wen. 2. Yes, it said the kid looked like a 10 years old. "I'm sorry, Yu. I was wrong." Looking at those murderous thugs that are like wild beasts, Chen Yao with tears of remorse, apologized to Yu. Wang Zhiguang glanced at Chen Yao, frowned, then murderously shouted towards Yu, "You 3 men, throw your backpack over here. Otherwise, I chop you to death." Wang Zhiguang gave an order, and those thugs pointed their machetes and bats at Yu's group, all of a sudden a very tense situation. More than 10 men armed with machetes and baseball bats standing together, gave a heavy sense of oppression. Yu with coldness in his eyes, slowly said, "Put down your weapons now, and leave immediately. F*******. All together. Chop those 3 little F***********. Killing intent appeared in Wang Zhiguang's eyes, loudly shouted the phrase, then led the way, armed with machetes rushing towards Yu. Under the leadership of Wang Zhiguang, the rest of the thugs charged towards Yu's group like beasts with crimson eyes. "Damn you!" Yu pulled out his sword from behind, rushed forward, with a slash like a streaking meteor, strike at Wang Zhiguang's body. Yu's current agility and power was far beyond the average person. Wang Zhiguang did not have time to react, and his head was whisked into the sky, blood splashing everywhere. The headless body continued moving forward a few steps then fell to the ground. Human blood splattered on Yu's body, he had killed the first human. Time seems to stop as the thugs are watching the scene in disbelief. Wang Zhiguang was capable of being the leader of these thugs based on his fighting ability, fearlessness, and extreme ruthlessness. Even 4 or 5 zombies are no match for Wang Zhiguang, precisely because of this, that those biker thugs would serve him. They simply did not think that Wang Zhiguang would fall from one strike by Yu. After decapitating Wang Zhiguang, Yu took a step forward, and cut off the arm of 2 thugs. Flooding spraying from the separated arms. At the same time, white bones previously hidden under the canvas rushed out. With a swing of his axe, a thug's head flew off immediately. Blood splattering everywhere. Quickly escape. Seeing Yu so daring, the biker thugs fled. They are motley crowd without special training, with the leader dead, there was no point in fighting. Don't run away. All together, kill their boss for revenge. A thug with crimson eyes yelled loudly. Yu with a flash of coldness in his eyes, stepped forward and decapitated the thug with a sword slash. The blood splashing everywhere as the limp body collapsed on the ground. The thug died, and rest of the biker thugs fled, unwilling to fight Yu. Fuck. Go die. 2 thugs, loyal to Wang Zhiguang got on their motorcycles, shortly after drove towards Chen Yao and Ji Qingwu, trying to hit them. Looking at the 2 motorcycles about to hit her, Chen Yao was filled with fear. Frozen by fear, she was unable to move even an inch. Just as Chen Yao was about to get hit by a motorcycle, Ji Qing-Wu pushed Chen Yao to the side, and evaded the collision. But Qi Qing-Wu was mercilessly hit by another motorcycle, causing her to spute a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Qing-Wu. Chen Yao suddenly uttered a shrill scream, then crawled on the ground towards Ji Qing-Wu, not knowing if she is alive or dead. On the other side, following Yu's order, White Bones rushed over. Swinging his axe, cut down the motorcycle thug in half, blood and guts spilled all over the floor. Ah! The thugs who had been cut down suddenly was still alive, and as his upper body fell to the ground, let out a sad cry. Seeing the thugs getting cut in half by White Bones, the thugs no longer dared to mess with you. They all got on their motorcycles and quickly fled. While Lu Wen was watching this horrible scene, her face paled, started vomiting. Although she is known as the Little Witch, but where would she see such horrors? Killing zombies had already made her sick, but now killing people. Qi Yang looked at the bloody scene, his face is a little pale, but he is mentally strong, so was not very shaken. After routing the biker thugs, Yu now went over to Ji Qing-Wu's side. Chen Yao helplessly grabbed Yu, crying and said, "Boo, hoo. Yu, I beg you, help Qing-Wu. Please save her life. Boo hoo. It's all my fault, I caused her to be this way." Quiet. Yu frowned, and shouted. Chen Yao immediately covered her mouth, sobbing in a low voice. Yu reached over Ji Qing-Wu towards her nose and checked, then immediately said, "She is not dead. Wen, come here, use your minor injury healing on her." Lu Wen walked over with a paled face, put her two hands of Ji Qing-Wu's body. Two white lights pouring from her hands, merged with Ji Qing-Wu's body. After a while, Ji Qing-Wu with a paled face, slowly opened her eyes. "Very good. Qing-Wu, fortunately, nothing bad happened to you." Seeing Ji Qing-Wu opened her eyes, Chen Yao hugged her and cried out loud. Seeing Chen Yao holding her, a hint of softness appears in Ji Qing-Wu's eyes. Yu frowned and said, "Chen Yao, you need to quiet down for me. I have something to ask Ji Qing-Wu." Chen Yao immediately stopped crying, but still held Ji Qing-Wu. Yu looked at Ji Qing-Wu, in a deep voice said, "You have multiple injuries, you are not able to fight? Lu Wen's skill have not completely healed you." Ji Qing-Wu's body moved slightly, pretty soon her eyebrows furrowed, with a faint tone, said, "My injuries are not light, I estimated that there are several bone fractures, if there are no doctor, I'm afraid I cannot fight within a month." Hearing Ji Qing-Wu's words, Chen Yao inside felt a sense of fear. Without protection from Ji Qing-Wu, she did not know how to survive in this world. Wang Zhiguang and the thugs showed her the cruelty of the world today. Ji Qing-Wu after saying that, with those beautiful eyes staring quietly at you to see his reaction. With the end of the world, no one likes to take a burden around. Chen Yao stands beside Yu Zhong, a firm face said, "I will replace Ji Qing-Wu and fight. I will be driving and cooking. No matter what you say, I will listen. Please don't abandon us." "Who said anything about abandoning you? I just want to ask, so I can make the right judgment. Go drive." Yu frowned, went to Ji Qing-Wu's body, picked her up and onto the school bus. Chen Yao breathed a sigh of relief, wiped her tears, then quickly went to sit in the driver's seat. Yu ordered, "Go to the police station." Chen Yao immediately started the bus and drove towards the police station. To Qi Yang, Yu said, "Qi Yang, you stay here to protect them. I will go in and look for weapons. If anything is wrong, immediately call me." The other person that was capable of killing an S1 zombie was Ji Qing-Wu, but cause of Chen Yao, she was injured with broken bones and cannot fight. You could only tell Qi Yang to stay and protect Ji Qing-Wu. Qi Yang picked up Ji Qing-Wu's imitation Tang sword and replied to Yu, "You can rest assured." After the explanation, Yu, White Bones, and Qi Yang quickly got off the school bus, then fiercely started killing the surrounding zombies. After killing more than 10 zombies outside the school bus, Yu and White Bones then quickly rushed in the police station. Just having entered the police station, 5 tattered-faced zombies wearing police uniforms immediately head over towards Yu and White Bones. Yu charged forward, between the flashing light of his sword, decapitated 3 zombies. The remaining 2 zombies was easily slayed by White Bones. After killing the 5 zombies, Yu walked over to their bodies, and with gloves took the pistols from their waists. Out of the 5 zombies, only 3 of them had pistols. Yu was able to get 3 Type 54 pistols and 15 rounds of ammunition. You then put the pistols and ammunitions into his backpack. Compared his unreliable shooting skills, it was easier to kill the zombies with his sword. You shortly after went to find the firearms storeroom. Firearms and ammunition storage room is the police department's most heavily guarded room. Each one equipped with steel doors and anti-theft system. Stand in front of you is a tightly closed steel door. You took a look at the tightly closed steel door, then ordered White Bones, "Destroy this door for me." White Bones received you's order, fiercely swung the axe to strike the door. White Bones had been promoted to level 9, so it was 80% stronger than an average person. Hitting the door at full force was extremely scary. Boom, a tremendous sound rang out. The axe hitting the steel door formed a large dent, revealing a deep axe mark. With 8 consecutive axe strikes, White Bones was able to split the steel door, then pushed it open. "Don't move, get your hands up." The steel door had just opened, when from inside a delicate sound rang out. You looked straight ahead, seeing in the storage room, was a woman in police uniform. Her chest rising, looks very beautiful, is about 25 years old. The police officer was armed with the Type 54 pistol, aiming at him. When you eyed the woman officer, that policewoman also carefully looked at you. When she saw White Bones, her eyes flashed a hint of disbelief. Skeletons that only appears in magical stories is impossible to see in this world. "White Bones, grab her." You quickly moved to the side, ordered White Bones. White Bones received the order and marched towards the policewoman, his right hand fast like a meteor, caught the policewoman. Bang! Bang! Crisp sound of gunshot sounded, the female police officer fires several shots at White Bones without hesitation. The bullets hit White Bones, and just slipped past his bones. White Bones' body just trembled a bit, and soon with a bony hand grabbed the policewoman's right hand, took her pistol, and then forced the female policewoman on the ground. Sounds of gunshots dissipated, you came in from the main entrance. "Who are you?" "This is a police firearms storage room, you are trespassing without permission, have committed a crime." On the ground, that female police officer stared at you, and said. You walked in front of the policewoman, waved his hand at White Bones. White Bones then quickly let go of the policewoman that it suppressed. "My name is Yuzhong. I'm sorry, but the world have ended, and I need to be armed with weapons in order to survive. Beyond that, I don't have any malicious intent." "Officer, what's your name?" "My name is Su Ru Shui." "What is this?" Su Ru Shui stood up, pointed to White Bones standing beside you, and asked. You asked, "Did you hear the voice that claimed to be God?" "I heard it." "Did you?" Su Ru Shui's facial expression changed, she thought that she was the only person who heard the strange voice. You explained, "That skeleton was obtained by me in the magical system of the gods, it is one of the skills." Su Ru Shui's eyes flashing with eagerness asked, "How do you get that kind of ability?" "This special skeleton is not afraid of being shot, and have extraordinary fighting abilities." Su Ru Shui also want to get this magic ability. You casually says, "If you dare to kill zombies, after obtaining the corresponding skill book, you can obtain this skill." "You are the one safeguarding the firearms?" You asked Su Ru Shui. Su Ru Shui shook her head, and said, "No." "Can you give me the pistol?" "No." You outright refused. He can't just let someone who had just threatened him with the weapon have it back. The level 2 protective garment can withstand small caliber bullets, but it cannot protect everything. If it hit him in the head, he would die. "Destroy the safe." You looked at the safe in the room and ordered White Bones. White Bones immediately swung his axe, smashing the safe's lock. The safe's lock broke after 3 hits. You opened the gun safe, revealing row upon row of guns. Type 54 pistols, Type 79 submachine gun, Type 85 sniper, good stuff, really good stuff. You stared at row upon row of guns in the safe with a surprised look in his eyes. Guns represent power, only those with power will have a greater chance of survival in these last days. You after several strengthening is now unafraid of ordinary zombies, but he is only one man after all. So his power and effectiveness is limited. In addition, melee combat consumes a lot of stamina. With firearms, he will be able to survive better. You quickly packed the firearms up, carrying some on his back, and some on White's Bones. You looked at Su Ru Shui and asked, "Are you going to stay here, or come with me?" "I'll go with you." Su Ru Shui said without hesitation. "Stay here and die," she didn't want to die. You and White Bones carrying the guns, along with Su Rushui quickly withdrew to the school bus. Lots of guns. Lu Wen rushed over, looked at a pile of guns, picked up a Type 54 pistol while toying with it. Wang Xuan looked at the pile of guns, his eyes glinting a strange light. The old world order has collapsed. Before the new world order is established, having guns mean having power. Chen Yao and Ji Qingwu were to the side watching. Seeing those guns, both their eyes lit up. The bullets? Qi Yang took a Type 79 submachine gun playing around with it, then asked. Not enough hands. Could only take that much at once. Watch her, don't let her touch the guns. I'll go find the bullets. You finished saying then rushed off the school bus with White Bones. You soon found the ammunition storage room in the police station. White Bones broke the ammunition storage room's lock with his axe. A rotten-faced zombie dressed in police uniform staggered towards you from inside. You decapitated the zombie with his sword, then a ball of light flew into his body. Congratulations, you have been promoted to level 10. You have 2 stats points, please assign you points. Distribute 1 point to stamina, 1 point to agility. You quickly made the choice. Congratulations, you have been promoted to level 10. You have gained 1 skill point, please select the skill to upgrade, or you can retain it. Skill point. You eyes lit up, immediately made a choice, immediately upgrade summon a special skeleton skill. From within you, a flash of white light surged out of his body into White Bones forming a rune. The rune on the skeleton absorbing the white lights began to transform. On the skeleton, many esoteric runes appeared. When after the runes formed, a black light emitted from between Yu's eyebrows, fell upon White Bones. Absorbing the black light, White Bones begins to change. Its bones began to change from all white to cyan. Your special skeleton has evolved and acquired a new skill. Please select the skill to acquired. Skill 1, Reinforced Bones. This ability allows Special Skull's bones to become harder, difficult to damage. Skill 2, Bone Manipulation. This skill allows free manipulation of the special skeleton's body, so its attacks will become more bizarre. Select Skill 1, Reinforced Bones. You thought for a moment, then made the choice. Currently, the most important thing missing on Yu's team is a strong shield. White Bone's skeleton body is not very strong, and if surrounded by a group of zombies, all the bones can be removed easily, thus losing the battle. After you made the choice, a black light flashing, on top of the chest of White Bones, many mysterious black runes appeared. The moment when the runes formed, White Bones' body turned an eerie metallic sheen. Special Skeleton, White Bones, Level 9. Power, 23, 10. Agility, 23, 10. Vitality, 23, 10. Stamina, 16/23, 10. Spirit, 23/23, 10. Strength, 35, 10. Have Skills 1, Utilizing Bones. Skill 2, Reinforced Bones. After upgrading summon a special skeleton skill, White Bones not only acquired the skill of Reinforced Bones, its 6 stats also got an extra plus 5 points. It was now more than twice as strong as an average person. After the upgrade to White Bones, the sound in Yu's mind did not stop. You have already promoted to level 10, is now qualified for a novice mission. Mission Summary, Searching for Novice Village. The world has changed. In order to better evolve, the system in each of these cities have established a novice village. Novice village belong to the safe area, does not have mutated monsters. Also have a job change system. Having a job enables you to become more powerful. If you are first entrant to novice village, the system will give you a generous reward. The piece of information sounded directly in Yu's mind. Novice village. It seems that I have to change the plan. Yu quietly thought. He originally intended to prepare by getting their hands on firearms and head to Longhai City. The novice mission have made him change his mind. Only the fastest to adapt to this world will get the greatest abilities. You right now just want to be able to live a better life. You took a look at the zombie's corpse on the ground, wearing gloves searched the body for a bit, and found a set of keys. You picked up the keys and tested it on the ammunition safe, and soon opened the safe, exposing the inside were various ammunition boxes that were stacked neatly. Finally, you looked at the boxes of ammunition, and has a satisfied look. With the ammunition, he has a better chance of surviving in this world. You and White Bones transported the ammunition several times, and soon all the ammunitions was carried to the school bus. Qi Yang and you each on the back carried the Type 79 submachine gun, body covered with magazines, looks like militants on television. Chen Yao, Ji Qinwu, and Lu Wen is each assigned a Type 54 pistol for self-defense. Wang Shuang also got a Type 54 pistol and 10 rounds of ammunition. Please give me back my pistol. I'm a policeman, I won't hurt you. Su Rushui looked at Yu's people, frowned, and requested. Without a pistol, she didn't feel secured. Lu Wen seized Yu's arm and rocking like a baby said, "Big brother Yu, give it back to her. Big sister Rushui is not bad. Without pistol, what would she do if she encounters zombies?" Yu looked at Su Rushui and said, "Jiangsu officer. I can give you back your pistol, but I warn you, if you point your gun at us, then we will show you no mercy." Su Rushui approached Yu and said, "As long as you don't break the law, I will never point the gun at you." Yu Zhong stared at Su Rushui, shook his head, still threw the pistol to her. Su Rushui in the past would be a good police officer. But in these last days, with such principles without power or protection, surviving would be difficult. "Where are we going next?" Chen Yao asked Yu. Yu thought for a moment, in a deep voice said, "Go back to school, I promise the survivors of the girls' dormitory, if there is spare capacity, I will go save them." "Okay." Chen Yao immediately started the school bus and sped away toward the school. On the way there, the school bus hit a zombies. Because the school bus had too many collisions, it was beaten and bumpy. "Not good, seems like we need to look for new vehicles as soon as possible." Yu looked at the beaten school bus, frowning slightly. If the school bus continues with these impacts, soon it will be scrapped. After all, the school bus is not a tank, and the extent of China's school bus cannot be as strong compared to the US. The school bus was speeding down the road. Yu took out 2 sweet buns from his backpack, giving one to Qi Yang, and then quickly eating the other one. After fighting all morning, he was hungry and tired. Lu Wen to Yu said, "Big brother Yu, I'm hungry too. Also give me a sweet bun." Yu took another sweet bun from his bag, then gave it to Lu Wen. Lu Wen sat next to Yu and began gobbling down the sweet bun. Seeing them eat the sweet buns, Su Rushui swallow a mouthful of saliva. She has not eaten for more than a day. Su Rushui hesitated, then said to Yu, "Please give me a little something to eat, I have not eaten for a day." Yu looked at Su Rushui, then took a can of 8 treasures kanji from his backpack and tossed it to Su Rushui. "Thank you." After Su Rushui politely thanked Yu, immediately opened the can. Not caring about her image, started gulping down the food. She felt that from childhood till now, this was the most delicious kanji she have eaten. The school bus sped towards Yunhua University. Hearing the sound of the school bus, the zombies outside the university began to stagger towards the school bus. Running over dozen of zombies, the school bus finally stopped at the girls' dormitory. The zombies surrounding the girls' dormitory hearing the sound staggered over. Yu and Qi Yang took out their Type 79 submachine gun and switched off the safety, then pointed it at the zombies and started shooting. Under the fire of the 2 submachine guns, the surrounding zombies were mowed down. After they stopped shooting, the bullet-ridden zombies either stood up or crawled over toward Yu and Qi Yang. Only by damaging the zombie's brain can you kill them. Yu and Qi Yang fired hundreds of rounds of ammunition, but only killed 5 zombies. Their marksmanship cannot compare to trained soldiers. "I'm not getting any EXP using these heated weapons." Yu watched those zombies standing up again, and frowned. Even though his marksmanship is terrible, but under the intense fire, several zombies dropped and did not get up again. However, he did not see the ball of white light going into his body. Also, the zombies that were killed by the bullets did not drop anything, not even a survival coin. When you use the novice staff and imitation tang sword to kill zombies, at least a survival coin worth $1 will drop. "Stop shooting. Qi Yang, let's go." Yu immediately stopped firing, and said to Qi Yang. Qi Yang nodded, picked up the tang sword and together with Yu, headed toward the zombies. White Bones have become unrivaled after his strengthening. Before Yu and Qi Yang broke into the group of zombies, White Bones with his axe in hand was like a whirlwind dancing in the group of zombies. The head of the zombie that got hit by White Bones' axe was instantly smashed open. Monster. Extremely scary. On the school bus, Su Rushui looked at the unrivaled White Bones, eyes opened wide in astonishment. Amazing. When did Yu's skeleton get so strong? On the school bus, Chen Yao watched White Bones wading through the group of zombies unhindered. Her eyes flashed a touch of disbelief as White Bones wantonly slaughtered the zombies. She has seen how powerful White Bones was before, but its power was still acceptable compared to an average person. However, its strength was far beyond ordinary humans. The dozens of zombies around the girls' dormitory was quickly eliminated by White Bones, Yu, and Chi Yang. White's Bones killed more than 20 zombies, while the rest was killed by Yu and Chi Yang. Dozens of zombies meagerly contributed a few dozen survival coins and an apple of vitality. Chi Yang stayed behind and guarded the school bus, while Yu headed towards the dormitory and rushed up the stairs. Inside a dorm room on the 4th floor, various items were stacked in front of the door to block it. 4 girls were crowded on a bed, eyes filled with fear and exhaustion. Throughout the room was silence, as if there is no one living there. The atmosphere was extremely depressing. The 4 girls clearly understood that the zombies could tell where they are by sounds. So they dare not talk too loudly. Chening, a girl whispered, asking, "Zhongli, I'm hungry, is there anything left to eat?" Zhongli, with a wry smile said, "That last piece of chocolate, did we not divide it this morning to eat?" "Zhongli, are you saying we are going to die?" All of a sudden, Lin Qi said this while looking at Zhongli. Her heart was filled with fear and anxiety. Zhongli comforts, "Don't worry about it. We will be saved, soon someone will come and save us. You said he'd be back for us, didn't he? We need to believe him." Having said this, but in fact, Zhongli did not have any hope. After all, now that the world has become like this, wanting someone to risk their life to rescue someone, was a slim probability. Now whoever saved me, I will be his girlfriend. A beautiful girl named Yuaning with long black hair, oval face, big beautiful eyes, tall, and bust said. Yuaning was the most beautiful girl of the musical department at Yunhua University. She usually have a lot of pursuers. But her standards were also high, and did not have a boyfriend, like a lofty proud white swan. Translator note, basically saying she have really high standards. Zhongli teased, "To be our swan princess boyfriend, I don't know who could be so lucky." He. Ying, didn't you say that you did not want a boyfriend while in college? Inside the dorm room, that suffocating atmosphere was broken. Several girls in that moment forgot their fear and laughed quietly. At this moment, suddenly came the sound of impact of a zombie hitting the door. The 4 girls suddenly shut up, without a word, eyes filled with fear, while holding each other. Their body trembling at the thought that the zombie would smash through the door. If the dormitory doors was smashed, they would all become food for the zombies. Shortly outside came the rumbling sound of the school bus engine. That sound of the zombie in front of the dorm room quickly disappeared. There are people. Someone came to rescue us. Hearing the school bus engine sound, a surge of joy welled up in the 4 girls. They immediately rushed to the window next to the bathroom to look outside. "It's Yu Zhong. You came back to save us." Far away, Zhongli saw Yu's figure in the school bus, and was suddenly moved to tears. 1. This is the 8 treasures kanji/porridge. Great, this time we are saved. After seeing the school bus, Yuaning cried out. Trapped in the girls' dormitory, seeing no chance of survival, if not dying of starvation or thirst, then will die from being eaten by a zombie. With this reality, if it was not for the girls encouraging each others, it would have made them go crazy. We will be saved. Lin Qi and Chening holding each other, crying tears of joy. At the same time, the zombies outside the door headed toward the girls' dorm room, began to strike at it violently. The 4 girls closed their mouth, did not even dare to move, standing together quietly. Looking at the door with fear, in their eyes, the door represented their escape and survival. After striking a while, those zombies' strikes suddenly disappeared. The 4 girls felt relieved, when all of a sudden, the dormitory door moved. The door was pushed open along with the large pile of debris. A body full of open sores, skin black, 2 meters tall, and bringing a feeling of endless oppression. It was the L1 zombie, which appeared in front of the 4 girls. The door and debris could stop normal zombies, but it could not stop the powerful evolved L1 zombie. We are finished. Seeing the 2 meters tall, sinister-looking L1 zombie, the 4 girls' faces were paled from fear. They all know that this time they cannot escape death. Chening, with very little courage, was trembling from fear, and limp on the ground. Normal zombies do not have vision, only instinct, sound, and smell to find prey. With the evolved L1 zombies, whose sight has been restored, stared at the 4 girls with its vicious eyes. The 4 girls were so scared that they could not move at all. Join together. Just block it, you will come and save us. Zhongli gritted her teeth and said to the other three girls. Afterwards, she grabbed a metal pail next to her and threw it at the L1 zombie. With the metal pail flying at it, the L1 zombie did not dodge and continued forward. The metal pail hit the zombie's body, but it did not have any effect at all. Watching this scene, the four girls felt even more fear. Yuan Ying and Lin Qi gritted their teeth, grabbed the soaps and shampoos, throwing it at the L1 zombie. However, it did not have any effect. The zombie quickly strode toward the four girls, and grabbed Chen Ying, who was limp on the floor. It opened its jaws and bit hard on Chen Ying's neck, biting through her throat, causing the blood to float out immediately. Chen Ying's eyes were dilated and full of pain. But she continued to struggle in the hands of the zombie. Seeing this horrible scene, the girls lost their will to fight, and moved towards the window. Jump out. Falling to our death is better than being eaten alive by it. Zhongli looked decisively, and cried loudly. Lin Qi and Yuan Ying are afraid to look out the window, hesitated a moment, and didn't dare to jump out. After the L1 zombie took a few bites of meats from Chen Ying's throat, immediately stood up, and stared coldly at the three girls. Looking at the bloody mouth of the zombie, the three girls were filled with despair. At this point, you finally arrived at the dorm room. With a body movement fast like a cheetah, rushing to the L1 zombie. With a sword fast as lightning slashing towards the zombie's neck. Your speed was far above the L1 zombie. It did not have time to react, and its head was sent flying with a sword slash. Your single strike beheading the zombie was etched into the eyes of the three girls. At this moment, still tainted by fresh blood on his body, you in the eyes of three girls was very cute. Come with me. You glanced at the three girls and said. He then picked up the survival coins and 3 white treasure boxes, did not stay, and immediately rushed out. He continues to look for the survivors in the dormitory. After all, he said he would come back to save them. The 3 girls nodded, then followed quickly behind you. Yuan Ying had something to say, but you did not look at her. After the world changed, you has been in a constant state of tension, his nerves on edge, forcing himself to do all kinds of preparations. He still had a great sense of fear for what will happen in the near future. The 3 girls had just gotten out of the dorm room, when they saw the terrible scene. In the dormitory hallway was full of bodies of headless zombies and their head. Watching the zombie disgusting corpses, the 3 girls were nauseous and had an upset stomach. Wait a moment. Hold on. Seeing you quickly running out the 4th floor, Yuan Ying anxiously cried out in a loud voice. This is her only chance of survival, she didn't want to give up. You looked at the 3 girls, and frowned. Come on, keep up. Your scolding caused Yuan Ying to felt grievance, with eyes reddening, tears falling down. She grew up being admired by everyone, with a beautiful face, and intelligence that was pursued by countless guys. This was her first time being so ruthlessly scolded by someone. Translator note, was hard to translate this. Zhongxingpeng Yue translates to, all the stars revolves around the moon. It basically means that she grew up as the center of attention and was pampered by people. The sentence structure was just weird. She grew up as, grew up as, grew up as. At the same time, Zhongli walked over to you and said, do you remember me? You stared at Zhongli, thinking for a moment, face down, revealing a trace of a smile. Big sis Zhongli. Thank you for that time that you introduced me as the tutor. The tutoring job to Lu Wen was thanks to Zhongli, so you has felt grateful to her. If it wasn't for the tutoring job, Yu's college life would have become very hard. Li was relieved, smiles and says, no, that is your own skill. If you couldn't get the little witch to accept you, I would not have of much help. Big sis Zhongli, you have not eaten all day. This is a can of 8 treasures kanji, you go ahead and eat that, to fill your stomach. You quickly took out a can of 8 treasures kanji from his backpack and gave it to Zhongli. Yuan Ying and Lin Qi stared at the can of 8 treasures kanji in Zhongli's hand, with their eyes opened wide. The both of them were hungry for more than a day. Zhongli gave you a look of in need of help. You once again opened the backpack and pulled out 2 small pieces of bread and handed it to Yuan Ying and Lin Qi. You first eat this. Once we go back you can eat a delicious meal. Yu's backpack of emergency supplies was for him, he will not easily give it to anyone. If he was stuck in a dangerous situation, the emergency supplies would allow him to survive 7 days or so. Thank you. Taking the 2 palm-sized bread, Yuan Ying and Lin Qi thanked you. In his mind, am I not important as Zhongli? Yuan Ying ate her bread, while feeling unfairness in her heart. She was like a goddess, and looked much more beautiful than Zhongli. However, Yu was treating Zhongli better than her, which makes her somewhat resentful. In the girls' dormitory, in addition to the 3 girls, Yu also found 9 girls while searching the remaining dorm rooms. This dormitory can hold hundreds of people, but only 12 survivors. The rest of the people, if they didn't turn into zombies in the beginning, then they are devoured by the zombies. Yu took the 12 surviving girls back to the school bus, after sitting down said to Qinyao, "Go to the general office building." Qinyao did not ask, immediately started the school bus and headed toward the general office. There were not many zombies around the office building. Yu then rushed to the front of the building. After getting off the school bus, Yu quickly went to the accounting office. At this time, the accounting office's door was close, with not even the slightest movement. Yu shouted towards the accounting office, "I'm Yu, Zhao Zhen, are you still there?" "I'm here." From the accounting office came a sound, then the door opened wide. Zhao Zhen, with a surprised look on his face, stared at Yu. He really did not expect that you would come back to save them. He had thought that you would not come back at all. Zhao Zhen, with a look of gratitude toward Yu, said, "Yu, thank you very much." Yu, not being too modest towards Zhao Zhen, urged, "Come on." Zhao Zhen is also very decisive, quickly replied, "Yes." Zhao Zhen took his group and followed Yu, quickly heading towards the school bus. Qinyao watched Zhao Zhen's group of people getting on the bus and asked Yu, "Are we heading back?" Yu quickly replied, "No, go to the small supermarket at the intersection. We need to get more supplies." Shortly after, the school bus stopped in front of the small supermarket. Being attracted by the sound of the engine, the surrounding zombies staggered over towards the small supermarket. There were dozens of zombies. Zhao Zhen, looking at the dozens of zombies, his eyes flashed with fear. "Do we really need to stop here? There are so many zombies." The guy with glasses, Chen Yi, also echoed the sentiment, "Yes. We could wait a few days to find the supplies. It is too dangerous here. Chen Yao, drive. We have to leave here at once." Chen Yao ignored Chen Yi, while looking at Yu. She was fully aware of who is the indispensable member of the group. Chen Yi, seeing his words having no effect, felt a bit awkward. Yu Zhong frowned, just lightly said, "Open the door." Chen Yao immediately opened the door. Yu, towards White Bones, ordered, "Take care of them." Receiving the order from Yu, White Bones alone rushed towards the group of zombies. Yu looked at all the people on the bus and ordered, "Everyone except Chen Yao, Ji Qingwu, and Lu Wen, immediately head down and transport the supplies." Wang Shuang, hearing Yu's words, immediately responded by getting off the bus and rushed toward the small supermarket. He was fully aware Yu's personality. If they did not act, the first to be abandoned in the future is someone that is useless. Except for Wang Shuang, the rest were silent. Surrounded by zombies everywhere, there was dangers on the street. They don't have courage to leave the safety of the school bus. Yu frowned, then glanced at Zhang Lai. His voice became cold. "You don't have to transport the supplies, but people that don't transport the supplies do not eat. In the future, you will also have to find your own supplies. In this post-apocalyptic world, even you have to labor in order to survive." He simply cannot afford to take care of a bunch of people that were not willing to do anything. Zhang is also very intelligent, responded, "Come on. Ying, Chi, we will go transport the supplies." With that, Zhongli quickly jumped off the school bus, and rushed toward the small supermarket. Yuaning, pouting, stared at Chen Yao, Ji Qingwu, and Lu Wen. Feeling resentment, got off and ran toward the small supermarket. She also knows that now isn't the time to disobey you. "Everyone come help transport the supplies. Right now we are like a rope twisted together, we must closely unite and work hard in order to survive." Zhao Zhen was trying to persuade his people in the bus. Then, with his team of 5 people, got off the bus and joined the ranks of those transporting the supplies. Under the leadership of Zhang Li and Zhao Zhen, the rest of the girls in the bus hesitated, eventually got off the bus, and joined the ranks of those transporting the supplies. Yu told Qi Yang to stay on the bus and guard the firearms, while he got off the bus to keep watch. Amazing! Zhao Zhen, while transporting the supplies, took a glance at White Bones, and filled his heart with shock. Seeing White Bones wielding his axe killing dozens of zombies, each swing killing a zombie, not one zombie could withstand White Bones' strike. "If I have this ability it would great." After seeing that White Bones' power was beyond the average human, Zhao Zhen's eyes flashed with a burning desire. To become Yunhua Student Union President, Zhao Zhen is not a stupid man. He very clear that the world has changed, and only gaining power can one survive this post-apocalyptic world. In order to get stronger, he needed to risk his life and fight the zombies. However, he did not have the courage. Under the efforts of all the people, most of the supplies in the small supermarket was moved on to school bus. Drive home. On the school bus, Yu said to Qinyao. Qinyao started the school bus and immediately drove away. All the way without incident, they safely returned to Qinyao's apartment. After all the supplies were transported to Qinyao's apartment, under her arrangements began to eat. The various firearms and ammunitions that they brought back were stored in Yu's room, and was guarded by white bones. Zhao Zhen holding a can of 8 treasures kanji sat down beside Yu, with an earnest face asked, "Yu, the next step, what's your plan?" "Now head to Longhai City Enclave." Zhao Zhen learned about Longhai City Enclave from the other people. Listening to the words of Zhao Zhen, all the survivors in the room look at Yu, their eyes full of hope. Most people are eager to go to Longhai City Enclave formed by the government, rather than staying in a place where zombies are everywhere. Yu, after eating an apple of vitality, lightly said, "No. I would like to stay in Leijiang City for some time." Translator note, should I change it to Thunder River City? LOL. How can you be like this? Because of you, the rest of us have to stay with you in Leijiang City, which is full of zombies. Why don't we have a show of hands? According to a democracy, the vote is stay in Leijiang City or go to Longhai City. Agree to stay in Leijiang City, raise your hand. The guy with glasses, who looks very handsome and capable, who follows Zhao Zhen and the girl Li Mani, said with dissatisfaction, and was the first to raise his hand. For a short moment, there was silence in the room. Besides Qinyao, Ji Qinwu, Lu Wen, Wang Shuang, Qi Yang, Zhang Xian, Wang Fang, and Kai Xiao, the rest of the people raised their hands. Few people were willing to stay there. Seeing so many people raise their hands in response to the proposal, Li Mani with a look of satisfaction said to Yu, more than half agreed to leave at once. Proposal approved. Good. Yu nodded. Seeing Yu nodded, those people who raised their hands were relieved, but Yu next sentence caused their hearts to fall from heaven to hell. Yu looked at the eyes of the others, then lightly said, "You people can leave now. I'm not stopping you. You can bring 5 days of supplies with you." Yu had saved these people because he had promised to save them, but to them it was not enough. In peacetime, when you save people they will turn around and blame you, not to mention in this post-apocalyptic world. He also did not want to take a bunch of people that harbor dissent towards him and struggled with them in this post-apocalyptic world. Translator note, Fan Yaoi Ko equals to make a false countercharge. Basically what Yu is trying to say is that even though he saved them, they turn around and accused him of being selfish because he wanted to do his things. Listening to Yu's words, the others turned very paled. The outside world is full of zombies, they are just ordinary people that have not been strengthened, so even taking a step forward is difficult. While procuring supplies was even harder. Zhao Zhen stepped forward to Li Mani's rescue. "Yu, enough joking. Li Mani didn't mean any harm, she just wants you to listen to everyone's opinion." "I'm not joking. I take this opportunity to tell you clearly." Yu looked at everyone, with a serious expression said, "Whoever wants to leave, I will not stop you. You can take 5 days of supplies, then leave and fend for yourself. If you want to stay, the guys must obey my commands to join and fight zombies. While the girls must do the logistical work, such as transporting supplies, cooking, cleaning and so on. The girls would need to fight when necessary. This team does not need people that do not contribute." Yu then lightly said, "I have cleared the zombies in this building, if you choose to leave, you can choose a room to stay in. But I will say this clearly, I have done what I can for you. If in the future you do not have supplies, do not ask me, as I will not give any to you." A pretty and petite girl named Zhang Xian frowned, and said to Yu, "Is it not a man's duty to protect women? You are too petty, and do not act like a man. Haven't you heard of the phrase, with great power comes great responsibility?" Translator note, LOL, Spider-Man quote. Zhang Xian is an only child, is pretty, and pampered from childhood. She had more courage at this time as she was in a safe place. Yu looked at Zhang Xian, lightly said, "Let me ask you, many refugees in Africa have nothing to eat, is that not sad?" Zhang Xian blankly said, "It is sad." Yu looking at Zhang Xian continues to ask, "They are so poor, why don't you sell your family's assets and donates to them? In the past, if you just sell all your family's possessions and donated it, you can save the lives of hundreds, or even thousands of African refugees. You had the ability to save them, but refused to help, then what is that call? You spent hundreds of dollars on a bottle of cosmetics, which can buy how many kilograms of rice, and save how many African refugees, so why do you not save them? Let's just talk about the countryside and not some place far away. There are still many people that cannot read because of a lack of money for school. Since you are so noble, why don't you donate half of your living expenses to help them? Perhaps your dinner can help pay for a student to learn to read. Zhang Xian was not mentally prepared, so she was speechless when asked a series of questions by you. You lightly said, after all, you are but a hypocrite. If you cannot do it, what right do you have to force someone else to do it? I admit that I cannot do that. I'm just an ordinary guy, and I'm not great enough to sell all that I have to save some stranger. Before this, you and I were just strangers. After saving you, what right do you have to demand that I protect you? You can find someone that will dedicate themselves to protect you guys. I'm sorry, that is not me. Zhang Xian was silent. Yu's attitude was very clear and without room to maneuver. While she could not refute Yu's reasoning, Zhao Zhen thought for a moment, then looked at Yu and asked, Yu, could you please give us some firearms and ammunition? As long as you give us some firearms and ammunition, we can fend for ourselves. Lu Wen gave Zhao Zhen a contemptuous look. You really are thick-skinned. We had to risk our lives to get those firearms and ammunition, why should we give them to you? Zhao Zhen did not say anything else, and just stared at her. Yu outright refused, no way. I cannot give you firearms and ammunition. Without firearms and ammunition, how could we survive out there? You are just going to let us die. Yun Yi, the guy wearing glasses beside Zhao Zhen said. Yu in a deep voice said, killing zombies can give you experience. I've already told you. As long as you have the courage to fight the zombies, you will gain experience and get stronger. That is all I will say. I ask that you make your choice immediately, stay or leave. Yun Yi, Li Mani, and two other students looked at Zhao Zhen. Rather than believing in you, who saved their lives, they were more willing to believe Zhao Zhen as they were friends. Zhao Zhen with a determined face, quickly stood up, looked around, and very passionately said, You, thank you for saving me. However, I cannot agree with your idea. Men should protect women by nature. Everyone, I will leave as soon as possible, and go to Longhai City. If any of you want to come with me, then I promise you, I will risk my life to protect you. I will not give up on anyone and bring all of you safely to Longhai City. A lot of the girls had a strange light in their eyes. To them, Zhao Zhen was a true man with his inspirational words, handsomeness, and being the student council president. The 12 girls of the girls' dormitory soon split into two halves. 6 girls chose to stay with you, while 6 girls wanted to leave with Zhao Zhen. Those girls were reluctant to stay there another day. You compared to Zhao Zhen did not speak as well and was not a gentleman. It has not been long since the end of the world. The girls' naivety has not been changed by the cruel world yet. After collecting the supplies for 5 days, Zhao Zhen took his team and left. Why did you not leave? You looked at Zhang Xian with curiosity and asked. Zhang Xian was one of the girls that questioned him. He thought she would follow Zhao Zhen and leave too. Zhang Xian looked at you and said, if Zhao Zhen had the courage to fight the zombies, at this time he would not be here. They have no weapons, and have no power. Following them is like looking for death. Only those naive girls would be persuaded by his sweet words and trust his promises. You quickly said, okay, now Chen Yao, Lu Wen, Wang Shuang, Zhang Xian, Wang Fang, and Kai Xiao, you all come with me. The rest stay here, and listen to Qi Yang's order. Yuaning worried asked, where are you going? Yes, you where are we going? Wang Fang also nervously asked. She did not want to leave the safety of the house. You replied, to help you get stronger. It is already afternoon, you didn't want to waste any time. He guessed that the zombies are somehow evolving and getting stronger, so he didn't want to waste too much time. Hearing Yu's words, that he would help everyone gain experience to advance to the next level, all their eyes lit up. At this time almost all of them want to advance to the next level. To become strong like you, Ji Qing Wu, and Qi Yang. So that they can survive and live easier in this world. Yuaning extremely excited said, I want to go. Other girls also loudly said, I want to go too. You, take me to go get stronger. Quiet. You shouted and frowned. The girls immediately fell silent. Yu Zhong surveyed all the women, in a deep voice said, there is no problem if you want to come. However, I alone cannot protect so many people, so when something unforeseen happens, I will not be responsible. The rest of the girls were silent, they were well aware of the dangers when fighting zombies. Without Yu's protection, they would die, let alone advancing to the next level. With the plan set, Yu brought the others downstairs and to the school bus. Where do we go? Chen Yao asked Yu. Yu thought for a moment and said, Nebula Avenue, the number of zombies there should be low. Translator note, it's actually Xingyun Avenue, but I'm going to change the name of some of these places so it be easier to remember. Nebula Avenue is a commercial street, but it did not prosper. So the surrounding buildings are old, run down, and deserted. The school bus arrived at the area, they saw only a little more than 10 zombies lurking in the street. The streets were littered with wreckage of vehicles that crashed into the guardrail. Wen, get off. When the school bus stopped, Yu and White Bones jumped out the bus. Lu Wen had faith in you, Yu words had hardly faded, when she also got down. Wang Fong with jealousy in her eyes, looked at Lu Wen, and thought, Yu is really good to this little girl. What is their relationship? In this post-apocalyptic world, there were dangers everywhere. Without the protection of someone strong, it would be difficult to survive for someone weak like her. Wang Fong, seeing that Yu was focused on Lu Wen, became jealous. Being attracted by the sound of the school bus's engine, the zombies on the street staggered over. Yu Zhong ordered White Bones, go and cut off their limbs for me. Having received Yu's order, White Bones rushed forward with his axe, like a cyclone cutting the zombies. After getting the skill-reinforced bones, White Bones had become very powerful. Normal zombies was no longer able to pull out the bones of White Bones. It was now more than twice as strong as an ordinary man, so slaying ordinary zombies had become really easily. Before long, more than 10 zombies had their limbs cut off, and fell to the ground. Yu handed the first-degree protective garment to Lu Wen and said, go. Cut off those zombies' head, you will be able to gain experience. This is a protective garment, so put it on. Lu Wen took the piece of protective garment and, sensing its properties, in her heart, felt braver and said, great. I have to change my clothes, can you turn around? Lu Wen looked at Yu with baby eyes. She felt very embarrassed if Yu saw her changed her clothes. Yu, staring at Lu Wen, seriously asked, you know it is very dangerous. If I don't see you, and while you are changing your clothes, something bad may happen. We don't know what kind of abilities the evolved zombies will have. Are you sure you want to let me look away? Can't you just put this protective garment over your clothes? Lu Wen glanced at Yu and shook her head, big brother you really do not understand a girl's mind, it's no surprise that you don't have a girlfriend. Come on, telling you these things is a waste of effort. Hesitating a bit, Lu Wen listened to Yu and wore the protective clothing over her clothes. Lu Wen, holding the imitation Tang sword, walked over to the zombies that had its limbs cut off. The zombie with its limbs cut off by White Bones was still alive. The zombie, sensing that Lu Wen was nearby, started to constantly struggled, opening and closing its mouth. Seeing the struggling zombie, Lu Wen was startled and quickly took a few steps back, with a pale face. The zombie's appearance was too scary. Once hurt by the zombie, you would turn into a zombie. Which is why all the people feared them. Few people can muster up the courage and fight the zombies in melee. If you had not reached a dead end, it would be difficult for him to muster up the courage and fight the zombies in melee. After a while, Lu Wen realized that the protective garment can resist the zombie's infection, which caused her fears to settle down. Watching the limbless zombie lying on the ground, she stepped forward and slashed at its head. Lu Wen's sword slashed fell on the shoulder of the zombie, the sharp sword embedded in the bones of the zombie. That zombie immediately struggled, scaring her so bad that she was trembling and wanted to throw the sword away and escape. Seeing the zombie unable to chase her, the fear subsided in her heart. She was a girl that never even killed a chicken before. Asking her to kill a zombie was too difficult. Lu Wen watched the zombies on the ground, took a deep breath for a moment, then continuously slashing at the zombie's head. Slashing 6 times in a row, she eventually cut off the zombie's head. A ball of white light from the zombie body flew out into her body. Big brother you. I killed a zombie. After killing the zombies, Lu Wen proudly said to Yu while looking a bit pale. That is great. Wen, well done. Yu rubbed Lu Wen's head and praised her. Hee. Lu Wen smiled sweetly at Yu's praise. The fear in her heart has lessened. Why didn't I get promoted? After calming down, Lu Wen curiously asked Yu. You said, continue to kill zombies, you have to kill more zombies in order to raise your level. Okay. I will go kill more. Lu Wen nodded, holding the imitation Tang sword, walked towards those limbless zombies on the ground. Killing the first zombie had lessened her fears of zombies, while increasing her courage to fight. It's always difficult at the beginning, but then it would get easier. Lu Wen with the sword, continues to kill the zombies. After killing the 12 zombies, her face had a look of surprise, loudly cried towards you, "Big brother you, I was promoted, I got the stats points." You has been observing Lu Wen as she beheaded the zombies. After hearing the surprise sound from Lu Wen, he quietly thought, with the help of others, it takes 4 times as many monsters to level up. Finished speaking, came over to you and asked, "Big brother you, what stats should I increase?" You quickly said, "Spirit. You should increase spirit. You are mainly responsible for the rear support, while I will be responsible for the front." Lu Wen is not suitable for combat, you decided to have her train as a priest class or a healer. The only girl that you saw that dared to fight the zombies was Ji Qing Wu. A healer is crucial in this post-apocalyptic world. Doctors are scarce, medicines are scarce, at this time, a healer will make the team survival much better. Okay. Lu Wen quickly chose to assign to spirit. She also didn't want to fight those nasty zombies, that's the riskiest thing. You said, "You're tired. Go rest. Give the sword to Wang Shuang, and tell him to come out." Got it. Lu Wen quickly ran to the school bus. Did you level up? As Lu Wen got on the bus, Wang Fang came up and hastily asked. Lu Wen said proudly, "Yep." Zhang Xian, Kai Xiao, Wang Shuang, and Wang Fang had hint of envy in their eyes. They also want to level up and grow stronger. Without leveling up, they felt inferior. Chen Yao, fortunately was able to learn the skill Small Fireball, which equivalent to an ability. It can also be considered having level up. Wang Shuang, you said to go out. Lu Wen handed the imitation Tang sword to Wang Shuang and said. Wang Shuang face lit up, accepted the sword and then got off the bus. He also wanted to level up and grow as strong as you. Wang Fang looking at Lu Wen wearing the protective garment revealed a hint of desire burning in her eyes. Lu Wen, we should have a talk. Can you lend me that protective garment for a moment? Wang Fang is very smart, she saw that you has been wearing the protective garment, followed by Qi Yang, and now Lu Wen is wearing it. Obviously this protective garment is a great piece of equipment. Lu Wen hesitated for a moment, took off the protective garment and gave it to Wang Fang. This is amazing. It can fend off zombies' attacks twice, this is the equivalent of 2 lives. This Lu Wen really is important to you. Who is she to you? Wang Fang wearing the protective garment immediately felt different, her body was light by bit. Her thoughts was full of jealousy. Let me and Zhang Xian try it. Kai Xiao stared, and said to Wang Fang. Wang Fang see Kai Xiao and Zhang Xian, and remembered the escape scene, with a guilty conscience, took off the protective clothing and handed it to Kai Xiao. This is amazing. Seems like you really value this Lu Wen. Kai Xiao and Zhang Xian wore the protective garment and thought. Killing those limbless zombies is not a difficult thing, the psychological pressure compared to killing a normal zombie was completely different. With the help of you, Wang Shuang killing 12 zombies soon also level up. Wang Shuang after leveling up, immediately asked you, what stats should I choose? You said, agility. You should put all your stats point into agility, when your agility is more than 13 points, put it into power and strength. When fighting zombies, reaction time is most critical. As long as you are not hit, they are no match for us. Wang Shuang is also one of the fighting force that you is developing. Yu's team fighting force is currently only you, Qi Yang, and Ji Qing Wu. This fight force is just too weak. Okay. Wang Shuang did not hesitate to immediately assign the stats points. Wang Shuang's stamina was much more than Lu Wen. You help Wang Shuang to kill the zombies until Wang Shuang was promoted to level 3 before they stopped hunting. Beheading zombies was hard labor. Especially Wang Shuang with the help of you, had to kill a lot more in order to advance to level 3. Afterwards, Wang Shuang was too tired and headed back to the school bus. Zhang Xian, Kai Xiao, and Wang Fang with you's help advance to level 2. You also urged them to assign the points to agility and stamina. Chen Yao also advanced to level 2. Following Yu's advice, she assigns her points to spirit. Chen Yao was also a focus of you to train. After everyone had level up, it was getting dark. You did not dare to fight the zombies in the dark, and quickly returned home. You are back. Come and eat. Back home, Yuan Ing and Zhang Lu greeted with a smile on their face, while looking at you and said. A girl immediately went into the kitchen and brought out a tray of dishes. Dinner is stir-fried vegetables, white rice, beef cooked with potatoes, stir-fried ham with tomatoes and eggs. The group of people sat around the table and began to eat. The girl's appetite was small and the meal was not lavish. But each of the girls ate 3 bowls of rice, before putting down their chopsticks. Especially for Zhongli and Yuaning, who was trapped in the dorm room for a couple days. It has only been a couple days since the world ended, but for them, it was so long. After the meal, Zhongli immediately started clearing the dishes. Yuaning and Lin Qi hesitated for a moment but also started helping. The rest of the girls then woke up, rushing to gather up the dishes. Translator note, woke up as in from their relaxation, not from sleep. Ji Qingwu looked at the girls and lightly said, take turns to do it, first is Zhongli, Yuaning, and Lin Qi, then substitute. Hearing Ji Qingwu say that, the other girls immediately stopped and circled around Lu Wen and Wang Fang. Then started asking them about the leveling up process. Sitting on the couch, Qi Yang holding a bottle of sport drinks, asked you, are you going to go out in the dark? You know that Qi Yang understand you very well. Know that in moment of crisis, you would never waste a minute of time. Yu Zhong with his fingers overlapping, hesitated for a moment before slowly said, it is too dangerous out there at night. I do not know what have happened to the world. In the darkness, if you are suddenly attacked, something bad may happen. Yu Zhong's stamina through constant leveling have already more than double an ordinary person. Compared with the first day, he was not as tired. In the dark streets, it was extremely dangerous. If he encountered some S1 zombie that attacked, he might be injured. Qi Yang said, we taking the initiative is indeed dangerous, but let them take the initiative to come to die. Would that not minimize the risk? Translator note, what he is saying is that instead of attacking the zombies, lure them to a place where you can fight them easily. You understood right away. His face immediately brightened. Qi Yang, what you said is great. Wear the protective garment, we will immediately set out. You didn't want to waste time. As long as he has the stamina, he wants to continue fighting and level up. The initial period of this new world is most valuable. Waiting until all those zombies are stronger, killing them would be more risky and difficult. Qi Yang silently nodded, and put on the protective garment. Where are you going? Seeing Yu and Qi Yang standing up, Chen Yao couldn't help but asked. All the other girls watched Yu and Qi Yang, their eyes flashed a touch of worry. The 2 men were the core of the team. They did not know how they would survive if they lost those 2. Yu with a serious face, instruct Chen Yao, we're going out to hunt and kill zombies. You stay here, shut the door, and do not go out. Also do not let anyone accept us in. Chen Yao frowning, persuaded loudly, isn't it very dangerous to go out so late? What if you encounter some S1 zombies? Chen Yao was greatly impressed by the S1 zombies' agility. If they didn't have Yu and Ji Qingwu, an S1 zombie could kill everyone in the room. Zhang Xian also opened her mouth to persuade, yeah. You, go tomorrow. Yu refused and said, thank you for your worry, but I must go. Yu's mind was made up, those that opposed did not have any effect. Soon, Yu and Qi Yang left the safety of the room, heading outside. At this time darkness had enveloped the sky. Although electricity was still uninterrupted, but none of the apartments were lit. As if the whole city was already dead. The only good news was the moon in the sky. Moonlight shining down everywhere, so that this dark world had a hint of light. You looked up at the moon in the sky, and thought of the past. Qi Yang, we haven't fought together like this for how long? Qi Yang simply said, 2 years. After squandering 2 years after high school, because something happened, Yu was greatly impacted. As if a changed man, began to prepare for the university entrance exam. A hint of loneliness flashed in Yu's eyes, with a sigh, 2 years already. 2 years ago, also on a moonlit night, the girl that you loved left with another boy, just because the boy had a great inheritance. He had to work hard for a month to earn money for a decent gift for her birthday party. Qi Yang frowned, you, forget her. That girl is not good enough for you. She is not good girl. Yu was silent for a moment, to Qi Yang laughed and said, I've forgotten about her. The most urgent task now is to survive. I can distinguish what is important. Qi Yang looked at Yu for a bit but did not say anything. Leaving the area, Qi Yang and Yu quiet down, no longer talking. Yu went to the sales office outside the community, pointed towards the sales office, and ordered White Bones, destroy it. White Bones, receiving Yu's order, immediately swung his axe. The axe hitting the glass door, smashing it to pieces. The sound of breaking glass in the silent darkness was extremely foreboding. The zombies near the sales office began staggering over. In this neighborhood, there were many zombies was attracted by the school bus engine sound. After hearing the sound of breaking glass, those zombies staggered over. More than 100 zombies soon staggered over towards Chi-Yang and Yu. Big trouble. Yu looked at the crowded group, numbering more than 100 zombies. Zombies forming a dense formation are the most difficult to deal with. Scattered zombies can be dealt with by kiting over and over again. While with crowded group of zombies, the smallest mistakes can get you caught. Translator note, look up StarCraft kiting if you don't know what it is. Up the steps. Yu said to Chi-Yang. They quickly retreated up the stairs of the building. Those zombies squeezing against each other, staggered over. Walking up the stairs was not easy for zombies. Many of the zombies stumbled and fell to the ground. The rest of the zombies stepping on those fallen zombies, continues forward. A flight of stairs caused more than a dozen zombies to fall, taking a while trying to get up. The narrow pathway only allowed 4 people walking side by side. Those zombies, after entering the pathway, huddling together, and trip over the obstacles in their way. Kill them. Seeing far fewer numbers of zombies in the pathway, Yu looked at White Bones and ordered. Receiving the order from Yu, White Bones lunges forward. Swing his axe, as if like a cyclone, decimated the crowded zombies. White Bones easily killed the zombies, while Yu and Chi-Yang were each on the side of White Bones, killing any zombies that slipped by. As an undead, White Bones can ignore the zombie virus, while Yu and Chi-Yang couldn't. Even though they are wearing the protective garment, they still had to be careful. Yu and Chi-Yang both fought while retreating. Under the coordination with White Bones, it still took over an hour of fighting. Yu was promoted to level 11, while Chi-Yang was promoted to level 7. Yu assigned his points to agility and stamina. The drops from the 100 zombies was horrible, only contributing more than 200 survival coins and 3 apple of vitality. Killing the last zombie, Yu let out long breath, let's go back. The hard-fought battle against the zombies consumed a lot of stamina. Yu only had 7 points of stamina left. Chi-Yang, sweating, just nodded. His stamina was almost exhausted, and can no longer continue fighting. When they arrived back at home, Zhongli came up and said to them, "You're back, the bath water has been heated." The other girls were looking at Yu and Chi-Yang with envy. They were still unclear about what happened to the world, so no one dared to drink the tap water. A shower was a simple thing in the past, has now become a luxury. Because it was only safe to take a bath with bottled water that was boiled. In this team, the only one fighting was Yu, Ji Qing-Wu, and Chi-Yang. Only those 3 are eligible to take a bath. After all, they were the main fighting force. Really relaxing. With his body submerged in hot water, Yu uttered a sigh of happiness. Being able to take a bath after strenuous fighting was a rare treat. Not to mention the scarcity of water now. Chi-Yang was squatting in front of a bucket of hot water, revealing a rare smile, said, "Remember when we were in middle school?" Yu and Chi-Yang remember when they were in a boarding school in middle school, during the summer a bunch of boys bathing around a basin. In the winter, everyone took a bucket of hot water to bathe. Yu was silent for a moment, slowly said, "I wonder how Panther is now." Translator note, Baozi translate to leopard. While Bao is a feline that can be leopard or panther. I use Panther instead since that is more commonly used as a name/nickname. Panther was one of Yu's buddies. After the university entrance exam, everyone went their separate ways. Chi-Yang said, "Don't worry, they had a tough life, so they won't die so easily." Yeah. After the bath, Yu and Chi-Yang returned to their room to sleep. In a small room, Yuaning suddenly said, "Zhongli, I have my sight on you, I want him to be my boyfriend. Will you support me?" Zhongli was surprised for a moment. Yu's figure killing zombies flashed in her eyes, and hesitating for a moment said, "Okay, I will help you." Yuaning looked at Lin Chi next to her and asked, "Lin Chi, you will support me, right? If you become my boyfriend, I'll ask him to protect you." Lin Chi suddenly fell silent. She also had a good impression of you, though not up to the level of love. However, she is not someone that easily gives up her rights. But her character was introverted and weak, not good at rejecting other. Too scheming. Yuaning, if you like you, then use your own ability to capture his heart. What's the use of saying it here? Getting your friends to give up and reducing the competitions. At this moment, Zhang Xin, Zheng Sam, with her eyes wide, looking at Yuan Ying, ridiculed. Translator note, this Zhang Xin, Zheng Sam, is from. Yuan Ying angrily retorted, this is something between us, what's it to you? Yuan Ying was not thinking about reducing the competitions. She is a very beautiful girl with class. But Chen Yao and Ji Qing Wu was prettier than her. She was not confident that she would beat the other two girls. There was also Wang Qian and Zhang Xin, Zheng Yan, by Qi Yang's side. The two girls was not less pretty compared to her. Zhang Xian was also cute, which made Yuan Ying felt uneasy. Zhang Xin sneered and said, this is not related to me. My only pet peeve is about your approach. You don't really like you. You are only looking for a protector. Your scheme cannot fool anyone. Yuan Ying was flushed with anger, shouted, what you say is nonsense. Zhang Li quickly smoothed things over and said, knock it off. We need to get a good rest, I reckon that tomorrow is our turn to go hunting and to level up. If you do not have a good rest, tomorrow you won't have the strength to hunt zombies. After listening to Zhang Li's speech, Yuan Ying and Zhang Xin stopped fighting, coldly snorted and then went to sleep. It was after 12 a.m., in apartment 208, when the door opened. Zhao Zhen and his team quietly exited the room, then quickly headed to the school bus. On the school bus, Zhao Zhen took out a bunch of keys, and then inserted a key into the ignition. Yun Yi then sat in the driver's seat and immediately started the school bus. Accompanied by the roaring sound of the engine, the school bus sped out of the area. What is that sound? At the time when the engine was started, Yu's team was abruptly awoken. Dressed in pajamas, Yu immediately rushed to the balcony, only to see the school bus speeding away, and a somber look on his face. Chen Yao also came dressed in pajamas, with a worried look, asked Yu, what happened? Chen Yao also vaguely guessed the truth, but she just did not want to believe it. Yu with an ashen face, said, the school bus was stolen by someone. Yuan Ying with a very pale face said, what will we do? How will we get to Longhai City? In the room, everyone's eyes fell on Yu. Besides Qi Yang and Ji Qing Wu, the others' eyes were filled with fear. Without a good means of transportation, traveling the 50 or so kilometers to Longhai City would be almost impossible. Translator note, another thing machine translation won't catch. The author uses li, which is 1/2 a kilometer. 100 li equals 50 kilometers. Not 100 miles. Yu lightly said, don't worry, tomorrow I will go find another vehicle. Everyone go back to sleep. Hearing you say this, the others hesitated a bit, then returned to their room to sleep. The school bus has been stolen, even if they worried about it, it would do no good. It's really hard to predict a person's mind. Yu looking out and slowly sigh. He did not thought that the people he just saved would turn around and steal the school bus that was. Qi Yang came over to console Yu, and said, don't be too angry, the school bus is gone, tomorrow we will go find another vehicle. Yeah. Yu quickly adjusted his mood, and went back to his room to sleep. Zhao Zhen's team was driving away from the neighborhood, heading to Longhai City. After traveling for some distance, Li Mani hesitantly said, Zhao Zhen, should we have done that? You did save us after all. Listening to Li Mani words, the people on the school felt a bit ashamed. The world has ended not too long, so their dignity was not completely gone. Zhao Zhen console, to get to Longhai City, we can only use this method. If we did not do it, we wouldn't be able to get to Longhai City. Manny, do not worry, Yu is so powerful, he will be able to easily find a second vehicle. Another boy named Ji Yun, who was a bit resentful said, yeah. Manny, look at you, he only just saved us, but is high and mighty. Wanting all of us to listen to his orders. Who does he think he is? He have no class at all. Precisely. The others also agreed. Belittling you can lessen their guilt. At this time, the school bus was heading to the Qingyun area, which is one of the busiest areas in Leijiang City. There were vehicles everywhere on the streets. The zombies were scattered everywhere. Yunyi suddenly slowed down and shouted, Zhao Zhen, there is a blockade in front, what should I do? In front of them, 8 or 9 vehicles piled up, blocking their way. Zhao Zhen was shocked, acted quickly and shouted, reverse. Reverse immediately. The school bus must not stop. Once the car stopped, it will be surrounded by zombies. They will not be able to fight the zombies. At this moment, suddenly there was a crashing sound. 2 S1 zombies broke the window, and jumped into the car. One S1 zombie grabbed a girl, then bit the in the throat. The blood immediately gushed out from her throat and drenched the zombie. The other S1 zombie clawed another girl, easily leaving a deep gash. Help! Help! Suddenly on the school bus, there was chaos in the team. The remaining girls screamed and ran toward Zhao Zhen. In the midst of this small team, Zhao Zhen was their leader, but also their backbone. After biting the girl to death, the S1 zombie continues to pounce forward. As if like cheetah, pounced towards a girl. The zombie opened its bloody mouth wide and bit hard on the girl's neck, breaking her throat. The other S1 zombie also pounced on its prey, biting off another girl's throat. In just the span of a few breaths, 3 girls had died on the school bus. Their eyes were filled with regrets and unwillingness. If they had chosen to stay with you, at this moment they would be alive and well. Zhao Zhen also saw the 2 powerful S1 zombies. It is far beyond the normal zombies. He suddenly shouted, "Stop! Stop the car!" Yunyi, completely trusting Zhao Zhen, immediately slammed on the brakes. Under the effect of the inertia, the 2 S1 zombies was thrown to the front. They quickly stood up, and lunged toward the bunch of people. Just at this moment, Zhao Zhen, holding the novice club, jumped out of the side window. Abandoning everyone, and fled away. He has judged that even all together, although they may be able to eventually kill the 2 S1 zombies, he would definitely be infected as the main fighting force. Everyone was shocked after seeing Zhao Zhen fled the school bus. Prior to this, Zhao Zhen had swore to protect them with his own life, but in the face of danger, he was the first to flee. The trust in all their hearts had collapsed. Li Mani was the first to react, biting her teeth, jumped out of the side window, and fleeing away. While she didn't know where she could run to in the darkness, but it was much better than dying in the school bus. This woke the others up, also started jumping out the windows of the school bus. Yunyi was also quick to leave the driver's seat. When he tried to escape outwards, a S1 zombie pounced on his body, throwing them to the ground. The zombie then opened its mouth and bit his throat. The other S1 zombie pounced on a boy who tried to escape, and bit off the boy's throat. After killing all those that were alive on the school bus, the 2 S1 zombie did not pursue the rest. They instead started devouring the flesh of the fresh bodies. The various bodies were bitten and torn. The school bus has 7 fresh corpses, enough for the 2 S1 zombies to devour. In the darkness, the zombies were attracted to the sounds of the survivor, and staggered after them. The next morning, you woke the others. You quickly asked Lu Wen, how much have you MP recovered? Lu Wen with a smile, said, it has been completely restored. You quickly said, immediately treat Ji Qing Wu. Okay. Lu Wen nodded and placed her hands on Ji Qing Wu's body. 2 white light pouring from her hands into Ji Qing Wu's body. Yuan Ying and the girls gathered around. This was the first time that they saw someone use a skill to treat a person's injuries. They have never seen such magical ability before. Under the pouring light, Ji Qing Wu's pale face began to show a hint of color. You asked, how are you? Ji Qing Wu moved her body, her eyes flashing with joy, looked up at you and said, it is a lot better. You said to Lu Wen, continued treating her. Lu Wen used her skill again, 2 balls of white light went into Ji Qing Wu's body. The white light disappearing, you with concern asked, how do you feel? Ji Qing Wu stood up from the sofa and began stretch her wonderful body and warm up. Ji Qing Wu trained for many years to forge an exquisitely sensual body. With ample chest and wide hips, her elegant and beautiful face, valiant temperament, was extremely charming. You seeing Ji Qing Wu stretching her glamorous body, his eyes couldn't help but got lost in it. After Ji Qing Wu finished stretching, looked at you and said, recovered more than 50%, should be able to fight. Good. Today is the people going to search for a new mean of transport is me, Ji Qing Wu, Qi Yang, and Wang Xuan. The remaining people are to stay at home. Chen Yao is in charge. You looked at Chen Yao, with a serious tone, said, Chen Yao, remember what I said, no matter how they cried out, don't let anyone in. If someone forcibly break in, use the guns to shoot them, understand? I understand. She quickly replied. After the thugs attacked Chen Yao, she already understood the cruelty of this post-apocalyptic world. With the explanation completed, you and Ji Qing Wu quickly left the community. Outside the community, Wang Shuang asked, where shall we go now? You has already thought of it, immediately said, Jiangnan District, Green Shade Street, where the flow of people is small, and they sell large vehicles. Ordinary vehicles hitting several zombies will scrapped, only large vehicles can hit zombies without damage. Without the protection of a school bus, you can only lead the others in a soci, in order to avoid the dense zombies in the downtown section. Heading towards Green Shade Street in Jiangnan District. The 4 people walking in remote sections, was easily able to dealt with the scattered zombies. With the help of you, Wang Shuang successfully challenged a zombie. He finally had the courage to fight the zombie in close combat. They cautiously killed dozens of zombies while heading to Green Shade Street. Green Shade Street, the area was in the outskirts, so there was not many zombies. They successfully made it to the shop that sell Dong Feng truck. Translator note, Dong Feng truck. In front of the shop, there was 3 big blue Dong Feng truck. A sword cut off the head of the uniform-wearing zombie. You quickly search in the pockets of a zombie and found a bunch of car keys. We taking the 3 vehicles? Qi Yang said to you. They had passed the obstacle and found the keys to 3 trucks. You shook his head and said, we don't have the drivers. We can only drive 1 truck at this time. After getting on the truck, Wang Shuang sat in the driver's seat and asked you, where do we go now? You thought for a moment and said, go to Xingning Road, Leijiang Bridge. Hearing you's words, Wang Shuang looked shocked. We have to go through the mountain pass to get to Xingning Road of Leijiang Bridge. But that place is the shopping district of Leijiang City. The zombies there will be dozens of times more than elsewhere. Do you really want to go to that place? That's right. You said with a deep voice. I understand. Wang Shuang gritted his teeth, turned the truck around and head toward the Leijiang Bridge. There were broken vehicles everywhere on top of Leijiang Bridge, even the guardrail were smashed. The whole bridge was blocked by vehicles, with the zombies wandering through lanes. This was a bustling shopping district, and the streets have been blocked by abandoned vehicles. Only those streets that are not bustling will have little traffic. When the world changed, there were a lot of people stuck in traffic, so they were bitten by zombies. On the other side of Leijiang Bridge was the city's most bustling commercial district, where every Sunday more than 10,000 people gathered to shop and sightsee. The most prosperous district of Leijiang City was now the city's most dangerous areas. They had arrived at Leijiang Bridge. You saw that on the bridge, there were so many zombies wandering around. Sitting in the truck, you looked at the end of the bridge on the other side. He saw that at the end of the bridge, there stood an extremely bizarre gate that was emitting continuous particles of light. There was 4 figures guarding in front of that bizarre gate. Those 4 figures had a long tail, quadruped, body with dark brown, and 2 meters in length with an ugly and ferocious humanoid look. Level 20 Boss, Hunter Type 1. This is a being eroded by the virus infection, taking another path of evolution. They only have survival instinct left. Oppressive fighting instincts, speed and power are without flaw. Have skills, viral infections. As if they were alerted by the engine sounds, the hunter that was lying on the floor eating a zombie, raised its head. Then quickly abandoning its food, dashing towards Yu's team. The 4 hunters were extremely keen, speeding through the vehicle wreckage like a cheetah. Jumping over the group of zombies, their speed was extremely alarming, wildly heading towards Yu's team. Reverse. Yu's face became paled, and shouted toward Wang Shuang. Wang Shuang without replying, immediately turned the truck around and stepped on the gas pedal, fleeing toward the rear with urgency. The Dong Feng truck knocked away all the zombies that blocking its way, fleeing far away. Translator note, they call the truck Dong Feng Ka equals Dong Feng kilocalories LOL. I'm just gonna call it Deng Feng truck. Not sure which one, but I would like to think it's this one. The 4 hunters were in hot pursuit from the rear. After chasing out of the bridge, 2 hunters stopped, and 1 returned to guarding the gate. While the other was guarding the entrance of the bridge. The remaining 2 hunters were like cheetahs, chasing after Yu's team. The 2 hunters are indeed a level 20 boss. Under their full speed, it was above the maximum speed of 80 km per hour of the Dong Feng truck. Little by little the 2 hunters constantly got closer to the Dong Feng truck. What now? You. Wang Shuang asked you with a pale face and cold sweat, after looking at the 2 hunters in the rear view mirror. This was the first time that he have saw a monster's speed that was faster than a vehicle. He instinctively felt how terrifying the 2 hunters were. He was definitely no match for them. Faster. You said in a deep voice. Wang Shuang nodded, and immediately drove toward the highway. It's over. Wang Shuang, his face turned white with despair and thought. As they had just gotten near the highway, and saw the condition of it. The highway was crowded with all kind of vehicles, firmly blocking the highway. Apparently when the world changed, most of the drivers wanted to escape using the highway, but did not think that they would get stuck in there as well. The Dongfeng truck simply cannot get through the blocked highway. Yu's eyes flashed a touch of coldness and said, "Stop. Get ready to fight." Wang Shuang knows that the hunter's speed was faster than the truck speed. They simply could not escape. He gritted his teeth and immediately stopped the truck. Use the gun. Do not use the novice club. Yu took off the Type 79 submachine gun from his chest, then jumped off the truck. Facing the level 20 boss hunter, using the novice club in close combat is simply seeking death. This time when they went to look for a vehicle, each person was carrying a Type 79 submachine gun and 6 magazines. At this point it is life and death. Even though Wang Shuang did not have the courage, he still took the Type 79 submachine gun off his chest, and jumped off the truck. Then walked to the Yu's side. Only by standing next to Yu, did it give him some courage. Qi Yang and Ji Qingwu also quickly jumped off the truck, holding tightly to the Type 79 submachine gun. The speed of the two hunters was very fast, in a blink, they were only 50 meters away. Fire! Yu roared loudly, releasing all his fear, and pulled the trigger. Shooting wildly at the two hunters. Wang Shuang, Qi Yang, and Ji Qingwu at the same time pulled the trigger and shot at the two hunters. A barrage of bullets flying, even though their shooting skills is extremely bad, but with the dense barrage of bullets, it was able to hit the hunter's body. The bullet made a hole in the hunter's body, black blood flowing out. Because the hunter's speed was too fast, the bullet entered their bodies and exited out the back. With bullets going through the body, if it was ordinary creatures, it would have slumped to the ground by now. The two hunters were very sharp, and jumped to the side. The two hunters were completely different from the normal zombies. They immediately made the motion to evade, dodging to the side, executing irregular evasive movements. Even hunters, if their brains were hit by bullets and destroyed, they too will die. Also if their joints were hit by bullets, their movements would also be affected. Their shooting were not accurate, and the two hunters were able to dodge. With their very high speed, Yu's team simply cannot hit them. The 20 rounds cartridge of ammunition was soon empty. Taking advantage of the 4 people when changing the cartridges, the two hunters rushed towards them like a cheetah. Without any hesitation, Yu activated the shadow step skill, his speed suddenly soared. He rushed forward like an arrow, slashing at the hunter's head. 30 points increased in agility had made Yu's speed extremely frightening. Almost instantaneously, Yu's sword appeared before the hunter's head. At this moment, a tongue like a bullet shot from the hunter, hitting Yu's sword. It knocked the sword aside, causing the sword to cut the shoulders of the hunters. A metallic sound rang out, and the sword was embedded in the hunter's shoulder bone. The hunter immediately opened its bloody mouth. Its tongue shot towards Yu's face like a bullet. At the same time, White Bones charged forward. Swinging its axe like a whirlwind, striking down on the hunter's tongue that was attacking Yu. Cutting the head hunter's tongue into 2 parts, foul blood splattering everywhere. At the same time, Ji Qingwu also activated her level 2 high-speed movement skill, and with the sword, slashed at the hunter's body. The sharp sword cut through the hunter's skin and embedded in its bones, but it is unable to cut through. Cut it off. Yu roared, and uses all his power to press down on the sword. Cutting off the hunter's right paw with the sharp sword. When the hunter's right paw was cut off, it swung its tail heavily, smashing Qi Yang in the chest. Qi Yang was sent flying, hitting the top of the truck. He spewed a mouthful of blood, and have several broken ribs. He had completely lost his fighting capability. The other hunter rushed towards Yu, and with a lightning-fast claw, grabbing at Yu. The hunter's speed was too terrifying, Yu could only abandon the sword. Then with his right hand grabbing the hunter's right claw. The hunter's right claw closed shut. The terrifying power of the grip caused bone-cracking sound to issue from Yu's right hand. If Yu did not wear the second-degree protective garment, he would already be infected. Taking advantage of Yu sealing the attack of the hunter for a moment, White Bones swung his axe like a tornado, cutting into the head of the hunter. Foul blood splashing everywhere, the hunter's head was instantly cut off, and sent flying. The headless hunter's body fell to the floor, when suddenly a blue treasure box, 3 white treasure boxes, a precious skill book, and $200 worth of survival coin burst out. A big ball of white light flew into White Bones, causing it to be promoted to the next level. Just as Yu was able to kill the hunter, the remaining hunter swung its claws at Yu's heart. Yu was in the shadow step mode, but he only had time to twist his body slightly. The hunter struck him on the chest instead of his heart. Even though Yu was wearing the second-degree protective garment, he was still badly injured from the power of the hunter's blow, but it did not cut his body. But the hunter's powerful blow broke several of his ribs, and sent him flying several meters to the ground. At this moment, Ji Qin Wu extracted her sword. Once again with the sword, slashing at the hunter's head. The hunter without any worry, smashing its tail like a hammer against Ji Qin Wu's body. Ji Qin Wu like a rag, immediately flew 7 to 8 meters, as if hit by a speeding truck. She immediately spit out a mouthful of blood, and fell to the ground, not knowing if she is alive or dead. You, catch. At this point, Wang Shuang had finished replacing the cartridge of the Type 79 submachine gun. He knows that he is no match for the hunter, and he could only count on you. The hunter could tell that Yu was its greatest enemy. It quickly rushed towards you, trying to smash Yu's head with its claw. At this time, White Bones appeared in front of the hunter, with its axe cleaving at the hunter's head. The hunter was like a cat, and evaded the strike of White Bones. Its tail like a hammer, smashed against White Bones' body, sending White Bones 7 to 8 meters away. Go to hell. After seeing the hunter break through White Bones' defensive line, you suppressed the pain. Spit out a mouthful of blood, then holding the Type 79 submachine gun, started firing wildly at the hunter. Yu's shooting technique was terrible, but the distance between him and the hunter was merely 2 meters. At this distance it was impossible to miss. The 20 bullets shot through the hunter's body. Its body was full of bloody holes. 2 bullets was lucky enough to hit the hunter's spine. The hunter then dropped to ground from the air. Yu was gasping for air, quickly picked up the sword. With his left hand tried to cut off the hunter's head with all his power, chopping directly down on the hunter's head. The hunter's head fell to the ground. A blue treasure box, a skill book, 3 white treasure boxes, and a $200 worth of survival coin burst out. A big ball of white light from the hunter's body flew into Yu's body, and the sweet sound rang in his mind. Congratulations, you have been promoted to level 12, you have earned 2 stats points. Congratulations, you have been promoted to level 13, you have earned 2 stats points. In a flash, the 2 sweet sounds of promotion rang out in Yu's mind. You endure the pain and made the choice, assigned 4 points to vitality. Vitality determines the speed of recovery for muscle strength and body. Yu was able to stand up and fight was thanks to the second-degree protective garment protecting him from the powerful blow of the hunter. His body and muscle strength exceeded Ji Qin Wu and Qi Yang by 50%. Yu did not care about future development at this time. He can only choose to increase vitality, so that his bones can heal faster. A small stream trickling through his body, Yu's body had been strengthened again. After the strengthening, he felt little bit better. Qi Yang. Yu did not stayed still. Brimming with chest pain from the broken bones, quickly rushed to Qi Yang, whose face was covered with blood. Fortunately, Yu inspected Qi Yang breathing, and found him still breathing out a sigh of relief. Qi Yang, but his most important friend and companion. Afterwards, Yu then checked on Ji Qin Wu's conditions. He found her still breathing. Then quickly took the items dropped from the 2 hunters, and put it into his backpack. Then let White Bones carry Ji Qin Wu and Qi Yang into the truck. Wang Shuang sped all the way, quickly returned to the neighborhood. Noticing Wang Shuang below, the girls in the room flooded out and went down. Seeing Yu, Ji Qin Wu, and Qi Yang covered with blood, the girls were in disbelief. In particular was Yu, they could not think of anything that could injure him so severely. Especially when he can fight in a swarm of zombies like it was nothing. After arriving below, Lu Wen looked at Yu's face, which was frowning and full of blood. Her eyes were suddenly misty and full of distress, put her hands on Yu's body. Big brother Yu, how did you get hurt so badly? You wait, I will heal you right now. After resting all morning, Lu Wen had restored some MP. No. Immediately treats Qi Yang. Cough cough. I can still hold on. Holding Lu Wen's hands, Yu coughed up some blood and adamantly said. Chen Yao rushed in front of Yu, and softly pleaded, Yu, first save Qin Wu. Please, save Qin Wu first. Her injuries are too serious. The hunter's power was far superior to that of the L1 zombies. With just a strike, both Ji Qin Wu and Qi Yang were seriously hurt. If they do not receive timely treatment, both of them will die. Lu Wen, I will kneel here, I beg you, help Qin Wu. Chen Yao holding Lu Wen's pants, crying on her knees in front of Lu Wen and pleaded. Ji Qingwu had risked her life to come to the girls' dormitory to save Qinyao, showing how close their relationship were. Qinyao would also make a great effort for Ji Qingwu. Lu Wen was suddenly perplexed, and looked at you. You wiped his bloody mouth, gasped and said, after you heal Qi Yang once with your skill, then heal Ji Qingwu with it. Quickly. Between Yu's words, White Bones caught Qinyao hands, and pulled her away from Lu Wen. After Qinyao was grabbed by White Bones, she cried to Yu and pleaded, please, Yu. Save Qingwu. Afterwards, I will listen to whatever you say. I beg you, help Qingwu. Lu Wen has the ability to heal, but her spirit was too low. The recovery so far from the morning only allowed her to use the skill once, may be able to save one person. Lu Wen by Qi Yang's side, activated her minor injury healing. Releasing 2 white lights into Qi Yang's body, and soon his pale face had a hint of color. Thank you. Zhang Xian, who was by Qi Yang, thanked Lu Wen. Lu Wen lightly nodded, with a weary face, looked at Yu. With some distress, glanced at Ji Qingwu and said, Big brother Yu, I don't have enough MP, and cannot activate the skill to save Ji Qingwu's sister. Hearing the words of Lu Wen, Qinyao eyes flashed with despair. Her face ashen, in desperation, couldn't help crying and cursed loudly, you bastard. You bastard, I won't let you go. Whimpering. Bastard, why didn't you save Qingwu? Why is that? Wear this protective garment. Go heal her. You endured the pain of the broken bones, took off the second-degree protective garment and gave it to Lu Wen. Second-degree protective garment have all stats +5. It could give Lu Wen the 4 MP she needed for using the minor injury healing. Translator note, seems like spirit and MP are directly related. After Lu Wen put on the second-degree protective garment, she suddenly felt her body improve significantly. She immediately went to the Ji Qingwu side, and facing Ji Qingwu, used her minor injury healing. Under the treatment of Lu Wen's skill, which was a very serious injury, and occasionally coughing up blood, was restored to normal. Apparently her life was saved. After taking off the protective garment, you felt the importance of the 5 points of vitality. With the protective garment, you could still move around. But once he took off the protective garment, even breathing caused a lot of pain in his chest, extremely difficult to bear. Go inside. You gritted his teeth and ordered, letting White Bones support him while they walked inside. Qinyao was holding the coma Ji Qingwu, while Wang Qian and Zhang Xian was holding the unconscious Qi Yang. A line of people carefully returned inside. What really happened? How could it become like this? Zhongli went to Wang Shuang, who was the only one that was uninjured, and asked. The others also looked over, they wanted to know what kind of force could injure someone strong like you to this condition. Wang Shuang with a forced smile, explained from the beginning to end, after we found the vehicles, you said he wanted to go to the Leijiang Bridge and see. When they heard that the hunters blew away Ji Qingwu, Qi Yang, and White Bones with one hit, they couldn't help but gasped. They all knew how strong those 4 were, if instead they were to encounter the hunters, they would all be killed within the first glimpse. It seems that it is even more dangerous out there, even you was no match for the monster. In the room, everyone's heart was enveloped in a layer of haze. It has only been 3 days since the world ended, you had hardly suffered any injury, it was the first time he was wounded. But the injuries was serious enough to the point where he could not walk. Everyone in the room was worried about the future. In the master bedroom, Lu Wen looked at the suffering Yu, who was occasionally coughing up blood, and with distress said, Big brother Yu, I will take off the protective garment, so you can put it on, okay? No. Before you recover 6 points of MP, do not take off the protective garment. Cough cough. If you do that, you will be subjected to a mental backfire. You painfully coughed a few times, gasping for air. As soon as he took off his protective garment, he became so weak. It was clear that if Lu Wen took off his protective garment, she would have mental injuries. I won't take it off. I'm not taking it off. Lu Wen looked you on the bed, with her eyes red. She was distressed while holding his left hand. Your right hand was broken by the grasp of the hunter. It was now swollen purple-black, looking extremely nasty. You ordered White Bones to protect him. He was lying in bed, gasping for breath, and could not even eat rice. If he did not add 4 points to vitality, he would be dead now. It was now nearly dusk when Lu Wen had recovered enough MP and used it to heal you. He soon fell asleep after the torture of the pain he had to go through. At night, Yu was attracted to the scent of food, and opened his eyes. Yu, after a day of fierce fighting, was very hungry and did not have any energy left. He opened his eyes and saw Chen Yao come in with a big bowl of food. The big bowl was filled with steaming rice, covered with 4 slices of luncheon meat, and a layer of stir-fried vegetables. He could not help but show his appetite. Seeing Yu opened his eyes, Chen Yao with a look of guilt said, "Are you awake?" "Sorry Yu, I should not have screamed at you today." Yu was the temporary leader of this team, undertaking the most dangerous tasks, and also did not use his strength to force the girls to do any dirty things. Chen Yao could see this, and felt ashamed for her behavior in the afternoon. "It's okay." Yu did not mind and said. He could understand Chen Yao's feelings. If their position were reverse, he would have made it worse. Yu reached out and wanted to get the bowl of rice, but the slightest movement aggravated his chest injuries, causing his face to be distorted with pain again. Lu Wen sitting next to him was somewhat distressed. She received the meal from Chen Yao, and said, "Let me feed you." "Big brother Yu." Lu Wen was by Yu's side taking care of him since the afternoon. Even after Yu slept, she was still by his side. If her parents saw the little witch caring for someone, they would certainly be surprised. Before the world changed, Lu Wen was a fearless tricky little witch and extremely headstrong. Even though she got along well with Yu, she still caused many difficult problems for him. "Then I will rely on you." Yu did not force it. The bones in his right hand was broke by the hunter. Without Lu Wen's healing skill, and without medical treatment, it would take him months to fully recover. Lu Wen sat next to Yu, and carefully picked up the luncheon meat with her chopsticks. Then spooned soup along with rice into Yu's mouth. Chen Yao watched as Lu Wen took care of Yu, her eyes flashing with a strange light. She hesitated for a moment, while staring at Yu, slowly asked, "Yu, today, why did you not save Qing Wu first?" Yu very calmly looked at Chen Yao, and slowly said each word, "In my mind, Qi Yang is more important than Ji Qing Wu. If there is a next time, I would choose the same." Chen Yao looked at Yu's earnest admission, her heart twitching, and couldn't help blurting out, "Don't you think it is too selfish and not like a gentleman?" Yu slowly said, "I'm sorry, I'm just one guy, awareness is not high. I can only do so much." Chen Yao was silent for a moment, with a surge of feeling, blurted out, "If today Qi Yang and I suffered injuries, and you could only save one person. Which one will you save?" Yu did not hesitate and bluntly said, "Qi Yang." The room was suddenly thrown into an awkward atmosphere. Chen Yao heard Yu's reply, was silent for a moment, then lightly said one sentence, you have a good rest." With that, Chen Yao then turned and left the room. Lu Wen blinked her large, bright eyes and said with a smile, "Big brother Yu, you're really dumb. Just now if you had said you would choose to save Chen Yao, then maybe she would have agreed to be your girlfriend. Chen Yao's sister is really beautiful. How can it be that simple? Chen Yao is remarkable, why would she fancy me?" Yu lightly said, "And I don't want to lie to her, that does not make sense." Lu Wen, eyes blinking, suddenly said, "Yes, big brother Yu, do you and Qi Yang have that kind of love relationship? Otherwise, how can you not be tempted when Chen Yao is so beautiful?" This phrase caused Yu to spring up. He suddenly pinched Lu Wen's face with his left hand, gritted his teeth and said, "This little demon, what's inside your head?" Lu Wen did not dare to struggle, with her suffering little face said, I'm sorry, I know I was wrong." Yu let go of the hand pinching Lu Wen's face, and with a helpless smile said, "I don't have that kind of hobby. Are you happy?" With the information of modern society, a variety of information is available on the internet for the world to see. Modern youths know more than ever, even more outlandish information. Lu Wen is a clever and curious little witch that know a lot of stuff. When Yu was her tutor, he has on many occasions experienced her amazing remarks. Lu Wen opened her beautiful clear eyes and carefully said, "Then I'll be your girlfriend, okay?" The room's atmosphere was awkward again. Yu now looked at Lu Wen carefully. Lu Wen's hair was tied into a single ponytail. She has full figure for her age, small C-cup in a tight white t-shirt, and skin is of a healthy wheat color. It is because she likes to exercise. A small, delicate, and beautiful face with big eyes. Looking like a youthful modern girl. Lu Wen is also a feminine girl. Yu carefully looked at Lu Wen as a woman, his heart can't help but move a bit. Prior to that, he saw her as a little sister, and never had a trace of feeling for her. Lu Wen leaned slightly forward, her pretty face blushing, and aggressively asked Yu, "Your answer. If you are a man, then seriously answer me. Yu leaned slightly backward, his manner somewhat weak, hesitated for a moment and said, "If you become my girlfriend, then am I not committing a crime?" Lu Wen with a laugh said, "Big brother Yu, how can it be? I'm 15, I will be 16 years old in a few months. By that time I would have reached adulthood. In Japan, 16 years old can marry and have children. Besides, the world has become like this, who's going to care about these things? Even if I take 10,000 steps back in the previous world, if I voluntarily be your girlfriend then it is not a crime." Yu hesitated, suddenly, he was not sure how he felt about Lu Wen. After all, before he did not have any feelings for her. Lu Wen looked at Yu, then scooped up a spoonful of food into Yu's mouth, and quickly said, "If you don't answer, I'll take that as your agreement. Eat quickly. Dinner is getting cold." Yu looked at Lu Wen, and thought back to the anxiety and fear she had when she saw that he was hurt, and carefully taking care of him. He felt slightly warm inside, and his emotion has undergone a subtle change. Yu, Ji Qin Wu, and Qi Yang were the main force fighting the hunters. They were seriously injured, and was only able to rest at home the next day. As Lu Wen recovered her MP, she used minor injury healing on Yu, Ji Qin Wu, and Qi Yang. Under Lu Wen's skill, the trio's injuries were contained, and began to recover. With the trio being injured, exploring the world and the searching for supplies of the small team came to a standstill. Even though Wang Shuang was now level 3, without Yu accompanying him, he did not dare fight those zombies. The rest of the girls were even more afraid of fighting zombies. "White Bones. Grab my bag." Lying down on the bed, Yu looked at White Bones, and ordered. The soul magic flashed in White Bones' eyes, it then picked up the heavy backpack and gave it to Yu. In the last couple days, White Bones has been guarding Yu and his backpack. Inside the backpack was the 2 skill books and treasures dropped by the 2 hunters. Every piece of treasure and skill book was extremely rare in this post-apocalyptic world. If they did not have the minor injury healing skill and could not find a doctor, Qi Yang and Ji Qing Wu would have died. While you would be lying in bed for a few months in order to naturally heal. Sitting beside you, Lu Wen quickly opened the backpack. Yu took out the 2 skill books with his left hand. Level 3 skill, Weapon Enhancement. Skill description, consuming 2 MP and 2 stamina points to strengthen the weapon, making it sharper. In the weapon strengthened state, 1 MP and 1 stamina point are consumed every 10 seconds. The weapon enhancement effect depends on the user's body. When the user has 10 times the physical fitness of ordinary people, with this skill, the user can attack with even a blade of grass. Translator note, was difficult trying to understand the last line. Ye fei hua ye just mean flower leaf or something. However, in wuxia they like to talk about how if you reach the expert level, you can attack with even a blade of grass. So I believe this is a correct translation. Level 3 skill, Body Enhancement. Skill description, this skill is a passive skill. After learning this skill, the user will permanently gain 5 strength points and 3 vitality points. After transferring to warrior job class, the user will gain 5 strength points and 3 vitality points. You looked at the 2 level 3 skills, his eyes flashed a hint of desire. Both of these level 3 skills are very strong skills, each is useful to him. The higher the strength, the greater the body can resist attacks. While the higher the vitality, the faster the body would recover. You did not increase strength and vitality before because even with higher strength and vitality, just getting scratched by zombies, he would become infected and dies. These 2 stats are not useless, but Yu was most in need of stamina, agility, and power. Those stats allowed him to survive and fight longer. Yu hesitated and did not immediately learn these 2 precious and powerful level 3 skills. Instead, he took out the 2 blue treasure boxes. You have only seen L1 zombie, S1 zombie, and evolved zombies dropped blue treasure boxes. Normal zombies only dropped white treasure boxes. Translator note, not sure if the author is messing up his color or typo. Cuz in. You opened the blue treasure box, a blue light flashing, condensing into a silvery, thick barrel revolver. 3rd degree item, Stinger pistol. Item description, this pistol is 20 years ahead of the world's current gun manufacturing technology. 17.5 mm caliber, 3 rounds payload. It can shoot and kill a large beast. Can automatically generate a special Stinger bullet every day. Drawbacks, high recoil. Great stuff. You looked at the Stinger pistol, and thought. Currently the world's largest pistol caliber is the Smith & Wesson's American M500 revolver. The pistol has a caliber of 12.7 mm, and can shoot down lions and tigers. This Stinger ammunition of 17.5 mm caliber is close to artillery weapons, its power can be imagined. Translator note, the smallest artillery caliber is 20 mm, so 17.5 mm is pretty powerful for a pistol. I doubt normal people can handle the recoil. It would break your arm. You could not wait and open another blue treasure box, blue light flashing, condensed into a blue ring engraved with ancient patterns. Third degree treasure, thorn ring. After equipping this item, plus 6 spirit. Supplementary skill, thorn. Skill description, the user can raise a 3 meters high thorn from the ground to attack the enemy. Limited to within 50 meters of the user. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Can be equipped by anyone. Translator note, not sure if it translates to treasure of jewelry. The 2 blue treasure boxes that you opened were great items. He then continued to open the remaining 6 white treasure boxes. Among the 6 white treasure boxes, 4 boxes were empty, the remaining 2 boxes produced 2 imitation Tang sword. 1-1, wear this ring and heal me. Yuzhong took the thorn ring and handed it Lu Wen. This is my engagement ring, right, he. Lu Wen smiled and took the thorn ring. She then put the ring on the ring finger her right hand, and carefully eyed the beautiful ring. The thorn ring was an exquisite jewelry, engraved with strange and mysterious runes, looking extremely beautiful. Yu with wry smile said, I will let you wear this temporary. After I recovered, I'm going to wear it out in battles. The thorn ring has a supplementary skill with strong destructive power, and if necessary, even kill a powerful enemy to save their lives. This treasure, as the main fight force you must equip this himself. Cheapskate. Lu Wen pouted, putting her hands on top of Yu's right hand, and uses her healing skill. Under the treatment 2 white light flashed, Yu's swollen and fractured right hand began to slowly heal. Seeing Lu Wen concentrated on healing him, Yu was filled with warmth. Treatments from the minor injury healing was not all powerful. The trio's injuries was too serious. After a full 10 days under Lu Wen's treatment, Ji Qing Wu, Yu, and Qi Yang made a full recovery. Yu spread the items out in front of Ji Qing Wu and asked, these are the items that was dropped from the 2 hunters. This level 3 weapon enhancement skill book, imitation Tang sword, and $200 survival coins is your. The rest belong to Qi Yang and me, do you have any objection? Loot distribution is critical for a team, with unfair distribution, there is the possibility of the entire team collapsing. Even though you contributed the most, he did not want to take all the loots. No objection. Ji Qing Wu carefully looked at the items that was spread out, and nodded in satisfaction. With her extraordinary skill, what is lacking most is power. This weapon enhancement skill enables her to have more destructive power and combat effectiveness. She did not have any objection towards Yu's distribution. Yu looked at Qi Yang, and said, Qi Yang, this thorn ring, imitation Tang sword, and $200 of survival coins is for you. While I want the body enhancement skill and Stinger pistol. The Stinger pistol is powerful, but recoil is also great. Among the others, only Yu was the one with enough power stats in order to use the weapon. Okay. Qi Yang did not have any objection. Yu seriously said, Qi Yang, Ji Qing Wu, Wang Shuang, Chen Yao, and Lu Wen, the 6 of us will go clear the zombies on Xingning Road. You still want to go provoke those monsters? A worried Wang Shuang said. He did not forget the 2 terrifying hunters. The 4 of them were nearly wiped out by the 2 hunters the last time. Ji Qing Wu frowned and said, I think we need to raise our level first before challenging the 2 hunters. Our level are too low. Except for you, the rest of you don't even have the power to fight when facing the 2 hunters. Ji Qing Wu has already experienced the terrifying power of the 2 hunters. Even though she now has the 3rd degree skill weapon enhancement, in the face of a hunter she still isn't match. Yu was the only one who could compete with the hunters out of the team's fighting force. Yu said, I know, this time I'm just going to clear the zombies on Xingning Road. At the same time, helping you all increase your levels. Leijiang Bridge is guarded by the 2 hunters, I have no plans to mess with them right now. Hearing that they were not going to fight the 2 hunters, Ji Qing Wu did not oppose Yu's plan. Without any objection, Yu quickly got on the Dongfeng truck and headed to the truck dealers on Green Shade Street of Jiangnan District. Chen Yao was the driver of the 2nd Dongfeng truck, following the 1st truck. You now have 2 means of transport. The 2 Dongfeng truck quickly arrived at Xingning Road. The zombies on Xing Ning Road was immediately attracted to the two truck noises. The zombies formed large and small groups, then headed towards the two trucks. Xing Ning Road is the road to Leijiang City's most bustling commercial district. Although not as bustling as the other side of Leijiang Bridge, it still has a lot of zombies. There were hundreds of zombies heading towards the two trucks, which was extremely scary. Among the hundreds of zombies, 10 bluish-gray zombies took the lead. As if like a bunch of monkeys heading towards Yu's team. 10 S1 zombies. So many S1 zombies have evolved after just 6 days. Too scary. Yu's eyes flashed a touch of horror looking at the 10 S1 zombies. When he came here before, there was not that many zombies, and there was no S1 zombies. Just after 6 days, 10 S1 zombies have evolved. The zombies' evolution speed is so fast that humans simply cannot survive. Retreat. Yu decisively ordered. In addition to the 10 S1 zombies, he also saw L1 zombies among the hundreds of zombies. Listening to Yu's order, Chen Yao and Wang Shuang immediately drove the two Dongfeng truck and fled away. The S1 zombies were very fast, but ultimately they were slower compared to the hunters. They were unable to catch up with the Dongfeng truck, and shortly was left behind. Driven to a quiet and safe street, Wang Shuang looked at Yu and said, "What do we do? Where shall we go now?" Yu thought for a moment. Chen Yao immediately drive back. Ji Qin Wu, Lu Wen and you stay here, and responsible for our getaway. Qi Yang and I will go to Xing Ning Road and take a look at the situation. With that, Yu got off the truck, looked at Ji Qin Wu and spoke his mind. Ji Qin Wu frowned and said, "Just the two of you, it's too dangerous." In the hundreds of zombies, not only was there S1 zombies but also L1 zombies. With those special zombies, the threat was far beyond the regular hundreds of zombies. Qi Yang and Yu's strength were still too weak. Yu smile, "Do not worry, if the situation appears to be bad we will immediately withdraw. As long as you protect the escape route for us." After Yu finished speaking, Qi Yang and him headed towards Xing Ning Road. On the way, Yu and Qi Yang encountered more than 10 zombies that were scattered. They easily killed those zombies. Without the sound of the engine to attract them, the zombies scattered, forming several groups. More than 10 groups of zombies were wandering on the streets. The two of them carefully sneaked all the way to Xing Ning Road. They had just arrived at Xing Ning Road, when 13 zombies were immediately attracted to their footsteps. The zombies then staggered towards them. Yu charged forward, reaching the zombies after several steps. With a sword slashed, beheaded a zombie. Just as the two zombies beside Yu got closer, White Bone swung his axe and cut the two zombies into halves, foul blood splashing everywhere. Qi Yang had also changed his weapon to the imitation Tang sword. He quickly rushed in front of a zombie, and beheaded the zombie. The trio had gotten stronger from raising their level many times, and soon killed the 13 zombies. The trio killing the 13 zombies created some noise. Those zombies that were attracted by the sound staggered over. The zombies continued to merge, forming a mass of corpses. The 10 bluish-gray S1 zombies also headed toward the trio from all directions. The left. Yu immediately rushed toward the left. On the left there was one S1 zombie moving towards them. This S1 zombie was the one nearest them. In the span of a few breaths, Yu had already rushed in front of the S1 zombie. The S1 zombie rushed forward like a monkey, and very agilely leapt over Yu's head. A claw trying to hit his head. Yu's agility was in no way inferior to the S1 zombie. He evaded the claws of a S1 zombie. A sword with a beautiful arc beheaded the S1 zombie, sending its head flying, foul blood splashing everywhere. Yu had just beheaded the S1 zombies, when 2 more S1 zombies came running over towards him. At the same time, White Bones, who had been following Yu around like a shadow, charged forward. With one swing, carrying the sound of the piercing wind, cut the head of a S1 zombie into halves. Yu also took the chance to slash at the head of the S1 zombie that was approaching. The S1 zombie pulled back slightly, avoiding Yu's slash. However, its right hand was cut off by the slash. Qi Yang took the chance and got behind the S1 zombie, then beheaded the S1 zombie. After killing 3 S1 zombies, Qi Yang absorbed the balls of white light and was promoted to level 8. The 3 S1 only dropped 3 white treasure boxes and $30 of survival coins. Seeing the trio killed the 3 S1 zombies, the remaining 7 S1 zombies were unafraid and charged towards them. The S1 zombies evolved with speed beyond ordinary human, but their evolution still lacks the emotion of fear. With two S1 zombies left behind, 5 S1 formed a small group rushing towards Yu's team. The group of 5 S1 zombies was a greater threat than a group of 100 ordinary zombies. Retreat! Yu shouted loudly, leading everyone back. Qi Yang and White Bones immediately followed by Yu's side. The trio used speed that transcend ordinary people in retreating, distancing themselves with that huge group of several hundred zombies. The 7 S1 zombies' speed are above the other zombies, and continues to approach Yu's team. After 10 seconds, the 5 S1 zombies were within 10 meters of the trio. Yu in a deep voice shouted, "The thorns." Qi Yang pointed toward the 5 S1 zombies, a gray ray of light from the thorn ring shot out, and hit the ground where the 5 S1 zombies were. The ground in front of the zombies suddenly rumbled, a sharp thorn of about 3 meters surged out of the ground, and directly impaling the head of an S1 zombie, nailing it on top of the thorn. White Bones dashed forward, swing his axe with a piercing wind toward a S1 zombie, and cutting its head into 2 pieces. Almost in an instant, the 3 S1 zombies took the opportunity to attack White Bones' body. After obtaining the reinforced Bones skill, White Bones' bones were no longer weak. The 3 S1 claws only left scratches, no longer able to remove any bones. While the 3 S1 zombies were occupied with White Bones, Yu approached a S1 zombie and beheaded it with his sword. Qi Yang also took the opportunity and approached another S1 zombie, decapitating it with his sword. The remaining S1 zombie did not have a chance to react, when White Bones struck with his axe, cutting the zombie into 2 parts. Intestines and foul blood falling all over the floor. The last 2 S1 zombies charged at the trio. The pressure that Yu felt toward the remaining 2 S1 zombies was a lot lighter. Yu facing the 5 S1 zombies alone was indeed very difficult. But facing 2 S1 zombies while wearing the second-degree protective garment and having levels so many times was not a difficult task. White Bones took a step forward, with one strike, directly splitting the S1 zombie into 2 parts, foul blood splashing everywhere. Yu took out the stinger pistol, took a step forward, aimed at the head of the S1 zombie, and pulled the trigger. With a loud boom, and head of the S1 zombie instantly exploded when struck by the stinger bullet, like if it was struck by an artillery shell. Black brain matters and blood flying everywhere. This is an amazing gun. You could call it a portable cannon. Looking at the exploded zombie's head, Yu's eyes sparkled. With the stinger pistol, if the hunter's head is hit by the stinger bullet, it will be blown to pieces. Even if he can't hit the hunter's head, he can still shoot at any of the hunter's body part. The stinger pistol's recoil was not as great as you had imagined. The recoil was like a normal Type 54 pistol's recoil, and not monstrous. You have been promoted to level 14, earning 2 stats points, please assign the points. After the gun blasted off the head of the S1 zombie, a sweet sound ringed in Yu's head. Assign 2 points to agility. Yu quickly selected. When the world changed, Yu has been increasing power and stamina. That is because using the novice club to kill zombies consumed too much stamina. He wanted enough power and stamina to fight the zombies. But now fighting with the evolved zombies, especially the level 20 hunters, what he need the most is agility when using a firearm. The 7 S1 zombies that were killed, dropped a skill book, 6 white treasure boxes, and $70 of survival coins. Yu quickly picked up all the items on the floor, then retreated with Qi Yang. The 10 S1 zombies were killed by the trio, the rest of the zombies were of no threat to them. Ordinary zombie is extremely slow, even slower than the average person. The speed of the power evolved L1 zombie was only that of an average person. They could not keep up with Yu and Qi Yang who had been strengthened from leveling up many times. Yu and Qi Yang used White Bones as the core, first killing all the L1 zombies. Fighting while retreating, they killed all the ordinary zombies. After White Bones was strengthened, only in battle can it show its ferocity. Ordinary zombies could not hurt White Bones at all. White Bones in the midst of the group of zombies, wielding its axe, easily slaying the surrounding zombies. Without White Bones acting as a shield to draw the attacks of the zombies, Yu and Qi Yang would not be able to fight the zombies for too long. Fighting while retreating already consumed a lot of stamina. The trio killed more than 150 zombies, then quickly withdrew, heading towards Ji Qing Wu. The stamina consumption when fighting a group of zombies is completely different from fighting a single zombie. Even after leveling many times, killing 100 zombies would be somewhat tired. But if surrounded by 300 zombies, Yu after killing 60 zombies would consume a lot of stamina. There was no way he could kill all the zombies. Speeding all the way, soon returned to where Ji Qing Wu was. Upon returning to a safe place, you and Qi Yang each ate an apple of vitality. Ji Qingwu walked beside you and asked, "How is it?" You in a deep voice said, "The evolved zombies have been cleared up. About 200 ordinary zombies left. Of course there are more than 300 residents on crossing Ning Road." It was about 2 p.m. when the world changed. At that point in time, most of the people gathered at the shopping district on the other side of Leijiang Bridge. A street exclusive for pedestrian. Those who survived fled to the surrounding area, causing the zombies to turn to other places. At the same time, Leijiang was shrouded by a mysterious force. The zombies on the other side of the bridge could not get through, which is why there was so few zombies on Xingning Road. Ji Qingwu with eagerness in her eyes, stared at the Yu and said, "Now we'll go clear them up." Ji Qingwu in the past was a fencing expert, she also has a great desire to get stronger. Those days in bed had greatly held her back. Ji Qingwu alone cannot deal with 200 ordinary zombies. But with you, Qi Yang, and White Bone's help, they absolutely can kill more than 200 ordinary zombies if they spent some time. You nodded, yes. After resting for more than 2 hours, Yu's team once again walked toward Xingning Road. Once on Xingning Road, the four of them quickly took care of the zombies that they encountered, cleaning up all the scattered zombies. You, White Bones, Qi Yang, and Ji Qingwu, each one of them is not weak. After a long time, the four of them was able to clear Xingning Road of zombies. After they cleared up the zombies on Xingning Road, there were only a few zombies left scattered around the area. Most of those zombies were trapped in apartments, offices, and shops. Having killed more than 200 zombies, Ji Qingwu and Qi Yang were extremely tired and could no longer fight. You did not force it and returned home with both of them. You was lying on top of the bed on the 4th day, when Leijiang City's power grid stopped working. The electricity in the apartment building was completely shut off. In the afternoon, they had to retreat into the apartment. Translator note, they are talking about the 4th day that he was healing, not 4 days after he just killed hundreds of zombies. Back home, after supper, you sat on the sofa and quietly looked at the skill book in his hand. Level 1 skill, Critical Strike. After using the skill, 7 points of stamina will be consumed, the next attack will have double the destructive power, weapon damage is not considered. You looked at the Critical Strike skill book, and slightly frowned. The skill's power is good, but compared to 2nd and 3rd tier skills, it was far worse. 7 points of stamina consumption was too much, you also could not afford to squander it. This skill was of little value to you, who had the Stinger pistol. Is anybody here? I'm begging you, please open the door. Accompanied by the sound of knocking at the door, came the voice of a woman pleading. Chen Yao took a look at you, seeking his opinion. At this time with the fighting force in the small group present, also with guns in hand, among the apartment building, there was no threat to them. Seeing you nodded, Chen Yao went to the front door and looked through the peephole. Through the peephole, Chen Yao clearly saw that outside the door stood a plump and demure-dressed young woman standing next to an 11-year-old boy. A woman and a small child. Before opening the door, Chen Yao reported to you. After being attacked by the mob of thugs, Chen Yao was now more careful. You frowned, thinking for a moment, and slowly said, "Let them come in." Chen Yao opened the door. "Hello, miss. My name is Zhao Li, would you give us something to eat? We have not eaten for 2 days. Zhao Li grabbed Chen Yao's hand and pleadingly said. At this point, Wang Fong was eating a cookie, and walked over. She was curious to see Zhao Li and her son. I'm hungry. I want to eat cookies. I want to eat cookies. The boy's eyes lit up when he saw the cookie in Wang Fong's hand, and noisily pleaded while grabbing Zhao Li's dress. Zhao Li's eyes were red, with tears running down her face, pulled out a stack of bills and handed it to Chen Yao. "Miss, please. Give us something to eat. I'm not asking it for nothing, here is 10,000 yuan for you. Please give us something to eat, or else we are going to be starved to death." Translator note, yuan is the name of the Chinese currency. If you did not know, $1 US equals $6.21 yuan currently. So about $1,611 US. Seeing the 10,000 yuan in Zhao Li's hand, Wang Fong's eyes lit up. She came from an ordinary family, and have rarely seen a bundle of 10,000 yuan. Chen Yao, after all, is still a kind girl even after experiencing the thugs event. She still was not able to get rid of her kindness. "Sister, you don't have to do that. Wait a bit, I'll get you something to eat." Chen Yao was stopped by Wang Fong, with a serious face said, wait a minute. Chen Yao, we don't have much food, how can you just give it to others? In Chen Yao's apartment, there was 3 rooms. There were more than a dozen people in 2 of the rooms. The food consumption of a dozen people was not small. Especially you, Ji Qin Wu, and Qi Yang, whose enhanced body consumed a lot of food. Over these dozen days, the supplies that they gathered from the 2 small supermarkets was almost used up. With such unrestrained consumption of supplies, at best they can only hold on for 5 or 6 days. On hearing the news, the others gathered in the room. Chen Yao's eyes red with anger towards Wang Fang said, Wang Fang, how can you say that? They are mother and son that have been hungry for 2 days. Don't tell me that you want them to die and not help. Wang Fang harshly said, it's just their story. Chen Yao, all of these supplies are hard to come by. You just give people food, did you ask everyone? You know our food reserves, at best, we can only have enough for 5 days. You are a good person to give away food to others, do you want us to starve? Listening to Wang Fang's words, Chen Yao and the rest of the girls that were going to help, all shut their mouth. They are afraid that if the food runs out, at that time, they would not know what to do. Deep down, they are not willing to feed others, but saying no like Wang Fang caused their consciences to feel guilty. So they can only choose to be silent. The world have not changed too long ago, they have not gone through too much suffering, so their conscience have not disappeared. Seeing the other girls were quiet, Zhao Li's eyes filled with fear. Her son and she have been hungry for 2 days to the point of exhaustion. Otherwise, she did not dare to take the child out of the safety of the room. At this point, you came over with 2 bags of instant noodles in hand, under the gaze of everyone, and said, for you. You should go back. Seeing you, Wang Fang did not dare to say anything else. She is a very wise person and don't want to be kicked out of the team by you. Zhao Li took the 2 bags of instant noodles, with eyes full of tears, constantly said words of thanks, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, you are a good person. Come, Xiao Bao, thank Big Brother. With the 2 packets of instant noodles to eat, it enables them to live a little longer. The 11-year-old little boy looked up at you and in a young voice said his thanks, thank you, brother. After saying their thanks, Zhao Li took the bundle of $10,000 yuan and put it into Chen Yao's hands, then took her son and quickly headed toward the stairs. Seeing Zhao Li act like that, the girls in the room were touched. Under the protection of you, Ji Qin Wu, and Qi Yang, they have been well fed the last dozen-plus days. Seeing Zhao Li begging and crying over 2 bags of instant noodles, left a tremendous impact on their minds. Chen Yao took the bundle of money to you and asked, what about the money? Her pedigree was excellent, the $10,000 yuan was not much in her eyes. You, without looking at it, said, whatever, whoever wants it can have it. Now that the world has changed, even if you have money, it cannot be used to buy anything. Even if used as toilet paper, you would complain that it's too rough. Now it's just paper. But Wang Fang quickly said, I want it. Give it to me. Chen Yao glimpsed at Wang Fang, then threw the bundle of money to her. Wang Fang looked at everyone, and in her mind she sneered, a bunch of fools. The government has established a survivor enclave, you will know the pain of having no money when you get there. Money represents the trustworthiness of the government. If there is no government, then the yuan is equivalent to worthless paper. With the existence of the government, the yuan is not worthless and still has the power to purchase. How much it's worth, however, is the question. Ji Qin Wu went besides you, and asked, we don't have enough food supplies. When will we search for more? You unhesitatingly said, tomorrow. Early the next morning, you convened everyone in the apartment. Zhang Li, Lin Qi, and Su Rushui were left behind to guard, while you led the others to the 2 Dongfeng trucks and left. They've set off again. On the 6th floor, Zhao Li looked out the window, watching with envy as you left on the Dongfeng truck. She did not have the ability to go out and gather supplies with the others. Using the 2 Dongfeng trucks, you cleared the zombies around 2 nearby convenience stores. After loading all the edible provisions, they returned home. This time, no one complained. Besides Chen Yao, Lu Wen, and Ji Qin Wu, all the girls were involved in handling the supplies. Compared to Zhao Li, they were very lucky to not have to worry about food. Back home, the girls moved the supplies to the apartment. You killed any zombies that interfered, but otherwise did not help the girls with their job. These girls were afraid of fighting zombies, and you also did not have sufficient ammunition to convert them into marksmen. Their only role right now was to transport supplies. After they finished, Yu took Chen Yao, Lu Wen, Wang Shuang, Ji Qingwu, and Qi Yang to the 2 Dongfeng trucks and left. He led them to a gas station to fill the 2 trucks and containers with all kind of gasoline and diesel. They even filled water bottles and loaded them all onto the vehicles. Ji Qingwu looked at Yu's strange behavior, frowned and asked, "What are you planning?" Yu in a deep voice, said, "I will kill the 2 hunters today." "Why?" "Our levels are still too low, fighting the 2 hunters will be very dangerous." Ji Qingwu argued. After yesterday's battle, she had also advanced to level 8, but she understands how terrifying the 2 hunters are. Even if she were to use her high-speed movement skill, she would still be slower than them. Yu slowly said, "The zombies are evolving too quickly. The city will be a more dangerous place, so we have to leave as soon as possible. Even a minute earlier would be better." Yu and his team were able to kill swarms of zombies, only because they had leveled many times and therefore were strengthened. Their power was far above normal zombies, but Yu, who has been observing the zombies, was able to clearly see that they were constantly evolving. The world had changed for less than a month, but the zombies have already evolved into S1 zombies, L1 zombies, and even terrifying hunters. If they stayed in Leijiang City, in terms of 100,000 zombies, even if one zombie evolved the ability to command the other zombies, all of them would die without having a place to be buried. In addition, the searching for novice village mission was very tempting to Yu. He wanted to get the rewards first and then immediately evacuate. Qi Yang, who was a person of few words, came up and said, "I agree with you. We're surrounded by zombies, but are currently safe. Once there are intelligent zombies, we will be the first to be eliminated because of our aggressive hunting of their kind." Ji Qingwu frowned and thought for a moment, then said to Yu, "Okay. Tell me about your plan." The Dongfeng truck drove near Leijiang Bridge, and the roaring sounds of the truck attracted the 2 hunters. The 2 hunters were like cheetahs, hurling towards them. As the 2 hunters moved, the truck also began to retreat. Yu sat there, quietly watching the situation. He observed that the 2 hunters did not stay at the bridge, but after rushing out for 500 meters, they returned to their post. Compared to pursuing the enemies, it seems that guarding the gate was more important. Yu, noticing the 2 hunters turned around, immediately said, "Go back." Wang Shuang once again drove the Dongfeng truck near Leijiang Bridge. Seeing the truck returning, the 2 hunters came hurtling towards them once again. Reverse. Yu, Ji Qingwu, and Qi Yang took the loaded containers of gasoline and diesel and crazily poured them out on the road. Lu Wen and Chen Yao also squeezed in, throwing the bottles filled with gasoline and diesel out the back of the truck. The Dongfeng truck driven by Wang Shuang then began to retreat. This time under the command of Yu, the truck got very close to the bridge, so that 2 hunters would quickly rush out and approach them. As the hunters rushed out of Leijiang Bridge, droplets of gasoline and diesel splashed as they sped through the road. After seeing that the 2 hunters had covered 200 meters, Yu immediately lit up a homemade torch and threw it at them. The torch fell on the gasoline-soaked ground, and immediately began to burn. The flames burned along the road, and quickly caught up to the 2 hunters. The hunters with gasoline and diesel on their limbs were engulfed by the flames. In the midst of the fire, one of the bottles filled with gasoline and diesel exploded, blowing thick smoke into the sky. "Are they dead yet?" Yu stared at the flames and hoped that the 2 hunters had been incinerated. Anonia, edited. Immediately from the flames, came the sound of explosions. The 2 hunters were burning and the odor wafted through the air. The 2 hunters rushed out despite this. Different from the normal zombies, hunters have evolved vision, smell, and pain sensation. They would not die when hit by bullets, but they can feel pain. The pain can help them avoid fatal damage unlike the ordinary zombies, and were not as stupid to get beheaded without evading. Lu Wen looked up at the still burning body of the 2 hunters, her eyes filled with horror. How can this be? They actually didn't die. If ordinary people were in those kind of flames, they would have long been charred. Wang Shuang looked at the 2 burnt hunters, feeling extremely tensed, and stepped on the pedal hard. "Chen Yao, use your skill, attack the hunter's head," Yu said while facing a hunter. Chen Yao nervously nodded, then pointed toward one of the hunters, and unconsciously started chanting a mysterious mantra that she did not understand. Chen Yao mantra chanting lasted for 20 seconds. A strange magic flame then appeared before her fingers out of thin air. The next moment, a fist-sized red fireball flew toward the hunter's head. The ball was too fast, and the hunter only had time to move away slightly. The fireball struck the hunter's body. As if hit by a rocket artillery, the hunter's right shoulder was instantly blown off by the fireball. The blast was so powerful that it pierced through without dispersing and flew directly to the ground. Such powerful magic. Yu was slightly surprised. The magical power released by Qin Yao was greater than he had expected, but the drawbacks of the magic release was also very obvious. The cast time was too long, so Qin Yao could only cast a limited number of times. After releasing the fireball, Qin Yao became somewhat sluggish. "Stop the truck!" Yu shouted in a deep voice. Wang Shuang stepped on the brakes, causing the Dongfeng truck to come to a stop. Once the truck stopped, Yu, Ji Qingwu, and Qi Yang took their Type 79 submachine guns, then quickly jumped down from the back. The hunters quickly headed towards Trio. They were within 40 meters. The trio immediately pointed their gun at the hunters and started wildly shooting. The shower of bullets caused the two hunters' bodies to be full of bloody holes, but they chose to continue advancing. The hunters were blazing fast, their bodies flashing a couple times before appearing in front of you, with a claw outstretched, trying to grab him. When you activated the shadow step skill, his agility increased tremendously, to the point where it was on the same level as the hunters. He then held the stinger pistol up toward the hunter and fired. The hunter premonition of danger was extremely sharp. The moment that you took out his stinger pistol, gave birth to a feeling of extreme danger, so the hunter twisted its body slightly. With a loud bang of gunfire, the hunter's right shoulder and arm was completely blown off from its body. If it did not make an attempt to avoid in advance, the gun would have blown off its head. Under great impact, the hunter was thrown backwards. As it was flying back, it opened its big mouth, and its tongue like a sharp arrow shot towards Yu's head. At this time, White Bones, who was standing beside you, got in front of him. The hunter's tongue immediately pierced into the body of White Bones. While Ji Qingwu activated her high-speed movement skill and weapon enhancement skill. The imitation Tang sword was covered in a layer blue light. As a master of martial arts, she took advantage of the situation that appeared before the hunter, striking the hunter's leg with her sword. The hunter swung its tail while in mid-air, aiming for Ji Qingwu's head. Ji Qingwu's head would be crushed if it was hit. In this time of crisis, Ji Qingwu bent her body slightly, sword twisting, and slashed at the hunter's tail. The imitation Tang sword enhanced by the weapon enhancement skill was very powerful. The sword cut off the hunter's tail like it was tofu, splattering blood on Ji Qingwu. Qi Yang had used this time to change the Type 79 submachine gun's magazine. He began to shoot wildly at the escaping hunters, emptying the magazine after 20 shots. Most of the bullets missed. Only a few hit the hunter but did not cause much damage. White Bones grabbed the hunter's tongue. Taking advantage of it while it was in mid-air, White used his power to pull the hunter towards you. Editor, why is the hunter still in mid-air? Straight face, translator note, it's still in mid-air from the impact of the gun. You calmly stood there without moving. Coldness flashed in his eyes and he was extremely calm. When the hunter was pulled in front of him, he quickly brought the stinger pistol up to the hunter's head and pulled the trigger. With a loud bang, when the hunter's head was shot by Yu's gun, foul blood splashing everywhere. A big ball of white light flew into you. A skill book, a red gem, for white treasure boxes, and $200 of survival coins appeared next to the dead hunter. You have been promoted to level 15. You have been promoted to level 16. After killing the hunter, two sweet sound of leveling rang out in Yu's head. Distribute all to agility. You decided to put all 4 stats points into agility, then quickly rushed forward. The hunter that got its shoulder blown off by Qin Yao, at this moment, was rushing over like a speeding cheetah. Qi Yang pointed toward the hunter and a light flashed from the ring on his hand. Afterwards a yellow light fell upon the ground. A 3-meter-tall spike rose out of the ground, piercing towards the hunter. The hunter's reaction was extremely fast, coiling its tail around the spike. Relying on its tail to stop, it escaped unharmed. The hunter released its tail from the spike and jumped down. You rushed at the hunter like an arrow, aiming his stinger pistol at the head of the hunter and pulled the trigger. The hunter has already seen the stinger pistol's power. It smacked its tail on the ground and flew to the side. With a loud bang, a big hole appeared on the right side of the hunter. With crushed bones, shattered internal organs, foul blood splashed everywhere. Ordinary creatures that received such damage would have died long ago. However, the hunter was still not dead, with its tail curled around the spike. The hunter shot towards you like an arrow, aiming a claw at his heart. Anonie, edited. At this time, White Bones who was beside you wielded his axe, creating a sharp wind which cut the hunter into two pieces. The foul blood and entrails splashed all over you. A big ball of white light flew into White Bone's body, raising its level. Scattered around the hunter was a green treasure box, a skill book, for white treasure boxes, and $200 of survival coins. Translator note, I don't know what is up with the color LOL. After the two hunters were killed, you heaved a sigh of relief. Their options had run out. If they had not gotten rid of the two hunters, they would have all died there. You picked up all the items that were dropped by the two hunters. Third degree item, Magic Gem. This is a magical gem, it is necessary for upgrading weapons. Level 3 skill, Devil Flame. Activating the skill will consume 5 SP and 5 MP. After the skill is activated, 2 SP and 2 MP will be consumed every 10 seconds. The Devil Flame's power is dependent on the user's spirit, stamina, strength, and vitality. Translator note, I'm going to just call stamina point, SP, from now on. MP is spirit point. I would have called it SP, but MP is a more common terminology in RPG system. Level 3 skill, Plant Manipulation. Activating the skill will consume 3 SP and 3 MP. After the skill is activated, 1 SP and 1 MP will be consumed every second. The power of manipulation is dependent on the user's spirit and stamina. You opened the green box, a ball of green light surged out, condensing into a 2 meters long green spear engraved with strange patterns. Third degree item, Green Devil Spear. The spear is extremely sharp, it can cut through gold and jade. You opened the white treasure boxes one by one. Between the light flashing, 8 white treasure boxes had just turned into 2 imitation tang swords, while the rest dissipated into thin air. You looked at the 4 treasures dropped by the 2 hunters, thinking for a moment, and then chose the Devil Flame and the Magic Gem. I want the Devil Flame skill book and Magic Gem. The skill books and items dropped by the 2 hunters were high quality. You had to carefully consider before making a choice. Qi Yang looked at both the skill book and the Green Devil Spear, then said to Ji Qing Wu, you can choose first. Ji Qing Wu checked out the Green Devil Spear and Plant Manipulation skill for a while, and finally looked up at Qin Yao while holding the skill book and said, I want this, you guys can have the rest. Qi Yang stored the imitation tang sword behind him, and quietly picked up the Green Devil Spear. Edited up to this portion. Just putting this here so that I know where to continue. You looked at the bizarre gate on the other side of the bridge, his eyes flashed with a burning desire and said, I will go over there to complete a mission. Wait for me here. After he finished saying, you and White Bones set off toward the other side of Leijiang Bridge. There were vehicles wreckage everywhere, even the guardrails were broken and shattered. Everywhere were stained with black blood, but there were no zombies' corpses. Even in the vehicles, there were no zombies. You rushed all the way, looking at the strange sight, and thought in his mind, did the 2 hunters eat all the zombies? You did not think too much about it, and quickly rushed to the other side of the bridge. The bizarre gate with the particles of light appeared before you. He could not see the boundary of those particles of light. He saw an ocean of zombies crowded together in that particles of light. A crowd of hundreds of zombies was paled in comparison. You could only feel helplessness, even though he had leveled many times. Translator note, it seems like the particles of light encompassed a huge area and within that is the gate along with an ocean of zombies probably on the other side. The ocean of zombies was covered in a mysterious force, and did not pay attention to you getting closer. Otherwise, you would not dare get even half a step closer to those particles of light. You stepped towards the bizarre gate, his body abruptly disappearing before everyone. With a flash of white light, you emerged in a bizarre, fantasy-style place, brimming with strange symbols. Congratulations, you have completed the novice quest, searching for Novice Village Leijiang. You have been awarded $1,000 of survival coins as a quest's reward. As the first to complete the quest and discover the existence of Leijiang, you have won a treasure raffle prize. It's a prize wheel, there are treasures from 2nd degree to 6th degree. With a voice sounding in Yu's head and a flash of light, a round roulette board rose up in front of his eyes. On the roulette board, each golden section is engraved with a number, ranging from 1 to 999. Please select the number you want. A message automatically sounded in Yu's head. Yu took a careful look at the roulette board. After not being able to discover any clues, he then picked a number, 536. The golden section lit up. That golden section with the number 536 flew out, a light flashing, then condensed into a black ring with ancient and mystical runes. Falling automatically into Yu's hand. 6th degree treasure, storage ring, spirit plus 15. This precious ring is created by spatial technology. Within this ring is a 3 by 3 by 3 storage space. With this ring, you will be able to better store your personal items. Translator note, it just listed a 3 by 3 by 3 space, with no units type. I guess it's probably meters. This is truly a great treasure. You put the ring on his finger, and stared at the storage ring, his eyes flashing with joy. With this storage ring, he would be able to store many treasures and supplies. After the storage ring fell into Yu's hand, the golden roulette board immediately disappeared into the ground. After the golden roulette board disappeared, the alert sound did not disappear. Since you are the first to complete the novice quest, the system will award you a 3rd degree protective garment. In addition, you have received the title of Leijiang Village Discover. Leijiang Village Discover effect, power plus 1, agility plus 1, vitality plus 1, stamina plus 1, spirit plus 1, strength plus 1. 3rd degree protective garment. Can resist the infections of level 30 or below 50 times. Can also defend against 12. 7mm caliber bullets. Bonus, power plus 10, agility plus 10, vitality plus 10, stamina plus 10, spirit plus 10, strength plus 10. Bonus stats will not stack with other protective garments from the magical system. Durability 50-50. Magical system sell price, $1,000 survival coins. You looked at the 3rd degree protective garment, his eyes full of surprise. The 3rd protective garment is amazing. With the defense against 12.7mm caliber bullets, it would mean that even heavy machine guns cannot penetrate its defenses. You took off the 2nd degree protective garment and put on the 3rd degree protective garment. After wearing the 3rd degree protective garment, he felt much lighter than in the past. This mysterious area was just like the earth. Rays of sunlight shining down from the sky. The ground was all made up of marble, it was bright, clean, and beautiful. Underneath Yu's foot was a huge magical array filling it with a magical atmosphere. This mysterious region was filled with buildings. Yu's current location was an empty square. Hanging over the square was a strange crystal ball. Inside the crystal were burning flames forming the words for 24. The streets were empty with no sign of human population. Yu was the only one. Yu looked around a bit, then walked into nearest bar from the square. The bar and the outside world was completely different. The bar was filled with metallic rock music, colorful neon lights, and bartenders serving drinks. On the stage were dancers dancing, wearing only bras and panties. There were loud cheer from the audiences on the side, and majestic bears drinking big mouthful of beer with the temperament of a mercenary. The whole bar was filled with a weird and fantastical atmosphere. Most people only glimpsed at Yu after he entered the bar, then ignored him. Yu went straight to the counter and sat down. A middle-aged man wearing a bartender uniform walked by. Yu was handed a copy of the menu. He then smiled and said, "Young man, welcome to Leijiang Bar. This is the bar's menu." Yu took the menu and carefully looked at it. He saw that the menu was filled with a wide range of alcohol. There were Chateau Lafite and Flying Mao Tai. They were precious alcohol worth several millions as well as ordinary alcohol, but here it was only $1 survival coin for a large glass. Translator note, no idea what he is talking about. They are expensive wine and liquor, but definitely not worth several millions. Not the one he listed anyway. In addition to the various alcohol from the real world, on the last page of the menu was 2 bizarre drinks, Stamina Recovery Fruit Juice and Spirit Recovery Fruit Juice. Stamina Recovery Fruit Juice. After drinking, will restore 15 SP after 5 minutes, $20 survival coins for a glass. Spirit Recovery Fruit Juice. After drinking, will restore 15 MP after 5 minutes, $20 survival coins for a glass. Translator note, remember, SP equals stamina points. MP equals spirit/mind points. Yu had no interest in the alcohol, pointed to the 2 fruit juices and asked the bartender, "Can I pack the fruit juice to go?" The bartender laughed and said, "Of course not. You can only enjoy these fruit juices here. However, for the other alcohols, as long as you can pay, you can package them to go. You must pay for the drinks first." Yu pulled out a $20 survival coin and threw it to the bartender, a glass of stamina recovery fruit juice. Bartender took Yu's money and retreated to the back, then soon handed Yu a green drink. Yu drank the stamina recover fruit juice slowly, a sweet and sour taste spreading throughout his taste buds. He soon drank the juice in one gulp. A warmth feeling flowed throughout his body, and he was able to feel his body recovered. After finished drinking the fruit juice, you started at the bartender and asked, "Are you human?" The bartender smiled and said, "Of course I am human." You continued to ask, "You are a human of this world?" The bartender's eyes shrank slightly, still keeping that smile, "Your gaze is pretty good, I'm not a human of your world." You curiously asked, "What world are you from?" The bartender smiled wryly and said, "System restriction, no comment." You continued asking, "The existence of the magical system of the gods, have you seen it?" The bartender sighed and said, "In the face of that kind of existence, we are nothing but ants, how can we see it?" You thought for a moment, then frowned and said, "Why did you come to our world? Your strength is not weak." Translator note, the word for strength here is different than the stats. Yes, there are many words that translates to strength from Chinese. / Yu's spirit after increasing several times had become more sensitive. He could feel that the very nice bartender was like a fierce beast, with strength far above him. The bartender with massive strength smiled, with long side said, "Back in my world, the living environment is 10 times worse than here, and the enemies are more frightening. In our world, even at my strength, must struggled hard for a full meal each day. In constant fear becoming a slave, entirely at the mercy of others. Although I have now become a subsidiary of the system, similar to a NPC in your game, and is subject to the system. But life is 100 times better than in the past, and this kind of life have been very satisfying." Listening to the bartender's words, you felt a sense of urgency. The bartender's strength was far above him. Even such a strong person was willing to become a NPC of the system, can show us how cruel and terrifying that world was. You asked, "In the square, what does that flaming number in the crystal ball means?" Bartender stretched out his hand and said, "Information cost $5 survival coin. You must pay the appropriate fee in order to get any information from me. This is a system regulation." You pulled out a $5 survival coin and threw it to the bartender. "It represents the end of the time limit. Now that you have found the novice village, then 24 hours later, the system that had been restricting the zombies inside the shopping district of Lijiang City will be lifted. They will be wandering Lijiang City in accordance with their instinct. Various zombie evolutions will be lifted at that time. Hunting zombies in Lijiang City will be 10 times more dangerous than in the past." After listening to the bartender's words, you had gone cold. The zombies was already terrifying enough now, and its evolution was restricted. Once their evolution is lifted, he does not know what they would evolve into. You frowned, and slowly said, "Don't tell me that the restriction is lifted because of me." The bartender shook his head and said, "No. The system was going to give 1 month time, after a month, the restriction on the zombies everywhere will be lifted. A month after that, searching for the novice village mission will end. Novice villages that are not found will disappear. The people in those areas will not have the opportunity to change their job, or purchase a variety of items beyond the technology of this world." Hearing the bartender's words, you relaxed slightly, and immediately asked, "What are the requirements for the appearance of a novice village?" $10 survival coin. You threw the $10 survival coin to the bartender. The bartender said, "Each of the city's busiest shopping district with a population surpassing 1 million will have the appearance of a novice village." You asked, "How much does it cost for the information on zombies' evolution?" The bartender shook his head and said, "The system does not permit the sale of this information." You once again asked about issues that concerned him. "The system does not permit the sale of this information." The bartender only answered with that one phrase when asked with various important questions, just like an NPC in the game. Looks nothing like a flesh and blood human that comprehend. You pushed a $10 survival coin in front of the bartender and said, "Finally, I want to buy a piece of advice, do you have any good suggestions?" After taking Yu's money, the bartender with a solemn look said, "You have reached level 10. Go change jobs, and buy all the items you need to survive, then immediately escape Lijiang City. When the zombies evolved, you currently do not have the capability to deal with them. Changing job is necessary because not only does it come with a skill, but you can also use survival coins to buy job skills in the career center. You should already know the power of a skill, one more skill mean more abilities and hidden trump card. Before level 30, most people can only learn 3 active skills. But learning job skills have no limits." You nodded, then immediately stood up from the seat and quickly walked outside. Outside the bar, you walked along the street, then went into the towering career center building. "Welcome, I'm the receptionist Xiao Mei. You have reached level 10, and have met the requirement for the first job change. May I ask what kind of job do you want to change to?" You had just entered the career center, when a woman who looks very beautiful in professional uniforms walked toward him with a smile and said. You looked at Xiao Mei, and lightly said, please give me the list of jobs that I can change to. Okay. Xiao Mei smiled, pointed in the air, and a white light flashed. Afterwards, a three-dimensional projection appeared in Yu's eyes. The job list flashing in that three-dimensional projection made you dizzy. Doctor, soldier, assassin, maintenance worker, blacksmith, lawyer, translator, warrior, mage, warlock, summoner, beast tamer, and hunter. All sorts of jobs in the real world and fantasy world was listed, an all-compassing list. You pointed at the doctor job. The three-dimensional projection changed, and an introduction of the doctor profession quickly emerged. Doctor description: doctor is a job that a team should not lack. Priest can quickly cure a variety of injuries by magic. Doctors use conventional methods of healing, and recovery speed is not as fast as priests. However, doctors are able to use drugs to treat viral diseases, developed a variety of new drugs, and to achieve the scope of injuries and diseases. After changing the job to doctor, will obtain the skill, common medical skill. You pointed at the soldier job. The three-dimensional projection changed, and an introduction of the soldier profession quickly emerged. Soldier description: soldiers are basic combat profession. Close combat is not weak, but they are not good at close combat as warriors. However, they are well versed in using firearms. After a successful job change, will obtain the skill, general firearms control. Yu's eyes lit up. General firearms control is very good for him. He did not go through any training, so his marksmanship is extremely poor. With this skill, his strength would greatly improve. You did not rush to change job, and just flipped through the job's description. Each job, after a successful job change, will get a job skill, allowing you to go from an ordinary person to be a part of that field. You skipped all the support jobs, and directly looked at the combat jobs. Support jobs had many uses, such as maintenance worker can repair cars. Blacksmith job can create enchanted weapons. Doctors can cure the diseases, and develop new drugs. They play a great role on the team, but these job skills cannot compare to combat job skills. You viewed many combat jobs, but felt that they were paled in comparison to the soldier's skills. Firearms control allowed the Stinger pistol he has to have greater destructive power. And compared to the magical world of warriors, warlocks, and mages, soldiers' profession are better able to survive in this real world. The mages' casting speed is too slow. They haven't even finished casting before getting killed. As for close combat ability, warriors was definitely superior to soldiers. But a rocket launcher would take care of a warrior. Well, this is. You, after scrolling through the second page, saw a job in dark light flashing. He pointed at it, and soon the job appeared from the hidden black light. Hidden job, Dark Knight. A knight that controls the violent darkness power. Once the job change is successful, will obtain the skills, Art of Fear, Night Enhancement. You had a look at the Dark Knight's job description, and decisively made a choice: I choose to change job to Dark Knight. It was an extremely important selection for you. A black light surrounded his feet from a magical array. He soon disappeared from the place, and the next moment appeared in a temple full of magical atmosphere. The dark light from the magical array under his feet started to flow up and into his body, condensing into two mysterious runes inside his sea of knowledge. Level 2 skill, Art of Fear. Active skill: activating the skill, will make biological creatures lose 5 points of spirit and put fear in their heart, shaking their will to fight. People with low spirit are more susceptible. This skill can be used with a single target within a distance of 200 meters, but within 20 square meters, will affect all targets. Consumed 3 MP each time. Level 2 skill, Night Enhancement. Passive skills: after learning the skill, user will have night vision, and sees farther than the daytime. At night, your senses will be greatly enhanced, and more sensitive to premonition of danger. After the job change is completed, the dark power lingering beside you also vanished. You had his head down while thinking about the application of the skills, and then marched toward the center of the temple. At the center of the temple, was a man wearing a mysterious runes engraved, all black, exotic shiny body armor. The Dark Knight was standing there like a pole. He just stood still, giving off a feeling of suffocating oppression. You walked in front of the Dark Knight standing there and said, I am new Dark Knight that just went through the job change, sir, I want to buy the job skills. The cold Dark Knight looked at you and pointed at the air. Another three-dimensional projection appeared and a list of Dark Knight skills appeared before Yu's eyes. There were a total of 9 skills in the three-dimensional projection. 3 level 1 skills, and 6 level 2 skills. Yu quietly browsed the 9 skills, and thought, so expensive. Level 1 skills each cost $300 survival coin, while the level 2 skills each cost $1,000 survival coins. Yu browsed the 6 level 2 skills, his eyes flashed with desire. Summon Skeleton Beast, Beast Tamer, Shadow Step, all of these skills are great. Each of the 6 level 2 skills are extremely rare. You could get another ability if he obtain it. When you saw the 6 level 2 skills, his eyes lit up. He quickly pointed at a skill, and paid $1,000 survival coins. The black projected skill turned into a black light and flew into Yu's sea of knowledge, condensing into a black rune. Level 2 skill, Encompassing Body Armor. Able to summon an undying creature body. The undying creature appeared as an armor to protect the castor. Activating the skill cost 10 SP and 10 MP duration of 15 minutes. Yu suddenly walked in front of the Dark Knight and asked, "Senior, may I ask if you have any advice for me?" The Dark Knight quietly looked at Yu, and coldly said, "Must be ruthless. Your heart is not ruthless, it will be very difficult to survive." After saying those words, the Dark Knight closed his mouth. As if he was a statue, standing still in the temple center, without a word. Yu was silent, and courteously thanked the Dark Knight while facing him. Then went back to the magical array. With a flash of light, Yu quickly disappeared from the temple. The Dark Knight quietly stared at Yu as he disappeared, a different light flashing in his eyes, not saying anything. After leaving the temple, Yu went directly to the equipment upgrade store. In the equipment store was a bearded man holding a bottle. He was sitting there bare-chested, with traces of burnt mark on his body. Seeing Yu come in, that weapon upgrade master lightly said one sentence, "Come to upgrade weapons?" Yu nodded and asked, "How many survival coins do I need to upgrade third-degree weapons?" The weapon upgrade master lightly said, $500 survival coins and a magic gem. After hearing this, Yu was slightly relieved. Not counting the $1,000 survival coins from the quest bonus, he had only $600 survival coins after purchasing the Encompassing Body Armor skill. Yu pulled out $500 survival coins, a magic gem, and the Stinger pistol. Then handed them to the weapon upgrade master and said, "Help me to upgrade." The Stinger pistol, great item. Youngster, you have some skill and luck to get this kind of equipment nowadays. The weapon upgrade master looked at the Stinger pistol, then pointed at the air. The Stinger pistol flew in front of him and suspended in the air. He casually pointed at the air and an enchantment spell burst out of thin air. The magic gem flew into that enchantment spell, blooming into a dazzling light. In the next moment, the Stinger pistol also flew into the enchantment spell, and instantly disintegrated. A thin ray of light began to sculpt out the Stinger pistol in that enchantment spell, reconstructing the Stinger pistol once again. Eventually forming a silver handle, 6 rounds 20mm caliber revolver. Translator note, a pistol is just a handgun, while a revolver is a type of pistol with cylindrical chamber for the rounds. So in this case it is now a 6-chamber revolver. The silver revolver immediately fell into Yu's hand. 4th degree weapon, Stinger Model 2. This version has a higher destructive force. The revolver will never break unless destroyed by external force. It automatically generates 2 rounds a day. If ammunition is sufficient, you can use it to shoot tanks. Of course the condition is that your shooting skill must be adequate. Yu looked at the Stinger Model 2 in his hand, his eyes full of joy. After upgrading the Stinger to Model 2, not only is it more powerful, but it can also automatically generate 2 rounds per day. Which greatly increased the value of the Stinger revolver. Yu said his thanks to the weapon upgrade master and left, "Thank you very much." After leaving the weapon upgrade store, Yu turned and went into the equipment store. Seeing Yu enter, an attendant who looked quite pretty, smiled and said, "Welcome." Yu toward the pretty attendant said, "I want to see the equipment list." "Yes." The attendant pointed at the air, and a list of the various types of equipments appeared. Yu carefully viewed the equipment list. Contrary to his expectations, the equipment list was empty, meaning, there was not even a first-degree protective garment. Stinger 2 Special Bullet, price, $50 survival coins per round. At the bottom of the equipment list, Yu saw equipment that he could use. So expensive. Yu looked at the Stinger bullet with a wry smile. The Stinger bullet was so expensive that he could not afford it. Yu turned to the next page, and immediately brightened up. On the second page was a wide variety of medical drugs. One which allowed a person to regenerated limbs, another one which can quickly restore stamina, and another one that can cure various kinds of poisons. However, at the end of that last page was, 6th degree medicine, G drug. Can treat viral infections that have infected the body. Price, $50,000 survival coins each. Translator note, search for the G virus on Google. You looked at the G drug enviously, it's too expensive. I'm really poor. If you had enough money, he would buy the G drug as a backup. After all, who knows what enemies he would encounter in the future. After a few pages, you found that besides the medicines, there were no powerful equipments on the list. You closed the list, and asked the attendant, these are the only equipments? The attendant politely said, yes. Besides the medicines, you can only buy equipments from the system when others have sold it to the system. Thank you. You nodded, then turned around and left. After leaving the equipment store, you entered the mission building. A very pretty attendant smiled and went up to you, then pointed at the air. A huge mission list appeared in front of you, welcome to the mission hall. You are welcome to accept a variety of missions posted here. Recapture the fallen city of Beijing. In order to complete the mission, you must clear up all the zombies within the 5th ring. Time limit of 1 year, time starts when mission is accepted. After the recapture of Beijing City, the faction leader will receive a 5th degree protective garment, $50,000 survival coins, plus 5 levels, plus 2 skill points, Beijing Conqueror title. No penalty if mission failed. Translator note, Beijing have these roads that encircle the city. Basically clear all the zombies within the 5th ring. Also the title is Beijing Recoverer but Conqueror sounds better. Recapture the fallen city of Nanjing. The mission list was full of recapturing of major and minor cities in China. You looked at the mission, eyes filled with shock, Beijing has fallen. If that is so, then the government chain of command is incapacitated. Like a dragon without a head, without the guidance of the central government, you could not imagine what the local governments would be like in this post-apocalyptic world. He could see that in the future, warlords will fiercely compete for power and fighting over land in China. You looked at the huge mission list, as if a large rock was pressing down on him, this is terrible. Recapture the fallen city of Nanning. In order to complete the mission, you cleared up 100 zombie chiefs within the city. Time limit of 1 year, time starts when mission is accepted. After the recapture of Nanning City, the faction leader will receive a 4th degree protective garment, $10,000 survival coins, plus 3 levels, plus 1 skill points, Nanning Conqueror title. Translator note, I'm pretty sure it's 100 zombies since it said 100 zombies head. But feel free to correct me. Note 2, he has been using that word to refer to zombie head, but maybe it means zombie chief instead. Nanning City has fallen too. Yu's heart fell into a pit seeing that piece of news. His parents lived in Nanning City. Seeing the news that Nanning City has fallen, if only he could grow wings and fly back home immediately. You kept his worries under control, and asked the attendant, if I do not accept the mission and take people to recover the city, will I still get the reward? The attendant smiled towards you and explained, you will not. If you don't accept the mission, even if you complete any of the missions, you still will not receive the rewards. After hearing that, you continued to quietly thumb through the mission list looking for a good mission. In the mission list, besides recapturing the major cities in China, there were also other missions to recapture major foreign cities. New York, London, Tokyo, Berlin, Moscow, and major cities in the US have completely fallen. Besides the recapturing of major cities, there were no other missions. You asked, after I accepted the task, will there be a penalty if I don't complete it? This is something you must ask. The attendant maintained a sweet smile and said, no. Even if you accepted the mission and do not complete it, there will not be any penalty. You smiled and accepted all the missions on that mission list. In this mysterious region, in addition to the job change temple, mission temple, equipment shop, and equipment upgrade shop, there were also other shops where you can purchase survival supplies. A survival coin can purchase a kilo of rice. There was also a strengthening temple, that strengthening temple will increase one stats for 1,000 survival coins. In that strengthening temple, you increased 1 point of agility. Besides these 5 shops, the rest of the places were covered with a mysterious glow. As you got near that mysterious glow, he immediately bounced off the glow and a statement appeared in his mind, your level is insufficient, you do not have permission to enter the area. You walked around in a circle and discovered that he could not enter anywhere covered with that mysterious glow. He then turned around and walked to the magical array in the square. With a flash of light, you soon appeared outside the red gate on Leijiang Bridge. Are you okay? As soon as you appeared, Qi Yang came over and asked you with an anxious look. You laughed and said, relax, it's nothing. Lu Wen came running up and said, big brother you, where have you been? I've been worried sick. If you didn't come out, I was going to go in and find you. You watched as the others came over, then smiled at Lu Wen and said, I'm all right. You looked at the others and said, this is the novice village. Inside you can change jobs, accept missions, purchase equipments, upgrade equipments, and buy survival supplies. After you change job, you can acquire additional skills by purchasing them. All of you should take a look inside. Ji Qingwu's eyes lit up, and then she walked toward the gate. However, as soon as she got near the gate, she was sent flying back several meters. Seeing Ji Qingwu get pushed back several meters by the gate, you frowned and asked, what's the matter? Ji Qingwu patted the dust off her clothes, looked at the gate, her eyes filled with disappointment. My level is insufficient, I'm unable to enter the novice village. The rest of the team came over and tried it, and was sent flying back by the gate. Qi Yang was the only one who was able to enter. You looked at the gate and said, it seems like only those that are level 10 or above can enter this novice village. Clearing up the zombies on Xingming Road yesterday, Qi Yang was able to get to level 10, but Ji Qingwu was only able to get to level 8. This was because all the L1 and S1 zombies were killed by Qi Yang and you. Evolved zombies are higher levels and will provide more experiences than ordinary zombies which are lower levels. Chen Yao was excited and said, with this, we just have to stay here a month and cleared up the zombies, then we will be able to go in. Then we will be able to change jobs. Qi Qingwu have already given the plant manipulation skill book to Chen Yao. Chen Yao wanted to change jobs now so that she would be even stronger. Wang Shuang was also excited about changing jobs and becoming stronger. No, we must leave Leijiang City today. Yu's words immediately extinguished everyone's excitement. Ji Qingwu stared at Yu and asked, why? Yu in a serious voice said, Novice Village have been found. 24 hours later, the restrictions on the zombies in Leijiang City will be lifted. Tens of thousands of zombies on the other side of the bridge will be released without any restrictions. The limit on zombies' evolutions will also be lifted. The city will be more than 10 times as dangerous than in the past, we must leave the city immediately. Listening to Yu's words, everyone fell silent. Standing before the gate, they were able to clearly see the dense swarm of zombies on the other side. Those tens of thousands of zombies, when released, will crush everyone like they were ants. Chen Yao looked at the novice village's gate, her eyes flashing in unwillingness. She also wanted to change jobs and become stronger. She is not stupid, it was clear to her that only by becoming strong can she live a better life in this post-apocalyptic world. After about an hour later, Qi Yang came out from the gate. After Qi Yang came out from the gate, Chen Yao hurriedly stepped forward and asked, Qi Yang. Leijiang's zombie restrictions will be released. Is this for real? Qi Yang was also an extremely smart person. He stared at the Chen Yao with a cold gaze. Chen Yao was also embarrassed by his gaze. There was 21 hours left. Qi Yang coldly said those words, then went to Yu's side. Chen Yao's eyes slightly red, quietly muttered, why is he so fierce? I did not do anything wrong. Yu looked at the others, and in a deep voice said, let's go. We're running out of time. After you finished talking, he turned and walked away. Qi Yang, Lu Wen, and Wang Shuang followed behind. Ji Qingwu patted Chen Yao on the shoulder and said, let's go. Okay. Chen Yao bit her lip and caught up to the others. Stop. When the Dongfeng truck was before a supermarket on Xingning Road, you told Wang Shuang to stop. Then quickly jumped off truck and went into the supermarket. The zombies on Xingning Road was already cleared by you the day before. In the supermarket, besides some dark red blood and severe limbs, there was no trace of any zombies. You quickly headed deep into the supermarket and wore his storage ring. You looked at the packet of instant noodles, immediately made a thought, and the packet of instant noodles was immediately stored in his storage ring. This is really convenient. You made another thought, and the packet of instant noodles again appeared in his hand. After the test is completed, you did not stop and immediately stored all the supplies he could fit into his storage ring. The storage ring was jammed with supplies. Let's go home. After the entire storage ring was full, you carried a backpack from the supermarket and sat next to Wang Shuang. Wang Shuang started the truck, and drove toward the garden district. After arriving back at the apartment, Yu in a serious voice said, "Everyone immediately start transporting supplies. Move all the supplies from the apartment to the trucks." Seeing Yu so serious, all the girls in the room were nervous. Zhang Li came over and asked, "Yu, what's the matter?" Yu in a deep voice said, "We're going to leave here at once, and go to Longhai Survivor Enclave." Wang Feng reluctantly said, "Can we go tomorrow? Everyone is so tired from transporting the supplies today." Wang Feng's words also expressed the voice of most of the girls in the room. Their body was very tired moving the supplies from the trucks to the apartment. Yu frowned, and coldly said, "People who do not want to leave can also stay." Seeing that Yu was angry, all the girls are afraid to say anything, and immediately began to transport the supplies. Zhao Li was looking out through the window. She saw Yu's party transporting the supplies from the apartment to the trucks. She could not help but feel startled. They are leaving. Zhao Li had been observing Yu's party the last several days and found they were fairly kind-hearted people, as they were willing to give her food in this post-apocalyptic world. If Yu's party is gone, she really did not know how she would survive. Resident Evil is a classic movie. Zhao Li has also seen it. She was very cleared on how terrible the virus that zombies were carrying. With just a scratch, you will become infected and turned into a zombie. If Yu's party were to leave, in essence, she did not have the ability to find food to feed her son and herself. Zhao Li gritted her teeth, then quickly dragged a suitcase from the room along with her son and rushed downstairs. Downstairs, Yu sat there and quietly watched the girls transported the supplies. Zhao Li, one hand dragging the suitcase and the other hand holding her son, walked in front of Yu and said, "This student, I am Zhao Li, may I have your name?" Yu looked up and lightly said, "I'm Yu Zhong, is there something you need?" Lu Wen, who was resting nearby, came over and curiously asked, "Big brother Yu, what does this woman want from you?" Lu Wen, Chen Yao, and Ji Qin Wu belongs to the group that did not have to transport supplies, since they can provide medical treatment and contributes to the fighting force. Chen Yao also went over to Yu's side, curiously looking at Zhao Li. "Yu, please take my son and I to Longhai Survivor Enclave. As long as you take us with you, then these are for you." Zhao Li opened the suitcase, revealing neat stacks of yuan inside. Chen Yao looked at the suitcase, then at Yu. She estimated that there was more than 1,000,000 yuan in there. Her family background is excellent. $1,000,000 is nothing for her. But $1,000,000 in cash is not a small number. Most people are not able to resist the temptation of $1,000,000 yuan. Yu glanced at the suitcase full of money, and coldly said, "I'm not interested in the money. The world has changed, the most useful is food. Without merchants, these yuan are useless, even too rough to use as toilet paper." Zhao Li's face was paled, she gritted her teeth, then put down the suitcase from her arms. She then pulled a small case and opened it, revealing 3 gold bars. Zhao Li pushed the small case in front of you, and with a pleading face said, "I will also give you this. Please save the both of us. Take us to the Survivor Enclave in Longhai City. I will repay you. Buy gold in troubled times and collect antiques in periods of prosperity. Gold is the world's currency, even in the midst of troubled times, they possessed great values." Zhao Li is a wise woman. She knew that the yuan will become a pile of papers, but as long as there are people and governments, gold would not lose its purchasing power. So she hid the gold bars, only taking it out at the last minute to give to you. Translator note, the first sentence is an old Chinese saying. It means that in prosperous times you should collect antiques as their values will appreciate. But buy gold in troubled times as every government in the world is backed by gold. Yu coldly said, "I have no need for gold." Zhao Li immediately turned even paler, that gold was her last resort. She did not know what else to offer him, since he did not even want the gold. Yu looked at Zhao Li, and lightly said, "I can take you and your son to the Survivor Enclave in Longhai City. To come with us, you will need to agree to a few conditions. First, before arriving in the Survivor Enclave, you must obey my commands, and no arbitrary action. Second, you must work and do what you are able to. Third, we will give you food, but not necessarily enough to eat. We will give you food according to your efforts. Fourth, I will try to keep you safe, but if I'm unable to fend off the danger, I will give priority to protect my other companions over you too. If you can accept these 4 conditions, you can come with us. If you are not able to accept, then I won't force you." After hearing the 4 conditions, Zhao Li immediately nodded, "I accept. I'll agree to it." Yu in a deep voice said, "Go transport the supplies. Don't waste time." Zhao Li quickly took her son and walked towards the stairs. This was an opportunity, a chance to survive, she would not give it up. Chen Yao watched Zhao Li's desperation, with a complex feeling in her mind. Under the women's combined efforts, after 2 hours, they finally transported all the supplies upstairs to the trucks. Drive. You ordered without any hesitation. Wang Shuang stepped on the gas, and the 2 large trucks immediately whisked far away. The next day, in Leijiang most bustling commercial district, tens of thousands of zombies quietly began moving toward the city in all directions. The zombies flooded in all directions, and soon the whole city of Leijiang was fully covered by zombies. By devouring human flesh, the zombies began to evolve. L1 zombies, S1 zombies, and even other kinds of zombies had evolved. Before a small supermarket, 5 scattered zombies stood there quietly. From an alley, a survivor rushed out holding an imitation Tang sword in his hand. He activated his high-speed movement skill, and jumped among the 5 zombies like a ghost. With the light of the sword flashing, the 5 zombies was soon beheaded. After 5 balls of white light flew into his body, his eyes lit up. I've been promoted. I've finally been promoted to level 10. Just as the survivor was celebrating, among a unit in the building, a crimson zombie opened his big mouth, and a fireball from the zombie's mouth flew out like a rocket hitting the survivor. It blew off the upper body of that survivor. His blackened body then fell to the ground. From the side, 2 S1 zombies swift jumped out. They landed on top of the survivor's body, and began devouring it. The whole city of Leijiang became a hunting ground for zombies as they were released from the shopping district. In Leijiang City, the roles of hunter and prey had switched. In the face of those evolved zombies, the humans who were strengthened by the magical system was killed one by one. Their flesh and blood swallowed by the zombies. Leijiang City had become true hell. The strengthened humans that survived became more cautious, as their lives have become more difficult. In the old days, there were many cars driving on this road, but now it was virtually uninhabited. There was only car wreckages and scattered zombies wandering this road now. On the road, 2 Dongfeng trucks were speeding through. You sat in the passenger's seat while looking out of the window at the dead barren scenery. Then looked at Wang Shuang and asked, how much longer till we reach Longhai City? Wang Shuang smiled wryly and said, I'm not sure. I haven't driven to Longhai City before. However, according to the GPS, we are halfway to Longhai City. You nodded slightly and said nothing, while looking out the truck. He looked around for the possibility of dangers. Suddenly, 12 abandoned cars had completely blocked the lanes. Damn it! Blocked again. Wang Shuang muttered some words, and stopped the truck. The lanes blocked by abandoned cars, you had seen it many times. All the previous blocked cars were moved by you, only were they able to continue forward. Precisely because the lanes were blocked everywhere by abandoned cars that they were moving so slowly. Even once because the lanes was blocked for so long, taking a long time to switch lanes. The truck stopped, and you had just gotten off from the truck, when 6 people came out from both sides of the road. They quickly rushed out while holding Type 81 rifles. They aimed at you and the 2 trucks. One of them had a long scar on his face, bald and with an extremely fierce look. The bald man looked at you and shouted, freeze. Or we'll shoot. In the 2 trucks, the girls were scared after seeing the vicious men holding guns. Their eyes were full of fear, so they lay down lower on the seats. You looked at the vicious bald man and frowned, immediately activating his shadow step skill. Then rushed towards the 6 armed men. White Bones leapt down from the truck, and rushed towards the 6 armed men like a demon. Seeing White Bones rushing at them, the 6 bald men were terrified, constantly shooting at White Bones. The bullets that hit White Bones only embedded itself in the bones. The bullets did not have any effects on White Bones. After activating the shadow step skill, Yu's speed was to the extreme. He was now more than 5 times faster than an average person. He rushed in front of that scar-faced man, with the sword in hand, slashing towards the man's head. That scar-faced man's eyes were full of fright seeing you rushing towards him. He ignored White Bones on the other side, aiming his gun at you and fired. The moment that the scar-faced man pointed his gun at you, Yu's body flickered, suddenly appeared behind the scar-faced man. Yu, with his sword in hand, slashing towards the scar-faced man's head. Little brother, stop. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your companion's life. At this moment, came the voice of a confident man. Yu swept across the areas with his eyes, seeing 20 men armed with Type 81 rifles and Type 79 submachine guns. The bald militant men had surrounded the 2 Dongfeng trucks. There were also 2 tractors in the rear, blocking off the 2 Dongfeng trucks' retreat. Among the 20 well-armed militants, there was a fierce-looking, middle-aged man stand 1.8 meters tall. The man was quietly staring at you. "White bones, let them live," Yu ordered in his mind. Then placed the sword on the scar-faced man's neck, immediately getting behind the scar-faced man, using him as a human shield. Yu then stared at the leader of those 26 armed militants. The scar-faced man felt the coldness of the imitation Tang sword on his neck, immediately producing a chill down his spine. He did not dare to act rashly. Receiving Yu's order, White Bones did not use his axe, and instead, kicked the 5 militants. Kicking them like the wind of a storm and then strode next to Yu. The leader of the militants looked at White Bones who was next to Yu and gave a little chuckle. "Little brother, you have an amazing ability there. I am Tiger Wang, Wang Guang Hu. You can call me Tiger. What is your name?" Translator note, who means tiger in Chinese, so I will just call him Tiger, plus all his men call him Tiger. "My name means dragon on the other hand lol. Yu stared at Tiger Wang, and in a deep voice said, "My name is Yu Zhong. Big brother Tiger, I do not know why you want to block our path. We don't seem to have offended you." The firepower of the 26 militants was too great. Once there is a conflict, except for you, very few people will survive on his side. Ji Qing Wu and Qi Yang, after continuous strengthening, their physical abilities were far superior to the average person. Killing normal zombies was very easy for them. However, faced with the great firepower of the militants, their chance of survival is very low. Not to mention Lu Wen, whose defense is 0. Once the conflict begin, she may be one of the first to be killed. If not a last resort, you did not want to clash with Tiger Wang's forces. Tiger Wang stared at you, then slowly said, "You, this time I was out looking for supplies and searching for survivors. You all should follow me back to Always Bright Village. Always Bright Village have perfect protections. After returning to the village, I promise to keep you all well fed. You also do not have to worry about the zombies outside." Translator note, just having fun with the name lol. The village name is Chongguang/Chongguang. Yu directly refused and said, "I'm sorry, Big Brother Tiger. We want to go to Longhai City Survivor Enclave." Tiger Wang slightly frowned. His frown disappeared soon after, and with a chuckle said, "To each their own. You, since you want to go to the Survivor Enclave in Longhai City, I will not stop you. But coming out on this trip is not easy. I want the supplies on one of the Dongfeng truck." You, who have been somewhat tensed, then relaxed and said, "Okay. As long as they do not die, everything else is easy. Based on their team's abilities, there is no problem if they just carefully search for supplies." Tiger Wang made a gesture, his men immediately lowered their guns. He walked towards you with a smile and said, You now should also release my little brother Chen Si." You loosened his hand, and removed the imitation Tang sword from Chen Si's neck. Chen Si rubbed his neck, then faced you with a grin, and said, "You are really damn strong. Boy, besides Big Brother Tiger, you are the strongest person that I have met." You smiled and said, "Excuse my offense." Chen Si quickly strode towards Tiger Wang. White Bones then stepped forward, blocking his way. Chen Si frowned, then turned to look at you and said, "You, what do you mean by this?" You lightly said, "It's nothing. Once Big Brother Tiger allows us to depart, you will be able to leave my side." Tiger Wang looked at you, smiled and said, "Chen Si, you will temporarily stay by little brother Yu's side." Chen Si stood next to you and said, "Yes. Big Brother Tiger." You said, "Big Brother Tiger, I will now let my people move the supplies for you." Tiger Wang said, "It's not urgent, our vehicles cannot carry so much supplies. Why don't you make a trip back to Always Bright Village with me? Let me show you our hospitality. You, I admire your strength, I hope we can become friends. Won't you give me some face?" Yu's eyes shrank slightly, thinking for a moment, and then nodded, "Okay. We will take a trip with you. But Big Brother Tiger, as I have stated before, we're going to Longhai City Survivor Enclave, we can only stay for a day at most." Tiger Wang laughed heartily, "No problem, you're my friend. Of course, you're free to come and go." 4 Hummers and 2 farm tractors were hauling the 2 Dongfeng trucks, while surrounded by 26 militants. They slowly made their way to the small village. The small village was not far from the highway. The village was not big, having only a little bit more than 50 families. The village's gate were manned by 2 bored militants armed with Type 81 rifles on the side. Outside the village, several dozen kids ranging from 8 to 13 years old, were digging in the fields of vegetables. They were covered with mud, like little monkeys. Brother Tiger. Brother Tiger. The lines of vehicles entered the village and parked in the square. 6 militants with Type 81 rifles gathered around Tiger Wang, started chatting and laughing. Tiger Wang looked at you, smilingly said, "Little brother, you, tell your people to come down." In order to show good faith, Tiger Wang took the initiative and walked to Yu's side. "Everyone come down." Yu looked at the people on the trucks and said. Only now did the people on the Dongfeng trucks dare to come down. "What a pretty little girl. Very pretty. Nice and tender. That chick has such long legs, must be great to be sandwiched between them." Seeing all the women getting off the Dongfeng trucks, the perverseness began to show in those militants' eyes. Those perverted gaze, wantonly judging the women. This caused all women on to be frightened. A thin, monkey-looking militant walked near Tiger Wang, and flatteringly said, "Brother Tiger, you're great. You brought back so many good stuff this time. We all can have a good time." A thin and tall militant also came over smiling, his eyes constantly looking back and forth at Yuan Ying's breast, as if wanting to tear off her clothes. "Yes. Brother Tiger. So much good stuff, you should leave some for us to enjoy too." Yuan Ying, Wang Qian, Zhang Xian, Su Ru Shui were all beauty. Chen Yao was like a princess. Ji Qing Wu was also a stunning beauty. These militants had not seen this many beauties, so they were salivating while looking at these beauties. Tiger Wang frowned, and shouted in a deep voice, "Everyone be quiet." After Tiger Wang said this, the surrounding militants were quiet again. Tiger Wang in a deep voice said, "This is Yu Zhong, little brother. I recently befriended him. These women belongs to you, not you. Go back to work. Puppy, go find people to move the supplies from one of the trucks. Black face, you arrange things, I want to eat a good meal with little brother you." Hearing that they have no part of those beautiful women, the disappointed militants began leaving in droves. Only now that the girls were relieved. Tiger Wang smiled, and invited you, "Little brother, this way." You nodded, and followed Tiger Wang. A group of people went into a small villa that Tiger Wang had people built inside the village. After entering the villa, they divided into 2 sides and sat down. Tiger Wang took a look at Qi Yang and Wang Shuang besides you, and asked, "You, these 2 little brothers are?" You looked at Tiger Wang and said, "This is Qi Yang, and this is Wang Shuang." Tiger Wang looked at the 2, amiably smiled and said, "Hello." Qi Yang lightly said, "Hello." Wang Shuang nervously said, "Brother Tiger, hello." The people beside Tiger Wang were the leaders of over 40 armed militants. Their movements caused great pressure to Wang Shuang. Tiger Wang pointed to the 3 people at his side, and introduced them to you. "I introduce to you, this is Zhang Xiang, Lei Chen, and this one is Chen Yan. The 3 of them are my closest brothers." Zhang Xiang is 1.8 meters tall with an imposing and burly body, a fierce-looking face, and mouth covered with a long beard. He was an aggressive-looking man. Lei Chen is 2 meters tall, strong as a bear, thick hands with calluses. With a strong jaw that looked like he came from a family of martial artists. Chen Yan wore glasses, looking like a very nice young man. Zhang Xiang, Lei Chen, Chen Yan are Tiger Wang's confidant. They hold the most power in the village after Tiger Wang. You looked at the trio and said, "Hello." Zhang Xiang looked at you, eyes filled with provocation and defiant, then said, "You are Yu Zhong. I heard Brother Tiger say you've got a lot of skills. How about we spar a bit?" Zhang Xiang is Tiger Wang's second strongest man, second only to Lei Chen. It was the first time that he have seen Tiger Wang so hospitable to a person. It made him full of jealousy, worrying that his position would be threatened by you. Tiger Wang frowned and said, "Zhang Xiang. You is my guest and friend. You must not cause him trouble." Zhang Xiang looked directly at Tiger Wang and said, "Brother Tiger, I know that you value him and wants him to join. You're the boss, your words must be obeyed. We brothers, naturally do so. But to convince me, he has to win against me." Qi Yang coldly stared at Zhang Xiang and said, "You are not a match for you, I'll fight you." Zhang Xiang looked at Qi Yang's thin body, laughing with anger, said, "Well well well. The world really has changed, even the small fish are so arrogant. I will tell you, my fist is very strong. If you don't personally come out, it would be embarrassing if your brother get hurt. You looked at Zhang Xiang, and lightly said, Qi Yang, show some mercies, don't kill him. Qi Yang nodded and walked out. He then reached toward Zhang Xiang and said, you first. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Hearing Qi Yang echoing Yu's word only made Zhang Xiang even angrier. His eyes were filled with hostility. With a cold laugh, he then walked in front of the Qi Yang. After walking in front of Qi Yang, Zhang Xiang lifted his hands before his chest, as if protecting it. He then bent his body slightly forward, with his feet pressing hard against the ground. Staring at Qi Yang like a cheetah staring at its prey. Zhang Xiang was a secret master of the Black Fist before the world changed. 7 people have died under his fists. Although he is arrogant, it is because he have the strength to back it up. Qi Yang quietly stared at Zhang Xiang, not making any movement. Tiger Wang carefully observed Qi Yang for a moment, then frowned and said, little brother are you sure you really want Qi Yang and Zhang Xiang to spar? Zhang Xiang's fists is not weak. Tiger Wang have read countless people, but he could not see why Qi Yang was so confident. He did not want to ruin his plan of recruiting you because of Zhang Xiang. He has already seen Yu's strength. With such talent under him, it would greatly increase his chance of achieving his ambitions. Boss Tiger. You can rest assured. This competition was presided over by you. Yu laughed slightly and said. Qi Yang was already promoted to level 10 and changed his job, making him even more powerful. You had also given the second-degree protective garment to Qi Yang for him to wear. Qi Yang is the strongest in the team after you, ordinary people are no match for him. Translator note, was meaning to use boss instead of big brother, since it's easier to understand that way. But I forgot. Going to change to boss when everyone calls him, except his 3 leaders/brothers. Tiger Wang, seeing you so confident, looked to Zhang Xiang and said, alright. Match begin. Boy, you're a dead man. Zhang Xiang smiled ferociously, like a cheetah looking at its prey. He rushed forward with terrifying speed, and mercilessly threw a punch at Qi Yang's nose. Seeing Zhang Xiang rushing forward like a cheetah, Qi Yang took a step to the left, evading Zhang Xiang's punch. He then punched Zhang Xiang severely in the stomach. After strengthening, the power of instant broke out. Zhang Xiang suddenly doubled over while holding his stomach from the pain, curling up on the floor. Watching Zhang Xiang getting defeated so easily by Qi Yang, Lei Chen, who was sitting next to Tiger Wang, narrowed his eyes. He was the strongest on Tiger Wang's side, even he couldn't knock down Zhang Xiang that easily. Tiger Wang looked at Qi Yang, a light flashing in his eyes, clapped his hands and smiled, then exclaimed, good skill. I'm flattered. Qi Yang returned to Yu's side after saying those words. Tiger Wang clapped his hands, and a beautiful woman about 25 years old walked in. Tiger Wang looked at the women indifferently and said, Wang Ying, help the third master to go rest. Wang Ying quickly went over to help Zhang Xiang. Go away. Don't touch me, dirty whore. Zhang Xiang's face contorted, and backhand Wang Ying in the face. He then stood up, looking at Yu and Qi Yang with venomous eyes, and immediately headed to the back. Wang Ying was slapped by Zhang Xiang, but she did not dare get angry. Just that her eyes were red, looking like she would cry at any moment. Tiger Wang acted like he did not see Wang Ying getting slapped, and coldly said, withdraw. Wang Ying. Wang Ying whispered some words, and then left the place. Yes. Boss Tiger. Tiger Wang looked at White Bones standing next to Yu, eyes flashing with desires, and said, Yu, can you tell me, how did you get this skeleton? Tiger Wang saw the battle between Yu and Chen Si. He saw how White Bones was completely fine when hit by those rifles' bullets. On the other hand, White Bones was much more agile than an ordinary person. If Tiger Wang did not surround the 2 trucks and use the girls as hostage, White Bones by himself could have killed Chen Si's group. Yu smiled, and did not hide anything. This is my skill. It was not some kind of secret, anyone could have guessed it as long as they weren't a fool. Tiger Wang continues to ask, how can I obtain such skill? Lei Chen and Chen Yan also pricked up their ears, wanting to hear the answer to this question. In these last days, only those with great power can survive easier. Everyone wants to get such special skills. Yu said, after battling zombies and killing them, there is a chance that they will drop a skill book. Using those skills books, you will be able to gain special skills. I was using the skills in those books to obtain such abilities. It is no secret. Everyone in Yu's team knew this. But knowing it is one thing, and doing it is another matter. Very few people would dare fight the zombies in close combat. After all, as long as you get a wound from the zombies, you would be infected and become a zombie. Listening to Yu's words, Tiger Wang, Lei Chen, and Chen Yan all frowned while eyeing each other. They have killed many zombies, but fighting zombies in close combat is not something they have done. After all, if there are guns, who would use a wooden rod to fight zombies in close combat? Isn't that idiotic? A tall, fat, simple, and honest-looking middle-aged man came up to report to Tiger Wang, "Boss Tiger, the food is ready." Tiger Wang nodded, smiled at Yu and said, "Yu, it has been a long and hard day of travel for you, come enjoy a meal." Tiger Wang clapped his hands softly. A beautiful woman wearing a cheongsam came in carrying tray of foods and placed it on the table. Translator note, a cheongsam is the Chinese dress you see Chinese girls wearing in movies. They typically have a slit on one/both side down the legs. The dishes were divided into two sides before the 6 people of Yu, Qi Yang, Wang Shuang, Tiger Wang, Lei Chen, and Chen Yan. There was the white-cut chicken which was rare to encounter in this apocalyptic world, stir-fry vegetables, stir-fry mollusk, sautéed frog legs, big bowls of white rice, and steamed buns. On the all-girls table of Ji Qing Wu, Lu Wen, and Chen Yao, there was gruel made from corn, cooked rice and vegetables. Yu and the other 5 were inside the house having dinner. While Ji Qing Wu and girls were having dinner outside in the yard. The uninhibited Zhang Xian picked up the gruel and took a sip, and a sour smell came up to her nose. She was disgusted and couldn't help spitting out the gruel. "Bah! How do you eat this stuff? This is something that people eat?" Ever since she was saved by you, Zhang Xian never had to starve. Although the food was not as good as before the end of the world, but there was no shortage of white rice and instant noodles. The other girls also took a sip, then spitting it out. It was not something that people would eat. Seeing the girls spitting out the gruel, the kids that were secretly hiding beside the house ran over. The kids picked the vegetables up from the floor, wiping it on their clothes, and then put it into their mouth. Translator note, not a very nice imagery, sad face. A little boy ran up to Zhang Xian, with his big round eyes staring at Zhang Xian, said, "Beautiful big sister, if you don't eat these things, can you give it to us? We are so hungry." Zhang Xian's eyes filled with sympathy seeing the hungry little boy. She pulled out a biscuit and handed it to the boy. "How can you eat these things? This is a biscuit for you." The little boy took the biscuit, expressed his gratitude and fled away. "Thank you, big sister. Thank you, big sister. Beautiful big sister. Please give me something to eat. I'm hungry. Beautiful big sister. You are a good person, I beg you, please give me something to eat. I'm hungry." Seeing Zhang Xian so kind, the kids quickly surrounded Zhang Xian, pleading miserably. Zhang Xian was perplexed, but finally took out all the snacks on her body and gave it to the kids. All the other women were also compassionate, taking out all the snacks that they had carried and gave it to the kids. They also gave the gruels to the kids. Watching those kids eat the gruels, the women who did not suffer under the protection of you, felt very sad. Zhang Xian looked at the kids devouring the gruel, gnashed her teeth and said, "This is an outrage. How can the leader here treat the kids like this? Does he have any humanity left in him?" Wang Fong was startled by Zhang Xian's words. She then immediately snapped at Zhang Xian, "Don't talk nonsense. Are we not in hostile territory? Do you want to die?" Zhang Xian glanced at Wang Fong, and did not say anything else. She is not stupid, she was just too angry. But she was clearly aware that this is Tiger Wang's turf. Those kids in the village ate with amazing hunger. They ate the bowl of gruel cleanly and even licked the bowl. After eating, the kids immediately ran toward the outer courtyard. Outside in the courtyard, a militant carrying a Type 81 rifle kicked one of the kids to the ground, causing candies and snacks to fall all over the ground. "Small monkeys, your harvests is not bad. Biscuits, lollipops, haha, good stuff." The militant laughed, then threatened the rest of the kids, "Take out all the good stuff, or I will beat you to death." Seeing the militant appeared, fear flashed in eyes of all the kids. Hesitating for a bit, the kids took out the candies and biscuits from their body, handing it to the militant. The former police officer, Su Ru Shui, finally could not stand it any more. She stood up and shouted at the militant, "How can there be people like you? Taking the stuff from kids, do you have no shame? The militant looked wantonly at Su Ru Shui, laughed out loud and said, "Big cow, my business is none of your concerns. If you are willing to play with your father's gun here, I will give the stuff back to them. We can count it as payment for a prostitute." Ha ha ha. Su Ru Shui, trembling with anger, cursed loudly, "You bastard, you're shameless." Su Ru Shui received a good education, she only knew these 2 sentences of cursing. The militant looked at Su Ru Shui and mocked her, "You dare to curse at your father? Hey! You can be furious here. I will have you on father's leg, crying the next day." Translator note, he is mocking her and saying he would have her on his leg, spanking her. After saying, the militant quickly turned and left the place. Su Ru Shui sat back in her seat, could not help but said in anger, "What kind of place is this? How can there be such scum?" Chen Yao smiled dryly and said, "I'm afraid they are the same as bandits. We should be in a den of thieves." Zhang Xian fearfully said, "What will happen to us? In this place, not only do the kids have to go hungry, they were also bullied." Zhang Xian was so scared about the future. Also, the power here did not care about equality between men and women, ladies' first concept. From the food that was served to the women, one could see that the leader of the place did not see the women as people. Lu Wen smiled and said, "Don't worry, big brother, you will find a way." Lu Wen truly believed in you, she believed that he would be able to get everyone out of this place. It's good, with Yu's protection, no matter what, she would not be harmed. Yuaning looked at Lu Wen with jealousy. She could see that on the way, Yu had cared more about Lu Wen. If anything happens, the ones that would be abandoned would be those that does not have strong relations to you. The women eyed one another, besides Ji Qing Wu and Lu Wen, the rest of the women were trapped in an overwhelming gloom. Zhao Li, who was hold her son, had fear in her eyes about the future. Among the women, only Li Zhao and Wang Fong did not give the kids snacks. Looking at the suffering of the kids in the village, Zhao Li was full of worry for future of her son and herself. You bluntly ate the white-cut chicken and stir-fried dishes such as the stir-fry mollusk on that table. These common dishes in this post-apocalyptic world was extremely rare. In Leijiang City, Yu's meal consisted of luncheon meat, ham, sausage, and cooked chicken. He quickly forgot the taste of those food. Soon after, the dishes of food was nearly empty, leaving only 3 white steamed buns in the bowl. 2 women walked in, taking all the empty dishes away, leaving only 3 white steamed buns on the table. Tiger Wang looked at Yu and smiled, then looked toward the courtyard and said, "Little brother Yu. In order to celebrate our meeting, let me give you a gift. You guys come in." Tiger Wang's words had hardly faded, when 6 pretty women wearing makeup enter from the courtyard. The 6 women kneel in front of Tiger Wang and Lu Chen, massaging their feet. Wang Xuan looked at the 6 women massaging the feet of Tiger Wang and Lei Chen, his eyes flashing a touch of disbelief. The 6 women looks quite pretty, and temperament was quite good. In the past, countless men would be courting them, but now they were kneeling in front of Tiger Wang and Lei Chen while massaging their feet. Wang Xuan could not quite believe this. Tiger Wang looked at Yu, chuckled and said, "Little brother Yu, out of these women, which one do you fancy? These women do have much use, but are good at warming the bed." Yu looked at the 6 women kneeling in front of Tiger Wang. He saw that even though they were beautiful, their faces had a look of numbness. Their eyes were without spirit, as if they did not have any hope left, looking like a zombie. Yu towards Tiger Wang said, "You should not covet your friend's wife. Boss Tiger, these women are all yours. How can I take your women?" Tiger Wang smiled towards Yu, and then kicked the women kneeling at his feet as if kicking a dog and said, "I know that these women are not as beautiful as the women that you have brought along. But these women are very obedient. Wang Lan, go and properly serve you. Today, he is your master. If you do not serve little brother Yu comfortably, you will be put inside the henhouse." The woman wearing the uniform, Wang Lan, quickly crawled in front of Yu. She then lowered her head and kissed Yu's boots. Yu frowned and pulled his feet back, he was not accustomed to being served such way. Wang Lan's face turned ashen as Yu pulled his feet away. She then turned and looked at Tiger Wang. The henhouse in Always Bright Village is a place of prostitution. The women in the henhouse have to serve all the armed militants. Not only that, the women in the henhouse are only allowed to eat soup, water and gruel. If serving Tiger Wang is like living a life of humiliation, then living in the henhouse is like living a life not any better than death. At least when serving Tiger Wang, there would be enough to eat. Tiger Wang's face had become sullen, with coldness in his eyes, fiercely looking at Wang Lan. He was courteous to you because of Yu's strength, but he is merciless to a disobedient woman. I'm sorry, master. I'm sorry, master. Please, let me serve you. I'll do anything, as long as you say, I can satisfy all your needs. I beg you, let me serve you. Wan Lan was very scared from Tiger Wang's stare. She knelt at Yu's feet, firmly holding his leg, with her soft breasts rubbing Yu's calf, while crying and begging. Tiger Wang, seeing Wan Lan holding Yu's leg, his complexion grew solemn, and coldly said, "Come, take this woman out." 2 militants holding Type 79 submachine guns soon arrived, looking at Wang Lang with greedy eyes. They then reached out toward Wan Lan and grabbed her. The most beautiful women were divided among Tiger Wang, Lei Chen, Chen Yan, and Zhang Xiang. The women in the henhouse were average-looking, a beauty like Wang Lan were rare. Even if there were several, in that harsh environment and tortured, they no longer that their look and human emotion. Wang Lan coming to the henhouse would allow them to have a good time for a bit. Don't. Please. Master, I am willing to do anything. Help me please. You can do anything you want to me, help me. Help me. Wan Lan pleaded while hugging Yu's leg. Yu looked at Wan Lan crying and pleading him, turned to Tiger Wang and said, "Wait a minute. Boss Tiger, I will accept Wan Lan." Tiger Wang's face finally brightened, then waved his hand, the 2 men with disappointed eyes retreated. Going in a circle from death to life, Wan Lan's inside was like a roller coaster. After Tiger Wang told the 2 men to back down, Wan Lan immediately knelt in front of Yu, and carefully massaging his legs. Seeing Yu finally accepted the women, Tiger Wang smiled, and started to speak to Yu. You and I should work together. You see, now the world has changed, it is time that we rise. The world of the past, all those idiots relied on their parents in order to secure their positions, it's a waste. What skills do they have? Just because their parents overthrew the old regime, and established the new regime, they get to enjoy the luxurious and privileged life. The law is useless against these privileged individuals. They can relax, wantonly enjoying the world's most beautiful woman, the best wines, and the greatest vehicles. While we worked hard to maybe be able to buy a house. But it's different now that the world has changed. The world is in turmoil, it's our time to rise. As long as we work together, gathered survivors, and established a new regime, we can kill the zombies. After we unified the country, our future generations will be able to enjoy the endless splendor. Tiger Wang's eyes were filled with ambitions. He looked at Yu with his fierce eyes, while explaining his ambitions. Wang Shuang was listening while to the side. He did not think Tiger Wang would have such huge ambitions. Yu was also surprised for a moment, he just wanted to go to Longhai City Enclave. Leaving those helpless women to the government, and looked for a few powerful teammates to help him search for his parents back home. He did not have the ambitions to establish a new regime. Those who steal are put to death, but those that steal a nation will become the aristocracy. You, the leaders of the past world. Their parents were also born commoners. The Ming Emperor was once a beggar, the Qing Nurhasai was also of slave origin. They was able to succeed, while we're highly educated people, with guns in possession, cannot be any worse than them. Even if we take 10,000 steps back. If we have failed to establish the new regime, as long as we have a huge amount of power, we can join any forces, and enjoy a wealthy life. If you think about it, throughout history, when dynasty changed, those powerful governors that surrendered to the new regime, they enjoyed the endless riches. If you're a commoner, when the regime changes, you are at their mercy, taking away everything you have. Seeing that Yu was thinking, Tiger Wang continued to speak. Hearing what Tiger Wang said was reasonable, Yu remained silent, thinking about his words. Yu slowly said, "Boss Tiger, have you thought if the government have not completely collapsed? With just an order from the central government, sending a battalion, then things will be far from good." He did not know where Tiger Wang got these dozens of Type 81 rifles and Type 79 submachine gun to arm his men. But they had no formal training, and were just a bunch of rabbles. If the Real army moved in, they can easily destroy this bunch of rabbles. Yu's had been strengthened by the magical system of the god, with extraordinary combat abilities, also dared not say that he would win against a company of People's Liberation Army soldiers. Even a rocket launcher can kill him. Tiger Wang laughed out loud, then said, "HHA. Little brother, you have no idea. I reckon that the central government has fallen. If they had not fallen, they would have released a notice of stability to reassure the public. It has been more than half a month since Longhai City had broadcast a notice of the survival enclave to reassure the public. But there have not been any notice from the central government, they have all most likely became zombies. Tiger Wang suddenly offered a promise, if you come help me, you will be the fifth master of our always bright village. You will only be below me, Zhang Xiang, Lei Zhen, and Chen Yan. The next time we go out to find survivors, I'll let you pick the 3 most beautiful women. Yu was silent for a moment, then slowly said, Boss Tiger, I'm sorry. I have to make a trip to Nanning, my parents are there. I must go and find them. I'm afraid I can't help you. A cold light flashed in Tiger Wang's eyes, his legs shaking, and was silent for a moment, letting out a long sigh, said, Fine. You a righteous man that value love. Each man have their own ambitions, I won't force you. But I have a request, I hope you can do me a favor before leaving. Yu's eyes narrowed, and slowly said, Boss Tiger, please tell me. Tiger Wang smiled, his words surprising you, I know a place where the military stored obsolete equipments and arsenals. I'm going to need your help, together we will seize the arsenals. Yu thought for a moment before continuing to say, Boss Tiger, your firepower is so fierce, yet is still unable to seize the arsenals. With Tiger Wang's firepower, as long as there are plenty of bullets, normal zombies would be easily killed. He had to ask you for help, thus the situation would not be so simple. Tiger Wang had nothing to hide, looking directly at you and said, There is nothing to hide. In the arsenal, there are 4 mutated dogs. Those 4 mutated dogs are extremely ferocious, the last time we 5 brothers could not get rid of it. If I did not see your extraordinary skill this time, I would not dare have the idea of going there again. 40%. Those 4 mutated dogs, if I get rid of them. I want 40% of the firearms inside that arsenal. You thought for a while, then said. Tiger Wang frowned, then deeply said, 20%. Little brother you, after seizing the arsenal, the most I can give you is 20% of the arsenals. You shaking his head, said, Boss Tiger, I have to risk my life to fight those 4 mutated dogs. If careless, my brothers and I will all die under the jaws of those 4 mutated dogs. If it wasn't because of Boss Tiger being so extraordinary and heroic, I would never ask for so low. Tiger Wang stared at the mountain for a while, then looked toward the backyard and shouted, Little Rain. Come here. A skin-white, black hair failing down her shoulders like a waterfall, baby face, with voluptuous bosom, and fine facial features girl came in wearing a white dress. Seeing Little Rain came in, Lei Chen and Chen Yan had an insatiable desire in their eyes. They stared at Little Rain's large breasts, who was a minor. Little Rain came in, kneeling before Tiger Wang, Lei Chen, and Chen Yan. With her refined beauty, youthful face, and busty figure, capturing people's attention with her charm. She can be called a youthful big bosom model. Tiger Wang was also staring at Little Rain's ample chest. Even you could not help but stared at her several times. In modern society, with ample nourishment, the girls developed early. Lu Wen's figure among her peers is very good, but compared with Little Rain, was still quite a bit inferior. The girl named Little Rain timidly looked at Tiger Wang, and said, Boss Tiger. Tiger Wang pointed to Little Rain, then toward you, and said, Little brother you, this is Guiyu, she is the most beautiful virgin I have. Now I will give her to you. She's not below those girls that you have brought. The most important is her obedience. And you know what? She is the daughter of Leijiang City's mayor. The virgin daughter of a mayor, her value is far above the 20% of arsenals, what do you think? Listening to Tiger Wang giving her away like some kind of gift, Guiyu's eyes flashed with humiliation. But she did not dare show any discontent. Tiger Wang treated you with courtesy, but he would not show any mercy towards women. Guiyu has seen Tiger Wang broke the limbs of a beautiful woman, then threw her into the henhouse. The women could not endure it and died in 2 days, but before dying, the horrors she saw would shock one's heart. There was also a woman that was thrown to the zombies while alive. Guiyu saw the woman being eaten piece by piece while moaning in miserable agony. From then on, none of the women dared to disobey Tiger Wang. Those girls that would dare to exhibit a princess syndrome and temper before Tiger Wang would only be seeking death. Yu's eyes blinked a few times, smiled and said, Okay. We will do it your way. Tiger Wang smiled and said to Guiyu, Little Rain, why have you not gone to meet your new master? Guiyu brought an air of sweet scent towards you, then knelt in front of you. She looked at you with those bright eyes and said, Greeting master. Seeing Guiyu kneeling in front of you, Lei Chen and Chen Yan's eyes were filled of envy. Each of them had 4 beautiful women in their room, but those women were not as beautiful or had a figure like Guiyu. Such a youthful and voluptuous beauty, you truly are fortunate. Sitting beside you, Wang Shuang was staring at the tempting Guiyu, his eyes flashed with a burning desire, and muttered in a low voice. Tiger Wang watched Guiyu kneeling in front of you, smiled and said, "Now it's getting late, little brother, you have traveled far and hard. You should take a hot bath and rest." You asked, "Boss Tiger, the water is not contaminated?" Bathing was a great consumption of water. In Leijiang City, only you, Ji Qingwu, Qi Yang, and Lu Wen were able to bathe. The others were only able to wipe their body with water carefully, and did not dare to take a bath. After all, they did not know if the water was contaminated. Tiger Wang looked at you, and explained, "We take the water from the river. You won't have any problems as long as you boil the water for 5 minutes. If you drink the water directly, there is a chance you may be infected, and a chance you may not be infected." Guiyu's body was slightly trembling, she knew how they were able to reach this conclusion. Tiger Wang used more than 20 people to do the experiments. One of the people who drank the water directly became infected and turned into a zombie. Tiger Wang, seeing that you did not have any doubt, attracted a tall, thin young man over, and ordered, "Lu Shui. Take little brother Yu and his companions to go rest." Lu Shui nodded, and led you out, "Yes." After you left, Lei Chen started to express his dissatisfaction, and said, "Boss Tiger, why did you give Guiyu to him? You know that I like Guiyu. Is this not helping an outsider?" Tiger Wang looked at Lei Chen, frowned, disappointingly said, "Lei, why did you not understand? Beside having fun with women, what other use do they have? What we are lacking are firearms. As long as we have the firearms, what women can we not get out hands on? Besides, what about all your other women? You have 7 women, yet you still aren't tired of playing around. Guiyu is different. Those big butts of her, soft skin, and she is only 13 years old. I haven't enjoyed such high-quality girls yet." Lei Chen continued to complain. Tiger Wang frowned, and shouted, "Enough, do not say any more." Lei Chen suddenly lowered his head, seething in anger, no longer speaking. Tiger Wang also loves women, and loves to enjoy them. But in his eyes, firearms has a greater value than women. He only wanted to expand his own powers, and increasing his territory. Lei Chen is a trusted underling of Tiger Wang. Although a little lustful, but he can fight, and is faithful. It's just that he was not very intelligent. Chen Yan's eyes blinked and asked, "Big brother Tiger, do you really intend to give 20% of the firearms to him?" Tiger Wang asked in reverse, "What do you think?" Chen Yan, with a face of flattery, said, "I think we should make backup plans. If he is unscathed after getting rid of the 4 mutated dogs, we will agree to give him 20% of the firearms, and let him go. If he is dead, heh. So much the better, we can take all his people and firearms." "Ah, big brother Tiger, so that is what you had planned. You're brilliant, to come up with such a move, this little brother really admire you. Amazing." Tiger Wang revealed a satisfied smile. Chen Yan was his advisor, not only was he good at flattering, his analytical capacity was also good. Tiger Wang thought highly of him. Lu Shui led you, Guiyu, and Wang Lan to a room on the 2nd floor of the building. While Wang Shuang and Qi Yang were in a room next to them. The other members of the team were crammed into 3 rooms on the ground floors. In the eyes of Tiger Wang, women are only an outlet to satiate his lust, and to entice powerful fighters. Besides that, they have no other values, consuming even more food. As for gender equality, Tiger Wang does not believe in prioritizing the women. In the room that you was staying in, there was a big jacuzzi. The jacuzzi was filled with steaming hot water. Obviously in the past, the owner of this home was definitely a rich man. You took off his clothes, marching into the jacuzzi. As the steaming hot water surrounded his body, it gave him a soothing feeling. After you recovered from his injuries, he had been tense from being combat-ready and fleeing. After escaping Leijiang City, he has not been able to relax or taken a bath for 3 days. Leijiang City was about 400 kilometers from Longhai City. This distance, if it was in the past world, would take a day to get there. But in this post-apocalyptic world, many routes to the Longhai City were blocked by many vehicles. You drove for 3 days, but was only able to make it halfway. At the time when you was in a rare state of relaxation, the bathroom door opened, and 2 girls wrapped in a towel came in. The youthful face, Guiyu, went towards you, and said, "Master." We are here to attend to your bathing. Yu frowned, and wanted to say no. But after glancing at Guiyu, somehow he could not say those words. Guiyu was wrapped in a white bath towel, in the steamy fog, her youthful face blushing red, with her snow-white skin that in addition with those rising peaks, it was too seductive to a man. This was a woman with a pure and enchanting body. As Yu sat in silence, the two women, Guiyu and Wang Lan, entered the jacuzzi. One was behind him and the other in front. Wang Lan sat behind Yu, hugging him with her ample bosom. She's aware that she cannot match Guiyu, so she used her boy to please Yu. Guiyu was sitting in front of Yu, her face bright red, feeling full of shame. She was a gift that Tiger Wang used to woo an expert fighter. She has not been touched by a man, asking her to take the initiative to please a man was not something she could normally do. Hesitating for a moment, Guiyu's trembling hand reached towards Yu beneath the water. Yu, seeing Guiyu's appearance, couldn't help but shouted, "Wait a minute." Guiyu was startled, turning pale. She then rushed to capture Yu's, and fearfully said, "Master. This slave will make you happy. Will satisfy you. Please don't kick me out. Don't push me away." Tiger Wang methods are cruel, with his strict rules. Guiyu has already seen the miserable fate of those women, she did not want to become a part of those female zombies. "I'm not kicking you out." Yu reached out, capturing Guiyu's hand, pushing it to the side, and said aloud, "I have something to ask you." Guiyu let out a sigh of relief and said, "Master, please ask." In this moment, Guiyu felt waves of sorrow. Before the end of the world, she was like a star, a little princess surrounded by myriad pet set collections. But now because of a man's word, she had felt delighted and fear. Yu suddenly asked, "What kind of past does Tiger Wang have, do you know?" Guiyu thought for a while, organized her thought, and said, "Boss Tiger." From the lips of Guiyu, Yu learned about Tiger Wang's history. In the past, Tiger Wang was one of the leaders of a gang in Leijiang City. After the end of the world, he then fled Leijiang City in a vehicle with several of his brothers. In the process of fleeing Leijiang City, Tiger Wang met the armed police force that was escorting the leaders of Leijiang City. Tiger Wang mixed in with these survivors, seeing his chance, he led his brothers to seize the firearms from those armed police force. Amidst the fighting between the police force and zombies, he took the opportunity to kill the police force, taking the survivors and fleeing to Always Bright Village. After entering Always Bright Village, Tiger Wang aggressively searched for survivors. The men that trusted him was included in the armed force. The beautiful women were picked by him and brothers for pleasure. Those that displeased Tiger Wang were thrown into the henhouse for the other militants to enjoy. If those militants accomplished great merits, Tiger Wang would give them a beautiful woman as private property. The militants' meals were also the best, so the armed forces were composed of Tiger Wang's most loyal militants. Lei Chen was Tiger Wang's #1 henchman that was notorious in Leijiang City. He is Tiger Wang's trusted henchman, and still following Tiger Wang. Zhang Xiang and Chen Yan were the talented people that Tiger Wang recruited among the survivors. Zhang Xiang was a gang leader of 5 or 6 men when he was recruited by Tiger Wang. The Chen Si that blocked Yu's way on the road junction is the cousin of Chen Yan. When Chen Yan was recruited by Tiger Wang, he also had 7 or 8 men under him. Tiger Wang doesn't mind talking about his past, so that is why Guiyu dared to talk about his past. Guiyu was captured by Tiger Wang after he seized the power from the police force. Among the women survivors, those that Tiger Wang were interested in, Guiyu was the only one that he had not touched yet. If you did not appear, Tiger Wang would use Guiyu to entice some other powerful fighter. In addition to Guiyu, Tiger Wang also had several other beautiful virgin girls. These girls were the one he kept to entice powerful masters. Tiger Wang had enjoyed enough virgins. However, he preferred mature women that know how to serve rather than virgins that know nothing. This bandit leader is really insightful. Yu's hands was kneading the plump and elastic pair of breasts, while quietly thinking, translator, the author put you to which is Jade Rabbit. I'm not familiar with this. I'm pretty sure he means breast. Anyone familiar with this euphemism? Seems like Yu is a man after all, lol. As Guiyu was explaining Tiger Wang's history, she was unconsciously surrounded by Yu's arms, allowing this man to touch her. Yu is only an ordinary man, he also likes beautiful women. However, after the end of the world, he had to restrain his desire. He did not touch the girls because of moral constraints and because he had to protect them. Guiyu was youthful, beautiful, charming, and was given to him by Tiger Wang. Guiyu also did not show any objection, so he did not restrict his own desires. You, what are you doing? At the moment when you was about to kiss Guiyu's lips, a petite figure came rushing towards you and shouted angrily. Translator note, LOL, he got cock-block. Poor guy. You looked up and found that the petite figure is Lu Wen. Seeing Lu Wen, you unconsciously felt a sense of panic. However, his face was unchanged, and slowly said, why did you come in? Lu Wen, seeing that you was embracing Guiyu in the jacuzzi, she was jealous, angry and frustrated. Her eyes were red and filled with tears, as if a wife that just caught her husband cheating on her, her eyes red, with tears in her eyes as if to see a husband who cheated on his wife, shouted loudly, you, how are worthy of me when you do this? You calmly said, Wen, you go outside and wait for me, I need to talk to you. Lu Wen, after hearing Yu's words, left the room in anger. Master, she is your girlfriend? Guiyu looked at Lu Wen, her eyes flashing a hint of hatred. She hated Lu Wen, because as a woman, why she have to give up her dignity to serve a man, and had to work together with another woman to do such shameless things. While Lu Wen was like a princess, losing her temper like a little kid. You smiled and sighed, I don't know. You had always treated Lu Wen like a sister. In Leijiang City, Lu Wen had confessed to him, so he had started to look at her as a woman. Even now, he did not know whether he loves her or not. At the time of when they traveled to Longhai City, you did not have time to think about those things. In no mood to continue playing with Guiyu, you washed his body and left the room. Lu Wen sat angrily on the bed. Once she saw that you was coming, she immediately turned her head to the side. She was too angry. You sat across from Lu Wen, with Guiyu and Wang Lan standing behind him. You looked at Lu Wen, eyes full of love. Wen, you know I always look upon you as a sister. Even now, I love you as my sister. As a brother to his sister, I will always take care of you. As the words came, you began to relax. After listening to Yu's words, Lu Wen's angry face began to change. She threw herself into Yu's arm while crying and said, Big brother Yu. I don't want to be your sister. I want to be your girl. I know that was wrong, I will not get angry and jealous at you again, nor oppose your contact with other women. Big brother Yu, you can't abandon me, now that I have only one person I can rely on. If you don't want me, I don't know what to live for. The world has changed, Lu Wen has seen how cruel and frightful the world that can be. Especially after arriving at Always Bright Village, the cruelty in this post-apocalyptic world has been laid bare to her. Without Yu's protection, she did not know how she would survive in this cruel world. You, seeing that Lu Wen was crying so much in his arms, his heart began to soften, and gently patted her on the back. All right. All right. I will not abandon you, Wen. I just want to love you as a sister. And I am not as great as you think. I'm just an ordinary man, not worthy of your love. Seeing you comfort Lu Wen, Guiyu and Wang Lan's eyes were full of envy. Lu Wen is an important person to him, which is why he would carefully explain to her. Guiyu, on the other hand, he was attracted by her beauty, and had no special feelings or concerns about each other's thoughts. In this Always Bright Village, Tiger Wang and his men does not see women as people. They just see them as a tool to get relief. Zhang Xiang was more perverted, he likes to torture women, and train them like an animal. All the women are afraid of falling into the hands of Zhang Xiang. In this post-apocalyptic world, to be protected and respected by a strong man like you, is a kind of happiness. Lu Wen, with a pair of watery eyes, looked at you, and boldly said, But I don't want to be your sister. I really don't want to. Big brother Yu, I love you, I love you. I want you to be my man. Except for you, no one else will do. Before the end of the world, Lu Wen was a very bold and enthusiastic girl, daring to always say wild things. In this post-apocalyptic, without her parents' control, she feared for the future, and was more emboldened at this moment. Of course, in the past, even though she likes you, she would not be so bold and enthusiastic to confess to him. You held Lu Wen, remembering when Lu Wen took care of him when he was seriously injured. His heart softened, and softly said, All right. All right. All right. From today on, you are my girlfriend. Just after you said this, a valiant and handsome figure flashed in his mind. Lu Wen stopped crying while holding you, laughed and said, Hey. Big brother Yu, that's what you said. From now on, I am genuinely your girlfriend. No matter how many women you have, they have to call me big sister. After finished speaking, Lu Wen also took a look at Guiyu. Lu Wen was also a beauty, her figure was fuller than girls her age. However, compared to Guiyu, she was still a bit lacking. Guiyu's skin is white and youthful, her bosom very full, and had a lovely baby face. Truly an example of a youthful virgin. Seeing Guiyu, it put a lot of pressure on Lu Wen. Wang Lan was ignored by Lu Wen, she intuitively felt Wang Lan was not her rival, and so was not a threat to her at all. Sensing that Lu Wen was looking at her, Guiyu lowered her head. In these last dozens of days of experiences had made her mature. In the past, she would definitely glared back at Lu Wen, and give Lu Wen a good look. Now she can only lower her head to avoid aggravating Lu Wen. Currently, she is no longer the mayor's daughter, but a woman with a fate where she can't even control her own body. She was now a pitiful woman just like some commodity that can given away. You patted Lu Wen on the back, comforting her and said, "Good. They will listen to you." Lu Wen finally stopped crying, smiling toward you, and like a spoiled child, said, "I want to sleep in here tonight." You was hold Lu Wen, smiled and said, "Okay." Lu Wen was contented sleeping next to you, while Guiyu slept on Yu's right side. Wang Lan was curled up at the corner of the big bed. The next day, Yu and his party went to the dining hall. Breakfast was boxed milk, hot white steamed buns, and pork sausages. Chen Yao and the girls only got the gruels with wild vegetables. Looking at the gruels, all the girls were nauseous. Even though they were hungry all night, they still didn't want to eat that disgusting gruel. At the table, Tiger Wang looked at you, laughed and said, "Little brother you, last night was fun right?" "Ha ha." You said with smile, "Thanks to Boss Tiger's generosity yesterday, I did sleep well. Last night, even though you did not do anything with the three women, but holding Lu Wen and Guiyu while sleeping all night, it was not bad." While eating, Zhang Xiang looked at you with poisonous eyes, then lowered his head to eat the steamed buns and pork sausages. Lei Chen looked at you with jealousy and hate, he wanted to enjoy Guiyu for a long time, but had not succeeded. Now that you had enjoyed it first, he was filled jealousy and hate for you. Chen Yen carefully looked at you, eyes flashing, with his thoughts unknown. You looked at Tiger Wang and said, "Boss Tiger, are we going to the arsenal today?" Seeing you so energetic, Tiger Wang couldn't help but pause a moment before saying, "No rush. Our brothers had just went out and performed the tasks, they are too tired, and need to rest for 2 days. 2 days after, we will set off to the arsenal. These 2 days, you should take your time and relax here. After the militants go out to perform the task, they will relax for 2 days, this is a rule that was set in Always Bright Village. In the outside world, there is constant danger of dying. Tiger Wang's men have the Type 81 rifle and Type 79 submachine guns to deal with ordinary zombies. Ordinary zombies are not a problem, but if it was S1 zombies, they would be killed. Under the tremendous pressure of dying any time, if they are not allowed to relax, those militants would revolt. In fact, among the survivors that Tiger Wang gathered, many had committed suicide because of the bleak future. You nodded, then stood up and went outside. Saying that you stood up, Tiger Wang said, "Little brother you, since you don't want to join us. Starting from today, you must use your own supplies for food and drink. We cannot treat you like today. Every bit of supplies in this post-apocalyptic world is hard to come by. Yu's group has more than 10 people, even just eating the gruels, they would eat a lot." Tiger Wang naturally was reluctant to let you freeload off of him. "I understand Boss Tiger." You after finishing the sentence, along with Qi Yang and Wang Shuang, left the dining hall. He had a Dongfeng truck full of supplies, if provisioned carefully, it was not a problem for more than a dozen people to eat over half a month. After leaving the dining hall, you saw the women around the big pot of gruel, none of them were eating it. Guiyu and Wang Lan as Tiger Wang's women did not have to worry about food and clothing. Even they could not eat that rancid gruel. Zhang Xian walked toward you with a bitter face and said, "You, we should leave immediately. This place is not a place for people to stay." Wang Feng also looked at you anxiously, and asked, "Yes. You, how long do we have to stay here?" The environment here was suffocating the women. More than 10 women crowded into a small room, and their food was worse than dog food before the end of the world. Chen Yao's previously had a pet dog, the dog food that her dog ate was better than the rancid gruel. You in a deep voice, said, 3 days, we would have to stay here for at least 3 days. You was able to get many firearms from searching the police station, but he did not have a lot of ammunitions. He carefully hoarded up ammunitions, and did not want to use it so casually. If he was able to find an arsenal, he could have enough bullets to improve his shooting skills. If he was able to master more combat skills, it would be easier to survive in this post-apocalyptic world. Zhang Xian's complexion changed greatly, and said, 3 days, you can't get us out of here right now. I don't want to stay in this damn place even a minute more. The other women also looked at you, they wanted to get out of this place. You frowned, looking over at Guo Yu and Wang Lan on one side. He didn't think that Zhang Xian would be so stupid as to ask these questions in front of unknown people. Zhang Xian did not truly experience the end of the world, and was rather naive. Subtlety was not her forte. So she wasn't guarded against Guo Yu and Wang Lan. We can. I can take you out of here. Yu's words made the girls happy, and then his next words crushed their hopes. However, beside me, Qi Yang, Ji Qingwu, Chen Yao, and Lu Wen, even half of you surviving is amazing. At this moment, a pleading voice came from the gate, don't beat me. Don't beat me, I'm pleading you, don't beat me. Attracted by the sound, Yu and his party walked out. Outside, Chen Si was holding a whip. He was whipping a woman that was curled up into a ball holding her face while on the ground. Surrounding Chen Si was 6 or 7 militants, and 7 or 8 hungry-looking men. Tiger had guns, but not much ammo. The gunmen he selected were all able-bodied men that dared to fight zombies. Among the survivors, there were also some men who didn't dare fight. They were only good for digging up wild vegetables and grass to eat. They were of the lowest social status. Yu Zhong saw a woman on the ground who had been whipped. He wrinkled his brows and asked. What's the matter? Ah, Yu Zhong. Chen Si gave her a whipping. He laughed and said to Yu Zhong as he walked up, it's no big deal. This dirty whore, her hands have been dirted. She stole a steamed bun to eat. She was caught red-handed and dragged out to receive punishment. Let these guys see what happens. At that time the girl curled up on the floor receiving the whip was endlessly begging on the floor with an extremely piercing sound. The women at Yu Zhong's side couldn't bear it. Guo Yu and Wang Lan looked at the girl curled up on the ground, dread flashed in their eyes. They didn't want to become that type of pitiful person. Zhang Xian standing by Yu Zhong's side couldn't help but blurt out, it was only a steam bun, do you have to go this far? Chen Si's eyebrow raised up. He irately said to Zhang Xian, us men are speaking, you women dare interrupt? Looking to get whipped? Chen Si had a heavy murderous aura. Zhang Xian was frightened by him, retreating back a couple of steps, not daring to say anything else. Chen Si looked at Yu Zhong and imparted some teaching on women, Yu Zhong, you have amazing skill, but you are still lacking skill in the training women. Right now what are the ways of the world? Women need to be beaten to make them honest and docile. We are on the outside fighting to death seeking food to raise them, they fret about at home all worried. Among Daddy's women, there is one who was a venture capitalist. She was unwilling with Daddy at the time, always complaining, and being insolent. After getting beaten several times, she is like a trained dog, licking Daddy's feet. Listening to Chen Si's advice on women to Yu Zhong, in addition to the women standing at his side, Ji Qingwu, Chen Yao, and Lu Wen's faces all became extremely ugly. Among this team, Yu Zhong's military force was superior. Qi Yang was also Yu Zhong's diehard follower. He really wanted to change Chen Si's appearance. These women continuously received Yu Zhong's support at the end of this world. Although they all knew that the world changed requiring strong people providing safety. But they never thought the outside world would become this dreadful. The deep darkness hiding in some men's hearts unexpectedly exploded forth with the end of the world's arrival. Ji Qingwu and Chen Yao had only fought alongside Yu Zhong's side. They never expected beforehand they would run across these mad thugs on the way to Leijiang City. They knew several people's minds started to warp into madness in some parts of the world. Yu Zhong's silence didn't interrupt Chen Si's interests. Carry her into the henhouse. Right, send her to the henhouse. The gunman was tired of beating her, finally stopping his hand. The gunman to the side gathered her. The women in Always Bright Village were split into 5 types. The first type were the most young and beautiful women. They were divided up among the 4 chiefs strictly for their personal enjoyment. The second type were the women shared among all of the gunmen. Tiger also awarded women to gunmen for great service. These women were those gunmen's private property. Not even the head boss could use them. The third type were the women in Always Bright Village who searched for vegetables, caught fish, raised chickens, and raised pigs. These women were able to receive moldy food to stay alive. The gunmen weren't able to lightly handle these women. The fourth type were the wives of the Always Bright villagers. Tiger also didn't let the gunmen mess with these women as they pleased. But always bright villagers also had to contribute to the daily vegetables and grass tax. The fifth type were the henhouse women. All of the gunmen were able to do as they pleased with them, and their status was the lowest. At this time, an approximately 30-plus-year-old man rushed into the group. He knelt before the gunman, unceasingly bowing his head before the crowd. Please no. Please no. Uncles, I'm begging your approval. I don't want to send my wife to the henhouse. I'm kneeling and begging before you. She really is starving. I'm begging you all, please release my wife. Chen Xi's eyes flashed a light. He walked into the crowd. He kicked the 30-plus-year-old vegetable picker onto the ground, coldly saying, "For thieves, women get sent to the henhouse. Men get their hands cut off and thrown outside the village. This is the rule Big Brother Tiger established. There aren't any exceptions to the rules. Dago, even if you bow your head, there's no use." Tien, he is called Dago, which also means big dog. I think it is his name and not a title, but calling a person a dog in China is also an insult. Dago crawled on his knees, repeatedly bowing his head before Chen Xi until his head started to leak blood. He painfully implored, "Brother Xi, Grandpa Xi, I'm begging you, give your approval. Don't send my wife to the henhouse. I guarantee, she wouldn't dare again. I'm begging you." Chen Xi immediately took his 81 rifle and put it to Dago's head. He evilly said, "Scram. Or die." The woman curled up on the ground weakly spoke, "Go. Quickly leave." All of the gunmen in Always Bright Village were malicious. Not only did they dare to fight zombies, but they also didn't hesitate to kill people. All of the thorns in the side of Always Bright Village were shot on the spot by the gunmen. Dago kneeled on the ground, wailing, "Ah-ing. I'm sorry. Ah-ing." Chen Xi coldly said, "Drag her away." Two gunmen soon after obscenely smiled towards the crumpled-up woman on the ground and walked over. This cold sight brought forth chilliness and sympathy from the women's hearts. They were fools like flowers in a greenhouse, experiencing for the first time this world's cruelty and terror. Ji Qingwu's face changed color, a cold light flashed. Her fists tightened, she couldn't help but to take a step forward. Yu Zhong also took a step forward. Stopped Ji Qingwu's body and opened his mouth, slowly. Chen Xi turned his eye upon Yu Zhong. "Yu Zhong, this is a Always Bright Village interior matter. You want to interfere?" The 7 gunmen surrounding Chen Xi all placed their hand on their guns. They glared at him like a tiger watching its prey. 6 gunmen also gathered at the rear of Yu Zhong. They took a couple steps back and looked upon Yu Zhong like a big enemy. Yu Zhong's bravery had already been spread around. These gunmen were all afraid of Yu Zhong. However, they still maintained self-control and didn't point their guns at Yu Zhong. The women at Yu Zhong's side were all extremely scared. If both sides clashed, they were afraid few people would survive. Yu Zhong waved his hand. He threw a Type 54 gun containing 6 bullets to Chen Xi. "My meaning wasn't to interfere with your Always Bright Village matters. I only want to do a business transaction with you. I'll buy her. Is this enough?" Chen Xi grabbed the 54 Type pistol happily. He waved his hand, "Yes. Yes. Release her." The power of Tiger wasn't lacking, but there were few guns and ammunition. Their entire amount of guns they had didn't even number to 50. A Type 54 pistol was worth a substantial amount. Trading it for a useless woman was a rare opportunity. Possessing this 54 pistol, Chen Xi had enough to hand over to Tiger, and it was enough to attain some material rewards. The 2 gunmen soon after relaxed their hands and let go of that pitiful woman. "Ingzi! Ingzi!" The Guzi ran over to that woman named Ingzi, crying out tears. Chen Xi walked over in front of Yu Zhong and smiled, saying, "Yu Zhong, our henhouse still has dozens of women. Do you want? I'll give 2 women to you for a 54 pistol, 4 women for a 79 submachine gun. I'll trade a woman for 20 54 pistol bullets, or 40 submachine gun bullets. What do you think?" In Always Bright Village, beautiful women had a little bit of worth, but ordinary women didn't carry much value. Yu Zhong directly refused, saying, "No." From this situation Yu Zhong ascertained ammunition was limited. He couldn't give that precious military force and use for other related people. Chen Xi smiled and walked towards the henhouse. "Go stroll around the village, I'm going to relax. This isn't a government assembled place. Please control your impulses, otherwise many people could get killed." The people close to you also could get killed because of your impulses. Yu Zhong walked over to Ji Qingwu's side, dropped his head and whispered into her ear. A whiff of Ji Qingwu's scent entered into his nose. Yao looked at Yu Zhong and grinded her teeth. I know. The Guzi grabbed his wife and kneeled down in front of Yu Zhong. Ingzi, come bow down before this man. He saved you. The Guzi's age, although about a generation older than Yu Zhong, in this time whoever has ability is the big brother. The Guzi called all the gunmen in Always Bright Village older brother, as not to offend anyone. Ingzi kneeled before Yu Zhong eagerly bowing her head. Thank you big brother Yu. The henhouse was the hell of Always Bright Village. Almost every day a woman couldn't bear the torment and died. That wasn't a place people could stay. Ingzi sincerely appreciated Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong casted an eye at Ingzi. She was approximately 30+ years old. Her body was ordinary with an average appearance. Her complexion was somewhat yellow, just an ordinary village woman. Yu Zhong said, get up. The Guzi helped Ingzi stand up. Yu Zhong withdrew a biscuit from his pocket and gave it to the Guzi. How about you take me around the village? The Guzi received the biscuit, his face smiled from end to end, continuously expressing thanks. Thank you big brother. Thank you big brother. I'm familiar with Always Bright Village, I'll certainly take you around. Taking that biscuit and adding a little water to make a paste, then mixing in some vegetables, would be enough for the Guzi to feed his family for 2 days. At this time Lu Wen came by, grabbed Yu Zhong's clothes and said, Big brother Yu Zhong, my tummy is hungry. We should eat then walk around. That maize gruel of wild herbs isn't something people eat. Lu Wen and the women hadn't eaten anything. They were already hungry enough for 2 whole meals. Yu Zhong said, okay. The Guzi, wait a moment, meet me at the public square later. The Guzi repeatedly nodded, and helped his wife go home. Understood, big brother Yu. On the Always Bright Village streets, everyone was watching Yu Zhong's party. They were measuring up these new residents to Always Bright Village. Zhang Xian and the women generously gave their food to the children of Always Bright Village yesterday. Quickly a crowd of children crowded behind the women and yelled, beautiful big sisters, I'm begging you give us something to eat. We're hungry. Zhang Xian courteously said, I have none. I don't have anything to eat on me. I really have nothing. How could these village children believe that? They surrounded Zhang Xian and Lu Wen begging without end, beautiful big sisters, please give us something to eat. We're hungry. Seeing these children, Yu Zhong's eyebrows wrinkled. Qi Yang standing by Yu Zhong's side pulled out his .54 pistol and pointed it at the children, coldly saying, scram. Seeing Qi Yang being fierce like this, pulling out his pistol, these Always Bright Village children scattered with fear. They weren't afraid of the generous women, but they were afraid of these ruthless gunmen without limit. Seeing these children disperse, Zhang Xian's heart relaxed. She looked at Qi Yang and raised an eyebrow. Qi Yang, why did you do that? They are all little children. Frightening them is okay, but why did you have to bring out the gun? Yu Zhong's eyebrows wrinkled, he walked forward and slapped Zhang Xian across the face. Zhang Xian felt cheated by Yu Zhong's attack. She scrunched up her pretty face and said in disbelief, you hit me. You unexpectedly hit me. Correct. I hit you. If not for your kindness bullshit, we wouldn't be bothered by those children. You generously gave our things to other people just like that. I didn't tell you to do that. But Qi Yang helped you out of this situation, and you said things to him you shouldn't say. Please watch your mouth. Next time I hear you speak like this to my brother, I'll ask you to leave our group. Yu Zhong stared at Zhang Xian, rattling off his words. Qi Yang helped with good intentions. Zhang Xing still spoke indiscriminate remarks. He couldn't stand by. Words can also hurt people, and sometimes words can cut deeper than a knife. Yu Zhong's was committed to complete his promise of escorting these girls to Longhai City survivor camp. He could have gone earlier with Qi Yang, Lu Wen, and Wang Shuang to rush to Nanning to seek his family. Out of the goodness of his heart he was helping, yet still getting scolded. Yu Zhong didn't have that kind of holy disposition. Zhang Xian's eyes turned red. She bowed her head and tears flowed out. Although she couldn't compare with the beautiful Yuan Ying and Chen Yao, she still had a better than average face. In college quite a few men pursued her, but this was the first time she had ever endured being hit by a man. Without paying attention to the crying Zhang Xian, Yu Zhong walked over to the Dongfeng truck. Wang Shuang, Qi Yang, Lu Wen, Guiyu, and Wang Lan followed closely behind Yu Zhong. The other women also followed behind Yuzhong, Ji Qinggu, and Qi Yang. Seeing Always Bright Village's situation, these women started to really understand this world's savageness, as well as the rarity of people like Yuzhong. Zhang Li was the only woman who stayed behind and walked over to Zhang Xian's side saying, Zhang Xian, Yuzhong and them are already not bad. They have already been good to us. Don't nitpick like this later on. I know what you said wasn't wrong. But the present is different from the past, order has already collapsed. Zombies are everywhere. Look, no one here has enough to eat. They kill someone over a steamed bun. Yu Zhong and Qi Yang risk their lives searching for goods so that we won't be hungry for a day. You aren't satisfied and complain, saying it's not enough. Think about it. Finished speaking, Zhang Li also headed towards Yu Zhong's direction. She didn't feel the least bit safe away from Yu Zhong's side in this village. Wait for me. Zhang Xian saw she was the only one left behind. Her heart became dreadful. Not daring to stay there and cry, she hastily chased them. Yu Zhong's goods were placed in the Dongfeng truck, no one dared mess with it. If anyone robbed the truck and Tiger discovered, it would be their end. They'd be fed to zombies. Tiger did things in a big way. On the sides of the Dongfeng truck he stationed 2 gunmen. Seeing Yu Zhong's people came to get supplies, these gunmen didn't obstruct. Entering the truck, all the women grabbed the bread and boxed milk and wolfed it down. Guiyu also grabbed bread and a box of milk and ate in small bites. This is the best breakfast she had eaten in Always Bright Village. On account of Tiger's restrictions, Guiyu and Wang Lan could eat until they were full, but the majority of what they ate was steamed buns and wild vegetables. There wasn't any of the things they wanted to eat. Only Tiger's women were able to occasionally taste meat dishes. As far as milk, that was a luxury good. Only the 4 big chiefs and a few leaders could drink it. The women couldn't partake. Guiyu in one bite ate bread, and another drank milk. Her heart brimmed with satisfaction. I never thought bread and a box of cancer-causing milk could make me this satisfied. Guiyu thought with sorrow in her heart. Before the end of the world, Guiyu wouldn't even glance at this trash bread. She absolutely wouldn't drink anything but imported organic milk. Right now bread and a box of milk made her feel extremely satisfied. She could only lament the environment was able to change mankind. Guiyu ate bread and drank milk and measured up Yu Zhong at the same time. I need to take advantage of this man and put him firmly in my hands. Guiyu was extremely afraid of once again falling back into the hands of the 4 chiefs of Always Bright Village. She needed to find a strong person to rely on and find shelter. Yu Zhong was able to grab Tiger's attention, and he also had the skill to find so much food. Obviously Yu Zhong was her ideal strong man. As far as love, she saw a beautiful woman thrown to the zombies to die by Tiger. When that beautiful woman's husband was begging for shelter before Tiger, Guiyu already gave up on expecting love. The situation had changed mankind. The originally innocent, and only sometimes rebellious and bold Guiyu started having schemes. Yu Zhong took inventory of the goods on the Dongfeng truck. Shortly after finishing, he said to the women, starting today, we need to implement a food distribution system. You can't eat as you please like in the past. On the road, due to the supplies being sufficient, Yu Zhong didn't restrict the women's food and drink supplies. This was the first time implementing rations. The women's hearts had some conflict and doubt, but Yu Zhong just finished reprimanding Zhang Xian. The other women didn't dare disobey Yu Zhong and became silent. Just at that time, Ji Qinggu opened her mouth and asked, why? Among the women, only Ji Qinggu, Lu Wen, and Chen Yao were able to speak equally with Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong explained, we've used up a lot of supplies on the road, yet we haven't searched for any supplies. Right now, we have to give Tiger half of our supplies. The shortest time we will stay at Always Bright Village is 3 days. After leaving Always Bright Village, we still have to reach Longhai City without knowing how it will take, and we also don't know what will happen on the road. I want sufficient supplies to respond to events that could occur. Yu Zhong knew Ji Qinggu was also helping the other women ask, for that reason he answered extremely clearly. 2 Dongfeng trucks have a lot of supplies, and Tiger wanted to take one. Yu Zhong and the rest would be left with one. Their party had more than 10 people. If they didn't have food rations, and still let everyone pig out, he was afraid the supplies wouldn't last long. Receiving Yu Zhong's explanation, their hearts slowly relaxed. Several supplies were also hiding in Yu Zhong's storage ring, but that was his emergency stash. He would only use it as a last resort. Yu Zhong said, from today, during our stay in Always Bright Village, we will cook food. The fighting force will receive 3 bowls of rice each meal, 2 slices of lunch meat, and a piece of ham sausage. The labor force will receive 2 bowls of rice each meal and half a piece of ham sausage. The non-laborers will receive 1 bowl of rice each meal. On the Dong Feng truck, they arranged several pouches of rice and used the rice cooker to measure out an amount that would be enough to eat similar to the packaged food. This time Ji Qinggu didn't speak again. She knew the current situation wasn't very good. If there was no leftover food to respond to dire situations, as soon as a situation occurred there would be trouble. For instance, if they had to stay in Always Bright Village without any supplies stored up, the consequences would be unbearable. Ji Qinggu didn't voice any opposition, and the other women didn't dare say anything. That's how this matter went down. Quickly De Guzi came to the public square. Seeing the group eating bread and drinking milk, he choked down his saliva. He extremely respectfully said, "Brother Yu. I'm here." Yu Zhong casually threw his bread package and milk box into the trash can and said, "Okay. Let's go." De Guzi tenaciously started at the black trash back at Yu Zhong's side. He said to Yu Zhong, "Big brother Yu, can you give this to me?" "Okay. But what are you going to do with it?" Yu Zhong gave the trash bag to De Guzi, and asked him, not understanding. The other women also strangely looked over at De Guzi. De Guzi's face proudly showed his survival instinct. Those packages still have some crumbs in them. The milk boxes can be cut open, and could still have milk remaining. Hearing De Guzi's words, these women all had a burst of sadness. Yu Zhong curiously asked, "De Guzi, aren't you in a farm village? How are you lacking food?" In the city, ordinary families have several days or even 10 days worth of food storage. Always Bright Village is a rural village. They should have stockpiled even more. Yu Zhong had heard the villages around them, the families normally saved a full year of supplies. De Guzi bitterly laughed, "Our village does agricultural tourism, specializing in hosting outside travelers. In the village there are some privately raised pigs, chicken, and fish. However, every family had a little saved. The day the whole world suddenly spawned zombies, they bit several people. Everyone either fled or went into hiding. Later on Big Brother Tiger and the rest came. They cleared out village zombies, but the provisions, pigs, and chickens of the village were all snatched away by them. When we ran no one carried much food. There was no method to do so. We are only able to dig up some vegetables and grass to live a meager existence." Yu Zhong pointed at the surrounding farmland, "Why not seed there? You only need to plant a few seeds, after a couple months you can collect some food." There were only women and children searching for vegetables on the fields outside the village. There weren't any people cultivating the land. Continuing on like this was out of the question. Only relying on reserves, even if they have a mountain stored up, eventually they will starve. If there wasn't anyone assigned to plowing, just the food problem was enough to make people have an endless headache. De Guzi bitterly laughed, "Big Brother Tiger bought seeds from the nearby supplier, but those seeds were planted a while ago. They've yet to germinate." Yu Zhong's heart sank. If there was no way to resolve the issue of planting seeds, then mankind's future plight will become more and more difficult. There are many food and supplies scattered all around, but every time they are used there's less. Furthermore, after a while the food will start to mold, and the amount of edible food will become even less. Yu Zhong threw out the doubting thoughts in his mind, going towards the other places in the village. In that village, except for the gunmen, everyone looked famished without light in their eyes, the same as a walking corpse. Their eyes couldn't see a thread of hope. Several men and women both young and old searched for vegetables and grass they could use. The group of children that bothered Zhang Xian were all running around the field searching for edible food. The end of the world already took those originally innocent, lively, carefree, and anxiety-free children and tempered them into early maturity. They all started to struggle for survival. The zombies surrounding Always Bright Village had already all been cleared out by Big Brother Tiger. Because of this the villagers were able to seek food outside the village. "Here are 2 steamed buns. You and your wife accompany me for 1 day. These 2 steamed buns are yours." Passing a corner, there came a wretched voice. Yu Zhong's eyebrows wrinkled. Looking inside a brick building, a short and small gunman with an 81 rifle held 2 large white steamed buns and smiled lewdly at 2 women. The older woman's age was over 30. She had a full figure, beautiful appearance, and was wearing a white blouse with jeans looking extremely classy. The younger girl looked only 11 or 12. Her large eyes looked at the gunman brimming with dread. At the same time her eyes frequently glanced at the two large steamed buns. She was already hungry for several days, really wanting to eat one. In the past she didn't even look at steamed buns. That well-mannered beautiful young woman, with silver teeth hiding fangs implored, older brother Su. I'll accompany you. I beg you release Shanshan. She's still young. Gunman Su's face sank, his voice cold without compare. Li Xian, you don't need to give me face. I'm shameless. This guy fancies your mother and daughter pair. It's your good fortune. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink. Piss off daddy, and daddy will give you 2 shots. He'll throw you in the ditch. In this world, if you two die, no one will stick out their neck to save you. Seeing Gunman Su's ugly evil face, Li Xian's heart became hopeless. After her man left the village to find food, he never returned. Without a man's protection, this Su Wei who always peeped at her body took advantage. A crafty light flashed in Su Wei's eyes, the tone changed. Li Xian, if your mother and daughter pair follow me, I guarantee you two won't go hungry so long as I have a bite to eat. Shui Wei used the carrot and the stick. Li Xian didn't have a plan. If it was before the end of the world, she could put this man in his place with just a phone call, never to receive a second glance from him. But now, she was without a man and had no choice. A strange light flashed in Li Xian's eyes. She hugged her daughter with her thoughts in a whirl. There were no laws in Always Bright Village. Su Wei could kill them as he pleased, and no one would stick out their neck to help. For she herself to follow Su Wei wasn't a problem, but Li Xian didn't want to throw her own daughter into the fire pit. Su Wei looked at Li Xian and her cherished daughter Zhou Shanshan with greedy eyes. He continued to threaten, my patience has limits. Between words, Su Wei loosened up the 81 type rifle on his back, and placed it beside his food. It both relaxed and threatened Li Xian. Seeing Su Wei like this, Li Xian was even more afraid. Her silver teeth with fangs' delicate body shuddered, not knowing what to do. Wait a moment. At this time there was a voice outside the door. Yu Zhong strode inside. Su Wei's face changed seeing Yu Zhong walk in the door. He grabbed his 81 type rifle and nervously stared at Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong, what do you want? Li Xian's gaze fell upon Yu Zhong while holding on to Zhou Shanshan. Yu Zhong's manner was cold. Staring at Su Wei, he asked in verbatim, what do you want? Su Wei became afraid due to Yu Zhong's manner, and he retreated 2 steps. Steeling his nerves, he spoke bold and confident with justice on his side, I'm just doing a business transaction with them. 2 steamed buns to prostitute them out for 1 day. This is free trade with them. Go tell Big Brother Tiger, I'm not afraid. TN, looks like someone no longer has the cojones to call himself daddy. Standing by Yu Zhong's side, Lu Wen couldn't help but curse, shameless. The other girls all couldn't believe that Su Wei dared openly say these words. Qi Yang looked at Yu Zhong's eyes at this time. A murderous look flashed by. Yu Zhong shook his head towards Qi Yang. Now is not the time to turn on Tiger. If something happens, both sides will be in a life or death situation. Yu Zhong pulled out 2 compressed biscuits from his pockets. He indifferently said to Li Xian, here are 2 compressed biscuits. I'm using this to buy you 2. After following me, you all only need to do the work given to you, and you won't starve. If you wish, take it. If you don't, it's cool. Li Xian rushed forward and grabbed the 2 biscuits in Yu Zhong's hands, making her and her daughter be sold to Yu Zhong. I'm willing. I'm willing. Li Xian was an extremely capable, experienced rich successful businesswoman before his age. She saw that behind Yu Zhong there were several young and beautiful girls. They also didn't have the appearance of bitterness. She knew Yu Zhong at least still maintained a shred of humanity during his age. Seeing the prized meat almost in his hand wanting to fly away, Su Wei's eyes flashed enmity. Seeing the eyes of White Bone standing at Yu Zhong's side, he put down his fierce words. Then he gloomily walked away. Yu Zhong, your ruthlessness, I'll remember. As soon as Su Wei walked away, Zhou Shanshan ate her compressed biscuit in small bites. She knew at her young age how hard food was to attain. Although she was extremely hungry, she didn't eat all of the compressed biscuit at once. Zhou Shanshan placed her hand underneath the compressed biscuit. She ate and carefully licked the crumbs that fell on her hand. It was cute and pitiful at the same time. In the village, there were some people who didn't leave. Several small children watched Zhou Shanshan eat the compressed biscuit. Their eyes all exposed a sight of matchless envy. Yu Zhong walked nearby to a room similar to a big storehouse. The sounds of women moaning and crying, men laughing and scolding all emitted from within the storehouse. Hearing that sound, Guiyu and Wang Lan both exposed a dreadful appearance. De Guzi took a look at the henhouse and licked his lips. He said to Yu Zhong, "That's the henhouse. So long as you work for Big Brother Tiger, you can do as you please with the women there." Yu Zhong directly turned towards another place. His power had limits. Protecting his own people was already extremely strenuous. He didn't know what took place in there. Otherwise, he worried he couldn't stand it, and he would become impulsive. Yu Zhong walked to the tail of the village. On that side he saw a small brook that was a tributary of the Lei River. He walked over. De Guzi. "Isn't that a river? Why don't you go over there and catch some fish to eat? The brook has fish and shrimp, the villagers only need to use their brains. Catching some food to eat shouldn't be a problem. Why does everyone look famished, are they not hungry?" De Guzi laughed. "Big brother, you, people have thought of this. But the river spawned dozens of pythons after the zombies appear. If anyone goes near that river, the pythons will jump on the shore and eat them. Already dozens of people have died in the mouths of pythons. Up until now, unless they don't want to live, who dares go near that river?" Big Brother Tiger also wanted to kill those pythons in the past. After 4 people died, they gave up on sieging the dozens of pythons. Yu Zhong asked, "When you collect water, how do you do it?" De Guzi explained, "The sides of the river also have several places where water appears. We get water to use from those shallow areas. Those shallow areas also have some small fish and shrimp, but no one dares fish. Every time they quickly grab some water and flee, not daring to linger." Yu Zhong looked over at the river and thought a moment, then he turned and went into the village. His current goal was to get his hands on the weapons and ammunition in the armory, then take Zhongli and these women to the Long Hai City group. Then return home to find his family. He didn't want additional problems. "Zhongli, you take some people and boil a large pot of gruel. Remember to add a little extra water," Yu Zhong said to Zhongli after returning to the side of the Dongfeng truck. Finished speaking, Yu Zhong said over to De Guzi, "De Guzi, go tell the children under 16 years old they can come over here to eat 1 bowl of watered-down gruel each meal. You and your wife can also come eat a bowl. Remember to remind them to bring their own bowls." De Guzi heard the words, looking stupefied, then his became covered with a happy expression towards Yu Zhong. Unceasingly expressing thanks, "Thank you. Big brother you. Thank you. I'll bring the people of the village to thank you. You really are a good man." Finished speaking, De Guzi rushed into the village. The majority of the team members didn't have an opinion about Yu Zhong's decision. Along the way they saw the children of the village were extremely poor. They were like war refugees that fled to another country. Like a gust of wind, quickly the children of the village all caught the news and came, and they crowded the area. Qi Yang looked at those children coldly, "Line up. If you don't line up, or if you jump the line then you can't receive gruel. Everyone can only have 1 bowl, no seconds. If you are discovered getting seconds, then you can't come next time." Hearing Qi Yang's words, the children quickly lined up neat and orderly. No one dared jump the line. Everyone carefully drank after receiving a bowl of gruel. The cruel world made them start to treasure every grain of food. "Mama, drink." A boy around 13 years old ran over to his famished mother after having 2 drinks. He gave her his leftovers. Xiao Lei also drank, her eyes became red, and she hugged her thoughtful son. She carefully drank with tears pouring forth. This rich sight plucked at the onlooker's heartstrings. Chen Si led several gunmen eating steamed buns. Looking at this sight he sneered, "How foolish. That much rice is enough to spend on several good-looking women. He actually used it for those little demons. How foolish." The gunman at Chen Si's side immediately buttered him up, "It really is. Yu Zhong has a lot of skill, but his mental ability is severely lacking compared to Big Brother Chen." Chen Si let out a big laugh, "HHA." A gunman by Chen Si's side looked Chen Si in the eyes with a flash of disdain. Then he gave Yu Zhong a complicated look. Chen Si saw that gunman's expression. His face sunk, and he coldly said, "Xiao Ming, do you dislike my words?" Xiao Ming was young, and he had not lost his blood. He still had traces of a conscience, and he couldn't help but say, "Big brother, see, Yu Zhong is doing a good thing. This type of thing, although you wouldn't do it, don't ridicule the people who do." Chen Si's face grew dark. He cynically said, "Xiao Ming, I never thought you were such a noble man. Since you're so noble, how about you give them your food? You're so noble. Why do you hang around us and play with women? A gunman said, he's a hypocrite. Exactly. Exactly, he is a hypocrite. He's pretending to have a big wolf tail. The rest of the gunmen caused a commotion one by one, isolating Xiao Ming. They already had a displeasing eye towards this unsuited partner. His face turning red, tightly squeezing his fists, and gritting his teeth, Xiao Ming silently endured his comrades' isolation and abuse. He entered Tiger's influence without any goals other than to eat and not die. His conscience wasn't destroyed. As far as the henhouse, he also went with the other men to be with the women. One aspect was his physical needs, and the other aspect was he didn't want to be excluded by his comrades. Li Si saw the group. He went forward and clapped Xiao Ming on the shoulder. Everyone need not gather together and cause a commotion. We're all brothers. Little Xiao merely had a head fever. Little Xiao, come apologize to everyone. This matter will be solved. After apologizing, everyone is still good brothers. Everyone else shut up when Li Si spoke. Xiao Ming fought the humiliation with great difficulty. With a red face he said, sorry, big brother Si. I was wrong. Xiao Yu wanted to get along with this small group. He couldn't oppose Li Si, otherwise he feared he wouldn't live long. Ha ha. No problem. Everyone is still good brothers. Li Si clapped Xiao Ming's shoulder laughing loudly. In his head, he executed Xiao Ming's death sentence, preparing to find an opportunity to secretly kill Xiao Ming. Going out on missions to find supplies is extremely dangerous. People die every time while on supply runs. Acting as team lead, if Li Si wanted to kill a person, it wasn't complicated. Guo Yu walked to Yu Zhong's side. She hesitated, asking in a low whisper, Boss, just now you made Qi Yang drive away the children. And why are you giving them gruel? Everyone around Yu Zhong raised their ears. They already experienced the importance of food. They never thought the seemingly grim Yu Zhong would unexpectedly give these small children food. Yu Zhong dully said, I drove them away because I don't like to be threatened. As for why I gave them gruel, I wanted to feed them, that's simple. Understanding Yu Zhong's words, Guo Yu seemed to have a pensive appearance. Ji Qinggu walked to Yu Zhong's side. She said to Yu Zhong, our food isn't abundant. Let me go search for supplies. Looking at Ji Qingwu's pair of big clear eyes, Yu Zhong was silent for a moment. You, Lu, Wan, Chen Yu, and I will go together. Qi Yang, you and Wang Shuang guard here. Yu Zhong originally wanted to go with Qi Yang to fight. The more they fought, the more they could evolve and become strong. But Ji Qingwu is already level 8, only short 2 levels from becoming level 10. Her strength could change by leaps and bounds. A person's strength before and after reaching LVL 10 is completely different. After reaching level 10, you can use a skill point on previously learned skills. After Yu Zhong strengthened Wine Bones, the original White Bones who couldn't stop rifle bullets now could. At the same time a huge change occurred in the battle strength of White Bones. If he didn't reach level 10, the bones of Wine Bones would shatter from a rifle bullet. Ji Qingwu didn't have any objections after hearing Yu Zhong's plan. She had an urgent feeling to increase strength. When she and Yu Zhong just met, Yu Zhong's combat ability was below her if you didn't include White Bones. However, Yu Zhong fought with his life on the line several times, and his strength greatly exceeded hers. Her heart had slightly mixed feelings. Qi Yang also nodded his head. Yu Zhong looked to Deguzi and said, Deguzi, you're familiar with this area. Come with us. You will get a share of the supplies. Deguzi excitedly said, okay. Big brother Yu. Yu Zhong carried the Type 79 submachine gun on his back with the Stinger 2 on his waist and 3 imitation Tang swords. White Bones followed at his side. He looked like a person with tyrannical power. Although there was layer upon layer of danger outside, Deguzi was extremely willing to give it a shot by going with a strong person like this. Arrangement set, he made people inform Tiger. Yu Zhong lead his people to drive outside. With the big truck under Deguzi's guidance, they entered a remote path. The vehicle didn't go far before a beautiful house appeared. Deguzi introduced the surrounding area to Yu Zhong. This is Mashan village. The area surrounding it has already been cleared out by Tiger and his men. The only place remaining is this Mashan village. It is said Mashan village has mutated zombies. Their speed is several times faster than ordinary zombies. Tiger sent several of his men here, but they met trouble. They haven't brought anyone back to this place. Yu Zhong looked at the lonely quiet environment and said, I know. Stop the truck. Chen Yao immediately stopped the truck. Yu Zhong jumped down from the truck and took a look around. De Guzi also climbed down from the truck. Confused he said, Big brother Yu, we aren't entering the village. Yu Zhong said, entering the village is trouble. On this small road, the Dongfeng truck's movement is limited. If we come across hunter-type zombies and other strong monsters, staying on the truck with restricted movement is looking for death. Ji Qingwu also jumped down from the truck holding her tang sword, and searched the surrounding area with extreme alertness. Chen Yao jumped down from the truck and joined Ji Qingwu's side. Yu Zhong took the lead and walked towards Mashan village. Yu Zhong's party just approached the entrance of Mashan village. From the corner, an S1 variant rushed like lightning towards Yu Zhong. Careful! Big brother Yu. Seeing the S1 zombie suddenly jump out, De Guzi's heart filled with terror, and he loudly shouted. The S1 zombie's speed was faster than he could perceive. If he changed places with you, he absolutely could not escape the S1's claws. As soon as the S1 reached Yu Zhong's side, he casually slashed. A clear sword slashed through the S1's body. Soon after the S1's head split into two halves from the slash while it was still in midair. Dirty blood splashed everywhere, and the rotting intestines splashed on the ground. Awesome! Seeing Yu Zhong casually beheading the S1, De Guzi's eyes quickly straightened. It was the first time he saw someone so talented. The fighting alerted the zombies in the village. A trail of zombies swayed forth from the village, becoming a small-scale zombie group, advancing towards Yu Zhong's group. In that group of zombies nearing almost 100, there were also 2 S1 types and 3 L1 types. Big brother Yu, brother Yu. We should flee. That group of 100 zombies was already extremely spectacular in the eyes of a normal person. De Guzi saw the zombie group reached more than 100. His legs became weak with fear, and he implored to Yu Zhong. In De Guzi's opinion, Yu Zhong's skill wasn't enough to handle more than 100 zombies. Yu Zhong didn't pay attention to De Guzi and looked at the zombie group. He said to Chen Yao, get rid of that L1. Chen Yao's magic power is enormous, but the number of times she could use magic was limited. Because of this they had no other choice but to make her kill high-level monsters to level up. It was a waste if they made her use magic to explode ordinary zombies. Chen Yao started her skill. Her mouth started to chant a mysterious curse. Magic appeared out of thin air at her fingertips, and the magic gathered into a fiery circle. In order for Chen Yao to use a spell, she needed a large amount of time. Taking advantage of this opportunity, 2 S1 types already rushed before Yu Zhong. Just then, Ji Qingwu started her speed skill, becoming like a monster rushing in front of the S1. With a mysterious chopping arc she decapitated the upper part of the S1 skull sending it flying. The other S1 took the opportunity and flew towards Ji Qingwu, clawing at her. Just before the S1 was on the verge of clawing Ji Qingwu, Yu Zhong stepped forward, blocking Ji Qingwu's side. A sword chopped the S1 in two, scattering filthy blood. After Yu Zhong equipped the third-degree protective garment, his strength enormously improved. He didn't even need to use any skills. His agility also could already match an S1. In addition, Yu Zhong's special skeleton White Bones was like a tank charging into the crowd of over 100 zombies, waving his axe, and recklessly killing zombie after zombie. Those zombies that approached White Bones' whirlwind axe were chopped into pieces, limbs scattered on the ground. Chen Yao also finished up her spell, a small fireball flew from her fingertips onto the head of a L1 type in the crowd of zombies, booming. The L1's head immediately exploded. A large ball of light entered into Chen Yu's body. Her pale face immediately filled with a pleasantly surprising color. She unexpectedly increased 3 levels, advancing to level 5. The more powerful the monster's body, the more greater the experience. Ordinary zombies contain less experience. Hunting higher-level zombies is the fastest leveling method. Ji Qingwu also increased to level 9 after killing the S1 type zombie. Her figure flashed, dashing into the zombie crowd, taking advantage of White Bones attracting the majority of zombie attacks. She waved the tang sword, each cut beheading a zombie in the group, like a Valkyrie of slaughter. The 2 L1 types in the group of zombies were also beheaded by Ji Qingwu. Before Z-Age, Ji Qingwu was a fencing expert. After Z-Age started, her skill grew even stronger. In the past when she faced an L1 she had trouble because she didn't have a strong weapon. After getting the imitation Tang sword, the clumsy moving L1 was no match for her. Yu Zhong also strolled at Ji Qingwu's side, occasionally beheading ordinary zombies. At this point, killing ordinary zombies did almost nothing to Yu Zhong's level. At his level, he needed to kill hundreds of ordinary zombies to level up once. Awesome. Extremely awesome, they unexpectedly have this kind of skill. It's really too extreme. No wonder Tiger was impressed with them. De Guzi looked at Yu Zhong, White Bones, and Ji Qingwu. They sliced zombies like people cutting into melons. His eyes couldn't believe it. Tiger's group didn't dare disturb the zombies at Mozhan village. Unexpectedly Yu Zhong's 3 members took care of it. This made De Guzi have a new awareness of Yu Zhong and his group's strength. Seeing the zombies be slaughtered by the 3 people, suddenly, from inside a house, a figure just like a cheetah came towards Ji Qingwu. At that time Ji Qingwu was caught up in killing zombies, inside the zombie crowd, with absolutely no way to avoid the figure that was faster than an S1. Standing at Ji Qingwu's side, Yu Zhong sent a zombie that was standing beside Ji Qingwu flying with a kick. Then he slashed at the zombie that went towards her. Just as Yu Zhong was about to cut into that zombie, a claw got in the way of Yu Zhong's sword, then used the strength of the blow to leap up high, jumping on the roof of a house. Yu Zhong looked, occupying the top of the roof was a figure with the body length of a tiger. But the monster had a body appearance and mannerism of an ordinary house cat. Level 15 Monster Cat Variant. After the cat was infected with the virus, the monster's internal genetic variation took shape. It has a formidable evolution potential. It moves extremely agile. Ji Qingwu retreated several steps, escaping the center of the zombies. She coldly stared at the cat variant on the roof. Ordinary zombies carried little threat to current Ji Qingwu. But it would be extremely unfavorable to do battle with the cat variant and pay attention to zombies. One careless mistake, her skin would be broken into, she could get infected becoming a zombie. White Bones waved his axe killing and injuring the remaining zombies, one by one they were all beheaded by him. The cat variant on top of the house coldly looked upon Yu Zhong and Ji Qingwu, like prey that shouldn't be trifled with. Jumping several times, it disappeared from the top of the roof. Yu Zhong and Ji Qingwu didn't have time to relax their breath. Outside the village came a sudden vibrating sound of iron hooves stomping the ground. 2 bulls a size bigger than ordinary, with both long and sharp horns, and blood-red eyes rushed towards Yu Zhong. Level 17 Monster Bull Variant. No special skills. Chen Yao and De Guzi, quickly hide. Yu Zhong's voice exploded. Get the Type 79 submachine guns and spread fire at those 2 level 17 bulls variants from far away. Although Yu Zhong's shooting skills weren't superb, those 2 bulls' bodies were extremely enormous. Bullets fired upon the variants, making several bloody holes. The bull variants' pain nerves weren't like zombies without pain. These 2 variants were enraged by Yu Zhong's fire. They abandoned Chen Yao and De Guzi, the 2 weak targets, charging with madness towards Yu Zhong. Their speed could be compared to the fastest horses. Yu Zhong looked towards those 2 rushing bull variants, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Before those 2 bulls appeared before his body, he activated the Shadow Step skill. His agility soared to a terrifying level. The 2 extremely fast bull variants' speed drastically slowed down in Yu Zhong's eyes. He grabbed the Stinger 2 and stepped to the side of a bull variant. Pointing at their heads, he pulled the trigger. Following 2 huge sounds, the 2 bull variants' heads both exploded with fist-sized bloody holes. The 2 bulls' inertial strength ruthlessly crashed them into 2 brick houses, breaking inside, finally dying. The Stinger 2 bullets were special. After reaching their target, not only did they pierce into the target, but at the same time they explode out with extremely terrifying power. Congratulations, you advanced to level 17. You've received 2 attribute points. Please distribute. After those 2 level 17 bulls collapsed, 2 balls of light left the bulls and entered into Yu Zhong's body. In the ocean of his mind he thought of the sweet-sounding level-up noise. 1 point agility. 1 point strength. Yu Zhong quickly chose. In the world of martial arts, only the fast do not break. If speed quickly reaches the extreme, it is extremely scary. If Yu Zhong didn't use the Shadow Step skill just now, suddenly increasing his agility, he couldn't have easily taken care of the 2 level 17 mutated bulls. Dropping those 2 mutated bulls, Yu Zhong walked over to their side. He saw the 2 long and extremely sharp horns on huge bull corpse. His heart fluttered. He walked across and started using his sword to cut off the bull horn. The mutated bull's skin was extremely tough and pliable. He broke it open with extreme difficulty using the imitation Tang sword. After digging for a moment, Yuzhong finally freed the horns of the two mutated bulls. They weren't the same as normal bull horns. These mutated bull horns were close to a meter long and tapered, similar to rifle with a bayonet in shape and size. Yuzhong grabbed a bull horn and stabbed into the bull's skin. It was extremely easy to poke a hole compared to using the imitation Tang sword. Mutated bull horn. Weapons manufacturing material. Requires job weapons manufacturer to be able to manufacture into a weapon for the God and Devil system. What does this mean? Yuzhong's brows slightly wrinkled. He grabbed a horn and took several steps towards the remaining zombies. Casually stabbing, the bull horn pierced through a zombie's head as if poking through tofu. After the zombie was killed by the bull horn Yuzhong carried, there wasn't any item drops or light that flew out. Looks like if you don't use the God and Devil system's weapons or skills to kill monsters, then you can get any stronger from the God and Devil system. A trace of clear comprehension appeared in Yuzhong's mind. Yuzhong placed the 4 mutated bull horns into his backpack. Without a weapons manufacturer job, these mutated bull horns were merely sharper than normal ordinary weapons. Without the mutated beast's interference, the remaining dozens of zombies were quickly destroyed by White Bones and Ji Qingwu working together. Yuzhong also started to clear out the battlefield. Among the 100+ zombies, only the few special type evolved zombies dropped 6 white treasure boxes. The remaining zombies only dropped a few life coins. Yuzhong gathered a skill book and 200 life coins from the 2 level 17 mutated bulls. Level 2 skill book, Firearms Control. Skill description, this skill is passive. After learning the skill, you at the very minimum will attain firearms skill comparable to a rigorously trained soldier. If you are already extremely skilled at handling firearms, after studying the skill, it is able to make your weapons control increase to a new height. Looking at the firearms control skill book, Yuzhong's eyes flashed a hint of glow. Without saying another word he used the skill book. What a good skill. This skill is exactly what I needed. When Yuzhong was originally picking his job, a part of him wanted to pick soldier for the gun control skill. Later after See the Dark Knight was a better fit for him, he chose that. Unexpectedly this type of skill book appeared before him, he definitely had to learn it. In Yuzhong's sea of his consciousness a black radiance flashed, condensing into a gun-type rune. When the rune was forming, a feeling firearms control rushed into Yuzhong's body. He playfully grabbed his Type 79 submachine gun like he had already held this type of submachine gun for several years. At any time he could break it down and reassemble it. Seeing the outside had become tranquil, the Guzi and Qinya walked out from the house together. Seeing all the zombie remains on the ground, the Guzi felt like throwing up. This wasn't the first time he had seen a sight of so many beheaded zombies. Qinya didn't have a big reaction. She had followed Yuzhong and seen an even larger amount of corpses before. Qinyao had already seen the sight of a ground filled with zombies several times. Yuzhong looked at Deguzi, he said, Deguzi. Follow me to transport the goods. In this village, I'll let you have 1/5 of whatever goods you put on the truck. Deguzi's eyes flashed with an incomparable liveliness. His loud voice full of pleasantness responded, yes. Big brother you. Originally Deguzi joined hoping to get a reward of 3 steamed buns. Now Yuzhong let him have 1/5 of the goods he transported, bringing into play his zeal. Deguzi wished he could pull out his heart and give it to Yuzhong to show loyalty. Yuzhong took White Bones and carefully inspected each house. This village already produced extremely strong mutated monsters like the mutated bull and the mutated cat. Mozhan village suffered a situation of severe infection. The village was occupied by advanced zombies and mutated beasts. Because no survivors were left, the goods were extremely abundant. Bag after bag of rice, jerky, sausage, potatoes, beverages, everything you could imagine. Yuzhong also found a solar energy-powered notebook in a small luxurious villa. After the Dongfeng truck was packed completely full, Yuzhong's party left Mozhan village. Returned. They returned. Yuzhong's party drove the truck back to Always Bright village. The Always Bright village immediately surged forth. Practically all the people of the village came and circled around. How awesome. It's completely full. So many goods, where did they get it all from? The eyes of Always Bright village's survivors all stared at the Dongfeng truck, full of admiration and envy. The surrounding gunmen's eyes all quickly turned red seeing the truck's goods. Right now goods were extremely scarce, a steamed bun was enough to buy a woman for the night. What kind of idea that truck represented, the gunmen under Tiger's control wanted to take that truck's goods. With good luck they would only lose a few brothers to get the supplies. With bad luck, leaving empty-handed was nothing new. Merely 4 people left with Yuzhong, one everyone knew as the worthless Deguzi, yet they were able to get so many supplies. The strength of Yuzhong's group could be imagined. The Dongfeng truck drove to the public square. After leaving the truck, Yuzhong said to Deguzi, according to the agreement, grab the goods belonging to you. Deguzi with a satisfied happy expression and bowing said, thank you big brother you. Thank you brother you. Deftly climbing the Dongfeng truck he started to transport the supplies belonging to him. It happened like this. Chen Si honestly reported to Tiger inside the luxurious villa. At this time, the only people in the living room were the 4 chiefs of Always Bright Village. Tiger grumbled a moment, he said to Chen Si, leave. Tiger asked the remaining 3 people, how do you see it? Brother Tiger, Yuzhong's strength is extremely mighty. Make him stay here, and perhaps one day he will kill us, grabbing our positions. Make him scram. Bother Tiger. Zhang Xiangyin said with a calm face. He was full of fear and jealousy for Yuzhong. He knew of Mashan village. Tiger once brought 20+ gunmen there to find supplies, wasting a lot of ammunition. He lost several people without even entering into the village. Lei Zhen was silent without words. A light in his eyes flashed trying to think of something. Chen Yen contemplated a moment, finally slowly saying, Yuzhong's strength is very mighty. But his heart isn't in this place, he won't threaten us. Tiger maintained his composure saying, I know. Little Xiang, prepare, tomorrow take several people to Mashan village to search for supplies. A whole village's supplies couldn't fit on one truck. Zhang Xiang shouted, thank you brother Tiger. A village that's already cleared out of zombies is like a big fat piece of meat, appoint invaders. You only have to drive a car over, and you'll be able to bring a whole car's worth of supplies back, an extremely fatty assignment. Zhang Xiang was given a fatty mission. The 4 people discussed the matter a moment. Zhang Xiang and Chen Yen immediately left the villa. Brother Tiger, why did you give Zhang Xiang that fat mission? How about letting me go? Lei Zhen couldn't help but ask after Zhang Xiang left. Lei Zhen and Tiger's relationship was much closer than the relationship Tiger had with Chen Yen and Zhang Xiang. Lei Zhen was Tiger's most trusted aide. Tiger slightly smiled, I gave them the Moshan village gold mine. When it comes to the weapons arsenal, they won't think to receive a profit. Lei Zhen flashed a smile, brother Tiger is brilliant. The world already changed. In the present world, the mighty fist is the leader. Grabbing weapons and ammunition is the same as controlling a large military force, and grabbing power. Tiger was able to become the boss of Always Bright Village because he controlled many men, many guns, and many bullets. If Lei Zhan had half the strength of Yuzhong it would be good. Tiger looked at Lei Zhan, his face forming a smile. His heart slightly lamented. Tiger had high aims, the world was a mess, and he peered upon the whole world. Yuzhong's strength is tyrannical. He also lacks a trace of fear. Tiger still wanted to recruit him and monopolize you under his banner. Otherwise he wouldn't have given away the beautiful Lolita Guiyu, who was a treasure to normal people. Fuck. That bastard still resists me. I want to pocket the whole arsenal treasure. Returning to his own room, it appears he only knows how to kill. Without any schemes, Zhang Xiang's face became ashen. His fists clenched. His eyes flashed an indignant blaze. Zhang Xiang uneasily pushed down the anger in his heart. Consoling himself he said, Zhang Xiang, you still need to endure. Right now isn't the time, think of a way to take down Tiger, there is always a chance. Zhang Xiang repressed the anger, coldly saying, Zi Wei, come out. Wearing an exposed black leather outfit and collar, revealing a lot of her snow-white skin, a beautiful voluptuous woman with black hair crawled out from the side door like a dog, crawling straight towards Zhang Xiang's side. Damn cheap bitch. Want to find a date? Zhang Xiang looked at that beautiful woman's eyes, his eyes ruthless. Grabbing the beautiful woman's hair, and taking off his pants, he thrust it into her mouth. The beautiful woman's eyes showed humiliation, but she didn't dare show the slightest amount of resistance. On the contrary, she was well behaved and attended on Zhang Xiang. On the other side, in the square, Always Bright Village's survivors extremely jealously looked upon Yuzhong's fully loaded return, filled with envy. If it wasn't for the pure and enticing Guiyu as well as the valiant and beautiful Ji Qinggu standing at Yu Zhong's side, the starving women of Always Bright Village would rush to Yu Zhong's side and beg, using their bodies to trade for a full meal. Yu Zhong gazed upon the circled survivors. Opening his mouth he said, I need people to help me clear out the vehicles on the highway. I will be responsible for clearing out the zombies on the road. I'll give whoever wishes to work with me 25 kilograms of rice. I'll go. I'll go. Brother you. I'll go. Pick me. Let me go. These words elicited a huge response among the Always Bright Village survivors. Nearly everyone scrambled over each other calling out to Yu Zhong. That type of enthusiasm made Zhang Xian and Chen Yao frightened. These women under Yu Zhong's protection never suffered bitterness. They never thought people could become mad over 0.25 kg of rice. Quiet. Yu Zhong shouted. The whole place went silent. These survivors were all afraid of provoking Yu Zhong, leading to them being unable to obtain the abundantly rewarding work. Yu Zhong plainly said, the people I point to will get on the vehicle and follow me to clear out the road. Finished speaking, Yu Zhong started picking people. The people picked by Yu Zhong walked with high spirits onto the vehicle. The rear of the truck was quickly filled with Always Bright Village survivors. I'm begging you, let me also go. I can work hard. A 30-year-old female survivor came to Yu Zhong's feet begging. 0.25 kg of rice was extremely important to her. Yu Zhong's brows wrinkled, step aside. Always Bright Village's survivors numbered over 200. If Yu Zhong fed one mouth, the other people would all rush forth like a swarm of bees, begging for supplies. 2 Dongfeng trucks of supplies looks like a lot, but if supplying 200 people, it fundamentally couldn't last long. The female survivor still wanted to beg. White Bones walked over clutching onto his axe. Raising the axe up into the air, its pair of eye sockets lit up with a devil magic flame, looking down upon the female survivor. The woman was scared back several steps by White Bones' stare, and she fell onto the ground. Start the truck. Yu Zhong commanded to Wang Shuang as he turned to the truck. Wang Shuang quickly drove, transporting Yu Zhong's group outward along the route. The people who weren't selected by Yu Zhong all looked at the truck. Their eyes filled with jealousy and envy towards the people who were selected. Under the hard work of everyone, a section of road towards Longhai City was cleared of abandoned vehicles blocking the area. The abandoned vehicles were all emptied of gasoline and then pushed to the side. Yu Zhong gave all of the people 0.25 kg of rice. The survivors who received rice radiated with delight. They returned home among the envious view of other people. The remaining survivors secretly made a firm resolution. Tomorrow, Yu Zhong must pick them to help work. Nighttime, after eating dinner, Yu Zhong started doing push-ups in his room, continuing until he felt exhausted. Under the increased strength of the God and Devil system, Yu Zhong only needed to kill monsters attaining experience to become stronger. He did push-ups in order to train his body and grasp his strength. Only skillfully mastered strength can become his own power. Qi Yang also did the same thing at Yu Zhong's side. Yu Zhong leaped up from the ground. Towards Qi Yang he said, good. Today we stop here. Qi Yang also jumped up from the ground. Yu Zhong smiled at Qi Yang, pointing at Wang Lan. Yu Zhong said to Qi Yang, Yang, do you need someone to warm the bed? If you need, she can provide. Wang Lan was a mature sexy beauty, but in the past she had a white-collar city job. Her temperament was quite good. But she wasn't Yu Zhong's type. Furthermore, there were no relations that occurred between her and Yu Zhong. She couldn't be considered Yu Zhong's woman. Qi Yang didn't look much at Wang Lan, no interest. Yu Zhong laughed, also, if you so desire, you can have the 2 beauties Wang Chang and Zhang Xian at any time you please. Although Wang Lan was beautiful, compared with Wang Qian and Zhang Xian she was not up to par. Wang Qian and Zhang Xian were both school beauties. Before ZH several men pursued them, but they only had affections for the cool, handsome, and talented Qi Yang. Yu Zhong sat on a sofa. Guiyu immediately came. Holding a towel, she carefully wiped the sweat off of his body. The former Meyer's proud and lofty daughter actually doing such a thing for men would be unimaginable before ZH. Yu Zhong looking at Qi Yang smiled, Wang Chang and Zhang Xian, which do you like? Or simply take them both. If it was before ZH, Yu Zhong absolutely couldn't utter words of this kind. Wang Chang and Zhang Xian, although they liked Qi Yang, they couldn't tolerate jointly possessing one man. But the modern world order already collapsed, Qi Yang was also a person possessing extremely powerful strength. If he wanted to have several women, it wasn't a problem. Qi Yang said, who I like, you know. As for those two, I have no feelings. Yu Zhong heard this and snickered, you and her aren't possible. It's better to find other girls now. Who Qi Yang likes, being best friends of course Yu Zhong knew. He likes Yu Zhong's elder cousin. She was a married woman, and at the same time an extremely beautiful woman. After Qi Yang met that woman several times, he was deeply attracted by her. His heart wasn't able to forget her. Towards his best friend, Qi Yang had nothing to hide, I know it's not possible. I also greatly wish to forget her as much as possible, but I still can't forget right now. Qi Yang stood up and walked outside, okay. I'll go. Yu Zhong shook his head. He looked at Lu Wen who was laying on the bed playing with the laptop. Lying on the bed, using the notebook Yu Zhong found today, playing computer games, on the side there was a box of papayas, two exquisitely small white legs continuously kicked, looking worry and anxiety-free, extremely cute. Yu Zhong smiled and went into the bathing room. Yu Zhong just entered the bathing room, Lu Wen stood up from the bed, staring at Guiyu who was preparing to enter the bathing room to attend on Yu Zhong. She said, where are you thinking of going? Guiyu submissively and quietly said, I'm attending master. Although Guiyu's enchanting beauty was much more than Lu Wen's, her place in Yu Zhong's heart couldn't compare with Lu Wen. Guiyu was extremely clear on this matter, therefore she didn't dare slightly snub Lu Wen. Among Yu Zhong's group, only the elegant Valkyrie Ji Qingguo and the outstanding personality Chen Yao could compare with Guiyu's beauty and charm. These were the three most beautiful women among Yu Zhong's group. Lu Wen stared at Guiyu saying, when I'm here this type of thing will all be done by me. Understand? Lu Wen's was young, but she already started to learn to defend her own power. Although she reluctantly convinced herself to share Yu Zhong with the other women, but she still wanted the greatest position in Yu Zhong's heart. Guiyu said in a low voice, yes. Sister Wen won. Seeing Guiyu admit defeat, Lu Wen stopped being aggressive, moreover she entered the bathhouse with large strides. Guiyu looked at Lu Wen's backside, her pretty fingers intertwined together. Her beautiful large eyes flashed a strange light. Yu Zhong comfortably soaked in the bath's hot water. Seeing Lu Wen enter, he couldn't help but curiously ask, why did you come? Lu Wen wrapped in a pure white bath towel, stepped towards Yu Zhong, smiling she charmingly asked Yu Zhong, big brother Yu Zhong. Am I pretty? In the rising mist, Lu Wen's wrapped white towel exposed a large amount of healthy young skin, matching her pair of large black and white watery eyes, and her bursting chest, a sexy beautiful healthy young woman. Looking at Lu Wen like this, Yu Zhong's heart couldn't help but jump slightly saying, pretty. Lu Wen's mouth provoked a beautiful arc. She took a step into the bath, and leaned into Yu Zhong's chest. A portion of the young woman's scent bubbled up from her body into Yu Zhong's nose. Yu Zhong hugged Lu Wen in a very natural way, her skin was elastic and glossy like silk. Lu Wen's eyes turned into two round mists, turning her head embracing Yu Zhong. Taking the initiative she kissed Yu Zhong's lips. Her small tongue and Yu Zhong's tongue interlaced together. After some time, their lips parted, Lu Wen slightly gasped for air, her blushed red with two large rouge circles, she pressed close to Yu Zhong's ear, softly blowing, using a coyish and charming voice she stated, brother Yu Zhong wants me. At the same time Lu Wen used her body that was well developed beyond her peers rubbing up against Yu Zhong's body, Yu Zhong could even feel the two cherries, a beautiful sensation on his body. Yu Zhong was a healthy and strong man, his desire completely ignited. He embraced Lu Wen, directly pressing her against the wall, without showing the least bit of pity or tenderness he thrust it in. Lu Wen's brows wrinkled, traces of blood flowed out, without anyone teaching her she quietly flattered, brother Yu Zhong, I'm now yours. Keep coming make love to me. Yu Zhong became even more excited, starting to enjoy her body's beauty. The steamy bathroom echoed the sounds of a man gasping for air and a woman's moans. Lying down on the bed, Yu Zhong held Lu Wen in his arms and said, how do you know so many tricks? Lu Wen lying in Yu Zhong's arms, hearing his words blankly looked over, there are plenty online. Did you not like it? Yu Zhong smiled, he kissed her forehead, I like. This generation's youth had much more access to information than Yu Zhong's generation. Due to Lu Wen's quirky nature, she understood things much more than an ordinary girl. Lu Wen was like a small kitten curled up in Yu Zhong's chest, perfectly contented going to bed, I'm tired. Let's sleep. Yu Zhong entered into slumberland holding on to Lu Wen. The second day, Yu Zhong continued to bring a truck full of people to clear out the vehicles on the highway. Zhang Xiang brought 8 gunmen and drove 2 jeeps in the direction of Mashan village. He knew Tiger wouldn't give him a bite of the weapons arsenal cake. He could only withdraw and try another time, going to Mashan village to collect supplies. After entering Mashan village, a gunman seeing the field full of zombie remains, his eyes filled with fright. How severe. Was this really done by 3 people? Another gunman looking at the zombie remains couldn't help but have a huge change in appearance. The zombies here exceed 100, there are also ghost shadow zombies. How did they do it? Ghost shadow zombies were S1 type zombies. They were Tiger's largest headache, the ones he didn't want to meet the most. The S1 was fast, moreover they weren't afraid of bullets. If the head didn't explode, they were basically unkillable. Last time Tiger came here, several brothers were grabbed by S1 types, becoming infected in the end. Zhang Xiang kicked that gunman in the ass, scolding, who cares how he did it? Quick, go get daddy supplies. The gunman didn't dare speak anymore, quickly running into a house. Yes. Brother Xiang. Preserved meat, it's 1 kg. We'll make a bundle this time. Rice. This jar or rice has dozens of kg. The gunman shuttled back and forth from the house, frequently bursting waves of praise. Like Tiger speculated, Mashan village's supplies were unable to be completely transported by Yu Zhong's Dongfeng truck. Several supplies were still scattered in the village. Zhang Xiang looking at the supplies his subordinate seized from the village, his mood couldn't help but become better. Suddenly from between 2 houses, the same mutated cat jumped like lightning. It pounced on a gunman rushing him to the ground, snapping his throat in one bite. The gunman had no way to struggle, soon dying. Tiger. There's a tiger. Not far away to the side, a gunman saw the mutated cat with a long body like a panther. A look of horror, he cried out. At the same time he swung his gun around, spraying a mad burst of fire at the mutated cat. The other gunmen were also frightened. Dropping the supplies in their hands, they quickly grabbed their guns and started to spray machine gun fire at the mutated cat. A large amount of bullets formed a curtain of fire at the region the mutated cat occupied. But at the first moment the cat jumped up to the roof, continuously speeding along into a faster pace, it avoided a large amount of bullets. Barely any bullets entered into its body, striking a few bloody holes. If it was an ordinary animal, like a tiger hit by a rifle, its strength would be greatly damaged. But that mutated cat still had a pair of blood-red eyes. Even more angry, its speed became even faster. On the roof it continuously jumped, approaching Zhang Xiang's party. Withdraw. Withdraw. Quickly start the car. Zhang Xiang fled to the vehicle, roaring to the driver. The mutated cat's speed was too fast, headshots were too difficult. It wasn't something this mob could handle. As soon as the mutated cat closed in, Zhang Xiang would be no match. The driver quickly started the vehicle, speeding off far away. The gunmen also gave up resisting. One by one leaping towards the vehicle. Brother Xiang. Brother Xiang. I still haven't boarded. Wait for me. A gunman reacted a step too slow, not able to jump in the jeep. He immediately shouted full of despair. Zhang Xiang like he didn't hear, only urged the driver, quick. Faster. Fuck me. We die together. That gunman in despair, angrily he raised his gun at the 2 faraway jeeps and opened fire. Bullets flew disorderly, not a single bullet hit the 2 jeeps. The gunman wanted to reload, but the mutated cat pushed him to the ground. One bite sliced his throat, spraying blood everywhere. After dropping the gunman, the mutated cat stared at the 2 faraway jeeps. A claw ripped open the gunman's belly. Dropping its head, it feasted in big mouthfuls. The fuck? This place still has those kinds of monsters. Zhang Xiang glanced backwards in shock, scolding. This time he lost 2 brothers, his power once again was greatly weakened. It made him extremely pained. After ZH, whoever was strong, whoever had the stronger weapons force, was the boss. Zhang Xiang lost 2 gunmen this time, tremendously affecting his strength. On the road, Zhang Xiang thought about what just happened, and at the same time his heart filled with pernicious thoughts. I ought to kill Yu Zhong. It was him, if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't become like this. I must murder him. As soon as Zhang Xiang returned to Always Bright Village, Tiger sent men to inventory the supplies. Seeing the list of goods Zhang Xiang returned with, Tiger's eyebrows wrinkled. He asked, "What's up with the supplies?" Zhang Xiang's subordinates found several supplies, but they weren't able to transport much before the mutant cat ambush. They dropped most of the supplies to counterattack. When they fled there weren't many goods loaded onto the vehicle. Zhang Xiang wryly smiled, "Brother Tiger, in Mashan village there is still a monster the length of a tiger. It ambushed us, I also lost 2 men. Tiger looked at Zhang Xiang's forced smile, "Today was tough for you. Return home and rest. Relax a bit tomorrow and adjust your state of mind." Zhang Xiang revealed a smile to Tiger, then he turned around and left, "Thank you Brother Tiger. I'll return home." After Zhang Xiang returned home, his face sank, becoming unsightly. Tiger stared at Zhang Xiang's back with a pensive look. The following early morning, Tiger brought 36 gunmen to the town square. Tiger walked over to where Yu Zhong and his group who were eating breakfast and enthusiastically said, "How are you? Prepared well? How many people do you plan on bringing?" Yu Zhong pointed to Chen Yao and Ji Qinggu saying, "Already prepared. Brother Tiger. I'm bringing those too." Ji Qinggu was only a step away from level 10. After promoting to level 10, the skill point could increase her strength enormously. Tiger's eyebrows wrinkled, looking at Qi Yang and Wang Shuang, "Will bringing those 2 be enough? How about bringing Qi Yang and Wang Shuang as well?" In Tiger's thinking, men are always stronger than women. He doubted Ji Qinggu and Chen Yao's strength. Realistically, in Z age, women like Ji Qinggu who dared fight with zombies up close were very few. Especially given that very few men possessed this type of bravery. Yu Zhong said, "Don't worry. If we 3 aren't good, then Qi Yang and the rest won't be any use if they come." "Good. Then let's set off." Finished speaking, Tiger led Yu Zhong out. The motorcade turned entering into a small village, then a small road along the village turned into a small mountain surrounded by forest. After entering the mountain, the road twisted and curved, a small-scale military camp appeared before their eyes. Looking at the small military camp, Yu Zhong's eyes flashed a playful glow, "So it's here, if it weren't for people guiding, it would be basically impossible to find." Yu Zhong definitely did not want to let go of the arms of the small-scale military camp. No matter if it was dealing with people, zombies, or mutant monsters, having that firepower would have enormous usefulness. Tiger commanded the motorcade to stop after just seeing the shadow of the military camp. Tiger came to Yu Zhong's side, "Brother Yu Zhong, the camp is over there. We aren't able to approach. The ears of their domestic animals are alert. If we pass by, they could rush over. Follow me." Yu Zhong said to Ji Qinggu and Chen Yao, one hand holding the Stinger 2, one hand holding the imitation Tang sword. At his side followed the special skeleton White Bones, and they carefully snuck towards the direction of the base. Ji Qinggu and Chen Yao closely followed behind Yu Zhong. While marching forward, Yu Zhong suddenly asked, "Chen Yao, did you already learn the skill plant manipulation?" Originally Ji Qinggu grabbed the LVL3 skill book plant manipulation. Yu Zhong knew Ji Qinggu took the close combat route, she could only take the precious LVL3 skill book and make her best friend Chen Yao learn it, giving Chen Yao one more survival skill. In God and Devil world, magic strength is a power that invokes fear, but the casting conditions are harsh. Because of this, without a type of survival skill, it would be very difficult to survive without a team. It required other supplementary skills to do. Chen Yao nodded, "Yes." Yu Zhong saw when the skill book came out. Chen Yao didn't want to hide this fact. Yu Zhong said in a low voice, "What level has your plant manipulation skill reached?" Chen Yao hesitated a moment. She opened her mouth and said, "I can manipulate ordinary grass of a meadow to rapidly grow, entangling enemies. Normal people would be unable to break free." Chen Yao's strength was too low. Even if plant manipulation is a LVL3 skill, she couldn't bring into play that skill's extremely large power. If Yu Zhong's power level was high, the plant manipulation absolutely was a fearful ability. Yu Zhong slightly nodded, no longer speaking. The 4 people carefully snuck to the military camp to ambush. Yu Zhong lay on his stomach in the meadow before the military camp, gazing upon the military camp from afar. He saw in small military base, a couple dozen zombies. They were wearing military clothes and carrying guns, standing blankly without moving. Mutant dog? Yu Zhong spied from far away. He searched for the mutant dog's footprints. Yu Zhong wanted to clearly see the mutant dog's strength and then make a plan. If that mutant dog was a LVL 30+ monster, Yu Zhong wouldn't hesitate to select retreat. He wasn't arrogant enough to think they could handle more than 4 LVL-30 monsters. Yu Zhong lay on the ground continuously looking all around. He attempted to discover a clue, but he didn't acquire any traces. Suddenly, behind Yu Zhong sounded a burst of rifle fire and a car engine noise. Not good. Quickly go, they are behind. The color of Yu Zhong's face changed, and he strode quickly towards the rear like a meteor. Chen Yao and Ji Qingwu closely followed behind Yu Zhong. Running all the way, Yu Zhong sized up the surroundings. Suddenly from his side, an entirely black mutant dog, strong as a liger, shot out like an arrow from the underbrush. It opened up its bloody mouth wide like a sacrificial bull biting at Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong was going to be crushed by the dog. White Bones, who was closely following at Yu Zhong's side, shot ahead like an arrow, blocking in front of Yu Zhong. The mutant dog rushed onto White Bones' body, ruthlessly biting, unexpectedly breaking White Bones' right shoulder, sending bone pieces flying. Rifle bullets couldn't penetrate White Bones' body after it went through skeletal strengthening. Unexpectedly it was crushed by one bite of the mutant dog. The huge force of the mutant dog's bite could be seen. If Yu Zhong was bitten, even with the protective clothing he would suffer heavy damage. As White Bones was getting its shoulder bitten, Yu Zhong raised his Stinger II, firing 3 shots towards the mutated dog. The 3 bullets banged into the mutated dog's skull. The mutated dog's skull exploded 3 fist-sized bloody holes. Powerless, it collapsed to the ground. A large experience orb flooded into Yu Zhong's body. A skill book, 2 white boxes, and 100 life coins appeared by the mutant dog's body. Yu Zhong quickly scooped these things into his backpack, then he looked at White Bones. In order to save Yu Zhong, White Bones' right shoulder was broken by the mutant dog. So long as White Bones' skull wasn't destroyed, it could recover the dropped bone pieces. But, if the bone was completely destroyed by someone, it couldn't restore the bone crumblings back into its skeleton body. White Bones walked over to the mutant dog. Using its hand to dig into the mutant dog's skull, it activated a bone exploit skill. In one pull, the mutant dog's vertebrae was extracted by White Bones. White Bones continually pierced into every portion of the mutant dog's body. A channel of black light flashed, the bones were completely absorbed by White Bones. Its body unexpectedly became a size bigger. Congratulations, your special skeleton successfully used bone exploit skill absorbing mutated dog skeleton, strength 10. A bizarre voice directly rang in Yu Zhong's sea of thoughts. After absorbing the mutated dog skeleton, an armor started to spread on White Bones' body into a thin layer, wrapping up its whole body. Yu Zhong didn't stop, quickly advancing forward. After White Bones' evolution completed, it again shadowed behind Yu Zhong. When Yu Zhong appeared in front of the motorcade, a miserable bloody scene entered his sight. Disemboweled bodies and severed human corpses were everywhere. 3 huge mutated dogs the size of ligers were jumping towards the remaining 12 gunmen, hunting the humans. The 12 remaining gunmen's faces were written with shock. They basically had no method to grasp the trajectory of the mutant dog's movements. A jeep was overturned on the road, blocking the road. In the distance, a Hummer was wildly escaping towards them. Tiger was holding a Type 79 submachine and unceasingly fired at the 3 mutated dogs. He yelled, "Don't panic. Everyone don't panic, hold fast, fire. Whoever dares to run, Daddy will shoot you." LVL-20 mutant dogs, posse's extremely high agility and stamina, sharp claws and teeth that can mangle steel. Yu Zhong, seeing those 3 living mutated dogs, felt the information of enter into his mind. Under Tiger's organization, those 12 gunmen spread fire without ceasing, beating back the 3 mutant dogs' attack. The 3 mutant dogs were not invulnerable to bullets and blades. The Type 79 submachine gun 7.72mm rounds were able to injure them. Tiger's eyes saw Yu Zhong from far away. He urgently shouted, "Yu Zhong! Quick, rescue me! You only need to save me, I'll give you several beautiful women. In my house, I have even more beautiful and sexy women than Guiyu." Yu Zhong looked at Tiger, his mind flashed countless thoughts. Detouring to the side, he closed in on Tiger's party. If they rushed straight ahead, the wild flying bullets could drop them. He was wearing the LVL-3 protection armor that could stop gunfire, but his head didn't have any protection. One bullet could drop him. A gunman pulled the trigger, but no bullets came out. His mind panicked, immediately searching his body. At almost the same time, the majority of gunmen stopped firing. The Type 79 machine gun fires quickly, they used up all of their bullets. There were only 2 Type 81 rifles still firing. Seeing this scene, the remaining gunmen could not hold on. They dispersed in confusion, fleeing all around. Everyone's mind had the same thought. They don't need to outrun the mutant dogs. They only need to outrun their comrades. Tiger also gave up, fleeing into the forest. Yu Zhong was still dozens of meters from Tiger. If Tiger stayed, even Yu Zhong could not save him. Tiger had just fled a couple of steps when a mutant dog rushed him to the ground like a tiger. Opening its bloody mouth, it snapped Tiger's neck from behind. This ambitious and ruthless character who held high aims died like that, at the mouth of a mutant dog. Yu Zhong rushed and grabbed his Type 79 submachine gun at the same time. He extremely calmly fired towards the mutated dog. After learning the firearms control skill, Yu Zhong's ability could compare to a soldier who had gone through several years of target practice. Within 20 meters, dozens of bullets passed through the mutated dog's body, creating bloody hole after bloody hole. The mutated dog was infuriated. Abandoning his prepared hunt on the gunman, he rushed towards Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed a cold light. When he was only 5 meters from the mutant dog, he started the shadow step skill. His speed soared to an extremely terrifying state. Yu Zhong's shadow step state was like a demon stepping out, avoiding the mutated dog's pounce at the peak moment. Taking advantage of the moment the mutated dog rushing power, a smooth sword chopped through the dog's neck causing its head to fly off. The mutant dog corpse continued rushing forward a short distance, finally crashing to the ground. A large experience orb flew out rushing into Yu Zhong's body. Congratulations, advanced to level 18. Please distribute 2 stat points. Absorbing the accumulated experience orbs of 2 level 20 mutated dogs and the previous zombies, Yu Zhong rushed up to level 18. 1 point strength. 1 point stamina. Yu Zhong's mind acted. After selecting his stats, he rushed towards the 2 remaining mutant dogs. In shadow step mode, Yu Zhong's agility distantly overrode the 2 mutant dogs. He could wantonly destroy them. Yu Zhong powered up many times, moreover he had the added speed stats from the clothes. If he didn't use shadow step, he was still barely at the same level of the 2 dogs. Although they were level 20, those 2 mutated dogs were several times weaker than the boss hunters. They weren't the same as the zombies who completely lost their thinking ability. It made the mutated dogs much more difficult to handle than zombies. Seeing Yu Zhong drop one of their comrades, the surviving 2 dogs abandoned hunting the remaining gunmen. One on the right, one on the left, they enveloped Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong's eyes coldly flashed. Madly increasing speed, he rushed towards the 2 dogs like an arrow. At the moment they were about to come in contact, his body slightly leaned. The imitation Tang sword drew across the mutated dog's body. It was chopped into 2 halves. Filthy blood splashed, and the organs and intestines slid out. The other dog took advantage of the opportunity and pounced like a tiger. He rushed towards Yu Zhong like a thunderbolt. Yu Zhong's body slightly bent. In one rush, he drew a line across the mutated dog's neck. Shortly after, its head separated from its body, the corpse falling to the ground. How extreme! Bizarre! How can he be so strong? The surviving gunmen looked at Yu Zhong, who had solely killed 3 mutated dogs. Their eyes full of fright and worship. The 3 mutated dogs terrified them, however they knew that of 26 gunmen 20 were killed, and they still couldn't drop a single dog. Yu Zhong alone suddenly killed 3. His power is obvious. The 3 dogs dropped 1 skill book, a green box, 3 white boxes, and 300 life coins. Yu Zhong strode over and put those god and devil world items into his bag. Ji Qingguo and Qin Yao finally caught up after Yu Zhong totally beheaded the 4 mutated dogs. Ji Qingguo's stats are also focused in agility, but she needed to defend Qin Yao, slowing her down a lot. Yu Zhong walked to Tiger's body. Looking at Tiger's body, his eyebrows slightly wrinkled. Tiger was an ambitious and ruthless character. He was able to control the gunmen of Always Bright Village. As soon as he died, the balance of the village broke. Yu Zhong wanted to quietly leave the plan. Yu Zhong lowered his voice and shouted while looking at the 6 remaining gunmen, "From now on you are incorporated into me. You are now my direct subordinates. You need to completely listen to my commands. Understand?" The 6 gunmen looked at each other in a state of confusion. They never thought Tiger would die, and now Yu Zhong wanted to incorporate them. A gunman worked up some courage to go against Yu Zhong. "You aren't Always Bright Village's boss, on what grounds can you incorporate us?" As soon as the gunman finished speaking, White Bones, who was standing by Yu Zhong, shot forward like an arrow, waving its axe like a whirlwind. It chopped through the gunman's skull, causing the head to go flying, soaring into the sky, blood spraying everywhere. The 5 gunmen were startled, nervously grasping their assault rifles, not daring to act the slightest bit rash, even so much that they didn't dare point their guns at Yu Zhong. Seeing the gunman beheaded by Yu Zhong, Chen Yao's eyebrows wrinkled, and she looked over at Ji Qingwu. Ji Qingwu shook her head towards Chen Yao. Yu Zhong coldly stared at the gunman, saying, "To refuse me is death. You all can choose, come under my command, listen to my orders, or die right here. Obey. Obey. I obey your commands. Yu Zhong. I wish to be your subordinate. Brother Yu, I wish to be your subordinate." The remaining 5 gunmen competed with each other's exclamations. Tiger, the man they followed, already died. They also thought they would pass away. Being able to follow a strong man like Yu Zhong is a stroke of good luck in ZH. Start the car. We are returning to Always Bright Village. Yu Zhong quickly got on the vehicle and commanded a gunman to drive. The vehicle that was toppled by the mutated dog was already pushed out of the way by White Bones. 2 jeeps and a Dongfeng truck made up the motorcade, setting off towards Always Bright Village's direction. Boss. Boss. Tiger died. Tiger died. A person under Zhang Xiang entered his room screaming. At that time in the room 3 beautiful women wearing black open leather outfits were kneeling on the ground like dogs, trying their hearts out to attend on Zhang Xiang. What? Tiger died. Zhang Xiang was originally indignant for being disturbed from training beautiful women. After understanding his subordinate's words, his face changed. He kicked a beautiful woman kneeling in front of him, continuing to ask, "Chen Yuan, are you certain? You personally saw it?" Chen Yuan spoke and looked at the beautiful woman wearing black leather at the same time. "I'm certain, I personally saw. Those mutant dogs circled around our rear and started attacking. We fled to forest. The last thing I saw was a mutant dog pouncing on Tiger's body, biting his neck." Chen Yuan was a person under Tiger's command that had been bribed by Zhang Xiang. Zhang Xiang's face became happy, clapping Chen Yuan's shoulder he said, "Good. Good. You did well. Chen Yuan, wait a moment for the matter to pass by. These 3 women, I'll give to you." Chen Yuan happily said, "Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big brother." Finished speaking, Zhang Xiang quickly left the place, gathered his 7 henchmen, and completely equipped them. They quickly rushed to the small Western-style house where Lei Zhen lived. Lei Zhen was working out. He saw Zhang Xiang bringing men rushing close. Raising a brow he asked, "Zhang Xiang, what happened?" Lei Zhen's 2 henchmen both raised their guns and aimed at Zhang Xiang. Zhang Xiang's eyes became red, crying he said, "Big brother Lei, Chen Yan betrayed Tiger. He and Yu Zhong allied to kill Tiger. This is according to Chen Yuan, who went with Tiger. He risked his life to come back and tell me. We are going to hide him. Big brother Lei, you need to get revenge for Tiger." Lei Zhen understood the news, immediately shouting in anger, "What? Chen Yan dared betray Tiger?" Lei Zhen stared at Chen Yuan, coldly asking, "Chen Yuan, speak to me. Is what Zhang Xiang said true? You dare speak a lie, Daddy will throw you to the zombies." Chen Yuan said, crying, "Brother Lei. Everything Xiang said is true. Lin Yu and I saw with our own eyes. You need to get revenge for Tiger." Lei Zhen was indignant, grabbing a 79 type submachine gun with both hands he rushed out, "Fuck him. Wang Yuan, Li Jueji. Come with me. Daddy wants to peel Chen Yan's skin, and throw him to the zombies." Lei Zhen's henchmen also followed, rushing out. After Lei Zhen departed, Zhang Xiang ordered Chen Yuan, "Chen Yuan. Take several people to grab the women Qi Yang and Yu Zhong brought right now. Qi Yang needs to be grabbed alive. If he's beaten up it's no problem. Try to catch the other women alive, if you can't it's no big deal." "I understand. Boss." Chen Yuan nodded. He rushed out with 3 men to Qi Yang's group location. Zhang Xiang, moving quickly forward, caught up with Lei Zhen. "Qi Yang. Qi Yang, are you here? I'm De Guzi." In the villa Yu Zhong's group resided, De Guzi hurriedly approached and anxiously spoke. Qi Yang came out from the villa saying, "What happened to Guzi?" Qi Yang knew De Guzi was Yu Zhong's eyes in Always Bright Village. They didn't have any foundation in Always Bright Village. The local De Guzi was their sole source of intelligence. The Guzi eagerly said, Tiger died. This is information I received from a friend. Qi Yang's eyes became solemn. He said to the women who were stretching out in the courtyard, preparing food, and washing clothes, Wang Qian and Zhang Xin immediately closed the gate. Everyone hide in the house. Wang Shuang and Su Jingguan grabbed guns. Finished speaking, Qi Yang grabbed a Type 79 submachine gun and 3 clips, tossing them to Deguzi, saying, Thank you Deguzi. After this, you are one of us. Protect yourself. Deguzi received the Type 79 machine gun and 3 clips, and he ran into the villa in a flash. He could only spread the news. As far as him fighting, he didn't dare. The 2 women Wang Qian and Zhang Xin urgently closed the gate, hiding in the villa. Quickly, Always Bright Village sounded with fierce shots. Chen Yuan brought 3 people before the villa and yelled, Quick, open the gate. Chen Yuan faced the gate and yelled, Everyone inside listen. Everyone come out for me. Brother Xiang wants to see you all. If you don't come out on your own, then don't blame me for my rudeness. Qi Yang coldly said, Scram. No one can enter this gate before Yu Zhong returns. Chen Yuan indignantly said to the 3 men under his command, Smash it. Chen Yuan's 3 men spread a burst of fire towards the gate's lock, exploding it with a boom, then a kick opened it up. Qi Yang, grasping his Type 79 submachine gun, lay down in a corner. When the gate burst open, he calmly pulled the trigger. His gun spit out bullets like a flaming tongue on the door. The 2 armed men were mowed down defenseless onto the ground. One of the men was killed on sight, the other was shot through the leg. Qi Yang's job was changed to soldier. He also had the job skill firearms control. His shooting skill could compare to soldiers who had gone through rigorous training. Chen Yuan was startled. Crouching down, he rolled nearby to the side. The other gunman flashed over to the other side of the gate. It hurts. Help. The gunman shot through the leg yelled an intensely severe cry, painfully struggling on the ground. Fuck him. Too ferocious. Chen Yuan scolded. Looking at the villa, he somehow didn't know what to do. The gunmen of Always Bright Village were a mob of people that had never gone through strict military training. They were ordinary people holding guns. Chen Yuan didn't know how to attack Qi Yang's guarded position without any heavy weapons. The 2 sides became deadlocked. On the other side, Zhang Xiang and Lei Zhen combined their 2 great powers together, and they headed towards Chen Yan's force to attack. A touch off guard, Chen Yan's force suffered heavy losses, losing 4 brothers. Chen Yan, Chen Si, and 2 other gunmen retreated to a small Western-style house to defend. Zhang Xiang commanded the attack and scolded in his mind at the same time, fuck him. That rubbish Chen Yuan, how come he hasn't brought people? Compared to Chen Yan, Zhang Xiang was even more afraid of Yu Zhong. He therefore took this opportunity to seize power of Always Bright Village. He already considered every aspect entirely. He only needed to grab Qi Yang and Lu Wan, then he could force Yu Zhong's submission. With the exception of Tiger, Lei Zhen and Chen Yan weren't worth consideration by Yu Zhong. Tiger brought along the strongest gunman at his side every time he went out. Zhang Xiang didn't dare act the slightest bit rash. He could only honestly become Tiger's dog. Due to Tiger's ruthlessness, he wouldn't even submit if you killed his women. No one could suppress Tiger's wild ambitions. From far away a vehicle came with the sound of a roaring engine as the 2 were fiercely fighting. Zhang Xiang's face changed. He didn't calculate Yu Zhong could return so fast. Yu Zhong came back so fast. According to Zhang Xiang's estimate, Yu Zhong should have taken a long time to battle the 4 mutated dogs. In this time he could completely capture Always Bright Village. He didn't need to be afraid of Yu Zhong's threats because at that time he would have hostages. Yu Zhong returned. Fuck him, unexpectedly killing Brother Tiger. I need to get revenge for Brother Tiger. Lei Zhen's eyes turned blood red, snarling. He hastened his 5 henchmen to the village opening. Tiger gave Lei Zhen great kindness, never slighting him. Lei Zhen was hell-bent on paying back everything for Tiger. Zhang Xiang glanced at the hot-headed Lei Zhen, sneering in his mind, idiot. Come with me. Considering for a moment, Zhang Xiang brought the 8 men under his command towards Yu Zhong's residence. We have a situation. Stop the car, get out and prepare for battle. Completely kill everyone facing us with a gun. His eyebrows wrinkled, and he gave commands to the driver. From far away Yu Zhong understood the intense gunfire noises. The driver quickly stopped the vehicle. 5 gunmen, Yu Zhong and Ji Qingwu, all got out of the vehicle. The 2 jeeps couldn't stop bullets. By directly rushing in, they would certainly become a great target. Yu Zhong also couldn't bring his skills into play on the vehicle. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed a fierce light. He issued a terrifying command to White Bones, "Go for me, with the exception of the people traveling with me, kill everyone carrying a gun." Yu Zhong's sworn followers and women were all in Always Bright Village. He was already extremely angry. His thoughts became murderous. Receiving Yu Zhong's command, White Bones' eyes flashed with fiery soul magic, rushing towards Always Bright Village like a whirlwind. Yu Zhong pointed at a tall and thin gunman among the 5 who looked about 25 or 26 years old, saying, "Lu Yan, I'm making you the leader of this small squad. This small squad will follow your commands. After entering the village, anyone who points a gun at us, plunders, rapes women, pillages supplies, will all be killed by us. I'll go first and clear out those bastards." Lu Yan was happy in his heart. Standing up straight, he said, "Yes. Brother Yu. I guarantee mission completion." The 2 women Ji Qingwu and Chen Yao's were soft-hearted. Before age, those were good qualities. But they couldn't carry out the orders that Yu Zhong commanded. Those 2 couldn't murder people, or carry out Yu Zhong's command. Yu Zhong also only gave the mission over to those gunmen previously under Tiger's command. As far as their reliability, Yu Zhong didn't think much about it. After all, they had no one else. Yu Zhong's figure flashed, following behind White Bones. "Open fire." White Bones had just approached Always Bright Village. Lei Zhen roared at those under his command. 6 gunmen grabbed 81 type rifles and 79 type submachine guns and spread fire at the approaching White Bones. White Bones leaped like a monkey in a zigzag pattern, avoiding the bullet fire. A few bullets merely hit into his bone armor, unable to break his skeleton. White Bones already had 3 times the physical fitness of an ordinary person. His movements were extremely agile, closing the 100-meter distance in a blink of an eye. Rushing before Lei Zhen's group, it leaped, jumping right in front of Lei Zhen. Waving its axe, Lei Zhen's skull was sent flying. Blood scattered everywhere. Lei Zhen's headless corpse collapsed to the ground. Ha! Oh! A gunman to the side was covered by Lei Zhen's blood spray. He fearfully yelled. Pulling the trigger, he madly sprayed at White Bones. White Bones' body flashed, dodging almost all of the bullets. He then waved his axe. That militant was beheaded, blood spraying towards the sky. White Bones, ever since Yu Zhong summoned him, had been beheading the zombies. Now, his fighting style has formed a habit which is specialized in chopping off the heads of his prey. Monster! Monster! Being in close range with White Bones, who was fierce and brutal, plus their leader being beheaded. Those military forces' battle desire fell apart and they started fleeing in all directions. In order to lessen the burden of their bodies, they threw away the Type 81 rifles and the Type 79 submachine guns to the ground. Throwing their helmets away, as well as their dignity. One could see that this scene was truly a shameful sight. TL note, throwing the helmet can mean throwing one's life-saving options / also might mean throwing one's pride away. White Bones was resolute on following Yu Zhong's orders. Seemingly appearing as the Grim Reaper, with his axe, beheading those militants who had not yet abandoned their firearms. In a few breaths, those militants who were still holding their firearms were all beheaded. Taking advantage of the period of time when White Bones was beheading those militants, Yu Zhong's figure flashed. He entered the Always Bright Village and directly moved towards his villa. After White Bones finished beheading the enemies, he hurried after Yu Zhong. Not long after Yu Zhong left, Lu Yan along with his 4 team members arrived at the village. Brother Yu is really awesome. Lu and the other team members, at the village, looked at the beheaded corpses of the other militants. In their hearts, they were afraid but also felt fortunate. They felt fortunate that they made the right choice. Lu Yan's 5-man team held guns. On one side they were gathering the firearms on the ground, and on the other side they mercilessly shot down those people who tried to take advantage of the confusion and rob the goods. Chen Yuan, what did you eat? Why haven't you attacked here? Zhang Xiang arrived at the residence of Yu Zhong's group. Looking at Chen Yuan hiding at the gate, he was enraged. He couldn't help but curse. If he couldn't capture Yu Zhong's friends and women, his opportunity to win over the village would be destroyed. Chen Yuan cried, saying, Brother Xiang. Qi Yang has guns. 2 of my brothers have been murdered. We can't rush in. Zhang Xiang looked fierce, grabbing a gun he pointed at Chen Yuan's head yelling, "Shut it with your fucking nonsense. Immediately rush in for Daddy and drop Qi Yang. Grab the other people. Otherwise Daddy will shoot you." Zhang Xiang roared at the other gunmen, "And you all. Everyone rush in for me. If you don't grab the people inside, we will all die." "Yes. Brother Xiang." Chen Yuan clenched his teeth. His face bitter, he turned towards the gate and rushed in. Gunman after gunman rushed into the door like the tide. Qi Yang hid in the shadows. He pulled the trigger as soon as Chen Yuan's group rushed in. He emptied a clip at once, dense fire enveloping the entryway. 3 of the rushing gunmen were struck down to the ground. Chen Yuan was also hit by a bullet, but he rolled nearby to the side. Taking advantage of Qi Yang's empty clip, the other gunmen opened fire, sweeping Qi Yang's location. At the same time under the suppressive fire, they invaded the courtyard. Qi Yang rolled nearby, leaving his original position, and hid in the villa. Level 2 defensive clothes could stop small caliber bullets, but he was not invincible. He would die if hit in the head. Hiding inside the house, the women were all afraid they would die. They never thought they would unexpectedly encounter a firefight. Before Z-Age, it was a sight only seen in movies and on television. The gunmen rushed into the courtyard, a yellow-colored magic light appeared on the ground. Next, a 3-meter-long thorn suddenly burst from the ground, piercing straight through a gunman. Blood unceasingly spilled from the thorn's tip. This suddenly appearing thorn made the gunmen extremely panicked and destroyed their motivation, one by one seeking shelter to escape. Qi Yang took advantage with a burst of fire. After 2 gunmen were dropped, he immediately rolled nearby. Qi Yang had just rolled to the side, when a concentration of bullets hit his original position, striking the wall filling it with bullet holes. Zhang Xiang gnashed his teeth thinking, "Damn. I never thought Qi Yang was so severe." Qi Yang's job was soldier. With the firearms control skill, his shooting level far exceeded the mob controlled by Zhang Xiang. The troops Zhang Xiang brought were forced to cease their advance due to an ammunition shortage. The amount of bullets each person fired wasn't less than 100, as far as accuracy, they basically had none. "Rush in. Drop him." Zhang Xiang snarled. He jumped out from the cover and rushed inside the villa. Further delay was unfavorable. They still had 5 people, they had the numbers advantage. If they delayed it would be trouble. "Who do you want to drop?" From Zhang Xiang's rear passed an icy voice. Zhang Xiang's heart chilled, and he immediately rolled nearby. The next moment, concentrated bullet fire dropped on the 5 gunmen, piercing through 2 of them, and dropping them to the floor. Yu Zhong entered the courtyard holding a Type 79 machine gun in one hand and an imitation Tang sword in the other. He dashed into the gunman like a cheetah. One slash, a gunman's head responded by flying to the ground. White bones also appeared like a shadow at Yu Zhong's side. An axe sent the last gunman's head flying. In the whole courtyard, only Zhang Xiang was left. Zhang Xiang's face was panicked. Kneeling on the ground, he begged to Yu Zhong, "Don't kill me. Yu Zhong. Don't kill me. I wish to surrender. I wish to surrender and be your dog. Don't kill me. I'll give all the beautiful women to you. I'm begging you, don't kill me." Although Zhang Xiang appeared cruel and arrogant before, but his true nature was one extremely afraid of death. He begged for mercy from Yu Zhong as soon as something went wrong. Yu Zhong coldly looked at Zhang Xiang. His hand waved the imitation Tang sword, one slice sending Zhang Xiang's head flying. Zhang Xiang's head tumbled, rolling on the ground, his eyes were filled with fright and fear. The amount of pressure Zhang Xiang's group gave Qi Yang wasn't small. Carrying weapons, the amount of danger was much greater to Qi Yang than ordinary zombies could ever be. Yu Zhong said, "I will handle the matter. You stay, and guard here. Apart from us, don't let anyone else enter." Qi Yang said, "Yes." After he finished speaking, Yu Zhong quickly rushed out. Always Bright Village's 4 chiefs represented the village's greatest 4 powers. Tiger's military force was destroyed among the 3 mutated dogs. Lei Zhen and Zhang Xiang's power was destroyed by Yu Zhong's hand. Now, the only thing remaining was Chen Yan's military strength. Yu Zhong discovered Lu Yan's party in a private house. At that time there were 5 unarmed men crouching beside Lu Yan. "Brother Yu," Yu came, seeing Yu Zhong in white bones, he approached and welcomed them. Pointing to the 5 men he said, "They were Lei Zhen and Tiger's men. What should we do with them?" The 5 men were all looking a little afraid at Yu Zhong and White Bones' figures. Among them, some had seen White Bones' killing spree of horror. Yu Zhong looked at the 5 men, coldly saying, "From now on, you are all my subordinates. You must unconditionally obey my orders. If you don't obey, then you will simply die. Now grab some guns, and do battle with me. Understand?" Yu Zhong only needed to follow behind the unit. He didn't need to worry about them defecting. If they defected, he would ruthlessly kill and behead them. But, right now, Yu Zhong lacked manpower. He could only use the people he could grab. The 5 men relaxed a little in their hearts. They went to the side and grabbed their weapons. Yes. Brother Yu. Being able to stay alive was the greatest wish of the 5 men. In the midst of this chaos, staying alive is the #1 priority. They didn't care who was most effective, not everyone was willing to risk their life for Tiger. They relied on Tiger and Lei Zhen in order to stay alive. Staying alive is much better than dying. Always Bright Village's 4 chiefs represented the village's greatest 4 powers. Tiger's military force was destroyed among the 3 mutated dogs. Lei Zhen and Zhang Xiang's power was destroyed by Yu Zhong's hand. Now the only thing remaining was Chen Yan's military strength. Lu Yan, take your men to guard Tiger's villa. Ji Qingwu and Chen Yao, you go defend Zhang Xiang's villa. Don't let the people fool around. Everyone else come with me. Yu Zhong quickly gave out the distributions. After Lu Yan's small group passed the trial, they managed to gain a little trust. Yu Zhong placed the ones he could trust the most to stable situations. The uncertain gunman he kept by his side. He was confident he could eliminate the unreliable gunman at any time. Under a subordinate's guidance, Yu Zhong quickly found Chen Yan's sheltered villa. Yu Zhong arrived at the sheltered villa's exterior. He didn't ask for anyone to surrender. He commanded White Bones, go kill everyone holding a gun. The 4 chiefs in Always Bright Village all possessed huge influence. Yu Zhong had basically no influence in the village. If Chen Yan came down on him, it would be hard to handle. It would be better to take advantage of this situation and kill him, completely wiping out all of the village chiefs. Like this, the whole village wouldn't have enough power to disobey him. Yu Zhong didn't want to create any conflicts with Tiger and his people in the past. This was for Qi Yang, Lu Wen, and everyone else's safety. It did not represent an approval of Tiger's methods. He didn't mind taking advantage of this opportunity to get rid of Zhang Xiang and others. White Bones immediately sped towards Chen Yan's sheltered villa. Chen Yan was an incredibly bright person. As soon as he saw Yu Zhong's special skeleton White Bones, his face turned white. Guessing the whole story, skeleton. Yu Zhong returned. He wants to kill me. Chen Si and 2 remaining henchmen began firing a mass of bullets at White Bones without ceasing. White Bones moved like thunder within a hail of bullets. Even if hit by several bullets, there was no way to break his bones. Like a killing god he quickly dashed into the villa. Waving the axe, a gunman was decapitated by White Bones. Editor note, axe and axe are both correct in spelling. Axe is preferred in modern English literature. Chen Si switched a clip just in time. Soon after he closed the distance between him and White Bones, spraying fire in a burst of madness, damned bastard. Go die. White Bones, being extremely nimble jumped to the side, avoiding Chen Si's fire. With ease the axe waved, the air pressure made a screaming sound sending Chen Si's skull flying. Chen Yan turned wanting to flee. White Bones' axe connected, chopping Chen Yan in 2. Blood and intestines littered the ground. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Another gunman peed his pants, tossed his Type 81 rifle, and held up his hands. White Bones' eyes stared at the gunman glowing with fiery soul magic. Its image flashed. Dexterously jumping into Chen Yan's villa. With the axe, he destroyed all the doors in the villa, checking to see if there were any armed enemies inside. Come with me. Hearing the gunfire in the villa die down, Yu Zhong brought the 5 new subordinates to Chen Yan's villa. After entering Chen Yan's villa, he saw the terrifying scene of Chen Yan chopped in half at the waist. The 5 subordinates at Yu Zhong were celebrating without end in their hearts. Without surrendering, they would have already become corpses in the ground. The gunmen let go by White Bones were crouching on the ground, holding up both hands, not daring any strange movements. Yu Zhong looked at the 5 people, coldly saying, go search for supplies. Take any survivors into custody, and bring them out. Don't get handsy, clear? Yes. Brother you. The 5 men's hearts shivered, responding loudly. Then they entered the villa and started searching. The 5 women brought out in custody by Yu Zhong's new subordinates all looked at Yu Zhong with fright. They didn't know what would become of their fate. Yu Zhong looked at the 5 women, discovering the 5 women were all pretty good-looking. Everyone was no less than Wang Lan. An armed personnel excitedly reported to Yu Zhong, Brother Yu. On the 2nd floor, 2nd room on the right, we discovered a large amount of rice, flour, alcohol, and other staple foods. That place is the place where Chen Yan stashed things. In Z age, goods and food were the most important. Yu Zhong instructed, leave 2 people here to protect the supplies, bring the others with me. Yes. Brother Yu, 2 armed personnel responded and then guarded the location. Yu Zhong wasn't worried they would flee. Everywhere outside of Always Bright Village had dangerous monsters like zombies and mutated beasts. If those gunmen raided the goods and left, they wouldn't live long. Over there is the hen house. What's going on there? Yu Zhong hadn't left Chen Yan's villa long ago, and he saw the henhouse's door was open. 3 men were hastily going inside. Yu Zhong's brows wrinkled, leading a group of people towards the henhouse. As soon as Yu Zhong arrived at the henhouse, he smelled a fishy stench. He stepped inside and saw an astonishing sight. There was a layer of yellow straw spread inside the approximately 100 square meter room. A dozen malnourished and sickly-looking women. They looked withered and numb, lying or sitting on the ground. There wasn't a thread of anger, they were like dead people. 7 men surrounded 2 pretty women who still had a little liveliness in them, doing that type of thing. The henhouse echoed a sound of men lewdly laughing and gasping for air while the women wept. Damn it, looking at this scene, Yu's eyes flashed with killing intent, going forward a single step, putting a sword above the man's head, beheading him. Blood sprayed out from the man's neck, splashing down from his body towards the woman and his surroundings. Splashed by that man's hot blood, the 2 males were immediately scared witless, without even having the time to wear their pants, at once kneeled on the ground and pleaded, Day, mercy. Day, mercy. The remaining 4 men were also scared and their condition became awful, kneeling on the ground towards you, pleaded, Big brother, mercy. Big brother, mercy. Yu Zhong, with a cold voice, ordered those 3 subordinates that came with him, I said, the men who take advantage of the situation and defile the women, all must die, shoot them down. Yes. Brother Yu, the 3 subordinates responded. They straightforward used the guns and burst fire on those 6 men who were kneeling on the ground. Those 6 men covered by dozens of concentrated bullets, they all fell to the ground. Yu Zhong looked around the room at those tormented human shapes of the women, his heart was extremely hard. This is Z age, a maddening Z age. The darkness of human hearts was due to the loss of institutional constraints. The future hopelessness started expanding without limits. I would rather be a peaceful and secure dog than a human in chaos. Yu Zhong had heard these words before, but he had never before truly felt the weight of those words. After Yu Zhong entered college, his temper quieted a little, reading several books. Among them were several Nationalist Party senior officials' memoirs. He recalled they contained some feudalistic superstitious. Looking at their self-glorification, you can clearly see the societal circumstances at that time. A high-ranking officer recollected, after his troops were scattered by incessant fighting between warlords, those soldiers murdered, pillaged, and raped without any qualms. In order to stop them, the high-ranking officer was forced to put them all to the gun. The blackness in mankind's heart can be seen, as soon as people lose the restrictions of order. It has so much madness and perversion. Yu Zhong plainly said, leave 1 person here defending. No one can enter without my command. Yes, a subordinate replied. Yu Zhong, are you Yu Zhong? Help me, help me. At Yu Zhong's side, as he decided to leave, an endlessly weak voice came from the ground. Yu Zhong turned his head to look. Although fair-skinned, the woman whose body was covered in gonorrhea was begging him. Yu Zhong walked a few steps towards the woman and asked, Who are you? The woman was weak without compare, her eyes flowing with remorseful tears feebly said, I am Li Mani. Li Mani, since that night after she escaped from the school bus, as a fugitive hiding along the way, escaped from Leijiang City. Then she was discovered by Tiger's group going out to look for supplies, and brought back to Always Bright Village. Li Mani's appearance could be considered pretty good. A couple of days ago, after she carelessly provoked Tiger, she was sent to the henhouse, suffering insult. Yu Zhong called over a subordinate and gave him 2 pieces of candy, come over here. Carefully take care of this woman. Yes. Brother Yu. The subordinate somewhat slowly walked over. Looking at Li Mani, a little awkward, he went to the woman on the ground. Yu Zhong looked at the subordinate, understanding a little he said, the past is settled. I won't investigate. You only have to look after her. Don't let her die and it's okay. She is only my former classmate. The majority of women in the henhouse had all been visited by those gunmen. If Yu Zhong wished to get revenge for those women, he would have to kill those gunmen. From his point of view, Yu Zhong couldn't do it. Yu Zhong's subordinate relaxed and said, Brother you don't worry. I absolutely can take good care of her. Yu Zhong nodded, stood up, and took large strides outside. Li Mani was certainly not one of his people. He could only do this small step for her. If she needs anything else, he couldn't delay over this woman who formally chose to leave his side. Gazing at the sight of Yu Zhong leaving, Li Mani's eyes flowed two pairs of quiet tears. Remorseful and weak with gratitude she said, Thank you. Li Mani endlessly regretted choosing to flee Leijiang City at that time together with Zhao Zhen. If she stayed at Yu Zhong's side, she wouldn't have encountered this type of disaster. Yu Zhong's subordinates bowed down. From his chest pocket he pulled out a military canteen and piece of candy, and gave it to Li Mani. After those who plundered and raped women were put to death by the firing squad, the situation slowly stabilized. After all, the majority of people were timid, hiding in their homes and not going outside. The rioters were a small portion. Brother Yu, these are Tiger's private women. When Yu Zhong led the people to Tiger's villa, Lu Yen excitedly brought a crowd of women to Yu Zhong and gave a report. There were 11 women in the group, each one with appearance and stature above average. One of them had a voluptuous figure and delicate face that carried a hint of pride and charm. Among the group of women she appeared to be a crane and flock of chickens, completely remarkable. Yu Zhong looked at the woman, eyebrows wrinkling, Who is that woman? How does she seem a little familiar? Lu Yen excitedly said to Yu Zhong, Brother Yu. That woman is the big celebrity Lei Yuqing. The big star actor who was once popular north and south of the Yangtze River. She was also Tiger's most cherished woman. Amidst Lei Yuqing's charm she also looked somewhat arrogantly at Yu Zhong. She was an extremely beautiful and classy woman. She carried that big celebrity status which increased her charm even more. In addition she had skillful ways with men. Originally however she held Tiger's infatuation. The majority of time he pampered her alone. She also had confidence to be able to craze Yu Zhong into her boy toy. Among Tiger's women, only Lei Yuqing alone with status, appearance, figure, charm combined could contend with Guiyu's appearance and temperament. Guiyu clearly is the type men like. She has a mature flirtatious behavior, rare outstanding temperament, and socialness. Lei Yuqing seeing Yu Zhong sizing her up, immediately smiled, perking up her ample peaks, showing off her most beautiful side. In Always Bright Village she already experienced Zhage's cruelty. Only with the Strong's blessing could she have a better life. Whether it was Tiger or Yu Zhong she didn't care. Yu Zhong only looked at Lei Yuqing once, and didn't look at her a second time. He plainly said to Lu Yen, I know. Leave 2 people to look after them. Wait for arrangements. Editor, Gustav. Hearing Yu Zhong's words, Lei Yuqing's face changed, yet it showed no resistance. Don't disobey the strong was one of the first Zhage laws she learned. Those women that disobeyed and resisted Tiger were tortured to no longer look human. Unable to survive and unable to die. Yu Zhong brought people from all around to work in Always Bright Village. They would search for materials, keep the peace, look for more recruits, delegate new responsibilities, and the like all day. Yu Zhong had finally made Always Bright Village return to its former tranquility. That night, inside Tiger's former villa, several big banquet tables were put out. At the banquet, Yu Zhong sat with survivors of Leijiang City who he brought to the Always Bright Village, and planned to recruit several subordinates for promotion. The banquet was held privately in the courtyard inside the villa. Gathered were Yu Zhong, Wang Shuang, Lu Wan, Qi Yang, Ji Qingwu, De Guzi, Lu Yen, Xiao Ming. Whereas, Guiyu was standing behind Yu Zhong to act as Yu's exclusive waitress. De Guzi, Lu Yen, and Xiao Ming were promoted by Yu Zhong to squad leader. Each squad leader would manage 2 militants. Wang Shuang was also appointed as a squad leader by Yu, giving him 2 militants as his subordinates. Whereas, Qi Yang was a commander-in-chief with 5 militants as his subordinates. In the villa banquet, delicious baikiji, fried chicken with river snails, broth steamed grass carp, stir-fried river shrimps, sautéed wild herbs, white steamed buns, and cooked white rice were arranged. TL note, baikiji is Cantonese poached chicken. Grass carp is a type of fish. Prior to ZH, these vegetable and meats were common and ordinary. Now, though, this feast was regarded as extremely sumptuous. It could have even exceeded the decadence of abalone and edible birds' nests before ZH. There weren't many chickens and ducks in Always Bright Village, no more than 20. In other words, even Yuzhong couldn't eat this type of feast every day. Everyone was wolfing down food in the banquet room without stopping to speak. Ji Qingguo and Chen Yao, the two women who accompanied Yuzhong taking risks and fighting alongside him, were normally reserved, but this was their first time eating non-canned meat after ZH. They both lost a little restraint and took big mouthfuls. Needless to say, De Guzi, Lu Yen, and Xiaoming all knew how hard chicken and fish were to come by in ZH. They all took this opportunity to gorge themselves. They feared there would be few opportunities to eat like this again anytime soon. In the courtyard banquet there was only rice and fried vegetables. Everyone's bowl also had a piece of lunch meat and a slice of chicken. Zhang Xian fiddled with her bowl of rice. Unhappily she said, "Why are they able to eat baikiji, while we get lunch meat? And only a single piece." Wang Feng's brows wrinkled, and sarcastically said, "Go be barefoot. The people sitting over there all have the strength of zombies. We are privileged to have this meat. Could it be you still want to go eat that corn gruel and wild herbs?" When Wang Feng said, corn gruel and wild herbs, every person couldn't help but look towards the last seat of the banquet. Li Mani sat at that position. She was bathed clean, and wearing clean clothes, but still looked a bit haggard. She had her head down, and didn't respond to the others' glances. She looked at the grains of rice in her bowl, and she had no more of the arrogance from before when she criticized Yuzhong's haughtiness. Some things, when lost, feel that much more precious. That bowl of rice, at that moment, was delicious. Zhang Xian fiddled with her bowl of rice. She spoke begrudgingly, "Even if that's the case, I'm not happy about it. Lu Wen and Chen Yao don't have any great abilities. Why do they get to eat and drink all they want while we are stuck here eating this?" She motioned to her rice. Zhang Xian knew their plight was much better than the people of Always Bright Village, but not many people shared that opinion. Compared with Lu Wen and Chen Yao, their quality of life was a level below. Yuaning stared at Zhang Xian, and smiled coldly. Lu Wen is Yuzhong's woman. Chen Yao and Ji Qingguo are covered because of their aptitude. Originally, everything under heaven wasn't fair. Do you think that before ZH everything was fair? Yuaning had no way of entering the inner banquet, and her heart ached, but she hated Zhang Xian even more. She wanted to refute everything Zhang Xian said. Zhang Li advised, "Silence is sometimes the better option." Zhang Li was much more sensible than the pampered Zhang Xian and Yuaning. She didn't want everyone to talk privately about Yuzhong like he was a felon. In today's battle, Yuzhong killed several people. Everyone changes. Yuzhong could turn into a tyrant like Tiger. Under Zhang Li's advice, the two women gave each other a glance, not saying anything else. Zhang Xian ate and silently stared in the direction of the dining hall, seeking Yuzhong's image. Yuzhong ate and quietly considered future plans. In the past, Yuzhong had never been the head boss. He deftly disposed of the 4 Always Bright Village chiefs, and in a short time had accumulated great influence here. His success was also a burden, though. The future of Always Bright Village's citizens rode on his shoulders. To speak of nothing else, the problem of feeding hundreds of people was the central pressing matter on Yuzhong's mind. Always Bright Village's previous 4 chiefs had always gathered up quite a bit of supplies. They were able to gather so much that if dozens of people feasted for several years they wouldn't run out of food. But now, if hundreds of people ate, they would only last a few months. For this reason, Tiger fed himself and his henchmen well, and only gave moldy food to the survivors. The land in this area was also infertile, and that only compounded the food supply problem. Yuzhong thought to himself and shook his head. It isn't so great being the boss. Being a good boss is even more difficult. I wonder if being a tyrant might be a little easier. If he acted like a tyrant, inconsiderate of the lives and future of other people, he would be able to live comfortably. These thoughts, however, were inconsistent with his nature. After everyone had eaten their fill, 3 beautiful women walked over from the side and gathered up all the leftovers and cleared the table. "Good," began Yuzhong, "today we discuss our future. First, I have decided that our troops will be split into 3 different groups and rankings. Official team members on top, preliminary team members next, and outside personnel last. Wages for these teams will also be split into 3 levels. Official team members will receive 25 grams of rice in wages per day. Preliminary members will receive 16 grams. Outside personnel will receive 6 grams of rice. As for the other Always Bright Village personnel, twice a day provide them with enough gruel to keep them alive. We will use rice to pay for the services of Always Bright Villagers. If they want to live better, they must work hard and contribute. Right then, food was the most valuable thing in Always Bright Village. Yuzhong figured that he could use the rice and other goods he found in the houses of the 4 chiefs as payment for other goods and services. Editor, Gustav. Yuzhong gave the most lucrative assignments to the people he could trust. Lu Wen will be responsible for the safeguard and distribution of goods. Deguzi, you will assist her. Deguzi beamed with joy, and clapped his chest pledging, yes. Brother Yu. I will certainly defend the resources for you. This time, Deguzi's intelligence paid off. Yuzhong must reward him. If not for Deguzi's intel, several of the people that Yuzhong rescued from Leijiang City would have died. Goods and supplies allocations was indeed a lucrative post. When Deguzi obtained that appointment, the whole village looked highly upon him, not daring to offend him. Qi Yang is responsible for the 1st combat unit. Primary duty is to search for supplies. Ji Qingwu is responsible for the 2nd combat unit. Wang Shuang is responsible for the 3rd combat unit. Lu Yang is responsible for the 4th combat unit. Xiao Ming is responsible for the 5th combat unit. Units, tomorrow go out and enlist team members. Newly recruited members belong to the outside personnel. After killing 5 ordinary zombies, outside personnel can promote to preliminary members. After preliminary members kill 20 ordinary zombies, they can be promoted to official team members. Each unit captain will be official team members, and enjoy official team member treatment. Apart from all of you, the other current personnel will temporarily be preliminary members. After they accumulate sufficient achievements, they will be promoted. Yuzhong looked in the direction of Qinyao, go and organize an interior affairs department, Qinyao. Find and select a few subordinates. You'll be responsible for miscellaneous matters. Yuzhong recognized that Qinyao was more suited to organizational and management duties, and lacked the innate combat capabilities of someone like Ji Qingwu. Furthermore, Qingwu wasn't comfortable with Qinyao participating in dangerous combat. Qinyao would be more valuable to Yuzhong off the battlefield than on it. Qinyao looked at Yuzhong, and asked, Yuzhong, where will you stay? Could it be you aren't going to the Longhai City base? As soon as she spoke, everyone's eyes rested on Yuzhong. This matter was related to all of their futures. They all wanted to hear Yuzhong's reply. Yuzhong boldly stated, I certainly want to go to the Longhai City survivor base and continue exploring it. But before then, I must help settle down the hundreds of people in Always Bright Village. I cannot leave until my work here is done. It had been almost a month since ZH began. Yuzhong still hadn't formed any long-term plans. He wasn't thinking about migrating the Always Bright villagers to Longhai City's survivor base even if they could take care of them. He was more interested in taking his people to search for friends and family. In the face of catastrophic disaster, powerful regimes and powerful organizations are the things everyone relies on. The government is that powerful regime. Qinyao firmly stared at Yuzhong and said, please. Arrange me into the 2nd combat unit. I want to use my ability to battle. With ZH, the world had changed. Talented and powerful people were more likely to survive now. Qinyao had already come to see this reality. In ZH, one could only rely on power. So be it, Yuzhong nodded reluctantly. He respected Qinyao's choice. After all, Qinyao and Ji Qingwu both followed him through the enormous dangers in Lei Jianshi. This left the matter of miscellaneous affairs unattended to, though. Guiyu, who was standing at Yuzhong's side, offered her services. I'll be responsible for the miscellaneous tasks. I can work hard. Guiyu, in this cruel ZH, was determined to get as close to Yuzhong as possible, and to do that she schemed to do everything she could to get into his graces. This opportunity to become responsible for miscellaneous affairs was the first step in her plans. Yuzhong looked at Guiyu a moment, and finally nodded. Good. I'll give you this responsibility. I'll give you 6 outside personnel. Work hard, and do not fail me. You will be a temporary preliminary member. If you work hard, you can promote to an official member. Guiyu's big bright eyes slightly curved, and she smiled sweetly. Yes. Master. Wang Shuang couldn't help but notice Guiyu's beauty and gave her several glances. Lu Wen pursed her mouth and whispered, "Little fox." At Yu Zhong's command, an extremely simple organizational structure appeared in Always Bright Village. But this was only a stopping point, and he had no plans to turn the village into any kind of kingdom. He stayed here only to establish simple order and help the survivors live on and maintain some of their dignity. Returning his thoughts to the matter at hand, Yu Zhong instructed Guiyu to search for people capable of wielding weapons, machinery and vehicle maintenance, remodeling, and blacksmithing. She was to find them and bring them to Yu Zhong. You had become strong enough that dealing with a small-scale zombie group would be no trouble, but a large-scale problem would still require additional firepower. Armaments were still important. Guiyu nodded, "Yes. Let's call it a day," said Yu Zhong. "Everyone return and get some rest." One after another, everyone got up to leave. Yu Zhong returned to the villa and cleaned himself up. Situated comfortably on his bed, he began to look through his storage ring at the spoils he won from the battle with the mutated dogs. He found 2 skill books, 1 blue treasure box and 5 white treasure boxes. Grade 3 skill, Agility Solidification. Passive skill, he read aloud. Learning this skill can increase agility by 10 points permanently. Grade 3 skill, Study of Force Manipulation. Active skill. Using this skill consumes 4 points of spirit power and 4 points of stamina. After using the skill, every 10 seconds, 2 points of stamina and 2 points of spirit power will be consumed. Study of Force gives the ability to control inanimate objects and manipulate them. The amount of weight and size that can be controlled depended on the user's spirit power and physical stamina. Grade 3 Treasure, Fireball Ring. Spirit +6. Available skill, Small Fireball Technique. Can use once every day. Yu Zhong looked at those 3 skill books, and a smear of worry flashed through his eyes. It is a pity I can only learn 3 active skills right now, he thought to himself. Perhaps this force manipulation would be good for Qi Yang. Without hesitation, Yu immediately chose the Agility Solidification skill and learned it. He also equipped the Fireball Ring. After Yu learned the Agility Solidification skill, a new rune appeared in his sea of knowledge. That rune flashed and shot out black rays of light continuously strengthening Yu's body. Editor, Gustav. On the second day, early in the morning, Yu Zhong quickly led a party including Qi Yang, Lu Yan, and Wang Shuang out to the arsenal. Ji Qingwu remained to guard the household this time. When they were in eyeshot of the arsenal, they stopped and got out of their vehicles. Yu Zhong left behind Qi Yang and the men to defend the vehicles while he stealthily made for the arsenal. He spotted the corpses of the 3 mutated dogs and felt relief. If they hadn't been eaten, that meant that there were no other large beasts around. Yu Zhong continued to carefully move forward. He observed the camp from every angle looking for any mutated beasts. When he found none, he continued on towards the camp. Yu Zhong stopped around 100 meters from the entrance. He took the 81 type rifle he was carrying, aimed it at a zombie over 100 meters away, then pulled the trigger. A thunderous gunshot rang out, the zombie's head gained a new bloody hole and collapsed to the ground. After learning the firearms control skill, Yu Zhong was comparable to a veteran soldier who had gone through several years of rigorous training. Attracted by the sound, dozens of zombies wearing military clothes immediately started to wobble towards Yu Zhong from within the camp. Holding the 81 type rifle, Yu Zhong shot and retreated at the same time. One by one the bullets pierced through the bodies of the zombies. Moving targets were much harder to headshot. Yu Zhong fired off 20 bullets, but only 3 were headshots. The remaining bullets all hit the zombies in other places. By studying the firearms control skill, Yu Zhong still hadn't reached the level of hitting continuous headshots. He still needed to continually practice his shooting ability. After being strengthened by the God and Devil system, he grasped several combat skills, but using up mighty and powerful skills consumed a large amount of stamina and spirit. In addition, firearms are plenty powerful. He must master this skill to be able to survive in various situations. It allowed him to kill without expending too much energy. After shooting 20 bullets, Yu Zhong pulled out his imitation Tang sword. He rushed into the zombies like an arrow. He flurried like thunder, beheading the small group of zombies. When the sword flashed, the small group of zombies' heads were sent flying. Filthy blood sprayed everywhere. They were slaughtered by Yu Zhong until there was almost nothing left. Yu Zhong gathered up the 20 or so life coins dropped by the zombies, and he walked with white bones to the military camp. When Yu Zhong had just entered the military camp, a blue-green phantom shot from the side towards him like a laser. Yuzhong was greatly startled, only able to slightly lean his body. The shadow step skill hadn't been able to be used before the phantom had already begun to claw at his heart. Under the claws of the blue-green phantom, Yuzhong's defensive clothing started to change shape, a portion from the place in contact bubbled up in Yuzhong's mental abyss. Clearly the strength of the claw was extremely terrifying. If it weren't for Yuzhong's level 3 defensive clothing, his heart would have been ripped out while still alive. At this time, White Bones, who was standing at Yuzhong's side, ruthlessly chopped his axe through the air towards the blue-green phantom. The blue-green phantom was like a gust of wind, slightly shifting towards the side. After avoiding White Bones' formidable hatchet, it continued to claw at Yuzhong's body. Yuzhong painfully resisted and initiated the skill Shadow Step. His speed finally managed to catch up with the blue-green phantom. His body slightly leaned, his leg fiercely kicked, booming into the phantom's body. The blue-green phantom was immediately sent flying dozens of meters like an artillery shell. Yuzhong finally saw clearly the image of the monster that nearly had his life. Its stature was a little smaller than an ordinary person, it had a layer of blue-green skin, its legs were large and powerful, and its body wasn't rotting anywhere. Its eyes were both filled with blood. Level 30 Type 2, Agility Evolution Infected S2. Possesses ghostly speed. Possesses skill Virus Infection, able to turn living organisms into the infected. Damn, turns out it is a Type 2 zombie. Zombie evolution is so fast, how are humans supposed to stay alive? Yuzhong lowered his voice and scolded. He raised the stinger towards the S2 and fired a shot. As soon as Yuzhong fired, the S2 kicked, speedily flashing to the side. Sounding like thunder, the stinger bullet boomed into a building on the military camp, exploding a fist-sized hole in the wall. The S2's image flashed, zigzagging like lightning bolts towards Yuzhong. The S2's agility was extremely high. Even though Yuzhong's shooting skill was similar to an elite soldier, he was completely unable to hit the opponent. Yuzhong thought of something while looking upon the S2, which was fast like lightning, and he started a defensive technique. White Bones, who was always protecting at Yuzhong's side, changed into a flowing light falling onto Yuzhong's body. It condensed into a bone armor covering his whole body. The middle of the chest armor had a skull, and his elbows and knees extended out with 10-centimeter bone spikes. His most critical area, the head, was also covered by bone. There were only 2 openings for his eyes and a space for breathing. In the blink of an eye, the S2 already appeared behind Yuzhong, a claw stuck onto Yuzhong's head. The astonishing transformation of White Bones counteracted a large majority of the S2's attack. Yuzhong resisted with great difficulty the pain booming from his head, and he fiercely thrusted the thorn from his elbow towards the S2. Yuzhong was only barely a thread slower than the S2 while in the shadow step state, and after learning the agility solidification skill. His elbow spike struck like a clap of thunder into the S2's abdomen. The sharp bone spike penetrated through the S2's body. The S2 felt no pain, and continued to claw at Yuzhong's skull. It slashed 5 or 6 times, creating a scratch on Yuzhong's bone armor. Yuzhong used the spike that was pierced through the S2 and flung it into the ground. Using his foot, he pressed onto the S2's body. No matter how much it struggled, he forcefully held it under his foot. Pulling at the imitation Tang sword at his waist, Yuzhong decapitated the S2. The S2's skull tumbled from its body. A large experience orb flooded into Yuzhong's body. At the same time, the S2's body also released a skill book, a blue treasure box, 2 white treasure boxes, and 400 life coins. You leveled up to 19, please distribute 2 stat points. You leveled up to 20, please distribute 2 stat points and 1 skill point. The sweet level up noise sounded in Yuzhong's mind. Editor, Gustav. Add 4 points to stamina. Yuzhong quickly issued his choice. Yuzhong grasped 5 active skills. To initiate each skill required a large amount of stamina and spirit. Without enough stamina, then there is no way to use several skills at the same time. Use the skill point to power up the skill Summon Special Skeleton. His goal was to max out one skill before moving on to another. He felt like this was a better use of the precious skill points. After Yuzhong selected, an aura within his body submerged into his sea of consciousness, falling on the Summon Special Skeleton rune. The Special Skeleton rune flashed with light, firing out black rays that fell on his core. Information bubbled up from Yuzhong's sea of knowledge. Your Special Skeleton has already started to evolve, and it has obtained a new skill. Bone Control. This augmentation will allow Special Skeleton to freely manipulate its bones, making its attacks become even more bizarre. A maximum range of 200 m. Skill 1, Bone Exploitation Skill's cooldown is reduced to 1 day. Mastered new skill, Feign. Feign allows Special Skeleton to feign a change in its body type into a large creature. Special Skeleton, White Bones, level 15. Power, 34, 10. Agility, 34, 10. Vitality, 34, 10. Stamina, 32 out of 34, 10. Spirit, 34 of 34, 10. Strength, 56, 10. Skill list. Skill 1, Bone Exploitation. Skill 2, Bone Strengthening. Skill 3, Bone Control. Skill 4, Feign. In the combined body state, Yuzhong can also use White Bone's abilities. He initiated a thought, and from his right hand extended a sharp bone spike. Yuzhong initiated another thought, and between his eyebrows a bone spike also extended from his skeletal armor. Yuzhong extended his palm out, and the spike between his eyebrows retreated back into his body. From his palm a slender spike continuously extended outward to 200 meters. Editor's note. A 200-meter-long bone would weigh more than he could hold, and would probably snap under its own weight. After evolving, this skill which was originally used for defense has become absolutely awesome. Yuzhong marveled and continued to manipulate the bones emitting from his core. If two people battled, and a bone emitted from the pit of the stomach, it would be absolutely undefendable. After experimenting with the newly acquired skill for a little bit, Yuzhong gathered his state of mind and collected the treasures on the ground into his storage ring. He then walked into the military camp. The combined body defensive skill time period was only 15 minutes. He must quickly search through the military camp. If there was another S2 hiding, he could only choose to immediately run. Realistically the S2's speed was too fast. Yuzhong was still a thread slower after entering into Shadow Step. If Yuzhong didn't have the combined body defensive skill, he basically didn't dare partake in direct combat. Yuzhong searched through the entire camp, and didn't find another S2 hiding or any other dangers. He then returned to Wang Shuang and the rest and had them drive their vehicles into the camp. They started to search for supplies. Level 4 skill, Rank 2 Agility Solidification. In order to learn this skill, one must first learn Agility Solidification 3 times. After learning this skill, one can permanently increase 40 agility skill points. Level 3 Treasure, High-Speed Leather Boots. 8 Agility. The skill is a good skill, it's a pity I can't learn it right now. After Yuzhong equipped the pair of black high-speed leather boots, he put the Rank 2 Agility Solidification skill book into his storage ring. The remaining 2 white treasure boxes were empty. As Yuzhong was looking through the items he collected, Lu Yan's ran out from the storage room with his face lit up. He yelled to Yuzhong, Brother Yu. Brother Yu. I discovered several weapons. There are so many weapons inside. This time we scored big. Seeing the expression of Lu Yan with his face all lit up, Yuzhong quickly entered the storage room. Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, Type 53 heavy machine gun, Type 67 heavy machine gun, Type 81 assault rifle, Type 79 assault rifle, Type 81 rifle, each type of vintage model gun filled the entire warehouse. Even if there was only one of the types found in the storehouse it would be enough to equip a group of people. Yuzhong's eyes exposed a look of ecstasy as he looked upon the weapon storehouse. We hit it big. This is a huge score. When Tiger was in Always Bright Village, he merely had a couple dozen men. Tiger didn't want to recruit more people because there simply wasn't enough guns and ammunition. Having this weapon storehouse, Yuzhong's subordinates didn't need to worry about a problem with weapons. It didn't matter how old the weapons are, as long as they are usable it's fine. Bullets. Bullets. Yuzhong knew if there weren't any bullets, these weapons were a pile of iron. They would pose no threat to zombies. Over here. Lu Yan excitedly pulled Yuzhong to another side of the storehouse. The other side of the storehouse was filled with neatly arranged ammunition boxes. One of the boxes was already lifted open. Inside was a pile of neatly arranged yellow/orange bullets. Awesome! Yuzhong was excited without end as he looked at all the boxes in the weapons storehouse. A police headquarters couldn't compare to this storehouse. The bullets of this storehouse were enough to make him extremely rich. Yuzhong asked Lu Yan at his side, Are there cannons? Cannons. Artillery is a crux of the battlefield. If a heavy artillery group was organized, zombie groups in the cities would be turned into residue. Lu Yen bitterly smiled, "Brother Yu. There is no artillery. There are some shells and spare cannon parts. I reckon they are spare parts taken from 2 cannons." Yu Zhong couldn't help but feel a little bit of despair when he heard. There is a huge gap between a modern unit with artillery support and one without. This arsenal was really a storage for old weapons that had been phased out. It was responsible for protecting the bullets and weapons that had died out from the People's Liberation Army. It lacked any of China's advanced weapons. But these weapons that were phased out by the People's Liberation Army made Yu Zhong's men extremely excited. Their combat ability could go up another rank thanks to these weapons. The ammunition problem, which was their greatest fear, had been resolved. The presence of the Type 53 and 67 heavy machine guns especially made Yu Zhong's small firepower become much fiercer. The arsenal also had some dismantled cannons. Yu Zhong loaded up the dismantled cannons and took them back to Always Bright Village. Editor, Niku. A cart of ammunition entered Always Bright Village. A few sharp-eyed villages, upon seeing various firearms within the cart, began to secretly discuss it. A survivor quietly said, "You know what? Brother, you got some ammunition. There are quite a few carts." The other survivor did not believe him, saying, "Really? Ammunition? For real?" The first survivor solemnly swore, "How can it not be true? I saw it with my own eyes." A survivor responded, "They did not want to recruit people." After those survivors commented, they quickly moved towards the town square. A bunch of hiring jobs were available there. In that time, De Gozi, along with 2 guards, went to the town square to set up a stall. De Gozi looked around, enjoying the scene of survivors that are begging for attention. He heard, "Hiring. Hire me. Hire me. I can do anything. Hire me. Give me a gun, I am willing to go find supplies with you." De Gozi's bellows, and the survivors in town square immediately swarmed near, calling out to him. They want to live on, they want to have food to eat. These survivors have been hungry for so long, and to eat, they are willing to anything. De Gozi reminisces to a time when there were the white-collars workers, the elites, and he couldn't be compared to those people. He knitted his brow and loudly bellowed, "Get in line. Line up and come one at a time. Write your name, land of origin, and any abilities. If you don't line up or cut into the line, we don't want you." After being shouted at by De Gozi, those survivors began to earnestly line up into a queue and wrote their name, land of origin and skills on the report for De Gozi. Very easily, Yu Zhong was able to recruit 60 men, and assign them to various positions. If Yu Zhong wanted to, they would be able to recruit 100 men with no problems. As long as there is grain, he could casually pick any of the hundreds of villagers of Always Bright Village. Of the 60 people recruited, 50 were men. They were assigned to different fighting squads. The other 10 women were assigned to be Guiyu and Li Mani's subordinates. Li Mani was chosen by Guiyu to be her assistant. She once worked with a student association, so she has experience in organizing staff for work. After going through so much, Lil Mani also began to mature. She wants to become a useful person through hard work. She doesn't want to be abandoned by anyone anymore. "What is your name?" Within a villa in the Always Bright Village, Yu Zhong looks at a medium-built body, with a yellow complexion, approximately 27 to 28 years old youth. "Brother Yu, my name is Chindelay. I used to be a car mechanic." The youth's complexion turned yellow as he looked at Yu Zhong. The ruler of Always Bright Village used to be Tiger. However, he would kill people if they just said something that opposed him, but after facing the wrath of Yu Zhong, he did not dare be reckless. This Chindelay that Guiyu recruited is what Yu Zhong needed, a mechanic. Like a blacksmith, a man with complex talents are hard to find in Always Bright Village. Yu Zhong asks, "What kind of vehicles can you fix? Can you fix large trucks?" Chindelay quotes a string of car names. "I can fix Hummers, Jeeps, BMWs. Volkswagen. I should be able to do trucks as well." After he finished, Chindelay carefully adds, "But if you want me to fix a car now, I can't solve big problems. Because I don't have any mechanics equipment." After a silence, Yu Zhong asks, "If I give you the blueprints and parts, can you construct a turret?" Chindelay was shocked by Yu Zhong's request. He shook his head again and again. "No. I have never touched that before. I do not know how to make that." Yu Zhong eyed Chindelay, then said, "Heh. You are qualified. You are now temporarily part of the non-essential personnel. After I find the tools for you to fix cars and you have proven your ability, I will promote to be part of the preparation team. If you do well, I will promote you to the official team." Now you go ahead. In the fastest time, get a copy of the plan for the modified Dong Feng truck and give it to me. After Chendelei left, Yu Zhong laid on the sofa and closed his eyes. During this time, Ji Qin Wu and Qi Yang led expeditions for supplies. As long as they don't run into S2-type mutated undeads, they should have enough strength to deal with a small group of undead. Wang Xuan, Xiao Ming and Lu Yang was responsible for security, guarding, and shooting. These three groups didn't have the strength to keep holding the line, dealing with the zombie swarms is too exhausting. Their shooting technique is not good, so they still need more practice. Grain. There is still not enough grain. Yu Zhong closed his eyes, grain is always in his head. Now what always Bright Village lacks the most is grain. If the seeds that are sowed do not germinate, there is little grain to eat, even after eating less, Yu Zhong has barely enough to feed his subordinates. Moreover, some porridge is sent to the survivors of the village, so they would not starve to death. It was at this time, along with the fragrant breeze, a pair of small, soft hands were resting on Yu Zhong's shoulders, giving him a massage. Guo Yu, with a gentle voice, by Yu Zhong's ear, asks, "Master, what troubles you, can you confide in me? Telling someone your troubles will reduce your stress. If you can, let me share in your troubles with you." Yu Zhong opened his eyes to see the childlike manner of the beautiful face of Guo Yu sitting by his side massaging his shoulders. Yu Zhong extended his arms, and Guo Yu went into his bosom, the girl's fragrance entered his nose, in addition to the girl in his bosom, he was filled with the fiery passion, dispelling the worries of his heart. This cute lowly that tiger gave him is smart and obedient, in addition to an demanding manner, it caused Yu Zhong to really like her. Yu Zhong hugs Guo Yu, closing his eyes, slowly saying, "Grain. Grain shortage. The seeds that are sown don't germinate. If we don't find a large grain supply, with the supply in this village, even if hundreds of people skimp, we can barely make it through a year. Being a leader is not easy, being a competent leader is even harder." Once he thought about the future of the hundreds of people in the village, Yu Zhong's head ached. Guo Yu suggested to Yu Zhong, "Master, if the seeds that were sown do not germinate, can we not try fishing? I remember near Always Bright Village, there is a river that connects to the Leijiang Lake. If we can fish, won't this relieve the pressure on the lack of grain?" Yu Zhong casually said, "There's formidable mutated beasts there that can eat people. We don't have any way to fish there." Yu Zhong looked distracted as soon as the words left his mouth. Then he hugged Guo Yu and gave her 2 kisses on her cute little face. "Thank you. Little Yu, you've inspired me. There's mutated beasts guarding the area. I only need to clear them out." Yu Zhong didn't plan to stay long in Always Bright Village. He didn't think twice about it when De Guzi said the brook had mutated beasts. Yu Zhong constantly thought of a way to obtain more food after becoming the boss, but he had unconsciously formed the small brook into a forbidden area in his mind. Yu Zhong released Guo Yu from his arms and strode outside. After Yu Zhong left, Guo Yu rubbed the places Yu Zhong kissed and revealed a thin smile. She wanted to cram her image into Yu Zhong's mind step by step. "It's there." De Guzi pointed far away at the small brook and said to Yu Zhong. He had led Yu Zhong and several others to the small brook. Yu Zhong stood on high ground, looked over at the area, and studied its terrain. The small brook was about 20 meters wide, and groups of small fish were swimming about on the surface of the water. Every so often a large fish rolled out onto the surface, and created large round ripples. There didn't seem to be anything abnormal from far away. A person wouldn't think this small brook was hiding pythons capable of eating people. "Bring it here." Yu Zhong held out his hand towards De Guzi. De Guzi passed Yu Zhong a lively chicken attached to a cord. Yu Zhong carefully snuck forward until he was about 20 meters away from the brook. He severed the chicken's neck using an imitation tang sword. A stream of blood flowed out from its neck while the chicken continued struggling in Yu Zhong's hands. Yu Zhong looked over and tossed the lively chicken into the brook. The chicken continued to wiggle, causing the surrounding water to turn red. The chicken struggled for a moment, and then Yu Zhong started to pull on the cord. Slow and steady he pulled the chicken to the side of the brook. As soon as the chicken was pulled to the side, the extremely tranquil water started to roll about. Suddenly a wave rushed forward toward the chicken like an arrow shot from a bow. Yu Zhong focused, and quickly gave the chicken a pull. The chicken flew up onto the shore. A huge yellow-scaled snake head splashed out from the water. Its mouth was stretched open wide, large enough to swallow a person whole. The python had exploded forth, stretching its mouth towards the chicken. Yu Zhong pulled the chicken bait and sent it flying towards his direction. The huge yellow-scaled python also swam forth from the water. The huge writhing snake started to swim towards Yuzhong. Level 33 Mutated River Snake, a mutated snake with ultra-powerful defense. Its strength can crush an elephant. It can easily turn a vehicle into a scrap of iron. Yuzhong looked at the information of the mutated river snake and gasped a breath of cold air. This was a level 33 mutated animal after all. He didn't know if he could handle it. This wasn't an easy decision. The body was over 20 meters, and it was still extremely fast on land. It was barely 3 notches slower than AS2. In the blink of an eye an attack appeared in front of Yuzhong. Yuzhong tossed the cord and grabbed the Type 79 assault rifle with his right hand. He pointed it at the mutated river snake and spread a burst of fire. Concentrated bullet fire hit the body of the enormous mutated river snake. The bullets rumbled into the scales making little indents, and then powerlessly fell onto the ground. The bullets can't break through. This mutated river snake is too ferocious. Yuzhong's eyes flashed with fright. This is the first time he'd seen a beast who couldn't be wounded by bullets. The mini-boss hunter, and the S2 which was mobile like the wind both couldn't block gunfire. But this mutated river snake's scale armor could block bullets, and it made his heart set off bursts of terror. Although the bullets couldn't penetrate the snake's armor, they could still inflict endless pain. Its eyes flashed with a fierce light, and it stretched open its mouth. The mouth carried a stinky fish smell and it went to bite towards Yuzhong. Yuzhong's eyes flashed with rays of light as he initiated the skill shadow step. He quickly took a step to the left, and just dodged the snake bite in the nick of time. While dodging, Yuzhong extracted the imitation Tang sword from his waist, and ruthlessly chopped at the river snake's head. There were strange thin scales on the mutated river snake's scale armor that secreted a type of bizarre liquid. When Yuzhong slashed at the snake his sword slightly slid along the scales, and only left a white scratch. The scale armor didn't even break. Yuzhong's sword wasn't able to inflict heavy damage. Instead, it only infuriated the mutated river snake. The snake fiercely flung its head towards Yuzhong like a small car. The speed of the snake wasn't slow and its bulk was enormous. Yuzhong had no way to avoid it even in shadow step. Yuzhong's mind was quick to action, and he started the combined body defensive skill. White bones turned into a stream of flowing light that covered Yuzhong's exterior, and then condensed into the astonishingly powerful defensive armor. Then he placed his hands out front to block. The mutated river snake ruthlessly struck onto Yuzhong's hands. Yuzhong was suddenly hit like a bus. His chest tightened up, and his mouth filled with blood. Yuzhong's whole body was sent flying. The mutated river snake quickly writhed towards Yuzhong chasing after him. It opened up its jaws, and bit towards Yuzhong while he was in midair. Expecting the attack, Yuzhong acted. He extended out 2 bone spikes into the ground behind him, shifted his body in the air, and avoided certain death from the river snake's bite. But the 2 spikes were still struck and cracked by the river snake, and Yuzhong flopped out of the air. As Yuzhong was falling, he immediately turned toward the river snake and pointed his finger. A magical fireball appeared from his ring. The small fireball spell flew out, quickly booming onto the mutated river snake's skull. The explosion was deafening. The fireball struck the snake's head and scorched one of its eyes. It writhed in pain, but one small fireball wasn't able to snatch away its life. Yuzhong's image flashed like a ghost in front of the snake. A bone spike shot out from behind and propelled Yuzhong in the air towards the river snake's head. He pulled out the stinger and fired a series of 6 bullets at its brain. The 6 bullets pierced through the river snake's scale armor, cracking it apart one by one, and then they sank into its brain. Bloody fist-sized holes appeared on its skull. That mutated snake's head exploded with 6 large holes, and its massive body writhed madly, finally powerlessly flopping to the ground. Yuzhong retreated several steps backwards. He extended out a hand, and a sharp bone spike shot out. The spike entered into one of the 6 bullet holes and scrambled up the mutated river snake's brain. A large experience orb finally flew out of the mutated river snake's body, and sank into Yuzhong. In his sea of knowledge he once again heard the sweet level up noise. Congratulations, you've leveled up to 21. You've received 2 stat points. Congratulations, you've leveled up to 22. You've received 2 stat points. Distribute everything to stamina. After making his choice, he felt the splitting pain in his 2 arms. Looking at the mutated river snake, he bitterly smiled, and thought to himself. What an extreme mutant. It's a good thing I increased my strength, otherwise my bones would have been fractured just now. When he was hit by the river snake, it carried an extremely unruly power that invokes fear. Even though Yu Zhong's bone armor and defensive clothing absorbed most of the power, the remaining force still rammed into Yu Zhong's two arms, nearly fracturing them both. If it weren't for these two things along with leveling up, his whole body would have been crushed to death by the mutated river snake. A skill book and 200 life coins came out of the mutated river snake's body. Yu Zhong walked over and picked up the items. A strand of information appeared in his mind: Level 3 skill book, Perceive Danger. Passive skill. Learning this skill will greatly increase your ability to preemptively sense danger. Your ability to perceive danger is dependent on your level of spirit. Yu Zhong's mind activated, the perceive danger skill sunk into his sea of consciousness, and a circular mist condensed into a rune. Yu Zhong yelled over to Deguzi, "Come over. Grab the snake and bring it back." "Yes, brother Yu. Everyone follow me. Let's grab it and bring it back to the vehicle." Deguzi excitedly yelled towards his team members. Together with Deguzi, 7 other people and White Bones, they carried the 20-meter-long mutated river snake back to the vehicle. "What is that? What is that thing?" The vehicle carrying the river snake arrived at the town square, immediately causing a sensation. The always bright villagers stared at the mutated river snake, their eyes filling with amazement. This is the first time several of them had seen a mutated beast. Yu Zhong got out of the vehicle and saw Guiyu walking towards him. Yu Zhong directly said to Guiyu, "Go find several tailors. I want to use the snake's skin to make clothing." Guiyu stared at the 20-meter-long snake. Her eyes flashed with amazement. She nodded her head and said, "Master, I know. Right, this monster is a mutated beast. What do you plan on doing with the meat?" Yu Zhong's eyes focused. Staring at Guiyu, he lowly said, "What is your idea?" Guiyu used her 2 big beautiful eyes and looked at Yu Zhong saying, "I think you should find some people to taste the meat. First see if there are any harmful reactions. If there isn't any danger, then from today on we have another food source. These mutated beasts aren't like the wild animals without human intelligence. Their bodies could also take several shots and still be lively." Yu Zhong was always looking for food during Z-Age, but he had subconsciously rejected the mutated beast meat. This was because he didn't know what the after effects of eating it would be. Yu Zhong looked at the beautiful and cute Guiyu. He patted her head saying, "I know. I'll have you arrange it. Find 10 volunteers to come eat. Every volunteer will be rewarded 5 kilograms of rice. Furthermore, if the meat doesn't have any poison, reward them with 5 kilograms of snake meat. If this experiment is successful, then tonight you can come to the table." Receiving Yu Zhong's praise, Guiyu suddenly felt a burst of elation. A surge of pure joy burst out from her heart, revealing a sweet smile. "Thank you, master." These past few days, Guiyu always served on Yu Zhong as he ate, and then she would finally eat her food after. Eating together with Guiyu represented Yu Zhong's recognition of her status and position. She was no longer a present that Tiger gifted Yu Zhong, furthermore she was able to have a little bit of self-dignity. This is a result of her hard work and intelligence, and this aspect made her especially happy. Before Z-Age, Guiyu's father gifted her Louis Vuitton bags worth 100,000 to make her happy. That blossoming smile of Guiyu was extremely beautiful, pure, and sexy. Looking at her, Yu Zhong felt a little moved in his heart. This little girl is truly lovely. Yu Zhong entered into Zhang Xiang's villa. Dozens of people had taken the mutated river snake's corpse and transported it inside. Yu Zhong waved his hands and ordered the dozens of subordinates to leave. He sized up the enormous 20-meter-long snake. Yu Zhong grabbed his imitation Tang sword and chopped at the mutated river snake's body. Even though the imitation Tang sword was wielded by Yu Zhong, who had leveled with enormous strength, just as before there was no way to break through the snake's skin. How formidable! Yu Zhong's eyes flashed with an intense heat. If this snake's skin was made into armor, his defensive power would increase to a new level. Yu Zhong started to chant, launching his skill Devil Flame. A brilliant heat energy bubbled forth from the inside of his body. He focused, and the brilliant heat energy condensed on his finger and burst out. 5 burning flames jumped from his finger. Yu Zhong extended his finger towards the crown of the snake's head. The cauterizing heat immediately started to combust the snake's scale armor. Yu Zhong pierced his finger into the mutated river snake's scale armor. He pulled with his finger inside the snake's body, using the flame to rip a long opening. Yu Zhong used his devil flame skill to smoothly cut open the river snake's skin into two halves, revealing the meat inside. First remove gallbladder. Yu Zhong looked at the 20-meter-long snake. Using his imitation tang sword he cut open the gallbladder. Inside, there was a small red glass bead had crystallized. Yu Zhong grabbed up the small red bead into his hand. He looked at the small red bead, and he suddenly had a desire to eat it. He involuntarily took the small red bead and tossed it into his mouth, swallowing it down. As soon as the bead entered into Yu Zhong's stomach, heat immediately started to spread in his body. The bead started to continuously change and strengthen him. The intense heat surged in Yu Zhong's body, continuously rolling and twisting, making his body boil for a long time. After a large sweat it finally rested. You have received 8 vitality and 2 strength. A sweet notification sounded in Yu Zhong's mind. This type of thing can be eaten to get stronger. Did the mutated beasts I killed before have this type of thing inside? Hearing the sweet notification noise, Yu Zhong burst with happiness. With even more energy he cut up the mutant snakes into piece after piece, seeking little red beads. But, he couldn't find anything no matter where he searched in the mutant snake's body. Cleaning his hands, Yu Zhong called over to Guzi and said to him, "Go find some people, grab the several mutated beast corpses from the weapons arsenal and bring them to me." The Guzi asked a little curious, "Why transport them?" Yu Zhong said, "If the mutated snake's meat is edible, then they are also edible." The Guzi clapped his hands and flattered, "Brother you sure are far-sighted. Your knowledge and experience is outstanding. I want this done immediately." The Guzi looked at Yu Zhong and his eyebrows slightly wrinkled. The Guzi immediately gave a command, and lead several people out. After sending out the Guzi, Yu Zhong went out to the Always Bright Village shooting range. A simple shooting range was established in Always Bright Village. Every day Yu Zhong and Qi Yang went out to the range to do target practice. Those few team members who had never been on official missions before also went out to the shooting range. Ping! 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 Yu Zhong held an 81 type rifle and fired 6 bullets at a target 100 m away. The 6 bullets hit the target, and a few hit the bullseye. This firearms control skill is really practical. The hit rate is amazing. Before I was just a beginner with guns, and overnight my skill is able to become this powerful. Yu Zhong looked at the faraway target, his mind quietly thinking. Yu Zhong set down the Type 81 rifle. At his side Guiyu had been standing there for an unknown amount of time and handed him a bottle of water. Yu Zhong had a drink and said to Guiyu, "How did the thing go?" Guiyu tilted her head and said, "The test eaters and tailors have already been found. But the snake skin is very difficult to handle. A kitchen knife basically can't cut through the skin." "I know. Let's go." Yu Zhong set the gun down, then he and Guiyu went together to Zhang Xiang's villa. 4 women and 8 men were standing in Zhang Xiang's villa at that time. Seeing Yu Zhong enter, they all respectfully saluted and yelled, "Brother Yu. This person is Zhu Di, the Leijiang City chief clothing designer for the store SFM." Guiyu pointed at a beautiful woman with snow-white skin that was wearing a white blouse and jeans, introducing her to Yu Zhong. "I'm guessing SFM is another high-fashion name. The author used LV last time for Louis Vuitton." Yu Zhong took a look at Zhu Di, discovering this was one of the beautiful women seized by Zhang Xiang. Zhu Di looked at Yu Zhong and carefully said, "Hello. Brother Yu. I am Zhu Di. May I ask what kind of clothes you want? Do you want a sleeveless shirt or something like a t-shirt?" Before ZH Zhu Di was also a proud and arrogant successful woman. But after ZH she landed in Zhang Xiang's hands. After experiencing ZH's cruelty, she also started to become cautious, not daring to offend people of higher status. Yu Zhong said to Zhu Di, "A set of clothes that can cover the whole body and long pants. Will something like this do?" Zhu Di grabbed a pen and paper, drew up a sketch, and held it up to Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong said to Zhu Di while pointing at Guiyu, "We'll do it like that. First make one set for me and one for Guiyu. First draw a line, and then I'll deal with the cutting." Zhu Di glanced at Guiyu a little enviously, then respectfully said, "Yes. Brother Yu." Zhu Di already experienced the cruel ZH baptism. She clearly understood this material's rarity and value. Yu Zhong wished to this kind of clothing for Guiyu. It was equivalent to another layer of protection. In times of need it could save a person's life. Guiyu understood Yu Zhong's words, and her heart became happy. Looking at Yu Zhong her eyes flashed a touch of softness. Zhu Di grabbed measuring tape to measure Yuzhong and Guiyu, then she started to draw on the enormous snake's skin. In addition, those 8 men over on the side were scared out of their minds as they ate the mutated river snake meat. These men had been ordered locked up by Yuzhong. Yuzhong held an imitation Tang sword and stood in front of the 8 men. As soon as these men started to mutate, he would strike out and behead them. Those 8 men looked at the imitation Tang sword in the hands of Yuzhong standing before them. Their hearts were full of pressure. They were extremely afraid they would mutate, and then be beheaded by Yuzhong. The longest time period that the God and Devil World virus could lay dormant was less than an hour. After Yuzhong, Qi Yang, and Ji Qingwu took shifts watching over the 8 men for 24 hours, they didn't discover any abnormalities. Yuzhong finally decided the mutated beast meat was edible. You all may leave. After the observation period had reached 24 hours. Yuzhong made people give the 8 men the promised rewards. Waving his hand, he made them leave. Thank you, brother Yu. Among the 8 men, 7 grabbed their 5 kilograms of rice and 5 kilograms of snake meat, and they cheerfully left. That much food was enough to eat for a dozen days. Furthermore, as long as they were willing to accept food, playing with several women wouldn't be a problem. Yuzhong stared at the somewhat thin 24-year-old man and said with wrinkled brows, "Why haven't you left? I've given you the promised rewards. You won't receive more." The thin young man kneeled in front of Yuzhong and shouted, "Brother Yu. I'm named Lin Jun. Let me follow you. I don't need to take these rewards. Please make me your subordinate. Let me follow you into battle under your command." Yuzhong stared at Lin Jun and plainly said, "If you want to follow me into battle, go apply with each squad captain. Given that you are begging me to accept you, after today, you will start as an outside member." Lin Jun smiled saying, "I'll apply. But they didn't accept me. They said I didn't meet the requirements. I'm too short and small, and I don't have any strength." Yuzhong's food supply was limited, and the recruiting of subordinates was limited. Naturally, the combat units wanted to find strong team members. Small people without any strength, naturally wouldn't be considered. Furthermore, it was extremely easy to recruit among the survivors. The majority all rushed to apply, wishing to be under Yuzhong's influence. After all, using guns to kill zombies wasn't too scary. If they had to use steel weapons to fight, the morale would greatly decline. Yuzhong stared at Lin Jun, getting right to the point. He asked, "Tell me what abilities you have." Lin Jun didn't hesitate. "I was a locksmith before ZH. I can open up any lock-in under a mayut. I thought my abilities would be useful to you." Yuzhong plainly said, "Whatever is locked can be opened." What big words. Can you open up an iris scan lock? Lin Jun became a little embarrassed and said, "No. I can only open up a few ordinary locks. For example, security doors, hotel doors, and ordinary civilian use locks." Yuzhong's sight focused on Lin Jun. "All right. I'll accept you. You'll first start as an outside personnel. But are you clear on our rules?" Lin Jun excitedly said, "Clear. I know all the rules very clearly. Right now the world already started to change. If one can follow a formidable power, then it is very unlikely to starve to death. Being an outside personnel for Yuzhong's formidable party, it is already the desire of everyone in Always Bright Village." Yuzhong searched over the mutated dog and cat corpses, but he couldn't find a glass bead. It made him a little disappointed. After deciding mutated beasts can be eaten, Yuzhong distributed the snake and dog meat. Even the other Always Bright Villager survivors would receive a bowl of meat soup. Everyone was in high spirits like it was a festival. After Yuzhong recovered, he again used a chicken as bait, trying to catch another mutated snake. After several days, every inch of the brook had been tested. But there wasn't the slightest sign of another one. Yuzhong organized a group of people to start fishing in the brook after he confirmed there weren't any mutated river snakes. Fish were extremely abundant in the small brook. A net was set up catching a dozen kg of fish. "Tomorrow I want to go to the gathering at Longhai City. Who among you wants to come with me?" After dinner, Yuzhong gathered all of the Leijiang City survivors. Most of the survivors rescued from Leijiang City weren't his subordinates, and they hadn't entered his system. Those people rescued by Yuzhong from Leijiang City put more hope in the survivor camp organization at Longhai City Hall instead of Yuzhong. They weren't in his system, so he couldn't force them to do anything. "I want to go. I'll go." As soon as Yuzhong's words came out, immediately there was a burst of replies. Nearly everyone shouted replies. Yu Zhong looked in those people's eyes, turning to Qi Yang he said, Qi Yang, you stay here and take charge. I don't trust other people. Qi Yang's temper is steady, and his strength is also powerful. He is one of Yu Zhong's best friends. If Qi Yang takes over Always Bright Village, then Yu Zhong can be at ease leaving Always Bright Village. Otherwise, as soon as Yu Zhong leaves, Always Bright Village could once again return to chaos. Although Yu Zhong's vision wasn't to occupy Always Bright Village, it was still hundreds of people. Once chaos resumes, it is unknown how many talented people can be recovered. Yes, Qi Yang looked at Yu Zhong, nodding his head. You all want to come with me to Longhai City base, then no problem. In the past I promised to bring you there. But there is one matter I must declare beforehand. Once we get to Longhai City, your safety and food responsibilities will all be shifted over to the Longhai City government. Is there a problem with that? Yu Zhong's eyes swept across the room. The majority of survivors didn't have any abilities, equivalent to burdens. They wanted to go, and Yu Zhong was happy to lighten the load. If Yu Zhong could deliver them into the hands of Longhai City government, then his burden would become much lighter. Those women hesitated after hearing Yu Zhong's words. They had already seen an aspect of ZH's cruelty in Always Bright Village. They didn't know what the survivor camp in Longhai City would be like. If Yu Zhong didn't look over them, they didn't know what the future would change into. As those women were thinking, Zhang Xian suddenly said, I want to stay. Yu Zhong, I want to stay here and help you clean. Can I? Yu Zhong looked at baby-faced cute Zhang Xian, slightly smiling he said, of course you can. I will make you a preliminary team member if you wish to stay. Zhang Xian looked at Qi Yang, in a firm tone she said, I also want to stay. Wang Qian glared at Zhang Xian, and snapped, I also want to stay. Yu Zhong looked at the speechless Qi Yang. With a soft smile he said, you two will also be preliminary team members. Yuaning looked at Zhang Xian, looked at Yu Zhong, and then earnestly said, I also want to stay. I also want to stay, said Zhang Xian. Contrary to Yu Zhong's expectations, she also decided to stay. Apart from these 5 women, everyone else remained silent. Yu Zhong looked at everyone and plainly said, since this is the case, everyone pack tonight. We are leaving tomorrow. Not long after everyone scattered, Yu Zhong and Lu Wen got comfortable and bathed each other like a happy little couple. After the passion, Yu Zhong hugged Lu Wen and Gui Yu and leaned against the bathhouse wall. Lu Wen lay in Yu Zhong's chest. She tightly held onto Yu Zhong's arm and threw a tantrum, Brother Yu Zhong, how about I go with you to Longhai City? To be apart from you for so long is unbearable. Yu Zhong affectionately looked at the cute Lu Wen in his arms. He gave her a kiss and said, then what will happen here? This is our base. You are the boss's woman, could it be you don't want to take over this place, and hold on to our base? Lu Wen hugged on to Yu Zhong's arm, using her plump little chest she pushed up against him, Qi Yang is here not you. Bring me with you. Yes or no? Yu Zhong felt Lu Wen's soft and smooth skin, and his heart was moved. Stroking her cute little head he lovingly said, okay. 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 Brother is the best, Lu Wen burst with praise, and she kissed Yu Zhong's face 2 times. Gui Yu also grabbed onto Yu Zhong's arm. Using her 2 big beautiful eyes she stared into Yu Zhong, Master, can I go with you? I can help you with all of the miscellaneous errands. Yes. Yu Zhong looked at that beautiful temptress that was like a china doll. He bent down and softly kissed her forehead. These days Gui Yu continually handled various work. She squared away whatever Yu Zhong commanded. Yu Zhong's everyday life affairs were taken care of by Gui Yu. He was a little linked to this cute Lolita. Hearing Yu Zhong's approval, Gui Yu revealed a sweet smile. On the highway to Longhai City, 2 Dongfeng trucks, 2 jeeps, and a Hummer formed a small motorcade, and sped along the road. Save me! Save me! Suddenly, 8 men, dressed up in wide variety of clothes, rushed out from a side road. They were carrying various old model rifles and handguns. Behind them, 2 S1s closely pursued them like the wind without abandon. In the midst of the intense cry for help, a man lagging behind was clawed by an S1. A huge claw slash immediately appeared on his shoulder. His face turned pale. Using his full strength to break free from the S1, he madly rushed forward again. Yu Zhong gave a command to Wang Shuang who was driving the car, stop the vehicle. Kill them. Wang Shuang immediately stepped on the brakes and stopped the Hummer. The following vehicles stopped quickly behind them. 12 men carrying Type 79 assault rifles jumped down from the vehicles. Glaring like tigers, they pointed their guns at the 8 men carrying the various types of old weapons. Deguzi commanded to the 8 fugitive men, "Drop the weapons. Then crouch down. Otherwise we will open fire." Yu Zhong's protocol when encountering armed personnel was to first make them give up their weapons, then he will assist. Otherwise letting other parties join his ranks was too dangerous. Seeing Yu Zhong's side carrying Type 79 assault rifles, the 8 men's eyes flashed with fear. They immediately threw their guns to the side, and they rushed into Yu Zhong's ranks, loudly yelling, "Don't shoot. Please save us." Compared to the monster S1, being in the ranks of men felt much more safe. Yu Zhong got out of the vehicle. Holding an imitation Tang sword, his image flashed, appearing up and down in front of the 2 S1. The sword flashed across, and their heads were easily sent flying. The 2 headless S1 corpse fell to the ground. They burst forth with 20 life coins and a white box. How severe! The 8 survivors saw Yu Zhong easily behead them. The S1 who existed in the heavens was brought down to earth so easily, and their eyes flashed with fear. Yu Zhong tossed the white box and life coins into a backpack. He asked to the 8 men before him, "Who are you all?" Although Yu Zhong had the storage ring, he still carried the backpack before others to deceive the public. The storage ring is a level 6 treasure. If other people knew, inevitably they would be jealous and cause unneeded trouble. Like a thug, Deguzi fiercely said to the survivors, "This is our captain, you. You asked you something, why haven't you quickly answered? If you aren't honest, I'll execute you." A young man with the stature of a leader quickly said, "We are a Long Hai City survivor camp group searching for supplies. I am named Wang Hai. I am this small group's team lead. Thank you for rescuing us." Yu Zhong stared and said in a low voice at Wang Hai, "Wang Hai. I want to know the present situation of the Long Hai City survivor camp. Tell me everything you know. I only want to know information on Long Hai City. I'll give you your guns and people. But if I discover you cheated me, it will be your doom." "Yes." Wang Hai's heart shivered in fear, then he told Yu Zhong everything he knew about the Long Hai City survivor camp. The day ZH started, Long Hai also heard the sound claiming to be the hand of God. The majority of people became zombies. The Long Hai City survivor group also had 7 people become infected and turn into zombies. But fortunately, Long Hai City had troops stationed nearby. Their unit also had a large majority become infected and turn into zombies, and the unit's established organizational structure disappeared. But there was a portion of troops under the command of a battalion commander named Lei Cheng that used modern firepower to clear out all of the zombies, recovering the military camp. The remaining Long Hai City's leadership was brought under the command of the Long Hai City's mayor, Chen Jianfeng. The remaining armed police were converged into Lei Cheng's army unit. After converging, Chen Jianfeng immediately organized manpower to attack the less populated district of Qinyuan County in Long Hai City. Those mutants had just started, they were zombies that had yet to evolve. They didn't stand a chance facing a modern organized army. After 2 days of fighting, the zombies of Qinyuan County were purged. Chen Jianfeng used Qinyuan County to establish the Long Hai City survivor camp, gathering together various survivors. This is everything I know. Right now Qinyuan County has nearly 4,000 survivors. Every day, scattered runaway groups and survivors enter the Long Hai City survivor base. Wang Hai looked at Yu Zhong, carefully asking, "May I ask, are you an evolver, Captain Yu?" Yu Zhong curiously asked, "How many evolvers does the Long Hai City camp have?" Wang Hai responded, "Dozens of people. In this world, there are people who weren't short of luck and power." Yu Zhong also didn't believe he was the only evolver. But upon hearing dozens of evolvers exist, it made him feel a little pressure. Wang Hai asked, "Captain Yu, do you want to enter Long Hai City survivor camp?" Yu Zhong said, "Correct." Wang Hai explained to Yu Zhong, at present, the base established a new policy. People who enter the base must hand over all the goods they've gotten from the God and Devil world system. The base will also confiscate your weapons and ammunition. You should be a little careful. They also have these things. Yu Zhong's brows wrinkled. He commanded to Deguzi, "Grab 5 kilograms of rice and give it to Wang Hai." Deguzi nodded, he quickly gave Wang Hai 5 kilograms of rice from the Dongfeng truck. "Captain Yu gives you this." "Thank you Captain Yu." "Thank you Captain Yu." Wang Hai carried a box of instant noodles, immediately he smiled. This time when he brought out the group, there were a lot of losses, but he now had 5 kilograms of rice. That much could be considered a harvest. Food wasn't abundant in Longhai City survivor base. Why do you want to tie me up? Why? Just then, a man's panicked cry sounded. Yu Zhong's voice smoothly looked over. He saw that one of Wang Hai's men had been tightly bound up. Wang Shuang stood over him holding an imitation tang sword. This was the man who had the claw mark on his shoulder. Wait a moment. Wang Hai shouted out. Then he walked over in front of the man who had been clawed by the S1. He sighed and said, "Old Li, as someone who has been infected, there is no hope. Do you have any last words?" Looking at Wang Hai, Lao Li was extremely moved, and his eyes became red. He said a little sadly, "Captain Wang. My death doesn't matter. But what about my wife and son?" Wang Hai slowly said, "These two, we will help you take care of them. You can rest easy." Wang Hai's remaining men saw this scene. Their hearts became burdened. Old Li is an honest man, and he is very popular in the group. No one wanted to see him die, but those infected will certainly die. This is law. Even those evolvers who are strengthened by the God and Devil world system will turn into zombies when infected. This virus is truly terrifying. Old Li closed his eyes. "Come. Give me happiness." Wang Hai looked at Yu Zhong and said, "Captain Yu, can you let us resolve this ourselves?" Yu Zhong nodded, and Wang Shuang put away the imitation tang sword. Wang Hai pointed his gun at Old Li's brain and said, "Old Li, go well." Pang. A gunshot, Old Li's head received a bloody hole, and then he collapsed to the ground. The Guzi came over to Yu Zhong's side and asked, "Captain Yu, what do we do now? Are we still going to the Longhai City survivor camp? If Yu Zhong's group gets their items confiscated by Longhai City base, then they will get trampled on like tigers who have their teeth pulled out." The Guzi somewhat gave up, wanting to return to Always Bright Village. Yu Zhong simply said, "We continue." Yu Zhong came before Wang Hai and plainly said, "Wang Hai, you and your men may leave." "Thank you, Captain Yu. Thank you, Captain Yu. When you arrive at Longhai City base, find me. I will certainly treat you." Wang Hai repeatedly yelled overjoyed. Finished speaking, Wang Hai was afraid Yu Zhong would go back on his word. He took his 6 men and quickly left the area. Compared to ever-evolving zombies, ordinary people are easier to deal with. Because of this, several people started hunting fellow human beings, and they started snatching supplies. There are very few people like Yu Zhong who would rescue them, and then not take the firearms they rely on to survive. "Lin Jun. Come over here." Yu Zhong pondered a moment, and called over to the team member at his side. Lin Jun arrived at Yu Zhong's and asked a little bit excitedly, "Captain Yu, what are your orders?" Lin Jun didn't have many experiences at the side of Yu Zhong. He really wanted to display his worth. Yu Zhong stared at Lin Jun and asked, "You are familiar with the area around Longhai City? Do you know of a place we can hide our supplies?" Lin Jun's hometown is indeed a small county near Longhai City. He was relatively familiar with the area. This is one of the reasons Yu Zhong brought him along. He needed someone familiar with the area as a guide. Lin Jun knitted his brows in deep thought for a moment and finally said to Yu Zhong, "There is. I remember near Qingyuan there is a small village named Shi Village with a cave. Shi Village had very few people, only a couple dozen. The land is barren without any supplies. There shouldn't be anyone going there." "The Guzi," Yu Zhong said in a deep voice. "What is it, Captain Yu?" The Guzi came to Yu Zhong's side and asked. "Select several people to follow me. You stay and defend here. This time we are going. Don't tell anyone about the existence of these women." "Understood," Yu Zhong said to the Guzi. The women who wanted to go to Longhai City survivor camp have already been excluded by Yu Zhong as trusted partners. After all, they want to leave after arriving at Longhai City. Anything could happen to them in the future. The Guzi nodded his head. He selected several people to follow Yu Zhong. They drove out a Dongfeng truck loaded with survival goods and weapons. "Where is Yu Zhong going?" Seeing Yu Zhong go out, Chen Yao couldn't help but ask. The Guzi looked at Chen Yao and coldly said, "Chen Yao, should you be asking about Captain Yu's whereabouts?" The Guzi looked down upon those saved by Yu Zhong that had chosen to leave. Chen Yao stared blankly. She never thought the Guzi would speak like this to her. The Guzi had always been courteous to the people following Yu Zhong in Always Bright Village. He had never been this cold. Chen Yao's eyebrows wrinkled, and she couldn't help but say, "What's with the attitude?" "I'm concerned about Yu Zhong, so I asked." De Guzi dully said, "After we get to Longhai City Survivor Base, you aren't one of our people. It's best you don't ask about Captain Yu's business." Chen Yao still wanted to say something. But Ji Qingwu pulled her clothes, shaking her head saying, "Yao Yao, we already became outsiders. We decided to leave Always Bright Village and go to the Longhai City Survivor Base. It is logical for them to act like this towards us. After all, this matter is about their safety." After hearing Ji Qingwu's words, all sorts of feelings welled up in Chen Yao's heart. It was somewhat bitter. Part of her wanted to stay at Yu Zhong's side, but she also wanted to return to the government's protection and an orderly society. Under rule of government and in societal order, she is a princess, but with Yu Zhong she is just another ordinary pretty girl. She also didn't have feelings for Yu Zhong, so naturally she chose the Longhai City Survivor Base. Ji Qingwu looked at the conflicted Chen Yao without speaking. She would rather stay at Yu Zhong's side, but Chen Yao is her best friend. Ji Qingwu's family has also served Chen Yao's family for generations. Ji Qingwu's grandfather is the personal bodyguard of Chen Yao's grandfather. Since their generation, the Ji family has been a subordinate power to the Chen family. Officially and personally, Ji Qingwu must be with Chen Yao. Under the guidance of Lin Jun, Yu Zhong easily found the cave. He took all of the goods on the Dongfeng truck and stored them there, then he returned to the motorcade. Continually moving along the highway, Yu Zhong's group quickly arrived at the entrance to the survivor base in Qingyuan County. Qingyuan County is a small town located not far to the west of Longhai City. Before ZH it had well-preserved ancient walls and buildings which was a selling point for the tourist industry. Yu Zhong saw the walls of the Qingyuan township from far away. Those walls had great use for defending against zombies and mutated beasts when combined with modern weaponry. "Stop!" Yu Zhong's group just arrived before the gates. Four heavily armed soldiers immediately rushed over and yelled. Yu Zhong's got out of their vehicles one by one. As soon as Yu Zhong's group got out of their vehicles, they were confiscated by the soldiers. Several government personnel walked over. Among them one person came to Yu Zhong's side and said, "I am responsible for receiving survivors. I'm named Chen Jiguang. You all may carry your personal items and enter the Longhai City Survivor Camp. Cash, gold, and diamonds can be exchanged here for food stamps." Zhao Li's eyes lit up, she hastily asked, "What is the exchange rate for cash and gold to food stamps?" Zhao Li always carried around a suitcase of cash and gold to be able to trade in the Longhai City Survivor Camp. Chen Jiguan plainly said, 10,000 renminbi for 5 kilograms of food stamps, 1 kilogram gold for 10 kilograms of food stamps, and 1 kilogram diamonds for 10 kilograms of food stamps. Zhao Li's brows wrinkled, her strong female character burst out yelling at Chen Jiguang, "What? 10,000 renminbi 4.5 kg worth of food stamps? This exchange rate is too unreasonable. Bring your leadership to me. I am the chairman of the board for the fast food chain Duolifun. The value of the Duolifun fast food chain exceeds 100 million. It was a very popular Chinese-style fast food chain before ZH. Zhao Li was a societal celebrity as the chairman of the board. She was very careful in Yu Zhong's group. As soon as she arrived at the government system she immediately began to put on airs. Chen Jiguang looked at Zhao Li slightly sardonic, "No need. I am the leader. You can exchange or not, but I won't do it after you enter the camp." Chen Jiguang didn't give another look to the former chairman of the board Zhao Li. Looking at Yu Zhong he plainly said, "You aren't permitted to carry weapons in Longhai City base. You must hand over all of your weapons. Any God and Devil world equipment and items must be handed over to the base. Otherwise you will be violating the crime of concealing goods and weapons. Right now men go over here and women go over there. We will conduct a search for items." Finished speaking, Chen Jiguang began to bring Yu Zhong and his men to a small room. A female government employee began to bring Zhao Li to another small room. "Wait a moment. I'll exchange. I want to exchange for food stamps." Seeing that Chen Jiguang was leaving, Zhao Li immediately panicked. She grabbed her suitcase of RMB and ran in front of Chen Jiguang yelling. Zhao Li didn't know what it was like inside the base, but if she didn't have food she couldn't survive. No matter for how much she must exchange for some food stamps. Otherwise it would be hard for her and her son to survive in the base. Chen Jiguang looked at that well-developed woman, his eyes flashed a lewd look. With a cold smile he handed Zhao Li a piece of paper. Right now I'm not in the mood to help you exchange. If you want to exchange food stamps, come alone to this place tonight. Zhao Li took the small piece of paper and looked. Her face turned white. On that piece of paper was written an address for a unit number. She was a person who had experienced life, and she clearly understood Chen Jiguang's meaning. Without paying attention to Zhao Li, Chen Jiguang brought Yu Zhong's group forward to the small room. Is it really like this? Zhao Li grabbed the piece of paper. Her facial expression was unsettling. She originally believed she would have a life on top of the social order after arriving at Longhai City survivor camp. But just now an ordinary government official started to make eyes at her body. It made her heart fill with fear and uncertainty for the future. Chen Jiguang and 3 personnel started to search group's private items in the small room. The 4 men had dirty hands, and they took the cigarettes and candy and put them in their own pockets. The job of receiving survivors is a lucrative position. These workers can fish up a lot of treasure from the survivors every day. Deguzi watched Chen Jiguang steal his cigarettes. Immediately panicking, he shouted, "Wait a moment, these are mine." Chen Jiguang's face sunk. He stared at Deguzi and said, "What are your things?" "These are mine." "Don't say things you'll regret. Be careful or I'll charge you with slander. I'll make you squat behind bars." Deguzi shouted with unlimited fury, "So you are like this? No different than bandits." Chen Jiguang looked at Deguzi and coldly smiled, "What? You disapprove? If you disapprove of the boss then he'll make you disappear. This boss works so hard to receive all of you. If the boss isn't rewarded then who would do it? If you have the ability, then go file a complaint." The other 3 workers all laughed. Before ZH public complaints were basically useless. Don't even mention the chaotic order after ZH. So long as one doesn't create any huge disturbances, then the upper authorities basically won't look into these small matters. Deguzi still wanted to say something, but Yu Zhong gave him a look. He immediately shut up. Chen Jiguang saw Deguzi shut his mouth, and he became pleased. He saw the ring on Yu Zhong's hand, and his eyes shined. Without any scruples he said, "You. Take off your 2 rings. I carelessly dropped those in the past, and you still haven't given them back to me." A cold light passed Yu Zhong's eyes. He coldly said, "Are you certain you dropped them?" Chen Jiguang appeared generous and said, "That is without a doubt. Take them and give them back to me. I won't make a fuss about you stealing my rings. Theft is a serious offense in Longhai City. People caught by police can be shot at the scene. I have a good heart. I don't want to shed blood, I'll release you." Yu Zhong coldly smiled. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he launched the art of fear skill towards Chen Jiguang. In an instant, an astonishingly baleful energy proliferated out of Yu Zhong's body, and it enshrouded Chen Jiguang's body. Chen Jiguang's face turned white, and his eyes suddenly lost the expression of this world. He saw himself being grabbed by a 2-meter-tall monster. It used an electric saw and cut open his body, and blood and guts flowed out of his body. The pain was so severe he couldn't help but let out a cold miserable lament. His entire person was powerlessly kneeling on the ground, loudly screaming a sad cry. "Save my life! Save me! Save me!" Chen Jiguang's eyes became blood red, and he collapsed paralyzed on the ground. His body was coldly sweating, and the pain was like a fish being deep-fried. Those 3 workers saw Chen Jiguang in such a miserable state, and their faces changed. They fished out the stolen items from their pockets while apologizing repeatedly, "Sorry. Sorry. We didn't know you were an evolver. We didn't mean to offend, please forgive us." An evolver with these types of skills is something these small fry aren't able to deal with. Especially a type of skill Yu Zhong used that could make Chen Jiguang feel unbearable pain without any warning. This is the first time they had seen an evolver with this type of skill in Longhai City. Yu Zhong didn't want to kill anyone, and he released the art of fear skill from Chen Jiguang. Chen Jiguang recovered after being released from the skill. He difficultly stood up, and looked at Yu Zhong in fear. Not daring to try any more tricks, he trembled and said, "Big brother, you all need to first fill out a form. After being separated here for 2 hours, there will be a person who will arrange work and habitation according to your skills." Yu Zhong received the form and looked at it, only to see that there were all sorts of questions on it. Chen Jiguang, on one side, cautiously said, "In this form, the most crucial point is regarding your occupation and ability before the ZH. According to your occupation and ability, you will be provided with work and goods. Among these, evolvers can get very good treatment. They can join army troops or possibly be an employee of the government branch. Experiencing Yu Zhong's fearful ability, Chen Zhiguang didn't dare to provoke his anger again. Although, inside Longhai City, even evolvers couldn't kill as they wished. But Yu Zhong's strange ability could absolutely kill him easily without being discovered. Chen Zhiguang reminded, occupation and ability is very important, this directly relates to your future treatment. The rule of the Z-Age is the law of the jungle, Chen Zhiguang was very clear on this one point. He won't dare to go against Yu Zhong who was an evolver. He could only try as much as possible to win his favor. Yu Zhong tossed out a pack of cigarettes to Chen Zhiguang and indifferently said, "We want to be together, what methods do you have?" "Thank you, brother Yu." Chen Zhiguang received the cigarettes, his eyes showed a hint of happy expression. Cigarettes were very high in demand inside the base, but yet they were very hard to come by. For ordinary people like themselves, it was very difficult to obtain a pack. Chen Zhiguang pondered a moment, if you want to be together, then you all need to fill the form as jobless. Only, if that happens, then your future treatment won't be good. Longhai City Base was a place where people who were dragons as well as those who were snakes mingled. There were also quite a bit of small powerful gangs. Chen Zhiguang has also seen many groups not willing to separate. After all, everyone together meant big power and so wouldn't be easy to be bullied by other people. After listening to Chen Zhiguang, Yu Zhong's party all filled both the occupation and ability as unemployed. 2 hours later, Yu Zhong's party walked out of the room. On the other side, Lu Wen, Chen Yao also walked out of their room. "Brother," seeing Yu Zhong leaving the room, Lu Wen ran to his side and held his hand. "Gu Yu also came to Yu's side." The rest of the girls stood across Yu, looking at Yu with eyes full of complex feelings. Starting today, they would be separated and would have to face the unknown world by themselves. Chen Yao came next to Yu and with a complex look, slowly said, "Yu, I am going to go. Henceforth, if you face any problems in Longhai City, you can come to me. I will come help you to the very best of my ability." The Chen family had quite an influence in Longhai City. Chen Yao made clear her identity. After which, her identity was authenticated and she could meet with her relatives in Longhai City Base. Yu Zhong glanced at Chen Yao and in a heavy sound, said, "Take care." Yu Zhong also absolutely regarded Chen Yao as one possessing remarkable capability and outstanding looks. Only that, every person has their own ambitions. Yu was also already mentally prepared for her departure and so, he didn't feel any big disappointment or loss. "Goodbye." Chen Yao looked attentively at Yu Zhong, sight diverted towards his side where on each side stood Gui Yu and Lu Wen. A complex light flashed past her eyes. Leaving behind the sentence, she left with Ji Qing Wu. Zhao Li walked next to Yu Zhong and implored to Chen Zhiguang who was next to his side, "Brother Chen, I beg you to help me exchange the food stamps. I beg you." Zhao Li already realized, Longhai City Survivor Base isn't the perfect haven she had imagined. Her status as a fast food chain chairman had no use here. Basically there was no one to purchase her stock. She had no choice but to lay aside her status before Z-Age. At that time she basically looked down upon little office workers. Chen Zhiguang looked at Zhao Li, waving his hand he said, "No time. Scram." As the Longhai City Survivor Base admittance personnel, Chen Zhiguang had encountered several big bosses. Before Z-Age Zhao Li had money and status, but now she had neither. Zhao Li's face turned white and her eyes flashed with hopelessness. If she couldn't turn that suitcase of RMB into food stamps, then it was just a box of useless paper. She was very clear about this point. Without food stamps in her hand, she didn't know how long she could survive in Longhai City. "Help her exchange," Yu Zhong plainly said while looking at Chen Zhiguang. "Yes. Brother Yu." Chen Zhiguang immediately replied with respect, then he called over a worker and commanded him, "Little Lin, take this woman and go exchange for food stamps." Little Lin arrogantly looked at Zhao Li. He coldly said, "Follow me." "Thank you." Zhao Li stooped and expressed thanks to Yu Zhong. She finally grabbed her suitcase and followed Little Lin, leaving the area. "Brother Yu, follow me. I'll bring you all to your residences." Chen Zhiguang said with a pleasing look towards Yu Zhong. Z-Age follows the laws of the jungle. Chen Zhiguang relied on his status as a civil servant to strut around in front of ordinary survivors. But before the powerful people of Longhai City, he had no such swagger. Chen Jiguang didn't have much clout in Longhai City survivor base, therefore he was always looking for someone to be his supporter. Chen Jiguang wanted to cling on to Yuzhong to climb in power. Yu had strange abilities and also other strong people who followed him. If he could become Yuzhong's trusted aide, then his power in Longhai City survivor base could become consolidated. He was willing to receive humiliation in order to receive help. Walking on the street, Chen Jiguang apologized to Yuzhong, "Brother Yu, today's matter, it is my fault. I have eyes, yet I failed to recognize Mount Tai. I have greatly offended you, please forgive me." Yuzhong plainly said, "The matter is in the past." Chen Jiguang gave Yuzhong face, "Brother Yu, can I mix in with you? I don't have any big sway, but I can navigate the back alleys. If there is anything you are unclear about, just ask me." De Guzi saw Chen Jiguang's sudden turn, and he coldly mocked, "Your face is really thick." As if Chen Jiguang didn't hear, he continued to wait upon Yuzhong. Yuzhong considered a moment, then immediately said, "Okay." Although he got the rough introduction from Wang Hai about Longhai City, he could still use a detailed explanation. One that couldn't be said in a short period of time. Chen Jiguang was joyful, "Thank you, Brother Yu. Thank you, Brother Yu." Under the guidance of Chen Jiguang, Yuzhong's group arrived at their residence. The building was a 5-story piece of junk in a shantytown. Every floor had 3 rooms. Inside there was nothing but a bed and a toilet. Outside of that building was an ordinary house. There were several trees planted around it, some abandoned farmland, and a small pool. Chen Jiguang apologetically said, "I'm sorry, Brother Yu. Jobless survivors can only live in remote places like this." Chen Jiguang was certainly not a high-up official. Naturally he couldn't arrange a nice place for Yuzhong. Yuzhong nodded and didn't say anything. Everyone had been busy the whole day. Their stomachs were hungry, so they left the building and went out. Not long after leaving the building, they saw an open place with some stands arranged. Several workers were there distributing relief food. Dozens of people were in a long line waiting for food. One fatty was holding a ladle. Every person who passed by the pot received a scoop of gruel plopped in their bowl. De Guzi walked by and took a look. He saw that in the bowls there wasn't any rice, it was basically all water. He couldn't help but complain, "Damn, is this what people eat? It's all water." De Guzi could eat a bowl of food every day in Always Bright Village. The gruel in Always Bright Village also had more rice in it than this. The fatty distributing the gruel looked at De Guzi and mocked, "If you don't want to eat then scram. Wait until you've been hungry several days, then you'll reconsider." The other survivors received bowls of gruel that were practically water, and they all licked their bowls clean. Then they looked at the big pot of gruel with greedy eyes. This bowl of relief food is practically rice soup and not gruel. But to these survivors, it is their hope for life. Chen Jiguang apologized to Yuzhong, "Brother Yu, I'm sorry. You all can only receive the relief food here." Yuzhong looked at the large relief food pot without much rice inside. He had not the slightest bit of interest in it. He asked to Chen Jiguang, "Is there a market here? I want to go buy a few things." Chen Jiguang immediately said, "Yes. Please follow me." Walking along the road in the survivor camp, Yuzhong's group saw everyone looked famished. Clearly they were all starving. There were several places with refugees lined up to get gruel. Under Chen Jiguang's guidance, Yuzhong arrived at a street. There were all types of things displayed on the street. The complexions of the vendors were only slightly better than the other survivors of the city. There is the rice store. You need government-issued food stamps to exchange for rice. The government worker salaries are all issued with food stamps. The army is the same. Chen Jiguang pointed over at a store where 4 soldiers guarded with live ammo and explained to Yuzhong. This is Phoenix Street where they sell all kinds of goods. If you have foodstuffs or food stamps, you can buy many things. Chen Jiguang pointed at a street and explained to Yuzhong. Yuzhong heard Chen Jiguang's introductions, and then he led everyone into the street in a grandiose manner. "Boss, can I buy this pot and these bowls?" After arriving at a general store, Yuzhong looked at the floor full of pots and pans and asked the owner. The owner looked at Yuzhong, and immediately his eyes became bright. He hastily said, 1 or 2 food stamps for a pot, 1 or 2 food stamps for 20 bowls, 1 or 2 food stamps for a kitchen knife, 1 or 2 food stamps for 3 iron pots. Or you can use food to exchange. Chen Jiguang pulled on Yuzhong, he coldly said, "Boss, you're being swindled. The price is extremely high. Leave, Brother Yu, we will go to the next place." Yu Zhong immediately turned to leave. The shop owner hurriedly stood up. He shouted out, "Don't go. Don't go. A little cheaper is okay. A little cheaper is okay." Yu Zhong pointed all around at the ground, indicating a full set of pots and pans. "We will buy all these for 5 packs of instant noodles. Otherwise you can just keep them." The shop owner gritted his teeth. "Deal." Right now the foodstuffs in Longhai City were extremely strained. The value of these pots and pans were extremely low. 5 packs of instant noodles would be enough for the owner to eat a good meal. Yu Zhong waved his hand. De Guzi fished out 2 bags of instant noodles and gave them to the store owner. Lin Jun and the others gathered up the pots and pans. "Boss. I have good things here. Come over here to shop. Boss, come over and take a look." Seeing Yu Zhong shopping so generously, the surrounding store owners all invited him to their shops. "Captain Yu. There are tools to repair vehicles." Chen Dalai, the vehicle repairman, walked over to a vendor. Seeing the tools at the vendor, his eyes became bright. Chen Dalai is a proficient vehicle mechanic, but when he was fleeing, he had to lighten the burden by throwing away his food. Seeing the vendor's tools, he couldn't bear it. He was extremely clear on his position in Yu Zhong's group. He must bring into play his abilities so as not to be discarded. Receiving Yu Zhong's approval, Chen Dalai went to the vendor and used 4 packs of instant noodles to buy the tools. "Boss. Come over here and buy something. I'll give it to you cheaper." The vendors became even more cordial after seeing Yu Zhong be so generous. Food was currently in the highest demand at Longhai City. There weren't many customers on this street. After all, the most important thing right now is to eat. Very few people could use food to buy things. Longhai City was different than Always Bright Village. There were all kinds of tools here. Several of them Always Bright Village didn't even have. Yu Zhong's group walked along the road and bought several tools to bring back to Always Bright Village. As Yu Zhong was walking on the road, a young woman wearing extremely short jean shorts and a yellowed white t-shirt rushed over to Yu Zhong. She was full of a youthful energy, and she implored to Yu Zhong, "Brother. Do you want to play with me? I was a high school student in the past. A bag of instant noodles is good for one night. I haven't eaten a full meal for a week. I'm begging you play with me. I'm hungry." He saw the good-looking girl who wasn't even 20 years old. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed a complicated light. He never thought that the Longhai City survivor base which was under control of the government would have this type of sight. Guo Yu and Lu Wen looked at that young woman. Their eyes filled compassion and celebration. They were compassionate about the young woman's fate, and they celebrated their good fortune in finding Yu Zhong. They didn't know if they would have sold themselves due to hunger. Chen Jiguang looked at the young woman with no place to go. He turned and said to Yu Zhong, "Brother Yu, don't pay attention to her. To play with these kind of goods, you don't need 1 bag of instant noodles. A bag of instant noodles can buy 3 prostitutes, furthermore they will all still be high school students before Z age. If you want to play, I'll take you to them. Big brother. I'll do anything. However you want to play is okay. I'm begging you, play with me." The high school student was knelt before Yu Zhong begging. Yu Zhong didn't give her another look. He just kept walking with his people. When the high school student was begging before Yu Zhong, she felt something in her pocket. She felt, and discovered it was a compressed biscuit. She grabbed it while looking at Yu Zhong walk away. Seeing Guo Yu and Lu Wen at Yu Zhong's side, her eyes flashed with envy. Then she went into a side alley and ate her compressed biscuit while crying. "Brother, why didn't you directly give the compressed biscuit to her?" Lu Wen asked Yu Zhong curiously. She saw that although Yu Zhong didn't take notice of the high school girl, he still secretly gave her a compressed biscuit. Yu Zhong said in a low voice, "If I directly gave it to her, I'm afraid it won't remain in her hands more than a few minutes before being stolen by others." Chen Jiguang said, "Lu Wen, it's just like Brother Yu says. The law and order in this place really isn't good. Although robbery, rape, and violent crime are all sentenced to death when discovered, these kinds of things still occur. Anything can happen when people are extremely hungry. Even though the crimes of rape and robbery were sentenced to death in Longhai City, but the unsuppressible darkness in several people's hearts break the precious idea of safety. And people still do these things secretly. Big brother. Come play. 1 night for 2 food stamps. Big brother, come play a moment. 1 bag of instant noodles for a night. Not long after Yu Zhong's group departed the high school student, several women lined themselves up neat and orderly. The famished-looking women surrounded Yu Zhong's group, selling themselves. Seems like Longhai City is also not a good place. This was the first time Yu Zhong had seen the sight of women selling themselves without fear. Seeing those famished women, without a shred of dignity, made him waver about his previous decision. In the past, Yu Zhong wanted to come to Longhai City Survivor Base because he hoped to see the order reinstated. A place where people aren't lacking food and clothing. With a place like that, he could rest easy passing on the survivors over to the base, and then he could take several trusted friends to Nanning, to search for friends and family. Chen Jiguang, extremely capable of being flexible and taking advantage of the situation. He saw Yu Zhong's brows wrinkle, and immediately his face dropped. He roared at the surrounding women, "Start rolling. Don't circle up. Be careful, if you come over again I'll make each one of you squat in jail." The surrounding women saw Chen Jiguang's government clothing, and their eyes flashed with dread. One by one they withdrew and gave up. The position of government workers wasn't something these prostitutes could compare with. Offending a government worker was unwise in ZH. Yu Zhong looked at both his sides, and his brows slightly wrinkled. He saw the famished women neatly arrange themselves on both sides of the road. Some women were even putting on a little bit of makeup. The whole group of women selling themselves looked rough. There were actually over 100 of them. What is that place? After moving far away from Phoenix Road, Yu Zhong saw several soldiers guarding on the street, blocking off the road. Everyone's clothes on the road looked fresh. Their faces had a red glow, and they clearly weren't starving. Yu Zhong even saw a pretty woman wearing the latest fashion, leisurely pulling along a Pekingese dog. The street was orderly and tidy like the world before ZH. Outside the street was extremely cruel. Everyone was famished, selling themselves for a piece of bread. In and out of the street, one is heaven, other is earth, like two worlds together. Chen Jiguang looked at the special region a little enviously. He slowly said, "That is the special region. Only high-level government personnel and high-level army officials can enter that region. The supplies there are the best. People like us ordinary government workers barely have enough to eat in one day. Don't even think about meat and vegetables. The life of the people in the special region is worryless. They don't have a lack of meat, vegetables, or various type of goods. Even the dog in there eats better than outsiders." Although Chen Jiguang was a government official, he hadn't eaten meat for 2 weeks. The large majority of meat had been handed over to the special region supplies. The government officials could only go around half hungry, eating things like meat was just a dream. While the rich wine and dine, the poor freeze to death on the street. These words are truly appropriate. Yu Zhong looked at the special region, then he turned his head and prepared to leave. Just when they were about to leave Phoenix Street, a very arrogant, domineering young man wearing a military overcoat and black leather boots brought 7 men carrying machetes in front of Yu Zhong's group, blocking their path. The bossy young man wearing military clothes had a strange look. He chided to Yu Zhong in a loud voice, "Boy, you have just arrived. This is young master's territory. To do trade here, you must give young master a protection fee. It's to protect your trade. Take out half of the food on your person and give it over to boss." The 7 people behind the man dressed in military clothes all waved their machetes at Yu Zhong's group. Seeing the man show off his military strength, Yu Zhong's brows wrinkled. He asked Chen Jiguang, "Doesn't the base not allow people to carry weapons? How can these people have blades?" Chen Jiguang laughed and said, "Brother Yu, the rules are dead, people are alive. As long as you have a connection, getting a gun in the base is no problem. In the black market, so long as you have food, you can get anything." This young man is named Ho Jinbiao. He is the subordinate of one of the 4 big evolvers, Ice King Zhang Yun. There aren't many men who dare provoke him. Chen Jiguang said to Ho Jinbiao, "Jinbiao, give me face. How about not taking the protection fee?" Ho Jinbiao's face turned ugly, and he fiercely said, "Chen Jiguang, what are you calculating? You want young master to give you face? You are a government employee telling boss to fuck off. If you don't pay the protection fee, boss is going to fucking square you away." Chen Jiguang was scolded by Ho Jinbiao, and immediately his face burst white. His government status could only bully ordinary survivors. He could do nothing in front of those persons under the cover of the powerful evolvers. Because of this, Chen Jiguang wanted to become Yu Zhong's member after seeing his tyrannical power roll into town. After Ho Jinbiao scolded Chen Jiguang, he turned his head and saw Lu Wen and Guiyu standing at Yu Zhong's side. His eyes flashed with lewdness. He reached out a hand, grabbing towards Guiyu's chest. He sloppily said, "What a pretty girl, let young master feel well. I can be your first groom." Ha! Lu Wen's and Guiyu's complexions changed, and they immediately retreated behind Yu Zhong. Seeing Hou Jinbiao's lewd appearance, Yu Zhong's eyes flashed a cold light. He walked a step forward. Then he sent a ruthless kick flying at Hou Jinbiao. The power of an evolver burst out, and the kick exploded his family jewels. Ah! Hou Jinbiao cried out in misery. He grabbed his genitals and struggled in pain on the ground. Fuck him. He dares oppose the Ice King Association. Chop them to death. Fuck. Chop up that little cunt. Seeing the balls of Hou Jinbiao exploded by Yu Zhong, the faces of the 7 men holding machetes changed. They violently chopped, rushing towards Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong calmly stood there, looking at the 7 men bum rushing towards him. White Bones was standing beside Yu Zhong disguised as a person. Right as Yu Zhong was about to be chopped, White Bones rushed into the machete men. Using strength that was 3 times a normal person, it exploded punches onto their bodies. In only a few rounds, the 7 men holding machetes all had their ribs broken by the bullet and knife-proof White Bones. They vomited blood onto the ground, and let go of their machetes. Chen Jiguang heart filled with excitement as he looked at Yu Zhong downplaying the defeat of Hou Jinbiao's group, Master. Too strong. The laws of Ziyage are the laws of the jungle. Only the strong can continue surviving in this world. The weak can only choose to follow the strong in order to live on. Captain Yu. Do you want to kill them? Lu Yan's eyes flashed a fierce light as he asked Yu Zhong. Lu Yan originally followed Tiger and now followed Yu Zhong. Both his hands were covered in blood, and he already had no regard for other people's lives. Hearing Lu Yan's words, the eyes of the 7 men flashed with fear. They had also taken several people's lives, but they didn't dare kill people in the middle of the street. Chen Jiguang was also frightened by Lu Yan's words. He quickly said, "Brother Yu. You can't kill. Killing people on the street is the death penalty. The base will certainly send people to put you down." Yu Zhong looked around. He saw the people on the street were all afraid to look at their group. There were also 3 people wearing police uniforms observing from far away. After ZH order became chaos. The exceptional existence of evolvers also appeared. So long as no one was killed, the policemen didn't wish to casually interfere in a power conflict. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed a cold light at the 7 men lying on the ground. He commanded to White Bones, break their right hand, then make them scram. After losing their right hands, they would have no way to bring Yu Zhong trouble again. White Bones received the order and directly moved forward. It grabbed a man's hand and twisted with its strength, fracturing the bones. Ah! The man immediately cried out a cold miserable lament, grabbing his right hand he painfully struggled up. The remaining men thought to flee, but they weren't the slightest bit faster than White Bones. One by one their right hands were snapped, crying out painful screams. Looking at White Bones snapping the right hands, Chen Jiguang's heart couldn't help but shiver. If he didn't immediately join up with Yu Zhong, he seriously didn't know what would happen to him. Leaving behind a ground full of screaming pain, Yu Zhong's group left the area, returning to the city. Not long after, a group of men went over and carried Hou Jinbiao and the others away. In the beautiful villa at the Jingshan Garden in Qingyuan County, a handsome 27 or 28-year-old man wearing a white shirt that was open revealing his chest was eating abalone bird's nest soup. 2 extremely beautiful women wearing Chinese-style dresses were attending to him. This 27 or 28-year-old man was the Qingyuan County Ice King Association boss, Ice King Zhang Yun. A medium-build man wearing Western-style clothes had a poker face as he told Zhang Yun in a low voice, "Boss, I have something to report to you." Zhang Yun waved his hand at the 2 beautiful women, and they retreated away. Zhang Yun's brows slightly wrinkled, then he asked the middle-aged man, "Zhao Xiong. What is making you so intense? Why have you unexpectedly sought me at this time?" Zhang Yun absolutely hated it when other people disturbed him while eating. Zhao Xiong is his close friend, so naturally he is clear on this point. But he still came at this time. Clearly something urgent occurred. Zhao Xiong said in a low voice, "Today a new person came to the base." A man named Yu Zhong exploded Hou Jinbiao's balls with a kick at Phoenix Street. He also ordered the right hands of Hou Jinbiao's subordinates be broken. Zhang Yun's face changed, and his palm heavily slapped on the table. He yelled out, "Fuck! Someone dared touch my people. That person called Yu Zhong is really acting recklessly. Zhao Xiong, have you found where they live?" Although he is called one of the 4 big evolvers in Qingyuan, in reality Zhang Yun was just a small fry before ZH. Only after ZH, the first zombie he killed, dropped a skill book that allowed him to control ice. And after all kinds of lucky coincidences, he became the Qingyuan Ice King. It is said he doesn't have the grace of a strong person. Zhao Xiong reported, "They all live in the Xiuan region of the city." Zhang Yun listened and simply said, "Make Ma Jin go kill Yu Zhong tonight." Hesitating a moment, Zhao Xiang asked Zhang Yun, "What about Ho Jinbiao and his men?" Zhang Yun insidiously laughed, "Kill them. If Ma Tai can't kill Yu Zhong, then tomorrow go report to the authorities. Say Yu Zhong and his men publicly killed people." Zhao Xiong couldn't help but suggest, "Boss, wouldn't a bad idea?" Zhang Yun could easily be deserted by the masses by being this mean. Zhang Yun waved a hand, impatiently saying, "If I don't kill them, I will have to give them medical treatment. Don't you know the situation right now? Where will we get the food and medicine plus a doctor to treat them? As long as we have food we can recruit as many people as we want. There is no need to waste food on crippled people. Do as I say, now leave." In Longhai City, as long as one has food, they can buy manpower. People are the thing of lowest value. Apart from few close friends, Zhang Yun didn't view those like Ho Jinbiao as people. If they die, they die. Zhao Xiong saw Zhang Yun's appearance and knew Zhang Yun wanted to go enjoy the women. He silently withdrew. Zhao was afraid he would make Zhang Yun angry if he kept speaking. On the other side, Yu Zhong's group returned to their residence. They immediately started cooking food. After busily working, their dinner was quickly prepared. Yu Zhong's group ate hot steamed rice, marinated steak, canned lunch meat, and canned vegetables for dinner. Chen Jiguang looked at the dinner of Yu Zhong's group, and he started salivating, how abundant. Although Chen Jiguang was a government worker, he hadn't eaten meat in 2 weeks. The majority of the canned meat had been confiscated and given over to the specialty region supplies. He could only eat enough to not starve. Eating something like meat was just a dream. Yu Zhong saw Chen Jiguang drooling at the mouth, and he plainly said, "Come over and eat." "Thank you, brother Yu. Thank you, brother Yu." Chen Jiguang immediately shouted, expressing thanks and grabbing food at the same time, gobbling up huge chunks. Seeing Chen Jiguang wolf down food, De Guzi muttered, "He's like a hungry ghost." Facing De Guzi's ridicule, Chen Jiguang continued on like he didn't hear, eating like a hungry ghost. After 4 bowls of food he could no longer endure, finally setting down his chopsticks. After eating and drinking his full, Chen Jiguang finally turned to Yu Zhong and worriedly said, "Brother Yu. Ice King Zhang Yun is strong and very vindictive. You offended him today, and he will certainly not let you go. You need to be more careful." Yu Zhong simply said, "I know. Then I'll go. You had better rest well today." Finished speaking, Chen Jiguang left the place. Night fell. Apart from the special region, a few villas, and some lamps, the remaining regions were enshrouded by darkness, a deathly loneliness. A dark figure moved through the darkness like a fish. It was as if the figure and the darkness blended into one. The dark figure quickly moved in front of the area where Yu Zhong's group was staying. He moved on the ground on all 4s like a lizard. He moved like something inhuman, climbing up the wall without a sound, all the way to Yu Zhong's window. The black figure carefully extended his head and looked into the window of Yu Zhong's residence. His eyes carefully searched, and he was able to see a trace of green light. It was a moonless night, and in addition the surrounding area didn't have a trace of light. The people in the room could look out the window and not be able to discover the black image on the window. "Did you look enough?" Just when the black figure was looking into the window, Yu Zhong immediately appeared in front of the window and stared at the black figure, coldly speaking. The black figure's eyes flashed with fright. He immediately pulled out a gun and aimed at Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed a cold light. His fist waved out, like rapid thunder. A high-speed explosion burst on the black figure's oval face. The black figure was sent flying in an explosion from the wall like an artillery shell. Pounding onto the ground, he spit out a large mouthful of blood, dying after struggling a moment. Ma Tai relied on night vision ability and climbing ability. When assassinating others in the darkness of night he extremely rarely failed. This time running into Yu Zhong, he was struck down without Yu Zhong even bringing abilities into play. Although Ma Tai had the ability to climb up a wall, he didn't have the ability to survive a 5-story fall. Yu Zhong walked out the building and looked at Ma Tai's corpse. His brows slightly wrinkled. Assassination. Don't tell me it is the Ice King Association. That was really fast. Brother, what matter is this? Lu Wen also came out of the building over to Yu Zhong's side. She asked, a little scared seeing Ma Tai's corpse. Guo Yu also walked over to Yu Zhong's side using her two eyes that could speak words to stare at Yu Zhong. Just now in the house, Yu Zhong had made Lu Wen and Guo Yu leave the room for their own safety. This made them feel uneasy. Yu Zhong simply said, "It's nothing. I estimate it is an assassination from the Ice King Association." Lu Wen also brought some people wearing gloves, and they searched Ma Tai's body. They grabbed 2 pieces of equipment and handed them over to Yu Zhong. "Captain Yu, this is the assassin's equipment. Level 2 item, Speed Dagger. Increases agility by 5 when held in hand." In addition to the Speed Dagger, Ma Tai also had God and Devil World shoes. Yu Zhong only wanted the Speed Dagger. He said, "Lu Yen, I'm giving you these boots." Lu Yen excitedly said, "Thank you, Captain Yu." The God and Devil World system dropped various types of equipment that could increase the ability of people. Yu Zhong's subordinates all knew this. But only by using God and Devil World skills and equipment against mutated beasts and zombies could these items drop. Because of this, there aren't many God and Devil World items. Each one is extremely precious. Lu Yen was able to receive a pair of God and Devil World shoes, and he became much stronger. Lu Yen put Ma Tai's corpse into a bag and tossed it into a faraway pond. After everything was settled, Yu Zhong ordered White Bones to stand guard, and then he called Lu Wen and Guo Yu back into the building to rest. Early in the morning at 4 a.m., inside his house, Zhao Xiong looked at his watch and frowned. He slowly thought, failed. It seems that person named Yu Zhong is much more tough than we imagined. When Ma Tai assassinated others, he could quickly achieve success. Not returning at this time obviously means his assassination failed. The majority of people who offended the Ice King Association were all killed at Ma Tai's hands. Very few could escape the assassination of Ma Tai in the darkness of night. Looks like I need to implement the second plan. The next day in the early morning, Yu Zhong's group had just finished eating breakfast. 3 people wearing police uniforms came over. A middle-aged policeman came over to Yu Zhong's group and coldly stated, "Who is Yu Zhong?" Yu Zhong looked at the policeman and simply said, "I am." The middle-aged policeman said with a look of righteousness, "Come with me right now. You are suspected of publicly killing people in the base. If you resist, we have the authority to shoot you to death right here." Yu Zhong's brow wrinkled, "I didn't kill anyone. Yesterday I only taught those people a lesson. Go to Phoenix Street and investigate, and then you'll know." Another policeman's brows wrinkled. He pulled out the gun at his waist. Then he pointed it and scolded at Yu Zhong, "The level of bullshit is too high. Sincerely come along with us. Be careful, if you speak fucking bullshit again the boss will execute you." Yu Zhong's eyes flashed a cold light, and he immediately started the art of fear skill. In a brief moment, the policeman's thoughts entered into a world full of fear and terror. In that world, 10 corpses were taking bites out of his flesh. "Oh! Save me! Don't! Don't bite! Save me!" The policeman emitted a painful lament. Eyes written with fear, he kneeled on the ground. "What did you do?" the middle-aged policeman and the other shouted. They all wanted to pull out their guns. Standing at Yu Zhong's side, White Bones moved forward like an arrow. A fist exploded on the middle-aged policeman's face, sending him flying. Then White Bones sent a kick to another policeman's stomach, sending him flying several meters, holding his stomach struggling endlessly. The middle-aged policeman stood up with a face full of blood. He said to Yu Zhong in a stern voice, "Yu Zhong. You are assaulting the police. You are making an enemy of the Communist Party and the government. If you don't stop your savage act, you will be shot to death." Yu Zhong didn't take another look at the middle-aged policeman. He shouted to the policeman who first intensified the conflict by drawing his gun, "Who made you come here? Speak honestly, and you may come back from the underworld." Ice King Association's Zhao Xiong. He came and reported a case. He said 8 men of the Ice King Association died and you killed them. He made us come to grab you. After grabbing you, we were to confiscate your weapons and kill you in jail. We were going to get 50 kilograms of food stamps and a beautiful woman after finishing the job. The man's eyes were written with terror shrouded in the art of fear. Kneeling on the ground, he yelled everything that occurred behind the scenes. Under the shroud of art of fear, the policeman's thoughts were brought to another world. 10 zombies, rotten zombies, eyes bulged, covered everywhere in boils. They continued eating his body. The art of fear skill wasn't something ordinary people could endure. Han Zhang, what are you saying? The middle-aged policeman roared like a furious lion upon seeing his colleague spill the beans. Yu Zhong coldly looked down upon the 3 policemen, and he ordered a command to Lu Yen, truly ugly. You are considered policemen. You really give this job a bad name. Lu Yen, remove their guns and give them a slap. After ZH, the majority of original policemen were infected, becoming zombies. Very few of the policemen in Longhai City Survivor Base were policemen before ZH. The rest of the policemen are temporary recruits. This made the police force become a mix of dragons and snakes, utterly corrupt. Lu Yen sneered. He brought 2 men and removed the 3 police officers' guns. Then he grabbed them up by the hair, and he ruthlessly slapped their faces until they swelled up. The other survivors in the slum took joy in the misfortune of the 3 policemen. They didn't have a favorable impression of these guys who liked to show off their little bit of strength in front of ordinary people. Yu Zhong looked at the 3 policemen who had been slapped swollen and coldly said, "Scram. Don't let me see you again. Everyone, take cover." Suddenly, Yu Zhong felt an absolutely horrifying premonition. He immediately shouted. His image flashed, quickly hiding behind a house. Almost as soon as Yu Zhong left his original position, a gun made a sound like thunder crashing, and bullet landed where he was standing. Lu Wen, Guiyu, and Lu Yen already sought cover at Yu Zhong's command. Hearing the gunfire, the surrounding onlookers became a chaotic circle. They fearfully fled in all directions. In the chaos, an ordinary-appearing person wearing tattered and soiled clothes approached the 3 policemen. He moved 3 times faster than an ordinary person, and he shot the heads of the 3 policemen at point-blank range. Without any chance to defend, the 3 policemen lost their lives in a bloodbath. Their eyes were full of disbelief as they fell to the ground. They never thought they would suddenly be shot. What a fierce method. Yu Zhong watched the 3 policemen collapse to the ground, and his eyes flashed a cold light. In order to frame him, the Ice King Association suddenly murdered 3 policemen in public. It was an extreme level of lawlessness. Yu Zhong initiated his combined body defense skill, and white bones condensed into a bone armor. Yu Zhong rushed like electricity out from his cover towards the Ice King Association Evolver. The agility-type Evolver of the Ice King Association saw Yu Zhong rushing towards him in bone armor. He immediately turned and ran from Yu Zhong. He already used a skill in order to assassinate those 3 policemen. He didn't have enough stamina to use a second skill. While rushing, Yu Zhong suddenly felt danger. He immediately started to move in a zigzag pattern towards where the agility Evolver was moving. So fast, far away on the roof of a building, a sniper was holding a sniper rifle. The sniper had no way to lock onto the high-speed image of Yu Zhong. After a few seconds, Yu Zhong already cut down the distance between him and the Ice King Association Evolver. Arriving behind the body of the agility-type Evolver, Yu extended a hand to grab onto the Evolver's body. The Evolver immediately rolled, fished out a Type 54 pistol, and fired successive shots at Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong's body slightly leaned. Yu Zhong maneuvered behind the agility Evolver. In the split second he aimed his gun. Using a knife hand he chopped into the Evolver's neck, causing him to faint. A bullet sound thundered just as Yu Zhong moved to grab the Evolver. A sniper bullet passed through the Evolver's head, splashing blood everywhere. Yu Zhong looked at a distant location. Relying on his perceived danger skill, he could sense the sniper had already withdrew from his location after assassinating the Ice King Association Evolver. So skillful. Yu Zhong quickly rushed back to the residential area after grabbing the Evolver's equipment. As soon as he returned to their place, Yu Zhong distributed to everyone the prepared ammunition and guns from his storage ring. He commanded in a deep voice, "Immediately prepare to withdraw. If our path is blocked, use force, completely destroy everything." The 3 policemen already passed death's door. Dead men cannot tell tales. Due to the influence of the Ice King Association at Longhai City, they would quickly be surrounded by the military and police. Staying here is a road to death. With Yu Zhong's power and equipment, there was hope he could escape a military encirclement, but he was afraid the other people would all be left behind in Longhai City. If Yu Zhong surrendered, the lives of his group wouldn't be in their own control. Their lives would be completely in the hands of others. Receiving Yu Zhong's orders, everyone quickly grabbed Type 79 machine guns and rushed after Yu Zhong. seeing Yu Zhong's group carrying Type 79 assault rifles traveling along the road. Everyone withdrew one by one and hid in their houses. They only peeped from the crack in the door at Yu Zhong's group. The distance between the place Yu Zhong's group lived and the entrance to the base wasn't far. Yu Zhong took the lead wearing bone armor, charging to the base's entrance. "Who are you? Stop. Otherwise we will open fire." The 4 soldiers standing guard at the entrance shouted at Yu Zhong. The soldiers standing guard had the Chinese-produced Type 89, 12.7mm caliber machine guns that could pierce armored cars. Yu Zhong sped along the road. As he was approaching the soldiers, his speed, which was 4 times faster than an ordinary person, shot forward like an arrow moving in a zigzag pattern. The 4 soldiers guarding the entrance immediately grabbed their Type 03 automatic rifles and spread fire at Yu Zhong. Those soldiers weren't worthy of the name, having never gone through strict training. Even though Yu Zhong was moving high speed, there were still several bullets that hit his body. Immediately the bullets were sent flying by the bone armor. Ordinary bullets couldn't pierce through the current white bones armor, which had been only strengthened several times. Only the 12.7mm rounds could pierce through Yu Zhong's bone armor. Monster! The soldiers' eyes flashed with fright, seeing bullets had no use against Yu Zhong. Knives and bullets were inferior to revolvers. This was their first time seeing one. Never before had they seen a monster that couldn't be stopped by bullets. Yu Zhong arrived before the 4 soldiers in the space of several breaths. He used his hand to chop at the 4 soldiers, knocking them unconscious. After taking care of the 4 soldiers, he rushed up the stairs towards the top of the city walls. There were 2 Type 89, 12.7mm heavy machine guns fixed on the walls. They could both threaten Yu Zhong's life. In a few moments Yu Zhong appeared on the city wall. Like an arrow he appeared at the sides of the 2 heavy machine gun operators. The 2 were knocked unconscious with 2 hand chops. After entrance had been cleared, Lu Yen brought people to quickly secure the vicinity. He took the 2 Type 89 heavy machine guns and placed them on a large truck. He also seized an armed jeep near the entrance of the base. Lu Yen pointed at the 6 soldiers knocked unconscious by Yu Zhong. "Captain Yu, what do you want us to do with these people?" Yu Zhong looked at the 6 soldiers and said in a low voice, "Tie them up tightly and toss them in the truck. Prepare to leave immediately." Longhai City Base was nearly a military post. It would be very hard to match these opponents with military characteristics. Don't even mention the opposition recovered a military base possessing modern light and heavy weapons. Under the orders of Yu Zhong, Lu Yen made people quickly gather various supplies and load them on the truck. They took a Dongfeng truck, an armed jeep, and 2 Hummers, and they madly sped far away from the base entrance. Yu Zhong sat on the armed jeep and stared at the ever-distant Longhai City survivor base. In his mind he coldly thought, Ice King Association. I will remember this. It seems everything tested my ability. This event with the Ice King Association at Longhai City and everything he saw at Longhai City caused a great change in Yu Zhong's thinking. It cut off his last trace of trust in the government. Not long after Yu Zhong's group left Longhai City, 2 Type 92 infantry fighting vehicles, IFV, suddenly appeared on the highway. Seeing the 2 Type 92 IFVs appear, everyone's hearts became ice cold. On the Type 92 IFVs were ZPT-90, 25mm round cannons that could easily tear apart the armor of their vehicles. Yu Zhong shouted to Wang Shuang, "Don't panic. They don't necessarily know we are fleeing from the base. Just pass by." Wang Shuang's body slightly shivered. He just kept driving by according to Yu Zhong's plan. "Stop the vehicle." As 2 vehicles were passing, a voice broadcasted from an IFV. "Stop the vehicle," Yu Zhong said to Wang Shuang. Wang Shuang let off the gas, and he immediately stopped the vehicle. The armored jeep stopped, and the following vehicles all stopped behind. Wearing a full set of military clothes, Yu Zhong and Wang Shuang got out of the vehicle. Everyone else got out of the vehicles one by one. A young officer got out of the IFV and came over to the side of Yu Zhong's group. The young officer looked at Yu Zhong. His brows wrinkled, and he asked, "I am the 3rd Company 2nd Platoon leader Su Jigang. Which unit do you belong to?" Yu Zhong's eyes flashed a cold light, and he started the skill shadow step. His level of speed rose sharply, and he strode forward immediately overcoming Su Jigang. A knife hand chopped Su Jigang on the neck, causing him to knock unconscious. Yu Zhong entered within 10 meters of an IFV in the moment that Su Jigang was collapsing, and he immediately started the skill art of fear in the blink of an eye. In an instant, an enormous baleful aura and spiritual power shrouded the area within 10 meters. The soldiers in the IFV had no way to resist Yuzhong's sneak attack. On the other side, White Bones, who was disguised as a person, grabbed its axe. Moving at the speed of 3 times a normal person, it crazily rushed in a zigzag pattern towards the second IFV. The second IFV stopped. The light and heavy firepower poured out like a torrent towards White Bones. Artillery and machine gun fire formed a frantic bullet screen that could easily tear apart a light armored vehicle. Even though White Bones did its best to evade, it was still hit by some machine gun fire. The machine gun fire had no effect on White Bones' body, only leaving a small impression, but the 25mm rounds could blow a hole in its body. In the space of a few short breaths, White Bones' chest and right arm were hit by the heavy rounds. It rolled nearby to the side of the road. This let it not be completely destroyed. Taking advantage of White Bones drawing the firepower, Yuzhong moved at peak speed like a demon. He already arrived at within 10 meters of the second IFV after a couple leaps, and he started the Art of Fear skill. The baleful aura of the Art of Fear skill invaded the IFV in a moment. It made all the soldiers in the IFV so afraid that they passed out.